Throughout September, Tesla designed a large number of electronic tubes for his glassblower in New York to fashion and for Scherf to ship, as he continued to document his work with a local photographer. Electrical energy generated exceeded 3 million volts. Tesla reported, "I drew 1-inch sparks between my body and an iron pipe buried in the ground about 100 feet from the laboratory." On the 29th, time-lapse pictures were mailed to John Jacob Astor, Sugar Refinery King H.D. Havemeyer, his wife and their daughter, Mrs. E.F. Winslow, Stanford White, socialite Mary Mapes Dodge, and the Johnsons. He also shipped copies to Lord Kelvin, Sir William Crookes, Sir James Dewar, William Röntgen, Philip Leonard, and Adolf Schlaby. "Look them over carefully before delivery," the inventor instructed his liaison, "and do not allow the workers other than yourself and Mr. Ullman to see them." Throughout the autumn, the inventor continued to change the height of the ball at the top of the antenna to measure the changing capacity and relationship to generated wavelengths, in order to tune the equipment to the Earth's frequency and bring the oscillator into resonance with the circuit. Made out of wood, the ball was coated with metal. He also studied the strange phenomena of fireballs, which, when created by natural means, can appear like tumbleweeds of lightning that can roll down a street and smash into a tree or house. They are rarely seen, though they are documented sightings. Although Tesla himself had not witnessed any natural fireballs, he was able to create smaller ones in his lab. Sometimes it appeared as if a ball would form above the coil, but this may have been only an optical effect caused by many streamers passing from various points in different directions. At other times, a big cluster of them would form and spatter irregularly in all directions. He produced them quite by accident, and saw them more than once explode and shatter his tall mast, and also destroy apparatus within his laboratory. The destructive action accompanying the disintegration of a fireball, he declared, takes place with inconceivable violence. In one instance, he pushed the experiments too far, and a fire started. Trapped by streamers that could maim or kill, the inventor had to roll to safety to save his life. To Johnson he wrote, "I have had wonderful experiences here. Among other things, tamed a wildcat, and am nothing but a mass of bleeding scratches. But in the scratches, Luca, there lies a mind. Mind." A few weeks later, while a photographer was present, Tesla set the roof in flames, but was able to extinguish it before much damage was done. "The display was wonderful in spite of this," he wrote in his diary. Having studied the phenomena, Tesla attributed the generation of fireballs to the interaction of two frequencies, a stray higher frequency wave imposed on the lower frequency-free oscillation of the main circuit. They could also be produced when stray high-frequency charges from random earth currents interacted with charges from his oscillator. The following week, he extended the ball to a height of 142 feet and began propagating waves through the ground. Referring to electrical or radio wave action at a distance, I know from experience that if proper precautions are not taken, fires of all kinds and explosions can be produced by wireless transmitters. In my experiments in Colorado, when the plant was powerfully excited, the lightning arresters for 12 miles around were bridged with continuous arcs, much stronger and more persistent than those which ordinarily took place during an electric storm. I have excited loops, coil aerials, and lighted incandescent lamps at a considerable distance from the laboratory without even using more than 5 or 10% of the capacity of the transmitter. When the oscillator was excited to about 4 million volts and an incandescent lamp was held in the hand about 50 or 60 feet from the laboratory, emphasis added, the filament was often broken by the vibration set up, giving some idea of the magnitude of the electromotive forces generated in the space. Tesla had calculated that the Earth pulsated at varying frequencies, especially 12 cycles per second. With his coils wound with lengths of wire in harmonic relationships to the required wavelengths needed to girdle the globe, he wrote in his diary, the length of the coil was calculated based on the equation wavelength divided by 4 equals harmonic of total wavelength or required length of coil. Taking into account the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, and the circumference of the Earth, it was determined that coils would have to be roughly a mile in length, or some harmonic of this figure, to be in a resonant terrestrial frequency. Other components included the thickness of the wire itself and horsepower generated. By increasing the frequency between pulsations, the inventor claimed to be able to boost horsepower to a few 100,000, although this amount of produced energy would last only a fraction of a second. Cheeto arrived for work one day in mid-autumn to find the inventor vigorously watering the ground around the metal plate which he had buried near the lab. "If I could only insulate these wires with liquid oxygen, I could reduce losses another magnitude," the inventor said. "Here, put these on." He gave Cheeto a pair of rubber-soled shoes as he laced up a pair for himself. "All the way today, sir?" Cheeto inquired. "To the limit, my friend. Now remember," the inventor cautioned, "keep one hand behind your back at all times." Cheeto responded with a nod of his head. He had no plans to risk electrocution by creating a circuit through his heart. "Throw the switch when you see my signal." "We had better use these, sir." Cheeto handed his boss 2 cotton balls and took 2 for himself, and they plugged them into their ears. The lanky Serb lumbered from his lab in his high shoes, past the mud, to place testing equipment and cold lamps at various locations in the earth, and positioned himself on a knoll about a mile away near Prospect Lake. Even though insulated, sparks jumped from the ground to his feet as he crunched along the path. The sun was low on the horizon as Colorado Springs began to turn on street lamps and electric lamps in preparation for the night. "Now!" Tesla waved as Cheeto fired up the equipment. The sound began as a low rumble and built to a roar that was so strong that it could be plainly heard 10 miles away. The ground trembled with the noise as the inventor gazed over to a nearby corral to watch a half-dozen horses rear on their hind legs and gallop frantically away. Butterflies were carried around in circles as in a whirlpool and could not get out no matter how hard they tried, as the flume of streamers stormed up the shaft high above the roof of the lab and blustered out from the apex, splitting lightning bolts fully 135 feet in length. Kaboom, zip, zap, kaboom. Looking to the sky, the wizard held his wireless torches up in triumph as they flickered in his thunder. The end came abruptly. The springs plunged into darkness. He had shorted out the town. Fortunately, the powerhouse had a second standby generator which was started up soon after. Tesla was insistent that he be supplied with current from this reserve machine as soon as it was running, but his demand was refused. Forced by El Paso Electric to fix the damaged generator himself, the inventor was back online in a day or 2. In the future, he was told, he would be supplied with current from a dynamo operated independently from the one supplying the El Paso Electric Company's regular customers. By the end of 1899, Tesla was ready to return to New York. He wanted to get home for the holidays to spend them with the Johnsons, but it would take him a little longer to wind things down. In December, he sent for his photographer, Dickinson Alley, to capture his work in the best possible light. By using multiple exposures, Alley would create what is perhaps Tesla's most famous photograph, that of the inventor sitting calmly reading a book, dwarfed by myriad tongues of explosive lightning. This picture is a multiple exposure. Tesla, of course, was not sitting there at the time the oscillator was fired up. The electricity would have killed him. December the 22nd, 1899. Dear Mr. Tesla, we will keep your memory green Christmas Day. How lovely it would be if you should suddenly appear in our midst to spend it with us. I sometimes wonder if you could make me glad again, just to see you. It is so long since gladness has been in my days. Everything that once was has disappeared. It is as if one had gone to sleep in soft moonlight and had anchored out of place and out of time to find himself in the Stone Age, himself a stone. What does it all mean? Sometimes I have a little sign of you through Robert by way of the office. I am hoping the new year may bring you what you most desire, and that it may bring to us, my dear friend. Faithfully yours, Catherine Johnson. 28. The Hero's Return, 1900. Common people must have rest like machinery, but the great old Nick, the busy one, see him go 150 hours without food or drink, Why, he can invent with his hands tied behind his back. He can do anything. In short, he is superior to all laws of hygiene and human energy. He is a vegetarian that doesn't know how to vegetate. Robert Underwood Johnson. On January the 7th, 1900, Tesla left Colorado Springs with every intention of returning. Engaging C.J. Duffner and another watchman to look after the laboratory, the inventor departed with inexplicit promises for future payment. His funds exhausted, he also left without covering outstanding bills he had incurred with the local power company. The Johnsons were thrilled with the wizard's return, and they celebrated in grand style by dining out. With Gilder's approval, Robert suggested that Tesla compose a discourse on his recent endeavours. Coincidentally, Marconi was in Manhattan, seeking investors and planning on lecturing on his progress in wireless. "When I sent electrical waves from my laboratory in Colorado around the world," Tesla reported, "Mr. Marconi was experimenting with my apparatus unsuccessfully at sea. Afterward, Mr. Marconi came to America to lecture on this subject, stating that it was he who sent those signals round the globe. I went to hear him, and when he learned that I was present, he became sick, postponed the lecture, and up to the present time has not delivered it." Although fearful of Tesla, Marconi was also desirous of obtaining a greater understanding of the master's equipment. With Mikhail Pupin as intermediary, Marconi was introduced to Tesla at the New York Science Club. Pupin was in exceptionally high spirits, as John S. Seymour, Commissioner of Patents, had finally retired. After 6 years of submissions in his attempts to try and prove that his understanding of resonance and harmonics in the field of AC transmission superseded Tesla's, he had finally won. In December 1899, he applied once again for his patent, The Art of Reducing Attenuation of Electrical Waves, and the new commissioner, Walter Johnson, sanctioned it. Apparently, just 1 month later, the trio left after dinner to visit Tesla's lab. George Scherf was working late and greeted them at the door. "I remember Marconi, when he was coming to me, asking me to explain the function of my transformer for transmission of power to great distances," Tesla recalled. Although the inventor obviously had mixed feelings about the meeting, he nevertheless obliged with a discourse on the difference between Hertzian radiations and Tesla currents. "Mr. Marconi said, after all my explanations of the application of my principle, that it is impossible." "Time will tell, Mr. Marconi," Tesla shot back. Pupin was able to usher Marconi to the door before discussions became more heated. "I understand completely what you are doing, Mr. Marconi," Pupin began as he walked the young Italian back to his hotel. "I would like very much to act as a consultant in your operation." "That would be an honor," Marconi said, as he discussed with Pupin a way to persuade Signor Edison to come aboard. Marconi's reason in particular was to obtain Edison's grasshopper patent, which described a wireless way for jumping messages from train stations to moving trains, and which Edison patented in the 1880s. Pupin was elated. Not only was he becoming professionally involved in an exciting international wireless enterprise, he had also begun to cash in on his new AC patent. In June, Pupin received a $3,000 advance for selling the rights to John E. Hudson, president of AT&T, and a few months later he negotiated for yearly payments of $15,000 per year for an amount totaling $200,000 for the invention Commissioner Seymour called tautological and no more than a multiplication of Tesla's circuit that utilized principles well understood in the art. In either case, the patent enabled AT&T to perfect long-distance telephone transmissions and provided Pupin with a handsome income for many years to come. It also vindicated his position that he had understood Tesla's invention better than Tesla did. Tesla tried again to interest the submarine designer John Holland in telautomatics. He also worked to fashion dirigible wireless torpedoes, or small airships which could be controlled from the ground. Everybody who saw them, he revealed a few years later, was amazed at their performance. After putting together a prospectus and conferring with his lawyers, the inventor packed his bags for Washington to speak in person with Admiral Higginson of the Lighthouse Board and Secretary John D. Long of the Navy. He planned not only to offer his devil telautomata, but also a scheme for establishing wireless telegraphic communication across the Pacific. Met with ridicule and skepticism, the inventor was shuffled into what Mark Twain called the circumlocution office. "My ideas," Tesla said, "were thrown in the naval wastebasket. Had only a few teletomatic torpedoes been constructed and adopted by our Navy, the mere moral influence of this would have been powerfully and most beneficially felt in the present Eastern complication, the Japanese war with Russia." Tesla had hoped at least that the U.S. Coast Guard or Navy would come through on a smaller scale by financing the construction of modest-sized transmitters for their lighthouses and ships, but the agencies dodged any serious commitment and continued to hide behind a bureaucratic quagmire involving the need for congressional approval. "I've circumscribed the globe with electrical impulses," he told Scherf upon his return. "Let them have the Hertzian dabblers. They'll come back around my way soon enough." "Or what will you do with Professor Pupin, stealing your work in alternating current?" "He is involved in sending voice over wires," the inventor replied. "Who can be bothered?" It was at this time that Tesla commissioned an agent in Britain to locate an appropriate place for constructing a receiving station, as he continued to rework blueprints for his transoceanic broadcasting system. Using his English royalties as collateral, he asked George Westinghouse for a loan of a few $1,000s. He also tried to interest him in the wireless enterprise. Westinghouse, however, declined to get involved, but he did advance the inventor the requested funds, even though his company had overextended themselves nearly $70 million in their rapid expansion and changeover to the polyphase system. Incessant legal fees due to the never-ending litigation on patent priority battles, mostly with the countless subsidiaries, were also a great drain. Swiss emigrant B.A. Behrendt, author of one of the early standard textbooks on AC motors, wrote in his treatise that much to the chagrin of New England Granite's, a GE subsidiary, patent attorney, he refused to testify against Tesla, as such evidence would be against his better convictions. This letter was written in 1901, a full year after Judge Townsend's unequivocal ruling vindicated Tesla as the sole author of the AC polyphase system. See Chapter 3. Now Westinghouse could finally begin to collect damages and pay back its enormous debt. George Westinghouse sent Tesla a thank-you note, congratulating himself for winning the suit and congratulating Tesla for being awarded the credit for a great invention. Westinghouse ended the letter as follows: "You know I appreciate your sympathetic interest in my affairs." In the early part of 1900, Tesla filed for 3 patents related to wireless communication. He made several attempts to contact the elusive Colonel Astor, but concentrated most of his efforts on working on an article for the Century. Robert had requested that Tesla write an educational piece about teleautomatics and wireless communication. The plan was to decorate the essay with photographs of the remote-controlled boat and the inventor's fantastic experiments in Colorado, but Tesla had other ideas. Influenced by Western philosophers Friedrich Nietzsche and Arthur Schopenhauer about such ideas as the creation of the Übermensch through activation of the will and renunciation of desire, and by Eastern philosophers such as Swami Vivekananda on the link between the soul and Godhead, prana, life force, and akasha ether, and its equivalents to the universe, force, and matter, the inventor decided to compose a once-in-a-lifetime apocalyptic treatise on the human condition and technology's role in shaping world history. Robert pleaded with him not to write a metaphysical article, but rather an informative one. But Tesla would not listen. Instead, he sent back a 12,000-word discourse which covered such topics as the evolution of the race, artificial intelligence, the possibility of future beings surviving without the necessity of eating food, the role of nitrogen as a fertilizer, teleautomatics, alternative energy sources, e.g. terrestrial heat, wind, and the sun, a description of how wireless communication can be achieved, hydrolysis, problems in mining, and the concept of the plurality of worlds. Robert was now in a bind. Neither he nor Gilder wanted to publish a lengthy, controversial, abstract philosophical essay which might damage the magazine. However, they couldn't simply cross out sections they were unhappy with, for they were dealing with a man who was born a genius, and a friend who had contributed 2 previous gems that added greatly to the prestige of their publication. How to approach the hypersensitive savant was a difficult problem which Robert did not relish. March 6, 1900. Dear Tesla, I just can't see you misfire this time. Trust me in my knowledge of what the public is eager to have from you. Keep your philosophy for a philosophical treatise, and give us something practical about the experiments themselves. You're making a task of a simple thing, and for all I have said, forgive my clumsy way of saying it, because of my love and respect for you, and because I have had nearly 30 years of judging what the public finds interesting. Faithfully yours, believe me, never more faithfully, R.U.J. March 6, 1900. My dear Robert, I heard you are not feeling well, and hope that it is not my article that makes you sick. Yours sincerely, N. Tesla. Tesla knew what he was doing. He had decided once and for all to put down a significant percentage of the knowledge he had amassed into one treatise, and there was no way he was going to change it. Most likely Robert conferred with Gilder. Clearly the essay was brilliant and original, and the more they read it, the more they realized its many layers of wisdom. The best tack to take at this point, they reasoned, was to work to clarify the piece by using subheadings, by including all of the startling electrical photos from Colorado and the teleautomaton, and by having Tesla more carefully explain the details of his inventions, and then hope for the best. The published essay began as follows. The Onward Movement of Man. Of all the endless variety of phenomena which nature presents to our senses, there is none that fills our minds with greater wonder than that inconceivably complex movement which, in its entirety, we designate as human life. Its mysterious origin is veiled in the forever impenetrable mist of the past. Its character is rendered incomprehensible by its infinite intricacy, and its destination is hidden in the unfathomable depths of the future. Inherent in the structure matter, as seen in the growth of crystals, is a life-forming principle. This organized matrix of energy, as Tesla comprehended it, when it reaches a certain stage of complexity, becomes biological life. Now the next step in the evolution of the planet was to construct machines so that they could think for themselves, and so Tesla created the first prototype, his teleautomaton. Life forms need not be made out of flesh and blood. As an environmentalist, Tesla was concerned about personal hygiene, air and water pollution, and the needless waste of natural resources. Through concentration on energy problems, solutions could be achieved. Thus, many of Tesla's inventions were created specifically to maximize efficient use of energy and prove out the principle that a self-directed thinking machine could alter the course of civilization by gaining greater control over the evolution of the planet. In the middle of the treatise, the inventor explained in vivid detail the mechanism behind his wireless transmitter. Numerous photographs of his experiments at Colorado Springs also enhanced the impact of the message. 35 pages later, he ended the treatise with a discussion of the cognitive hierarchy and the speculation that intelligent beings on Mars, if there are any, most likely utilize a wireless energy distribution system that interconnects all corners of their planet. Tesla concluded, "The scientific man does not aim at an immediate result. He does not expect that his advanced ideas will be readily taken up. His work is like that of the planter, for the future. His duty is to lay the foundation for those who are to come, and point the way." When the article appeared in the June issue of the Century, it created a sensation. Tesla circulated advance copies to friends, such as Mrs. Douglas Robinson, one of the founders of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Julian Hawthorne, Stanford White, and John Jacob Astor. In Astor's case, Tesla included his wireless patent applications, forwarding this matter to your home instead of your office for secrecy reasons. The patents give me an absolute monopoly in the United States, not only for power purposes, the inventor continued in another letter to the Colonel, but also for establishing telegraphic communication, no matter how great the distance. Those who were Tesla supporters rallied around him. Nature gave it a favorable response, and the French quickly translated it for their readers. But those who were against him now had a new supply of ammunition for a frontal assault. The stage was set in March 1900, when Carl Herring was elected president of the AIEE. Professor Pupin was a close second. Herring, who would also become editor-in-chief of Electrical World and Engineer, set a new tone for the electrical community. Just as he had called into question Tesla's priority work on AC a decade before, when he had backed Dobrovolsky, he also challenged Tesla's credibility in the field of wireless. Other opponents included Reginald Fessenden, who was trying to obtain competing patents on tuned circuits, and such traditional rivals as Louis Stilwell, Charles Steinmetz, Tom Edison, and Elihu Thomson. The first potshots appeared in the Evening Post, and then in Popular Science Monthly. Tesla had suggested that the sum total of human energy on the planet, which he called M, could be multiplied by its velocity, v, which was measured by technological and social progress. Just as in physics, the total human force could be calculated as mv squared. If humans go against the laws of religion and hygiene, the total human energy would diminish. In a primitive or agrarian-based society, the energy would progress arithmetically. However, if the new generation had a higher degree of enlightenment, then the sum total of human energy would increase geometrically. Tesla was suggesting that with his inventions of the induction motor, AC power transmission, and his remote-controlled robots, human progress would evolve at ever-increasing rates. In a highly visible discourse under the banner title Science and Fiction, an anonymous writer with the nom de plume physicist vehemently attacked this premise. Unhappily, this critic wrote, Mr. Tesla, in his enthusiasm to progress, neglects to state which direction is the proper one for the human mass to follow, north, south, east, west, toward the moon or Sirius, or to Dante's Satan in the center of the earth. Of course, the whole notion is absurd. The editorial, which continued for 6 columns, called into question Tesla's invention of the teleautomaton, his belief that fighting machines would replace soldiers on the field, international bullfights or potato races might do just as well, his work in wireless, and his support for the plurality of worlds hypothesis. The author suggested that the Century, in future issues, should subject these types of articles to a scientific board for criticism and revision, if only for the protection against bogus inventions and nonsensical enterprises. Hurling epithets as if in combat with a mortal enemy, physicist concluded, the editors of the Century apparently impute to their readers a desire to be entertained at all costs. They evidently often do not know science from rubbish, and apparently seldom make any effort to find out the difference. The onslaught continued in Science, and in a follow-up editorial again in Popular Science Monthly, this time by a mysterious Mr. X. Science, pseudo, contains an article from XXX. Physicist is not in it. Tesla wrote to Johnson, adding sarcastically, it is also highly complimentary to the editors of your great magazine. Other daily papers also attacked the inventor's controversial claims. Tesla, however, maintained a blind eye to this credibility problem, and audaciously or foolhardily followed up this article with the infamous piece, Talking with the Planets, in Collier's, which we reviewed in an earlier chapter. Making no secret of his identity, Reginald Fessenden, who was now embroiled in a legal dispute with Tesla, vehemently wrote in Herring's journal that the source of the so-called Martian signals have long been known, and only the crassest ignorance could attribute any such origin. Having at one time been a serious obstacle to multiplex systems, they are now all but eliminated. Fessenden said the signals were due to streetcars, lightning flashes, and the gradual electrification of the aerial. Furthermore, the different kinds are easily distinguishable. Those ignorant of the subject might mistake them for intelligent signals. Ever since his return to New York, Tesla made repeated efforts to rekindle his friendship with Astor, but the gadabout was proving difficult to corner. Over the summer, the Johnsons tried to woo the inventor to Maine for a vacation, but he was too intent on contacting the multimillionaire. August 2nd, 1900. Dear Mr. Tesla, I have been thinking of you all day and all evening, as I do so often. I sat on a little hillside this afternoon, looking over green meadows to the sea beyond, and wishing that I could loan you my eyes, that you might have my visions and drink in the beauty of the day. You are as silent as only you know how to be. Do call us. Yours faithfully, Catherine Johnson. August 12th, 1900. My dear Mrs. Johnson, just a line to tell you that I never can and never shall forget the Philippoffs. They have given me too much trouble. Yours sincerely, N. Tesla. Unable to relax until he settled things with Astor, Tesla tried again, having forfeited the chance for a needed respite. August 24th, 1900. My dear Colonel Astor, I still remember when you told me that if I could only show you great returns on your investment, you would gladly back me up in any undertaking, and I hope, not in a selfish but in a higher interest, that your ideas have not changed since. Reference oscillators, motors, and lighting system. Not less than $50,000 can be made out of my invention. This may seem to you exaggeration, but I honestly believe that it is an understatement. Is it possible that you should have something against me? Not hearing from you, I cannot otherwise interpret your silence. Finally, Astor replied, stating that he was glad to get your letter and will get back to you. But this was really a decoy procedure, for Astor continued to slip away. Tesla shot off another round of letters outlining his progress with his oscillators, fluorescent light. The commercial value, if rightly explored, is simply immense, and wireless enterprise. But again, Astor balked. Astor never directly told Tesla his real feelings. His reluctance in advancing the partnership suggests that he was angry with Tesla for not exploiting the oscillators and fluorescent lights in 1899 as he had promised, but had instead run off to Colorado Springs to conduct his wireless folly. Certainly the onslaught in the papers injured Tesla's reputation, but it is this author's belief that the attack by the press had little, if anything, to do with Astor's turnabout. Tesla had deceived him. As wealthy as he was, Astor wanted to invest in a sure thing. The oscillators and the fluorescent lights seemed practically ready for market, but rather than perfect these inventions, Tesla took the capital to go off on another venture and returned without a dime. Astor was enraged, but too much of a gentleman to even let Tesla know. With Stanford White and Mrs. Douglas Robinson behind him, Tesla explored a fresh lead. 29. The House of Morgan, 1901. J.P. Morgan towered above all the Wall Street people like Samson over the Philistines. Nikola Tesla. In May 1900, Gentleman Jim Corbett was KO'd by James Jeffries in a championship bout held in Coney Island. Tesla, an avid boxing fan, probably attended. Back at the hotel, a Serbian youth with a familiar name had left a message. It was Anna's son, the one and only girl Tesla had ever fallen in love with. Through the years they had maintained contact, so Tesla had been notified of the boy's arrival. However, he was not prepared for the career that the lad had chosen. "I want to be a boxer," the boy proclaimed. Unnerved by this announcement, Tesla conferred with Stanford, who helped set up the youth at a boxing school near the garden. Every so often, Tesla would go down to the gym to follow the boy's progress. Finally, it was decided he was ready to enter the ring. Stanford had done his best to set up a reasonable match, but the youth persisted in seeking out a tougher opponent. One blow knocked the boy unconscious, and he died shortly thereafter in the hospital. Tesla grieved for him as though he was his own son. In the fall of 1900, J. Pierpont Morgan announced the wedding of his daughter Louisa to Herbert Satterley, Morgan's latter-day biographer. It was a magnificent event, with a guest list numbering 2,400. The Serbian wunderkind felt quite at home at the gala occasion, for many of his friends were there, including John Jacob and Lady Astor, Mrs. Douglas Robinson and her brother Teddy Roosevelt, whom Tesla had met at Mrs. Robinson's Madison Avenue home in March of 1899, William Rankin, Edward Dean Adams, Darius Ogden Mills, Chauncey Depew, and Stanford White. Other guests included Jacob Schiff, Henry Clay Frick, Grover Cleveland, August Belmont, President William McKinley, and Thomas Edison. Morgan was in an exceedingly good mood, and personally greeted each guest with a warm handshake. "I read your article in the Century, Mr. Tesla, and was very impressed." Coincident with Tesla's impending liaison with the House of Morgan and recent triumphant return from Colorado Springs, his handwriting and signature began to display a frivolous abundance of ornate embellishments. Although these samples were written in moments of gaiety and letters to the Johnsons, they nevertheless reveal a subconscious qualitative change in his state of mind as compared to his usual lean, bare-bones handwriting. Graphologists note that the paper is frequently treated as a substitute object. Thus the graphically expensive writers usually are the same who not only dominate the paper, but also their environment, just as the graphically timid ones are also timid in other respects. One could therefore speculate that Tesla was a very visible character at the affair, and just as Tesla adorned his signature, he adorned his body, wearing the latest suits, top hat, cane, and white gloves. He took extreme pride in being the leader of his field, and one of the best-dressed men to walk Fifth Avenue. Now tending toward flamboyance, the inventor began to identify more heartily with the opulence and power that surrounded him. 28-year-old Anne Tracy Morgan, Louisa's younger sister, was particularly taken with the dashing inventor, and they began a friendship. The Thanksgiving dinner at Morgan's home that year was an unusually large and gay affair, with its traditional 4 varieties of pies, and Tesla was invited to the day-after event held Friday evening. Anne may have seen this as an opportunity to extend their friendship. They would come to exchange letters for the duration of their lives, but Tesla saw it as a business opportunity. The wizard brought along fascinating multicolored electric bulbs that emanated dancing spiderwebs of lightning, static electricity devices that made a person's hair stand on end, and other wireless paraphernalia. The inventor exchanged hellos with J.P. Morgan, Jr., now in his early 30s, and gave photographs of his work at Colorado Springs to Anne. After dinner, Morgan met Tesla privately in order to discuss a possible partnership. The tenor of the Times is discussed by Herbert Satterley, a man who knew Tesla personally. Having written a virtual daily log of Morgan's life, Satterley deliberately deleted any reference to the Morgan-Tesla liaison. But the following paragraph, which coincides precisely with this time, appears to be a justification for the financier's decision to back the wireless venture. The dying year saw the completion of many combinations of the smaller companies in the steel industry. They were all getting rich. Gates was speculating in Wall Street. Judge Moore began to buy fine horses. Conversely, Reed and the others invested in large country estates. And Morgan gambled on an oddball inventor. Dinners at the Waldorf Astoria and at Sherry's and lavish entertainments were the order of the day, and everywhere there was evidence of rapidly accumulated wealth. They all seemed to think there was no end to it. Known among the clique for his collection of mistresses, Morgan extended his passion to amassing an immense hoard of treasures, including ancient coins, precious stones, tapestries, carvings, rare plates, the paintings of the masters, statues, old books, and original manuscripts. Some of his most prized possessions included first drafts of Charles Dickens' novels, a portrait of Nicholas Rutz by Rembrandt, a number of 11th-century Byzantine medallions, and a Gutenberg Bible. Hanging in the study was his latest acquisition, Christopher Columbus by Sebastiano del Piombo. It was hung next to a painting of the Commodore's 300-foot-long yacht, which Morgan often preferred as sleeping quarters to his home when it was docked near Wall Street during the boating season. Tesla eyed the del Piombo in great admiration. "Mrs. Robinson has talked me into donating it to the Metropolitan Museum. Naturally, I hate to part with it, but you know how persuasive she can be." The skittish Tesla had seen Morgan at close range before, but never for long periods in so intimate a way. Plagued from his youth by a series of skin conditions, Morgan's beet-red and deformed proboscis, retouched out of all official photographs, was often swollen and coated with warts. An art dealer, encountering Morgan in a similar circumstance, was quoted as saying, "I was unprepared for the meeting. I had heard of a disfigurement, but what I saw upset me so thoroughly that for a moment I could not utter a word. If I did not gasp, I must have changed colour." Mr. Morgan noticed this, and his small, piercing eyes transfixed me with a malicious stare. I sensed that he noticed my feelings of pity, and for some time, that seemed centuries, we stood opposite each other without saying a word. I could not utter a sound, and when at last I managed to open my mouth, I could produce only a raucous cough. He grunted. "I want to know, Mr. Tesla, Morgan began, eyeing one of the inventor's Colorado photographs. "How you survived among all of this lightning?" "I didn't," Tesla said, avoiding a direct stare. "Those are multiple exposures." "How clever. White tells me you want to build a wireless tower." "I have perfected an apparatus which permits the transmission of messages to any distance without wires, making long and expensive cables, as a means of conveying intelligence, commercially obsolete. This creation also enables the production and manipulation of hundreds of thousands of horsepower, bringing instruments on any point of the globe into action regardless of their distance from the transmitter." "Instruments?" "Telegraph keys, phones, clocks, remote photography." "You have a wireless means for transmitting pictures?" Morgan rebounded, raising his eyebrows. "There is nothing novel in telephotography. Edison has been working on it since Elisha Gray's device was presented at the 1893 exposition. My patents simply usurp the need for using wires." "Don't push my tolerance, Mr. Tesla. Your proposal, as far as I understand, only deals with telegraphy. I'm a simple man who wants a way to signal incoming steamers during times of fog, to send messages to Europe, maybe get Wall Street prices when I'm in England. Can you do this? Can you send wireless messages such long distances?" "Indeed I can, Mr. Morgan." "And the problem of billing? Wouldn't anyone with a receiver have free access to this information? I'm not about to subsidize my competitors, or the public, for that matter." "I can guarantee absolute privacy for all messages. Broad rights have been secured which gives me a monopoly in the States and most of Europe." "How broad are your costs?" "Although this work concerns a decade of effort, I know that I'm in the presence of a great philanthropist, and therefore do not hesitate to leave the apportionment of my interest and compensation entirely to your generosity." "Don't flatter me, Mr. Tesla. Let's get down to brass tacks. What will it cost?" "My plan requires 2 transmitting towers, one to transmit across the Atlantic and the other across the Pacific. The former would require an expenditure of approximately $100,000, the latter about $250,000. "Let's talk about one ocean at a time. What would I get for funding the construction of a wireless plant across the Atlantic?" "Its working capacity would equal at least 4 of the present ocean cables, and it would take 6 to 8 months to complete." "What about Marconi? Stetson says his costs are 1/7 of your quote." "That is so. However, there are key elements missing for his success, elements which can only be found in my patents, an apparatus universally identified with my name and published in writings dating back to 1890 and 1893, when Marconi was still pulling his mother's apron strings." "He transmitted 1,400 words from ship to shore, right here in New York during last year's America's Cup races. I know. I was there. I saw his equipment." "Mere child's play. He's using equipment designed by others, and also the wrong frequency. The slightest changes in weather will disrupt his messages, and he has no device for creating separate channels. I have tested his Hertzian frequencies at length, Mr. Morgan, and believe there is no commercial viability in them whatsoever." "Why exactly are they so wrong?" For example, they do not make use of the natural electrical properties of the Earth. The Tesla currents, on the other hand, are tuned to the frequencies of our planet. These are continuous waves, not pulsed interruptions. In short, my way is best for transmitting substantive information and ensuring total privacy.
"I have a handful of articles with Marconi's picture all over them which appear to disagree with you. The British Post Office is using the Hertzian method. Here's a newspaper report I picked up in England from an admiral who's used Marconi's transmitters for distances exceeding 80 miles. Our ship movements have been directed with an ease and certainty and carried out with a confidence which, without this wonderful extension of the range of signalling, would have been wholly unattainable. It is a veritable triumph for Signor Marconi, and I have articles which question whether you have ever sent messages beyond the confines of your laboratory."
"I see that I've taken up enough of your time," the inventor said, looking at his watch. "I thank you very much for your hospitality."
"I'm not saying we can't do business, Mr. Tesla, but I'm going to have to think this over."
"Very good." Upon Tesla's departure, Morgan took out a deck of cards and went through his nightly ritual of playing solitaire. Before him was another file on Tesla's patents, but these were not in wireless. Mr. Tesla's discoveries do away with the carbon filament. He explained that by creating an electrostatic field, cold vacuum tubes could be hung anywhere in the room. They cannot burn out because there is no filament to be destroyed. The estimated manufacture of incandescent lamps is 50,000 a day. December 10th, 1900. Dear Mr. Morgan, appreciating the immense value of your time, I have withdrawn more or less hastily last Friday, preferring to make a few condensed statements at long distance, which, with a small effort on your part, will put you in the possession of knowledge I have gained only after a long and exhaustive study. This lengthy letter, one of the first of many, began with a quote from Professor Adolf Schlabe of Germany, who referred to Tesla as the father of this telegraphy, and also included quotes from Lord Kelvin and Sir William Crookes on other developments in the field, such as in the construction of his oscillator for generating wireless frequencies. The letter also pointed out Tesla's legal position, having patented all of the fundamentals of the process in America, Australia, South Africa, and Europe, and noted the specific flaws of Marconi's system, pointed out above. Apologizing for this digression, I beg you to bear in mind that my patents in this still virgin field, should you take hold of them, will command a position which, for a number of reasons, will be legally stronger than that held by those of my own discovery in power transmission by alternating currents. Tesla ended the letter with a rousing challenge. Permit me to remind you that had there been only faint-hearted and close-fisted people in the world, nothing great would ever have been done. Raphael could not have created his marvels. Columbus could not have discovered America. The Atlantic cable could not have been laid. You of all should be the man to embark on this enterprise, which will be an act of inestimable value to mankind. The first billion-dollar trust. Perhaps the most outrageous character living in the Waldorf was the cigar-chomping robber baron and stock market manipulator John W. Beta-Million Gates, co-owner of the American Steel and Wire Company. During an average day, Gates could win or lose $40,000 in a poker game, and on some occasions the swing could be 10 times that much. Conferring with Henry Clay Frick, another Waldorf occupant and occasional poker companion, Gates helped choreograph one of the biggest deals of the century. On December the 12th, a dinner for the steel magnates was held in honor of Charles Schwab at the University Club. Sponsored by Schwab's boss, Andrew Carnegie, the attendees included J. Pierpont Morgan, Edward H. Harriman, August Belmont, Jacob Schiff, John W. Gates, and Carnegie's first manager, Henry Clay Frick. In an unrehearsed speech after the meal, with Carnegie now absent from the meeting, Schwab expounded in a clear and forthright manner on the advantages of creating a giant steel trust. After discussions, which lasted until 3 in the morning, Morgan began to realize the great benefit of Schwab's plan, and within a few months he finalized the merger, placing Schwab at the head of the new $1.4 billion steel trust, the first company ever to be capitalized at over $1 billion. Carnegie received approximately $226 million, Frick $60 million, and Rockefeller, for his iron mines, $90 million. Gates, the gargantuan gambler, playing it like a poker hand, held out as long as possible until Morgan threatened to erect a wire company without him, and so he too walked away with a hefty profit. By March 1901, with the creation of the new corporation, Morgan was able to add steel to his portfolio, which at this time included electrical, shipping, mining, and power industries, as well as telephone, railroad, and insurance conglomerates. Political cartoons of the day portrayed him as an Atlas with the earth on his back, or as a Goliath towering over less powerful individuals, such as the King of England, the German Kaiser, or the President of the United States. In reaction to Morganization, anarchy started to become a viable political alternative. Furthermore, although Morgan stood for strength and stability in business, in reality the creation of U.S. Steel was a magnificent gamble. Carnegie knew this, and thus stated, "Pierpont is not an iron master. He knows nothing about the business of making and selling steel. I managed my trade with him so that I was paid in bonds, not stocks. He will make a fizzle of the business and default in payments of the interest. I will then foreclose and get my properties back." Schwab also feared this. Within 2 years the crafty conciliator had resigned from the firm to take charge of Bethlehem Steel, a much smaller gem that was sturdy and profitable. Thus Morgan was to have his headaches with the steel monopoly, partly because of market problems and mostly because of labour disputes, particularly a strike which nearly crippled the company. Probably the main reason why U.S. Steel succeeded was because of the invention of the automobile, which created an enormous new market. To offset the possibility of the great conglomerate folding and to raise the potential for more revenues, Morgan enlisted the famous stock manipulator James Keene to create an artificial interest. Keene bought and sold large blocks of U.S. Steel to bogus investors in order to create the illusion of bullish interest. The sham worked, and within a few weeks the New York Stock Exchange experienced the most active trading days in history. Big Steel's common stock, which had been offered on the market at 38, rose almost immediately to 55, and Pierpont Morgan became the hero of the financial world, and the principal demon of those who feared and hated monopoly. The Tesla deal. Tesla met with Morgan in the midst of these steel negotiations in attempts to solidify a deal. At the height of Christmas season, he took a cab to Morgan's office at 23 Wall Street and handed the financier some of his specifications. "Mr. Morgan, my plan and my patents, which I offer to you, will command a position legally stronger than that held by the owners of Bell's telephone or by the holders of the patents based upon my discovery in power transmission by alternating current."
"Send me the paperwork, and I'll look it over."
"Sir, in view of the intense activity in this field, it is desirable that I should be placed without delay in a position enabling us to profit from my advanced knowledge." Morgan moved over to the window and stared down Wall Street.
"If I agree to help build your station to transmit across the Atlantic, I want it understood that I am—"
and then he turned to face the Serb and lowered his voice to barely a whisper,
"a silent partner. Do you know what that means, Mr. Tesla?"
"Yes, sir, I do."
"Good. I want to be frank. I do not have a good impression of you. You abound in controversy. You're boastful, and aside from your deal with Westinghouse, you have yet to show a profit on any other creation. On the other hand, I appreciate your talents, so let me put my cards on the table. If we proceed, whatever figure we decide upon shall be firm. I will not be bilked for continuing research funds."
"It is not money I seek, although these inventions in your strong hands, with your consummate knowledge of business, can be worth an incalculable amount. You know the value of scientific advancement and artistic creation. Your terms are mine."
"That is not good enough. Give me specifics. Give me a figure."
"As I stated at our first meeting, I think $100,000 will suffice for the construction of a 90-foot-high transatlantic transmitter."
"Let me be certain on this. Shall we say $150,000 for the erection of said transmission tower, and a 50-50 split on the company's stock?"
Morgan reached for his checkbook, wrote out a down payment, and handed it to the inventor. Overawed at his good fortune and humbled in the presence of the king, Tesla could not stop himself. Let the control be yours, Mr. Morgan. I insist that you take 51% and I 49%.
"You are a strange man indeed. All right, it's a deal. After the papers are drawn up, you may draw on the House of Morgan as the need arises for the full limit."
January the 3rd, 1901. My dear Colonel Astor, hearty wishes for the new century. Mr. Morgan's generous backing, for which I shall be grateful all my life, secures me my triumphs in wireless telegraphy and telephony, but I am still unable to put my completed inventions, oscillators, fluorescent lights, on the market. I can hardly believe that you, my friend since years, should hesitate to join me in introducing them when I can offer you 10 times better returns on your investment than anyone else. Yours sincerely, N. Tesla.
The fine print. March 5th, 1901. Dear Mr. Tesla, I beg to acknowledge receipt of your letter of the 1st instant, together with assignments of an interest in various patents as shown upon the schedule, and assignments handed me therewith, and to confirm the understanding therein expressed. Very truly yours, J. Pierpont Morgan.
The octopus was not content with creating a simple partnership in wireless. Unbeknownst to the inventor, Morgan wanted the lighting concern as well, and control of Tesla's patents. Boldly, these were added to the agreement. Tesla was now placed in a difficult situation, since Astor was the principal backer in the other enterprise, and the inventor had not planned to include the actual patents as part of his collateral. When I received your formal letter, Tesla wrote 3 years later, it specified an interest in 51% in patents on these inventions. That was different, though my share was the same. It was a simple sale. The terms were entirely immaterial to me, and I said nothing for fear of offending you. You have repeatedly referred to some stock, and it is just possible that a mistake was made. Rather than confronting his new benefactor head-on, Tesla acquiesced. February the 18th, 1901. Dear Mr. Stedlich, Morgan's intermediary, I need scarcely say that I would sign any document approved by Mr. Morgan, but believe that there exists a misunderstanding in regards to my system of lighting, which was not included in the original proposition. Rather than try to amend the agreement to remove this vital concern, which, in Tesla's words in the same letter, will create an industrial revolution, the inventor pointed out the great advantages of the lighting venture and included a promotional announcement entitled Tesla's Artificial Daylight. He concluded by stating that, besides myself, Colonel Astor is interested, and thus it will be necessary for me to comply with the formality before making the assignments. I shall attend to this matter at the earliest possible moment. A month before, perhaps in anticipation of this problem, Tesla had appealed once again to his original benefactor. January the 11th, 1901. My dear Colonel Astor, since Mr. Adams and his associates are entirely out, I have practically nobody but you and Mr. Morgan with me. Please let me hear from you. With me you are not with some wild syndicate, but with a man to whom your name, credit, and interest are sacred. Astor called on the telephone a week later. He told the inventor that he was concerned that Tesla did not have fundamental patents and that other inventors might have priority, particularly on the wireless enterprise. Do not be misled by what the papers say, Colonel. I have the controlling rights. Why not come in with Mr. Morgan and myself? Astor avoided making any definitive statements, and so Tesla apparently simply attached the lighting concern to the wireless deal with the Commodore. Now Morgan controlled the fundamentals behind two completely independent new industries. Tesla could hardly complain. He had agreed to the proposal. All he had to do was succeed with the capital now provided. March 5th, 1901. Dear Mr. Steele, another Morgan intermediary, now that all dangers of conveying a wrong impression to Mr. Morgan is removed by his kind acceptance of my proposal, I would call to his attention that I consider my fundamental patents on methods and apparatus for the wireless transmission of energy as the most valuable patents of modern times, and as to my system of lighting, I am convinced that it constitutes one of the most important advances and is of enormous commercial value. Yours sincerely, N. Tesla. On the 13th of the month, always a favoured day for the superstitious wizard, Tesla paid Westinghouse back a note for $3,045. He was out of debt and on his way. 30. World Telegraphy Centre, 1901. Dear Mr. Morgan, how can I begin to thank you in the name of my profession and my own? Great, generous man. My work will proclaim loudly your name to the world. You will soon see that not only am I capable of appreciating deeply the nobility of your action, but also of making your primarily philanthropic investment worth 100 times the sum you have put at my disposal in such a magnanimous and princely way. With many, many wishes from all my heart for your happiness and welfare, believe me, ever yours most faithfully, N. Tesla. In March 1900, there was a fire in the East Houston Street building that housed Tesla's laboratory. The Jews on the lower floor were burned out, and this frightened me nearly to death, Tesla wrote the Johnsons. It was a close shave, and if the misfortune had happened, it would have been probably the last of your friend Nikola. Throughout this period, the onslaught by the press also continued in an unbridled fashion. February 25th, 1901. My dear Mr. Tesla, we never forget old friends, and defend them against all malicious assailants at all hazards. Yours truly, Ernest Heinrich. One of the old guard from the Westinghouse Corporation, Heinrich included a newspaper clipping which he had written. Anyone who is ignorant, Heinrich wrote, does not know that Tesla stands in the front rank of electrical inventors by what he has actually accomplished. Another who came to Tesla's defense was T.C. Martin, who authored a word of praise in science. The ship was off its course, Tesla wrote, but I always had faith in the captain. December the 13th, 1900. My dear Tesla, I am delighted to get your kind favour of December 12th. I know of no change whatever in my sentiments towards you these many years from the beginning until now. I shall always be very proud of my modest association with your earlier work. As ever, T.C. Martin. Unfortunately, there was also bickering between Tesla and Martin about the previous editorial attacking Tesla in Martin's journal and about Tesla's slow progress on his other inventions. Concerning the vacuum lamps, Martin wrote, I should be delighted to see you or any other man give us the commercial art. Perturbed, Tesla cut off his correspondence, and so the friendship remained impaired. Just 3 months later, in March 1901, Tesla invited an admirer and disciple of Swami Vivekananda, Miss Emma C. Thursby, to his laboratory. My light will then be permanently installed, and you and your friends, Miss Farmer in particular, will be most welcome to see it. Tesla's new surprise. Julian Hawthorne. Great preparations for an experiment upon a stupendous scale are being made at the Wizard's Laboratory on East Houston Street. An unannounced visitor gained entrance today by chance. Tesla was not there, but what the visitor saw chained him to the spot. A wonderful color. From a stout beam from the ceiling hung 3 dazzling, pulsating clots of purple-violet light. The room glowed with the warmth of a strange, unearthly rich color, a hue that is not listed in the spectrum. Above and below the beams twisted long glass spirals closely coiled, snakes of beating violet flame. Sudden darkness. One of Tesla's workmen found the unannounced visitor spellbound. A quick spring to the wall, a concealed button touched, and darkness. Those who know say that this violet light is the wizard Tesla's new flash signal to the Martians. He will reveal it to the world soon. It is even hinted around the corner of Mulberry Street at police headquarters that Tesla has already wigwagged the red planet and had a response. Hawthorne was living in Yonkers and often took a train down to Manhattan, dining with Tesla at the beginning of the year. They shared a number of common friends, including Stanford White, whose father, Richard Grant White, had confessed to Hawthorne once, among other sacred confidences, of a woman whom he had found and loved in New York. The rumor, in essence, was that he had been essentially a bigamist, maintaining one home for his family and one for his concubine. Perhaps this explains Stanley's penchant for philandering. The son, however, easily surpassed the father, as he was able to maintain 5 or 6 retreats, including an estate on Long Island, an apartment in Gramercy Park, the Garden Tower Suite, the morgue on West 55th Street, which he and his compatriots like Saint-Gaudens used in a pinch, and his most infamous haunt at 22 West 24th Street. In March, Stanford became smitten by the exotic charms of the 16-year-old Florodora siren Evelyn Nesbit, who had been featured as a Gibson centerfold for Collier's and as a nearly bare-breasted Spanish dancer in a popular musical on Broadway. White watched her perform night after night for many weeks before he was able to arrange a rendezvous, which first took place in the heat of summer at the 24th Street studio. Stanford had me put in an electric door, the inventor told Hawthorne. You press a button, and it automatically opens. White had decorated his bachelor den in shades of red, with velvet curtains on the windows, soft cushions on the floor, and tapestries, statues, and paintings, mostly nudes, all around. In his loft, with the room set like a small forest, lit with a bright skylight, could be found a red velvet swing hanging from the ceiling, like one of Chaucer's toys, with green ropes trailing down from the seat like vines from a tree. Besides meeting with the mystical son of the renowned Gothic author Nathaniel Hawthorne, Tesla dined with Stanford White and sometimes Mark Twain at the Players' Club, or with Spanish-American war hero Richmond Hobson, Rudyard Kipling, or, of course, the Johnsons, throughout this period. Catherine was caught up in her interest in spiritualism and tried an experiment in thought transference without the inventor knowing. In jest, Tesla wrote back, "My dear Mrs. Johnson, there was no telepathic influence this time. I never thought of you even for a moment. Sincerely, Millionaire Kid." Rooted in his materialistic philosophy, the superstitious wizard who talks with other worlds continued to repudiate the notion that human minds could interact by extrasensory means, even though he had recently saved some friends from a train wreck because of a premonition. Overtly, however, he would maintain that psychic phenomena was poppycock. Catherine would not only be teased for her mystical bent, but also over possession of Hobson, and over her looks. "My dear Luca, when Mrs. Philippoff is out of town, I think of Mrs. Decay as the most charming lady of my experience. It would be advisable, Luca, to keep both ladies in ignorance of this. A word to the wise is sufficient." Considered much like an uncle to the family, Tesla also expressed his continuing affection for the Johnson children. For Agnes, he would sign a New Year's card, Nikola Hobson, and for Owen, he took the time to read the youngster's first novel, The Arrow of the Almighty. He also congratulated Owen on his impending marriage. Agnes would also later marry, and she would inherit the vast Johnson correspondence, much of which was donated to Columbia University. According to the present Mrs. Robert Underwood Johnson, the wife of Owen's son, named after the grandfather, Agnes was awful. I didn't like her at all. Her daughter, however, was very beautiful. Paderewski felt that Anne had great talent. Owen was dashing and attractive, and had a lot of his mother's qualities. As a writer, he authored the Lawrenceville series and made a good living as a novelist. The present Mrs. Johnson stated that Catherine had an Irish personality. She could be gay and lively and fun-loving, but also depressive underneath. The present Robert Underwood Johnson lived with his grandparents. They had 2 Irish servants, Josie and Nora. Catherine would go into one of her moods and just stay in her room and wouldn't come down even for meals. Her depression became more severe after World War I. She said that Robert was considered to be boring, very formal with old-world manners, a fine old gentleman. Catherine was attracted to Tesla because he was imaginative and exciting from a European point of view. He might have brought more gaiety into the house. Wardenclyffe. Inventor Nikola Tesla has purchased a 200-acre tract at Wardenclyffe-on-the-Sound, 9 miles east of Port Jefferson, for the establishment of a wireless telegraphy plant. The land and improvements will cost $150,000. On March 1, 1901, Tesla officially signed his contract with Morgan. He was now able to begin construction of his laboratory and tower on Long Island, 65 miles from New York City. 2 days later, Morgan officially announced the creation of U.S. Steel. No such announcement was made about the Tesla Company. The above article, which appeared in a local paper, the Long Island Democrat, was perhaps the only one to make reference to the correct figure of $150,000 which Morgan provided. When John O'Neill wrote his biography in 1944, he did not know the details of the Morgan-Tesla relationship, even though he had personally known Tesla for over 30 years. The inventor, whose papers were still under lock and key at the time of the completion of the biography, had told O'Neill that the financier provided the funds in his capacity as a philanthropist, although this was not the case at all. It was a simple business partnership. Tesla celebrated the new connection by giving a large party at the Waldorf Astoria. He had discussed with Oscar the details of the menu and participated in tasting the various sauces. Impeccably dressed, he reserved one of the smaller banquet halls, requesting his guests to arrive at 7:30 sharp. White was probably there, along with the Johnsons, Hobson, and perhaps Miss Merrington, or Vivekananda acolytes Miss Thursby or Miss Farmer, or Anne Morgan. As legend tells it, when it came time for dinner to be served, the maitre d' was forced to call Tesla aside to inform him that he owed the hotel back bills totaling more than $900. He was under orders. Dinner could not be served unless the matter was straightened out first. With an ace up his sleeve, Tesla nonchalantly welcomed his guests and then eased out to see the manager. Mr. Bolt was cordial but insistent, so Tesla made a call and put him on the phone with Morgan. Flustered, Bolt was nevertheless able to hold his ground. A check was sent immediately, and the inventor was saved from embarrassment. Soon after, Tesla met with real estate mogul Charles R. Flint, who arranged a meeting with James Warden, director of the North Shore Industrial Company. Warden, who was in control of an 1,800-acre potato farm on Long Island Sound in Suffolk County, provided Tesla with 200 acres adjacent to what is today called Route 25A. The inventor was also given the option to purchase the remaining parcel. Perhaps to sweeten the deal, or in lieu of certain other arrangements, the site was named Wardenclyffe after the owner, and a post office under that appellation was established on April the 2nd. 5 years later, in 1906, the name was officially changed to the village of Shoreham. Electrical World, an engineer, reported, "The company is offering its stock for sale at $100 per share, expecting to pay 15% dividends. The Wardenclyffe Building Company shall have the first right and privilege to do all building and make all constructional improvements, and shall have the first right of purchase of any additional land offered by it for sale." Warden, who was interviewed for the article, predicted that large profits will be realized in the future. Describing Tesla as the foremost electrician of the age, whose achievements in electrical science eclipse in practical importance all other discoveries of the century, Warden noted that the inventor has just closed a contract to expend a very large sum of money in constructing electrical laboratories and the main station for his wireless telegraphy system of communication with Europe and Australasia. This development will require a large number of houses for the accommodation of the several hundreds of people whom Mr. Tesla will employ. Tesla's ultimate plan was to construct a world telegraphy center with a laboratory, wireless transmitter, and production facilities for manufacturing his oscillators and vacuum tubes. He had negotiated with Morgan the first step, that is, to build the laboratory and a simple tower for reporting yacht races, signaling ocean steamers, and sending Morse-coded messages to England. Simultaneously, he discussed with McKim, Mead and White the construction of an entire metropolis, a model city, using the 1,800 acres available, with homes, stores and buildings to house upwards of 2,500 workers. Wardenclyffe will be the largest operation of its kind in the world, Tesla told the local newspapers. The laboratory will draw men from the highest scientific circles, and their presence will benefit all of Long Island. With a staff of 75 draftsmen, the eminent architectural firm of McKim, Mead and White is well suited to the task, Tesla concluded. They billed him for $1,168 for blueprints. White, it appeared, was placed in a precarious position. Morgan still had reservations about his connection with the flamboyant engineer. In his capacity as interior decorator, White in February had located a statue in London which he knew the financier was interested in. "My dear Commodore," the engaging redhead wrote, "it is really like parting with a piece of my heart to give it up. Thus, I would honestly rather present it to you than sell it, as my only desire is to please you." But Morgan insisted on compensating him for the statue, paying White double the normal commission, in order to show that he too felt their affiliation transcended business. April the 26th, 1901. Dear Nikola, I send you with this a new revised plan for your powerhouse, also a very close estimate, which we have made ourselves in this office. The work could be done for about $14,000. I am very sure for a building of this size that it will be impossible to get these figures down lower. Affectionately, Stanford White. Bids were taken from Sturgis and Hill, and also Mertz and Company, two contractors White often worked with. In May, blueprints for the laboratory were sent over to Tesla for his approval. In June, a contract with Sturgis and Hill was finalized, and in July, the land was cleared and a road was put in. White recommended one of his associates, W.D. Crowe, as architect in charge. Crowe would also do the actual construction of the tower. The sun was out bright one morning in the early spring as the inventor strutted down Peacock Alley and up Fifth Avenue towards 42nd Street and Grand Central Station, to transfer to Pennsylvania Station and take an early train to Wardenclyffe. Golden shafts of light billowed through the upper windows of the cathedral-like edifice as Tesla crossed the mighty corridor and stepped aboard the luxury car. Ordering a pot of coffee, he began to peruse his mail. The train rattled out of the city, past Manhasset, Oyster Bay, where Vice President Roosevelt lived, St. James, near Smithtown, where White had his family estate, Port Jefferson, and finally to Wardenclyffe. With stops at the various towns, the trip took about an hour and a half, the Connecticut shoreline sometimes visible across the Sound. It was when he reached page 280 of the Electrical Review that his jaw dropped and his cup of coffee spilled all over the prim white tablecloth. Syntonic Wireless Telegraphy. Guglielmo Marconi. A large amount of inaccurate and misleading information is being published, even in the scientific press, on telegraphy through space. I shall endeavor to correct some of these misstatements. It is my intention to describe fully the efforts I have made in order to tune or to syntonize the wireless system efforts, which, I am glad to say, have been crowned with complete success. I first constructed an arrangement which consists of a Leyden jar or condenser circuit, in which included the primary of what may be called a Tesla coil, and a secondary which is connected to the earth or aerial conductor. The idea of using a Tesla coil to produce oscillations is not new. It was tried by the post office, i.e. with priests, when experimenting with my system in 1898, and also suggested in a patent specification by Dr. Lodge, dated May 10, 1897, number 11, and by Professor Brown in 1899. Tesla described to Morgan in a letter written 3 years later how this information affected him. When I discovered, rather accidentally, that others who openly cast ridicule on what I had undertaken and discredited my apparatus were secretly employing it, evidently bent on the same task, I found myself confronted with wholly unforeseen conditions. Your, Morgan's, participation called for a careful revision of my plans. I could not develop the business slowly in grocery shop fashion. I could not report yacht races or signal incoming steamers. There was no money in this. This was no business for a man of your position and importance. Perhaps you have never fully appreciated the sense of this obligation. This passage displays misunderstanding by Tesla of Morgan's personality. Unlike the inventor, whose ideas existed in abstract and futuristic forms, the pragmatic financier's mind was on the present. Morgan loved sailing and yacht races, and would resent another suggesting what a man in his position should or should not do. Tesla reveals in this letter that he had to change his plans due to the advantage shrewd competitors had, e.g., due to Marconi's pirating and connections with Pupin, Edison, European investors, and sovereign rulers. He thereupon decided to abandon the agreed-upon scheme of building a modest-sized transmitter and replaced it with the idea of constructing a skyscraping tower 600 feet high, designs for which he scratched out on his fancy Waldorf Astoria stationery. Ironically, for the oft-times altruistic Tesla, it was his greed, vanity, and megalomania which drove him into the new venture. To have his ideas stolen from him was abhorrent. In his autobiography, Tesla would later refer to Marconi, although not by name, as a parasite and microbe of a nasty disease. It was at this moment that the inventor decided to scrap the trivial idea of sending mere Morse codes across the Atlantic. He would inaugurate a world communications enterprise to pulverize the vermin as a pachyderm would crush a toad. Having reached the pinnacle of the ruling class, Tesla's self-image swelled with the occasion, for he had conceived a telecommunications enterprise more efficient than the combined forces of today's radio, television, wire service, lighting telephone, and power systems. His ultimate plan even included the production of rain in the deserts, the lighting of skies above shipping lanes, the wireless production of energy for automobiles and airships, a universal timekeeping apparatus, and a mechanism for achieving interplanetary communication. Having attained cosmic consciousness, he offered this creation to the king of the financial world, and the king had accepted. To the inventor, it was simply a detail that this vision was not in agreement with the specifics of the contract or that Tesla never really told Morgan his greater scheme. This work, like White's statue, transcended the traditional rules of business. Panic on Wall Street. It was just 60 days since Tesla had signed his contract with Morgan, 30 days after Morgan sailed for Europe. Yet already Tesla had irreversibly changed his plans. Since he had been a gambler and pool player in his salad days and was now living among the most audacious of high rollers at the Waldorf, these old tendencies resurfaced now that he had hooked the biggest fish on Wall Street. He had calculated the odds based on certain assumptions about the stability of the economy and the quickness of his access to Morgan's $150,000, and he proceeded boldly with the completion of the masterwork. How could the inventor know that on May the 10th the stock market would crash, and that the main culprit in the catastrophe would be his backer, J. Pierpont Morgan? The collapse of the stock market occurred because of a bitter rivalry that existed between Morgan and Ned Harriman. Morgan, who was in charge of the Northern Pacific Railroad, having tossed Henry Villard out a decade earlier, had bought control of an enormous line called the Chicago-Burlington. This concern stretched its tracks from Atlantic ports to Chicago and down the Mississippi all the way to New Orleans. Harriman, who controlled the Union Pacific, or southern route to the west, wanted access to the Burlington as well, and he tried to negotiate with Morgan for a seat on the board of directors. Unfortunately, due to bitter disagreements stemming from an old railroad deal in which the crafty Harriman had outwitted the Commodore, Morgan came to detest the man. Therefore, he would not share the Burlington, and became irrational whenever Harriman's name was mentioned. Thus, while Morgan enjoyed his art purchases in England and his mistress in France, Harriman, with the help of his broker, Jacob Schiff, clandestinely began purchasing Morgan's Northern Pacific. Instead of trying to outbid Morgan for the Burlington, Harriman boldly bought Morgan's own holding company out from underneath him. To accomplish this coup, it would take the adventuresome Harriman close to $100 million, which he raised by selling enormous blocks of Union Pacific bonds, and Harriman actually successfully carried out the operation. By the first week in May, Harriman owned more than 50% of Morgan's precious company, which had been affectionately called the Nipper. When Morgan received the fateful telegram from his underlings while in France, he tossed his paramour off his lap and wired back the order to buy Northern Pacific back at any price, for Harriman did not yet own a majority of the voting common shares. On May the 9th, the stock rocketed from $150 to $1,000 per share. A panic ensued as people who bought in on the Nipper were unable to obtain possession of their shares, as neither Morgan nor Harriman would release any. Most of the other stocks dropped when investors sold in order to cover their losses. The end product was the tumbling of the market and the creation of extreme economic and political times, and also monetary chaos. Stanford White was one of many who lost heavily in the market. For Tesla, costs increased dramatically, and credit was nearly impossible to obtain. The front page of the New York Times reported the calamity. The greatest general panic that Wall Street has ever known came upon the stock market yesterday, with the result that before it was checked, many fortunes had been swept away. Even Morgan's precious U.S. steel dropped from its current price of $46 to a low of $8 a share. Numerous investors were financially ruined, and some purportedly committed suicide. One rumor concerning this famous event was that Morgan won back the company because Harriman's broker, Jacob Schiff, was in the synagogue on the fateful Saturday when Morgan began buying more shares of Northern Pacific. Schiff, however, never intended to wrest the company from Morgan. His goal was simply to obtain a large enough percentage of the company to force Morgan to give Harriman a piece of the Chicago-Burlington. Harriman, in his frenzy, wanted to change their plan so as to gain control over all three railroads, but Schiff overruled him. Thus, the skyrocketing of the stock and ensuing crash of the market were based solely on Morgan's buy orders. The economic upheaval created heavy financial burdens on Tesla. However, he would not completely realize the increasing financial difficulties immediately, for the effects on construction costs, wages, and incidentals would ripple throughout the summer and fall. Before Pierpont's departure for England in April, he had assured Tesla that now he had no doubts about the inventor's abilities, and even if by some fluke of misfortune Morgan should not supply the additional funds, Tesla still had his own money and the personality to attract additional investors. At 45 years of age, wealthy, established as a leader of his field, however controversial, and rubbing elbows with the creme de la creme, the tall inventor was well equipped for the task he foresaw. 31. Clash of the Titans, 1901. Make a Tesla or buy a Tesla coil. I made one. Find it. Get books on wireless telegraphy. From the private notebook of Thomas Edison. Throughout the late spring and summer, Tesla commuted regularly to Wardenclyffe, often with a servant of Serbian extraction and a box lunch from the Waldorf Astoria. At night, he returned to the city, where he could stop in at the Players' Club, attend a concert, or dine at Delmonico's or Sherry's. In June, having to forego yet another Johnson blowout, he apologized to Robert and Owen for being unable to meet the lady who inspired the celebrated author of The Arrows of the Almighty. White was on his yearly fishing vacation in Canada, so Tesla was on his own for the month. Some of the time was spent scouting out possible apartments to rent in Shoreham, and George Sheff also had to look for a place. In July, the architect returned, and talks resumed concerning the construction of the tower. Having recently joined the Automobile Club of America, which had its headquarters in Locust Valley and counted Vice President Teddy Roosevelt among its members, White would motor out from the city to the club or to St. James in his new steam-powered locomobile, which required a driver, or on his own, in a fashionable electric two-seater runabout. With his estate just a few miles from Shoreham, the avid motorist could drive out past the endless flats of potato fields along the same road that also led to the site of Wardenclyffe, to oversee the work and perhaps take the inventor for a spin. The architect's son recalled, "I remembered Tesla well, as he often came down to stay with us on Long Island. He used to wander around at night in the garden in the moonlight. And when my mother asked him why he wasn't asleep, he replied, 'I never sleep.' I also remember going to his laboratory in the city as a boy and watching him put several million volts through his body, lighting up 2 Crookes tubes which he held in his hand." White made Tesla realize that a 600-foot-high transmitter, roughly 2/3 the height of the Eiffel Tower, was simply out of the question, so Tesla dabbled with harmonic ratios of 1/2 and 1/4 that size. With prices so unstable, it would be difficult to calculate the new costs. The Johnsons were as excited as Tesla about the purchase of Wardenclyffe. By July, with the land cleared, it became an opportune moment to visit the site, just a few miles from a lovely beach on the Sound at Wading River, and also not far from Southampton on the Atlantic side. A weekend was set aside to coax Tesla into spending some time swimming. It was a delightful moment, a time to enjoy the salt water and picnic grounds and pose for whimsical photographs of their heads placed in the notches of standard billboard pictures of bodies in striped bathing suits or gaily adorned sitting in the seats of an imitation automobile. In August, with the frame up on the lab and plans for the facing underway, Tesla once again refused a respite in Maine with the Johnsons, writing a teasing letter that, as a member of the 400, he could not meet with people whose fathers had been fruit peddlers and grocers. Perhaps Catherine's father had been such. With the tower now planned as a much larger venture, and Morgan delaying payment of promised funds, Tesla pondered a way not only to obtain owed funds, but also to get Morgan to increase his investment. The monarch with the bulbous snout returned from Europe on the 4th of July. Leaving the ocean liner from the stern in order to avoid the throng of reporters, Morgan ignored his home and moved to the Corsair, his 300-foot-long yacht, living there for the month and staying in Bar Harbor, Maine, through part of August. The art connoisseur was pleased with his recent acquisition of paintings, gemstones, and rare manuscripts. He did not shorten his yearly European excursion on account of a Wall Street crisis, but he was irritable, irrationally perturbed with Harriman, and fearful that the press and public might threaten his empire, if not his life. Morgan was an opinionated man, fair-minded much of the time, but dangerously stubborn at other times. Having detested Harriman for outwitting him not once but twice, he must have been furious when the world viewed him as the villain who had destabilized the economy because of a personal vendetta. A turbulent labor strike by the steelworkers added to his unhappiness and the uncertainty of the times. Headlines such as the following caused him to seek armed protection. "The rich denounced by socialist labor. Thousands at Cooper Union cheer wordy assaults on capital. J.P. Morgan accused of trying to trustify the earth. "This is the century," said Chairman Lucien Sanyal, "in which there is going to be social revolution." Whoop went the audience, waving hats and yelling madly for a minute or so. Charles Knoll followed and said he favoured the adoption of such resolutions as would chill and make to shiver the spinal column of the capitalists. To end the Northern Pacific fiasco, Morgan and Harriman allowed investors to settle their accounts at $150 a share. The public was not supposed to notice that this price would yield hefty profits to the giants who had purchased their stock for 1/3 less than that price only days earlier. Instead, they were perceived as noble in their attempts to restore order and sanity to the economy. At first, the government wanted Morgan to return stocks to the original investors at original prices. In response, Morgan was quoted as saying that it would be quite a feat to unscramble the eggs and return them to their original hens. When accused of avoiding his responsibility to society, Morgan responded in anger, "I owe the public nothing." For this remark, Morgan would be interrogated by the governmental investigative committees until his dying days, but he weathered the storm easily. Before Morgan left for Maine, he met with the inventor. In a new satchel purchased for the occasion, Tesla brought his latest patent applications, drawings of the half-completed laboratory, and schematics for the tower. The secretary at 23 Wall Street ushered him in. "Mr. Morgan, you have raised great waves in the industrial world, and some have struck my little boat. Prices have gone up in consequence, twice, perhaps 3 times higher than they were, and then there were expensive delays, mostly as a result of activities you excited." "We've all suffered, Mr. Tesla," Morgan said, already perturbed and testy because of the more important imbroglios he was enmeshed in. Tesla pushed on, informing Morgan that he had decided to design a larger tower than agreed upon because of Marconi's piracy. Morgan looked on, at first in detached amazement, as Tesla continued, "Suppose a plant is constructed capable of sending signals within a given radius, and consider an extension to twice the distance. The area being then 4 times as large, the returns will become more valuable. Approximately computed, the average price will be tripled. This means that a plant with a radius activity twice as large will earn 12 times as much, but it will cost twice as much. The greater the distance, the greater the gain, until when the plant can transmit signals to the uttermost confines of the earth, its earning power becomes, so to speak, unlimited. The way to go, Mr. Morgan, is to construct such a plant. It will give the greatest force to my patents and ensure a monopoly, and offers possibilities for business on a large, dignified scale commensurate with your position in life and mine as a pioneer in this art, who has originated all essential principles." "Let me understand you, Mr. Tesla. You have not exploited the lighting enterprise?" "Not yet, sir." "You have not constructed a transmitting tower, but you have just about completed the construction of a laboratory?" "Yes." "You have purchased, is this 200 acres, with an option on 1,600 more, and you have run out of funds?" "Only temporarily, sir. Once you supply the balance—" "And if I relinquish these funds, will that be enough for the creation of your model city?" "No, as I explained, if we double the size of the tower, I will earn 12 times as much. Is that it?" "Precisely." "Get out, Mr. Tesla." But, sir—" Raising his voice to a dull roar, Morgan reiterated his command. Quietly, Tesla packed his satchel and slipped away. The inventor was in shock. One can only imagine which favoured swear words Morgan, known on Wall Street for his gruffness and blunt expletives, unfurled upon the prima donna who had pranced into his office with his fantastic scheme and high and mighty demands. Tesla required a few days to regain his composure. Morgan still legitimately owed him a significant amount of funds. The banker was upset, with the problems, with the Northern Pacific, and with the ensuing denigration by the press. It will pass, Tesla reasoned. The best thing to do would be to re-establish credibility. He forwarded Morgan his most recent patent assignments and then backed off. The following week, White telephoned to suggest that they go with a rough stone facing on the laboratory instead of brick, and the inventor agreed. "Please make sure they also put in a fireproof roof," Tesla told his architect. Let's not rush the tower, White cautioned. I'm still calculating figures for you. As White was courting during these very weeks on a daily basis Evelyn Nesbit, and also helping Tesla recalibrate the construction of the complex, it is possible that the tight-lipped inventor became privy to the architect's intimate liaison. In a financial predicament, Tesla reported to White that he had visited the American bridge people to ascertain whether they will be able to construct the cupola of my tower without much delay. As this item will consume the longest time, it is necessary to take all the preliminary steps so that the work may be begun just as soon as you have passed upon the plans. I believe that the American Bridge Company is the best concern to deal with in this matter, Tesla continued, but I beg you not to pay any attention to my suggestion if you think otherwise. The Bethlehem Steel Company will furnish the sheets, but I cannot give the order until we have agreed upon all details. You must enjoy parting with your money if you're negotiating with American Bridge, White responded. I implore you to let me handle the contracts. I should have the figures in a few weeks, but I can tell you right now, a 300-foot tower is out of the question, so we do not know what size the cupola will be. You must also consider the extra cost for designing the tower so that each individual strut can be replaced if need be without toppling the entire edifice. Please understand, Stanford, I went to the American Bridge Company simply because of my anxiety to have the work pushed through as fast as practicable. I'm only too glad to follow your advice and beg you to consider yourself absolutely free in your choice and arrangements regarding this work. On Friday, September the 6th, 1901, President William McKinley journeyed to Buffalo to attend an exposition and see firsthand the remarkable project instituted at Niagara. Dwarfed by the colossal Tesla turbines, the President wove his way back to the train station, shaking hands with many of the onlookers. While waiting on the platform, a crazed anarchist lurched forward and fired at point-blank range. As McKinley struggled throughout the week at the edge of death, Tesla decided to write to the President's old-time friend Morgan, sending the appeal on the inventor's favorite day, Friday the 13th, the day the President died.
McKinley's passing, Morgan cried, is the saddest news I have ever heard.
Beginning the letter with, I respectfully apologize for disturbing you at a time when your mind must be filled with thoughts of a more serious nature than usual, the inventor imprudently reiterated his recent proposal, suggesting that if Morgan doubled his investment, Tesla would be able to send messages across the Pacific as well as the Atlantic, or better yet, if Morgan tripled the amount, the wizard could send messages to any point on the globe, no matter what the distance. On the same day, he also wrote to White, who had finally given him precise figures on his proposed monster-sized tower. My dear Stanford, I have not been half as dumbfounded by the news of the shooting of the President as I have by the estimates submitted to you, which, together with your kind letter of yesterday, I received last night. One thing is clear. We cannot build that tower as outlined. I cannot tell you how sorry I am, for my calculations show that with such a structure I could reach across the Pacific. Tesla told White that because of the limitations on capital, he would have to fall back on an older design involving the use of 2 and possibly 3 towers, but much smaller. The design would be the same, only the dimensions would be reduced. I shall make some calculations, the inventor concluded, to see how far I can reduce the height without impairing materially the efficiency of the apparatus, and will communicate with you as soon as practicable. The following day, Tesla wrote White again, agreeing to construct a tower with a height of approximately 150 feet. Having worked with figures on a tower 600 feet high in May, Tesla probably reduced it by half by the time he saw Morgan in August, and then in half again after White told him that the costs of a 300-foot tower were prohibitive. Adding the figure of 1/6 larger, which he mentioned to White in his last letter, or 25 feet, we come to 150 plus 25, or 175 feet, which was just about the height of the actual tower. After construction, it was 187 feet. However, Tesla also constructed a well beneath the tower with an accompanying spiral staircase which ran 10 stories below the ground to a depth of 120 feet. Adding this figure to the total, i.e. 187 plus 120, we come to a length of approximately 300 feet, or 1/2 the size of the original plan, and therefore in a harmonic relationship to it. Even this tower, however, was too expensive to build, given the cost of the machinery, complex design of the housing, which required that it be fireproof, and the inflation produced by the crash. In pondering these letters, it becomes apparent that Tesla was not too perturbed by the assassination of the president. Self-engulfed, he was utterly amblyopic when it came to negotiating with Morgan, a man enmeshed in two potentially epic crises and one history-altering tragedy. Theodore Roosevelt, who now became president, was not a man who was going to be particularly kind to big business. To say that Tesla blundered here would be an understatement. His decision to alter his contract without telling Morgan, and his resolution to proceed with the grand vision when he knew that his funds would be inadequate, were addle-brained. One suspects that once Tesla had signed a contract with the greatest financial force on the planet, a deep-seated subconscious complex was triggered, involving an impatient, egomaniacal streak that forced the inventor to place everything on the line when he should have proceeded in a more discerning way. Incapable of compromising and at risk of self-obliteration, Tesla began construction of the tower after his falling out with Morgan. On the positive side, the inventor knew that he was in a race against pirates and for what he perceived as the Holy Grail, his peerless notch in history. Undaunted, the courageous inventor moved ahead with the conviction that his path was right and that he could not fail. Tesla's seemingly foolhardy decision must be understood in the light of the fact that fortunes had already been reaped on his former inventions by Morgan and others. By 1901, for instance, Morgan's General Electric Company was actually producing more induction motors than the Westinghouse Corporation. Morgan was involved, along with Westinghouse, in instituting an electric subway system in the bowels of Manhattan based on Tesla's polyphase system. And then, of course, there was Niagara Falls. Every home in the world was going to be illuminated by Tesla's system. The revenues pouring into the electric power companies for this new technology were staggering, but Tesla received not a cent. One way or another, he felt that Morgan should give him carte blanche. It was a bleak autumn for the inventor when the ground was broken for the 18-story edifice, Tesla now naming it his magnifying transmitter. Although mostly constructed of wood, 50 tons of iron and steel were also used, along with 50,000 bolts. Taking into account the amount of lumber it took to line the well and build the staircase down, and the difficulty of digging it, one begins to visualize the enormous expenditures that were going to be involved. W.D. Crowe stayed in charge of construction. Hoping for the best, Tesla wrote to Catherine on October the 13th, "My dear Mrs. Johnson, 13 is my lucky number, and so I know you will comply with my wish to come to the Waldorf. And if you do, when I transmit my wireless messages across seas and continents, you will get the finest bonnet ever made if it breaks me. I have already ordered a simple lunch, and you must come en masse. We must exhibit Hobson. I know he likes me better than you. Nikola Tesla, electrical engineer and inventor." In November, the inventor tried once again to approach Morgan, setting up a meeting at 23 Wall Street and bringing a succinct list of his latest patent assignments and his report on how the construction was going. "Dear Mr. Morgan, pardon me for trespassing on your valuable time. The practical significance of my system resides in the fact that the effects transmitted diminishes only in a simple ratio with the distance, whereas in all other systems it is reduced in proportion to the square. To illustrate, if the distance be increased 100-fold, I get 1/100th of the effect, while under the same conditions others can obtain at the very best 1/10,000th of the effect. This feature alone bars all competition. In regard to other advantages, there are only two ways possible of economically utilizing the energy transmitted, either storing it in dynamic form, as for instance the energy of well-timed thrusts is stored in a pendulum, or by accumulating it in potential form, as for example compressed air is stored in a reservoir. My rights, through patents, on both are fundamental. Referring particularly to telegraphy and telephone, I have still in the Patent Office 2 applications pending. In one I describe and claim discoveries relating to the transmission of signals through the earth to any distance, no matter how great, and in the other a new principle which secures absolute privacy of messages, and also enables the simultaneous transmission of any desired number of messages up to many thousands through the same channel, be it the earth or a wire or a cable. On this latter principle, I have applied for patents in the chief foreign countries. I consider these inventions of extreme commercial importance. Hoping that I shall be able to satisfy you that your generosity and confidence in me have not been misplaced, I remain yours very respectfully, N. Tesla. Morgan's continuing mistreatment of the inventor and lack of acknowledgement of the significance of the plans revealed were almost too much to bear. Tesla could not face the Johnsons or anybody for Thanksgiving, and so declined their invitation. "Dear Luca," Tesla wrote, "kindly excuse and remember me with kind regards." Signing the letter, Nikola, far away. Newfoundland. Signor Marconi had been commuting regularly between England and the States throughout this period, looking for sites to place his wireless stations. Prime locations included the eastern tip of Long Island, Martha's Vineyard, and Cape Cod. In September 1901, the new equipment, including the immensely powerful transmitter, was installed at Part2, England, and a great 200-foot diameter ring of masts 200 feet high had risen like a huge skeleton on the edge of the cliff. Test transmissions to other Marconi stations, in particular that at Crookhaven Island, over 200 miles away, had shown that the waves did, at least to this extent, follow the curvature of the Earth and not fly off into space. Across the Atlantic at Cape Cod, the twin station was similarly nearing completion, and plans were made with quiet optimism for the experiment to take place in a few weeks' time. In September, gale-force winds levelled the aerial in Part2, and in November the same thing occurred on the Cape. Tenaciously, Marconi pressed on, gambling with a less powerful but sturdier transmitter in England, and abandoning the idea of constructing a twin in the States. Instead, the Italian would try simply to intercept the signals of the English transmitter by fashioning an aerial with kites, high-altitude weather balloons, and a sensitive coherer as a receiver. On December the 6th, he landed with a small crew in Newfoundland, Canada, and floated up his receiving antenna on a spot designated appropriately as Signal Hill. December the 12th was chosen as the day for the experiment. The beacon selected, ... the Morse code for the letter S. On Friday the 13th, during a lull in a miserable storm of hail and rain, 3 faint taps were heard on his equipment. The world was rocked. Guglielmo Marconi's name was irrefutably carved into the history books. The age of mass communication had begun. 32. The Passing of the Torch, 1902. December 1901. Signor Marconi has scored a shrewd coup. Whether or not the 3 dots he heard came from England, or like those Tesla heard from Mars, if I am aught of profit, we will hear no more of transatlantic messages for some time. Lee de Forest. Embittered, Tesla knew that Marconi's achievement was predicated on the use of his coil, oscillators, and general design, which he had spelled out in lectures years earlier. Preece assumed partial culpability, as he had requested from Tesla the use of this equipment for the work, but Marconi had announced that the Tesla apparatus was unnecessary and ineffectual, and this had caused a rift in the Italian's relationship with Preece. Fleming, on the other hand, having studied Tesla's work in earnest ever since he had received the inventor at his home in London in 1892, saw no such conflict, for it was he who arranged for Marconi the transmitting plant at Part2. Tesla revealed many years later, Marconi had declared that wireless communication across the Atlantic was impossible because there was a wall of water several miles high between the 2 continents which the rays could not traverse. But subsequent developments showed that he had used my system in secret all the time, received the plaudits of the world, and accepted stolidly even my own congratulations, and it was only a long time after that he admitted it. Thomas Comerford Martin arrived at his office on Monday, December the 16th, to review the astonishing report from Newfoundland. With only Marconi and 1 aide as a witness, and the plans having been kept secret until the deed was accomplished, many doubted the Italian's proclamation. Professor Sylvanus Thompson of Great Britain suggested that Marconi had probably received static caused by severe weather conditions. One of Martin's colleagues concurred, "It's a fake. Such a thing cannot be done." "I think I should seek another opinion," the editor said as he put in a call to Tom Edison. "Very doubtful. "How's it going to get around that blasted curve?" came Edison's hedging response. Martin dialed up Mikhail Pupin. "Professor, do you believe Marconi's transmission is genuine?" "I most certainly do." "Then I think we ought to celebrate it." It was the dead of winter when Tesla ducked out of the Waldorf Astoria as the new crowning electrical savant checked in. Tesla probably went to Wardenclyffe to stare at the first tier of the tower, which was finally under construction. With the temperature so cold, it was just one more annoyance to slow down progress. With only a few days to prepare, Martin was able to book the Astor Gallery at the Waldorf for the banquet on Monday, January the 13th, 1902. With 300 guests arriving, the task of arranging all the particulars put him in a frenzied state. He brushed by fantastic pictures of a wizard's laboratory as he hurried out the door. The hall was decorated with a large map of the Atlantic placed on the wall and a festoon of wires with clusters of 3 lights blinking ... strung between large tablets reading Signal Hill in Newfoundland and Poldhu in England. Around the room, each table had its own model transmission tower, nameplates, and Italian olive-green menus on cardstock with pen and ink drawings of the transatlantic accomplishment. At the upper dais, in the middle, was a medallion with Mr. Marconi's portrait, draped with the Italian flag. American and British flags and pendants for the AIEE and the Italian coat of arms were also placed there. At fitting times, the lights were flashed, to the applause of the audience, and to cap off the dinner, for dessert, a procession of waiters came marching in with ice cream embedded in ice carvings of incandescent lamps, ships at sea, electric vehicles, and wireless telegraph towers. The 4-foot gnome trimmed his goatee and checked his gold pocket watch before smiling at himself once more in the mirror as he departed for the affair. Although he rocked from side to side when he walked, Charles Proteus Steinmetz developed a new swagger, for he had just been elected to the presidency of the AIEE. He was about to receive an honorary doctorate from Harvard and a professorship in engineering from Union College, located near GE headquarters in Schenectady, New York. The college appointment enabled Steinmetz to divide his time between academia and the corporate world. During the 6-hour train ride down to the city, the abstract mathematician carefully read through galleys of his opus on AC, which was about to be republished in a larger format by McGraw-Hill. It was a small matter to the preeminent scholar that he had removed the name of his co-author and had continued the practice of eliminating reference to the source of his work, the inventions, researches, and writings of Nikola Tesla. Electricians, he rationalized, would be more interested in his advanced concepts than in knowing who first investigated the phenomena. By 1907, Steinmetz would lead in establishing the AIEE Code of Ethics. Who was Tesla anyway? Marconi was the man of the hour. At the upper dais sat a gaggle of Tesla adversaries. Aside from the new president, there was Professor Pupin, now financially tied to Marconi. Elihu Thomson, who claimed priority on the invention of the AC motor and Tesla coil. Carl Herring, who had backed Dobrovolsky in priority discussions of the inventor of long-distance AC transmission. William Stanley, who had pirated the Tesla Westinghouse induction motor and was now producing them legally for GE. Frank Sprague, who gained his reputation in part as the inventor of the electric railroad, when in fact it was all part of Tesla's AC polyphase system. T.C. Martin, who was still angry about past monies owed for sale of the inventor's collected works, and, of course, Guglielmo Marconi, the chap who had beaten him to the punch. Tesla's decision not to attend created an excellent atmosphere for gaiety, and for perpetuating Steinmetz's published position of relegating the pioneer to the category of non-person. Others present at the infamous upper dais included Alexander Graham Bell and general counsels from Great Britain and Italy, and around the hall were Josh Wetzler, D. McFarlane Moore, many of the men's wives, and Mrs. Thomas Alva Edison, who was representing her husband. Martin presided over the occasion, opening up the period for lectures with readings of telegrams from those not in attendance. He began with a letter from the mayor, and then read a communique from the Wizard of Menlo Park. To T.C. Martin, I'm sorry that I'm prevented from attending your annual dinner tonight, especially as I would like to pay my respects to Marconi, the young man who had the monumental audacity to attempt and succeed in jumping an electric wave clear across the Atlantic. Thomas A. Edison. Martin did not announce that at Christmas Marconi had sent Edison a cheerful telegram reiterating his success and offering to display personally to the master his transatlantic equipment, or that Marconi was already tendering Edison offers for his early wireless patents. The New York Times reported cheers when the toastmaster came to a letter from Nikola Tesla, who said that he could not rise to the occasion. No doubt they masked the jeers. Grinning through his oversized moustache, Martin waited for the clamour to subside before continuing with the rest of the letter. I regret not being able to contribute to the pleasure of the evening, but I wish to join the members in heartily congratulating Mr. Marconi on his brilliant results. He is a splendid worker, full of rare and subtle energies. May he prove to be one of those whose powers increase and whose mind feelers reach out farther with advancing years for the good of the world and honour of his country. Professor Elihu Thompson followed. I had received the news of Marconi's great feat from over the telephone from a reporter who wished to know whether I believed that signals had actually been received across the Atlantic. Riding on the accolades of the audience, Thompson related his response. As I told the reporter, if Marconi says that he received the signals, I believe they were received. And then the hero took the pulpit. Waiting graciously for the applause to subside, he began. Signor Marconi explained his syntonic wireless system, and pointed out that he had built very largely on the work of others, and mentioned Clerk Maxwell, Lord Kelvin, Professor Henry, and Professor Hertz. At this time, its most important use was for communication between ships. The Italian was pleased to announce that over 70 ships now carried his wireless system, 37 for the British Navy, 12 for the Italian Navy, and the remainder on large liners such as the Cunard Line, the North German Lloyd, and the Beaver Line. There were also over 20 stations in operation, with more on construction. Marconi addressed the problem of selective tuning, and suggested he had such a system created so that messages transmitted from one ship can in no way be received by any other, except that attuned to receive the message. Stated as bravado, Marconi was bluffing, as he had no system for creating separate channels. It is my hope, Signor Marconi concluded, that at no great distant date I shall bring my system to the point of perfection of allowing friends and relatives to communicate with each other across the ocean at a small expense. Professor Pupin concluded, referring to claims made that previous to Marconi, wireless signals have been transmitted over short distances, Pupin said, glancing back to the upper dais, any schoolboy by means of a Hertzian oscillator could transmit such signals over a short distance, but it required the engineer to make such work of avail to the world. In attempting to allay fears that Marconi's system would make obsolete Atlantic cables, Dr. Pupin shrewdly pointed out as an illustration how the completion of electric lighting had aided the gas industry and enhanced rather than decreased the value of their investments. On January the 9th, Tesla dispatched a letter to Morgan explaining that the patents of the Marconi-Fleming syndicate do not accurately reflect their actual apparatus, but are covered by my patents of 1896 and 1897. The balance of the letter describes the precursor to what becomes, a half-century later, the major television networks. I need not tell you that I have worked as hard as I have dared without collapsing. Having examined and rejected hundreds of experiments, with the capital at command, I am glad to say that by slow and steady advances, I have managed to continue a machine which shall produce an electrical disturbance of sufficient intensity to be perceptible over the whole of the earth. When I throw the switch, I shall send a greeting to the whole world, and for this great triumph I shall ever be grateful to you. This system will do away not only with the cables, but with the newspapers also. For how can journals at the present stay in business when every customer can have a cheap machine printing its own world news? The beautiful invention which I am now developing will enable me to spread our name into every home, and it will be able everywhere to hear the tune of my voice. This would be the inventor's last communique to the financier for fully 9 months. He set himself the difficult task of completing construction of the 18-story transmission tower, knowing full well that he did not have sufficient funds. From bank records dating back to 1896, it is apparent that Tesla had nearly $50,000, some of which had been converted into land assets. The last of Morgan's money had probably been received, so it was at this time, in the midst of 1902, that the trailblazer began to tap his personal reserves to keep the project going. Work would continue at a steady pace throughout the year. Other competitors. Having received his doctorate in electrical engineering in 1899, Lee de Forest had tried once again to gain entree into his idol's laboratory, but for a third time Tesla refused him. De Forest decided, therefore, to set out on his own. In 1901 he succeeded in sending wireless messages across the Hudson River over a distance of 1 or 2 miles, and shortly thereafter sent impulses from State Street in downtown New York to Staten Island, 7 miles away. By using self-restoring detectors with telephone receivers instead of Morse inkers or sounders, de Forest succeeded in increasing substantially the speed of transmission. Now his apparatus threatened Western Union's local telegraph lines. Working with D. McFarlane Moore, who had studied Tesla's monumental early volume, de Forest was able to decrease the problems of static interference. By 1903, he was reporting yacht races at a speed of 25 to 30 words per minute, or about as fast as a Morse code operator could send them. By 1904, he could transmit messages 180 miles over land between Buffalo and Cleveland, and by 1908, his signaling device was jumping continents. Perhaps it was because of Tesla's regard for the Yale graduate, or because of the canniness of his patents, that Tesla did not try to prevent de Forest from using his oscillators and general scheme. The same, however, could not be said for Reginald Fessenden, whom he sued for patent infringement in April 1902. Fessenden, who had worked for both Edison and Westinghouse as far back as the early 1980s, is generally credited with having invented the means of sending voice over the airwaves. Although Marconi was using the electromagnetic frequencies to mimic the impulse patterns of the Morse code, it occurred to Fessenden to send out a continuous signal where the amplitude of the waves varied or modulated to make the variation follow the irregularities of sound waves. At the receiving station, these variations could be sorted out and reconverted into sound. In 1906, the first such message was sent out from the Massachusetts coast, and wireless receivers could actually pick up the music. In this way, radio, as we know it, was born. A year later, using his patented auction, which was in essence a modification of Tesla's brush tube, de Forest succeeded in transmitting the voice of Enrico Caruso, who was singing at the Metropolitan Opera House in New York. Interested, for reasons of priority, in obtaining Edison's grasshopper wireless patent, dating from the 1880s, Fessenden sought a job with GE in 1902 to inaugurate construction of a wireless transmitting station at Brant Rock, Massachusetts. Although he stayed friendly with Edison and looked after his wayward son Tom Jr., who'd been caught passing bad checks, Fessenden was unsuccessful in obtaining Edison's key wireless patent. The Menlo Park wizard had sold it to Marconi for $60,000. Legal entanglements were expensive, but Tesla felt that he had no choice but to protect as many fundamental aspects of his system as he was able to. How else could he prove to Morgan that his work in the field really was the basis of the systems that were succeeding? In June 1900, Reginald Fessenden had applied for a patent on tuned circuits. The following month, Tesla filed for one as well. It was a matter of public record that Fessenden's application preceded Tesla's. What was at issue was whether or not Fessenden had compiled his invention from Tesla's earlier experiments. Although Fessenden claimed that he had conceived the idea in 1898, Tesla pointed out that Fessenden was, 1, unable to provide documentation of this earlier date, 2, he did not create a working model of his apparatus, and 3, the machine had not been used commercially. Whereas Fessenden's application was rudimentary, Tesla's delineated clearly a multiplicity of goals. For example, 1, operating distant apparatus, 2, controlling signals by using 2 or more idiosyncratic electrical frequencies, 3, producing a plurality of distinctive impulses onto a receiving apparatus comprising a manifold number of circuits, and 4, creating a combination transmitter-receiver arrangement set up to respond to a succession of impulses released in a given order. Whereas Fessenden could date his theoretical conceptualizations to perhaps 1898, Tesla dated the onset of his work to 1889 and provided his numerous publications as evidence. With specific reference to the operation of tuned circuits, the inventor displayed his fully working teleautomaton, which he introduced to the world in 1898. Without Tesla's AC oscillators, Fessenden's machinery could not operate. Unless he had lived in a hermitage, it would have been impossible for Fessenden to have conceived his invention without utilizing Tesla's attainments. Parker W. Page questioned his client for hours. Tesla's testimony would run 72 typewritten pages. Throughout mid-April, the testimony continued, and after Tesla was finished, his 29-year-old manager, George Scherf, took the stand. Scherf, who was living at Wardenclyffe by this time, was able to substantiate that Tesla's tuned circuits and long-distance wireless experiments were first conducted in his presence in 1895, when he began working for Tesla at his laboratory at 33 to 35 South Fifth Avenue, before it burned to the ground. Scherf remembered the inventor transmitting wireless impulses from the Houston Street lab to the roof of the Hotel Gerlach, which was 1 or 2 miles away. Fritz Lowenstein, just a year younger than Scherf, followed. Having returned from Europe in February and newly married, Lowenstein had gained re-employment with Tesla at Wardenclyffe. In a heavy German accent, Lowenstein thoroughly described the nature of the confidential experiments at Colorado Springs. "Mr. Tesla explained to me," Lowenstein stated, "that the chief feature of a practical wireless telegraph system was the secrecy, immunity, and selectivity. At the same time, he explained to me how 2 oscillations are secured from 1 oscillating apparatus. When I came to Mr. Tesla," the college-educated engineer revealed, "I didn't understand anything at all about it, but he soon showed me the great value of tuned circuits, and then I understood what tuning was." "Dear Mr. Scherf, Mr. Page has just told me that my opponent's attorney has admitted my priority. Mr. Fessenden must be disappointed, of course, and I'm sorry for him, although, you know, he has written some articles which are not very nice. My honor as the originator of the principle is assured." Tesla may have won the case, but he was not about to celebrate. Foremost among his priorities was his wish to keep the details of the litigation secret. The last thing he wanted was publicity, for the transcripts of the trial revealed many technicalities that would aid his competition in numerous ways. In the short run, the inventor succeeded in protecting important aspects of his wireless scheme. But in the long run, the testimony became an important source text for Fessenden, who now had a legal basis for fashioning a plethora of second-order patents. By the time of his death, Fessenden had compiled an astounding 500 patents, which was nearly as many as Tom Edison. Obviously, this work also aided Lowenstein, who became a wireless expert valuable to different members of the new crop of engineers who were rapidly emerging. 33. Wardenclyffe, 1902 to 1903. While the tower itself is very picturesque, it is the wonders hidden underneath it that excite the curiosity of the little hamlet. In the center of the base there is a wooden affair very much like the companionway on an ocean steamer. Carefully guarded, no one except Mr. Tesla's own men have been allowed as much as the briefest peep. Mr. Scherf told an inquirer that the shaft entrance led to a small drainage passage built for the purpose of keeping the ground about the tower dry, but the villagers tell a different story. They declare that it leads to a well-like excavation as deep as the tower is high, with walls of masonwork and a circular stairway leading to the bottom. From there, they say, the entire ground below has been honeycombed with subterranean tunnels that extend in all directions. They tell with awe how Mr. Tesla, on his weekly visits, spends as much time in the underground passages as he does on the tower or in the handsome laboratory where the power plant for the World Telegraph has been installed. New York Times. Just as Tesla had created a notebook for his experiments in Colorado, he also compiled a daily log of activities at Wardenclyffe. His records for 1902 reveal little activity for the first third of the year, except for the month of March. Extended note-taking really began again in May and continued uninterruptedly until July 1903. Each week Tesla watched the tower attain a new height as he experimented by measuring the capacitance of his apparatus and constructing a prototype planet to calculate his theory of current propagation through the Earth. On this sizable metal sphere, the inventor would transmit varying frequencies to measure the voltage, wavelength, and velocity of the transmitted energy, and also assess various nodal points, such as along the equator and at the pole opposite the point of generation. In February 1902, along with Stanford White, Tesla entertained Prince Henry of Prussia, who had come to New York to retrieve a royal yacht that had been built in America. The brother of Kaiser Wilhelm, it had been Prince Henry who had assisted in the performance of the inventor's famous experiments under Tesla's name in Berlin 6 years earlier. The yacht was being christened by Alice Roosevelt, daughter of the president. In June, out at Wardenclyffe, 2 grey-haired East Hampton pilgrims dropped in on their way to a spring retreat. Kate's eyes glowed as she broke off from Robert and Nikola to approach the tower and feel it with her own hands. A radiant warmth flowed through her being as she watched the lanky engineer converse with her husband. By September, the transmitter had reached its full elevation of 180 feet. Exhausted of funds, with still the dome to place on top, the inventor had no choice but to wind down activities and lay off most of the workers. Tesla had sold his last major asset, a $35,000 landholding, but even that could not keep the operation fully afloat. Nevertheless, with this new source of revenue, he procured enough funds to keep a skeleton crew, cover chefs and his own lodging, and pay for a chef from the Waldorf to come out at regular intervals. Tesla also took his time to photograph the interior operations of the entire plant. These pictures not only included reproductions of all his machinery, but also contained a representative sample of the myriad different types of radio tubes that the inventor had designed. They numbered nearly 1,000. The Port Jefferson Echo reported "War between Marconi and Tesla" in their headlines in 1902. According to the paper, the United States Marconi Company had purchased land west of Bridgehampton and was planning on constructing its own competing 185-foot tower with New York connections to Western Union. It should become the most important wireless center in the country. Whereas Marconi was going to send his signals through the air, the paper said, Tesla plans through his 500-foot deep shaft to send messages through the earth as well. Though the hollow was 120 feet, the gist of the report was accurate. Having first sent an emissary, Marconi himself hired a horse and buggy one rainy morning to go out to Wardenclyffe to meet with Tesla and see the operation with his own eyes. Marconi's limitations became apparent in conversation, and this gave Tesla the courage to return to see Morgan. He had stayed out of Morgan's way for nearly a year, but now it was clear to the inventor that once his partner realized the work accomplished with so little funds at hand, he would reconsider his position and agree to resume investment. All the inventor had to do was change the man's mind. On September the 5th, Tesla wrote the financier to inform him that the foreign patents had been assigned to the company. This letter explained clearly that his wireless system ensured privacy and had the ability to create a virtually infinite number of separate channels that were dependent not only on particular combinations of differing frequencies, but also on their order of succession. In essence, the inventor had explained to Morgan the concepts inherent in such devices as the protected channels on cable TV, digital recording, and the wireless telephone scrambler. In the letter, Tesla explained that he was forced to increase the power of his apparatus because of bold appropriations of his equipment, Marconi's piracy, but his mea culpa also betrayed paranoid tendencies, even though he was attempting reconciliation. The only way to fully protect myself was to develop apparatus of such power as to enable me to control effectively the vibrations throughout the globe. Now, if I had received this necessity earlier, I would have gone to Niagara, and with the capital you have so generously advanced, I could have accomplished this easily. But, unfortunately, my plans were already made, and I could not change. I endeavoured once to explain this to you, much to my sorrow, as I impressed you wrongly. Nothing remained then but to do the best I could under the circumstances. Morgan's response was utter astonishment. Tesla had not only reiterated the breach of contract, but he had also revealed a striking flaw in his plan. Whereas he would have to haul in continuing truckloads of coal to provide the energy required to fire up his transmitter on Long Island, if he had set up operations at Niagara, there would have been easy access to unlimited amounts of power, and thus the operation would have been considerably less expensive to initiate. Furthermore, there was a standing offer by Rankin and his associates to provide power at the falls for little or no cost, thereby reducing potential expenses even more. Nevertheless, Tesla incredibly informs Morgan that even on Long Island he could outdo the power of the giant cataract. "By straining every part of my machinery to the utmost," Tesla wrote, "I shall be able to reach a rate of energy delivery of 10 millions of horsepower. This production," he proclaimed, "would be equal to more than twice that of the entire Falls of Niagara. Thus the waves generated by my transmitter will be the greatest spontaneous manifestation of energy on Earth, the strongest effect produced at a point diametrically opposite the transmitter, which in this instance is situated a few hundred miles off the western coast of Australia." Whether or not this statement was true, it was counterproductive to divulge this. Most likely Tesla is discussing the production of a single massive burst of electrical energy rather than a continuous, never-ending flow. In either case, having spent a year in the outbacks of Colorado, the bon vivant was not about to give up his lifestyle at the elegant Waldorf for another lonely excursion to the dreary location near Buffalo. Neurotically impelled, the inventor was stirred to impress the financial magnate when all Morgan wanted was to signal ocean liners and send Morse code to Europe. Later in the letter, the inventor did address this more modest task of broadcasting simple messages. Over transmission lines, dispatches from New York Telegraph and Cable could be delivered to Wardenclyffe, where they could then be distributed to Europe by means of wireless to a central receiving station. "Since your departure, Mr. Morgan, I have had time to reflect on the importance and scope of your work, and I now see that you are no longer a man, but as a principle, and that every spark of your vitality must be preserved for the good of your fellow men. I have therefore given up the hope that you might aid me in establishing a manufacturing plant which would enable me to reap the fruit of my labours of many years. But some ideas, which I have not simply conceived but worked out, are of such great consequence that I honestly believe them to deserve your attention. I have no greater desire than to prove myself worthy of your confidence, and that to have had relations, however distant, with so great and noble a man as you, will ever be for me one of the most gratifying experiences and most highly prized recollections of my life. Yours most devotedly, N. Tesla." Perhaps it was the finale, or the inventor's rank, or maybe the realization of the value of the fundamental patents that continued to flow into his office, but for whatever reason, Morgan was moved to the point of allowing another meeting, as long as it was expressly understood that the liaison would still be kept unpublicized. Tesla's plan was to seek new investors by selling bonds and capitalizing the company at $10 million. What he did not realize was that his silent partner wanted to maintain his 51% control over the patents, take in about one-third of the securities, and also be reimbursed for his initial investment. In other words, whereas Tesla required about an additional $150,000 to complete the tower, pay off his debts, construct the receiving equipment, and so on, the Wall Street Hydra wanted his money back in full, wanted to maintain his large share of the concern, wanted the inventor to raise the funds on his own, and wanted no one to know of his connection to the project. If Tesla were to agree to all that, they would have a deal. Kate gazed out her window at the changing colours of the leaves as they went over the Thanksgiving menu with Agnes. "Do you think he'll come, Mama?" "Of course he will. He didn't last year." "Mr. Tesla was not himself," Catherine stated matter-of-factly. Sitting by a fizzling Edison light bulb, she penned an urgent notice and hired a special messenger to deliver it. Tesla was working on his list of prospective investors when a loud banging at his door interrupted him.
"Sorry, sir, it is important."
The inventor grabbed the letter and ripped it open. Thoughts of accident and death flashed through his brain as he reflected upon his relationship with the Johnsons and his inability to deal with them now. He wrote back, "Some day I will tell you just what I think of people who mark their letters important or send dispatches at night. You know I would travel 1,000 miles to have such a great treat as one of Mrs. Philippoff's dinners, but this Thanksgiving Day I have a great many hard nuts to crack, and I will pass it in quiet meditation. The rest of the holidays I propose to pass in the same good company. Never mind my absence in body. It is no consequence. I am with you in spirit. With love to all, and Agnes in particular, Nikola." With this painful letter, Tesla succeeded in transferring some of his anguish to his friends. Not only would he not attend the November holiday feast, he would also not partake of the Christmas festivities. Unable to escape himself or dig his way out of the deep hole he was in, he passed the time cranking out ways to enlist new investors. When Catherine realized the depth of the inventor's despair, she became alarmed. The emptiness at such an important occasion was almost too much to bear. "Agnes, please write Mr. Tesla once again and tell him that he may stop by at any time that he likes, and for ever long he wants."
"Don't you think he knows what he's doing?" Robert interrupted. "He needs to be by himself right now."
"Don't tell me what he needs," Kate exploded, her Irish temper flaring. "Do it," she commanded her daughter. Robert moved quietly into the living room to read a book of poems. As Agnes sat down to write, a peculiar dark and twisted expression passed over her mother's face. Kate retired to her boudoir to sit there in her gloom. Tesla wrote, "My dear Agnes, back 2 days after the New Year. I have no time, but plenty of love and friendship for all of you. I would like very much to see you, but it is impossible. Even kings are beginning to infringe my patent rights, and I must restrain myself." Catherine could take solace in the fact that her platonic aficionado had used the word love twice in 2 letters. In his own peculiar way, he had transformed the pain of his career to their linkage, and in that sense he had reached out as never before. But it was by withdrawing, and this made her love him even more. Thomas Comerford Martin may have had mixed feelings about having supported so vigorously a man he knew had infringed on Tesla's patents, but Martin had warned Tesla nearly 5 years earlier that whereas Marconi was succeeding on the physical plane, Tesla appeared to advance mostly in theory. A social gadfly, Martin had also upped his prestige considerably by hosting the Gala Marconi affair, and he continued to elevate his standing among the upper echelon of the electrical community. Harper's decided to do a feature on him, and Edison was becoming amenable to the idea of allowing him to write his biography. As a precursor to the new venture, the editor prepared for the weekly a short piece on the volcanic lifetime of a master who has produced a patent every fortnight for over 30 years. An Edison man remains an Edison man to the end of the chapter, and is proud of the stamp left upon his career by the great spirit with whom trials and triumphs have been shared. Although Edison has always been surrounded by a willing host of workers, he has always held easily his leadership among them. This is by no means true of others. Some powerful thinkers, whether from instinctive distrust or unavowed jealousy, endeavour to hammer out their conceptions in lonely struggle, and names could be mentioned here of electrical inventors whose curse seems to be this sterile seclusion. In Edison's case, the sunny, kindly temperament of the man makes for friendship. Martin was almost certainly talking about Tesla here, and in so doing he highlighted ponderous debilities in the inventor's personality. Tesla could be inordinately withdrawn, private, distrustful, an elitist, and yet envious of others, unable to share in the development of his ideas lest he would have to share credit. Later in this article, Martin wrote that a great many first-class inventors are sharply concentrated along one line, while Edison had many irons in the fire. As versatile and incredibly prolific as Tesla was, he stuck until the end of his days to the single monumental Wardenclyffe idea, when any aspect of the grand plan, in and of itself, would have been a revolutionary accomplishment. Underneath it all, however, Martin was, without doubt, the one individual who had accomplished the most towards explicating the wondrous achievements of the sequestered genius, and his connections to Tesla would remain sacred to him for the duration of his life. Martin took the opportunity to let Tesla know this when he gave the inventor an updated version of the collected works. "Many thanks for the book," Tesla wrote his old-time friend. "It was a pleasure to read the dedication, which tells me that your heart is true to Nikola." This occasion served to break the ice again, and the two resumed their friendship, albeit not with the same intensity as before. In a dreadful predicament, the inventor was beginning to stare down a canyon of doom, writing his letters now in pencil, abandoning the certainty of the pen. "Ever since I was a boy, I was desirous of drawing on the Bank of England. Can you blame me? I confess my low commercial interests dominate me. Will you please give me a list of people almost as prominent and influential as the Johnsons who desire to get into high society? I will send them my letter. Nikola busted. Forced to approach both the Johnsons and his manager George Sheff for funds, both lent him thousands over the next few years. Simultaneously, he returned to former enthusiasts such as Mrs. Dodge and Mrs. Winslow, and new investors such as Mrs. Schwartz, wife of toy store owner F.A.O. Schwartz. The price for investment was $175 for each share. With his back to the wall, he approached again his Wall Street benefactor. Will you now let me go from door to door to humiliate myself to solicit funds from some Jew or promoter, and have him participate in that gratitude which I have for you? He wrote Morgan. I am tired of speaking to pusillanimous people who become scared when I ask them to invest $5,000 and get the diarrhea when I call for 10. Mad scientist. It is a mighty fine tower, said one good farmer last week. The breeze up there is something grand of a summer evening, and you can see the sound and all the steamers that go by. We're tired, though, trying to figure out why he put it here instead of Coney Island. Although operations were suspended, there were many avenues the inventor would explore in his attempts to complete the vision. One of his first decisions was to comply with George Sheff's plan to become more pragmatic. Throughout the balance of the year and much of 1903, Tesla began to manufacture oscillators and continue development of his fluorescent lamps. Revenues began to trickle in, and by mid-year he had compiled enough savings to hire back a half-dozen workers and pay for the cupola, which was placed at the apex of the spire. Over 50 feet in diameter, 10 feet tall, and weighing 55 tons, this iron and steel crown, with specially designed multitude of nodal points, would serve the purpose storing electrical charges and distributing them either through the air or down the metal column and into the hollow. The cupola was linked to 4 large condensers behind the laboratory, which also served the purpose of storing electrical energy, and these in turn were coupled with an elaborate apparatus which had the ability to provide every imaginable regulation in the control of energy. At the base of the edifice, deep below the earth, along the descending spiral staircase, was a network of catacombs that extended out like spokes of a wheel. 16 of them contained iron pipes which protruded from the central shaft to a distance of 300 feet. The expense for these terrestrial grippers was notable, as Tesla had to design special machines to push the pipes one after the other deep into the Earth's interior. Also in the well were 4 stone-lined tunnels, each of which gradually rose back to the surface. Large enough for a man to crawl through, they emerged like isolated igloo-shaped brick ovens, 300 feet from the base of the tower. Although the exact reason for the burrows has not been determined, their necessity was probably multifaceted. Tesla had increased the length of the aerial by over 100 feet by extending the shaft into the earth. Simultaneously, he was able to more easily transmit energy through the ground with this arrangement. It's quite possible that he also planned to resonate the aquifer, which was situated slightly below the bottom of the well. The insulated passageways, which climbed back to the surface, may have been safety valves, which would have allowed excess pressure to escape. They also provided an alternative way to access the base. Tesla may have planned to fill other shafts with salt water or liquid nitrogen to augment transmission. There may have also been other reasons for their construction. Just as the inventor prepared to test his new equipment, creditors began to encroach more vigorously, and Tesla was never able to put the final fireproof protective outer facing on the cupola and tower. To Westinghouse he owed nearly $30,000. The phone company was billing him for the telephone poles and lines which they had erected to connect him with civilization, and James Warden was suing for taxes owed on the land. With the exigency of time inexorably pressing down, the inventor worked furiously to link his transmitter to the power source and test its potentialities. Throughout the early part of 1903, the engineer performed many measurements of ground resistance and insulation resistance of the tower. He even considered temperature increases caused by ground losses, differences when salty water was spread round the base, weather conditions, and time of day. In the last week of July, just days before men came to cart away part of his equipment, the inventor fashioned a way to couple his behemoth and fire it up. As pressures reached their maximum with the cupola fully charged, a dull thunder rumbled from the site, alerting the hamlet that something was about to happen. Strange light at Tesla's tower. From the top of Mr. Tesla's latticework tower on the north shore of Long Island, there was a vivid display of light several nights last week. This phenomena provoked the curiosity of the few people who lived nearby, but the proprietor of the Wardenclyffe plant declined to explain the spectacle when inquiries were addressed to him. Tesla's mushroom-shaped citadel spewed forth a pyrotechnic eruption that could be gleaned not only by those who lived nearby, but also by the populace inhabiting the shores of Connecticut across Long Island Sound. By the end of July, the tower fell silent, never to raise its radio cry again. It was a foggy morning when the Westinghouse crew appeared with their horse-drawn wagon and court order granting them permission to cart away the heavier equipment. The gargantuan edifice loomed as a spectre of what could be, its head still obscured by the low-hanging clouds. Except for a guard, George Sheriff, and a handyman, the entire crew was let go. His dream now hobbled, the sullen wizard crept back to the city to weep alone in his walled-off suite.
34. The Web, 1903 to 1904. July 14th, 1903. Dear Sir, I have received your letter, and in reply would say that I should not feel disposed at present to make any further advances. Yours truly, J. Pierpont Morgan.
Mr. Bolt removed his monocle from his top vest pocket and eyed the man suspiciously. The foreigner was sweating profusely from the August heat.
Nikola Tesla,
he said in a heavy accent as he handed the hotel manager a crinkled envelope. Momentarily sidetracked by a spot of dust, Bolt retrieved the document to inspect Tesla's letterhead.
You may go up,
he said disdainfully as he slammed his hand down on the clangor to call a bellhop. The man entered what appeared to him to be a palatial suite.
Jovan, so good of you to come,
the venerated engineer said in his native tongue.
You must find Uncle Peter. It is a matter of utmost urgency. He may be in Bosnia. Then go there.
Tesla handed the man a round-trip boat ticket, a communique sealed with wax, and a billfold of spending money.
I am depending on you.
Tesla's three sisters, Angelina Tebayevich, Milka Glumicic, and Moritza Kozanovic, their husbands, all Serbian priests, and all of their children, sat in the rectory to listen to the spell-binding account the courier brought of Nico's laboratory and world telegraphy tower.
Its head reaches up to the clouds,
Jovan said, spreading his arms to their full extent.
And some day it will send messages to the whole world, right here to this town.
Jovan's cousins gasped in amazement as he passed around a photograph taken just 3 months earlier by Dickinson D. Alley, the photographer also responsible for the Colorado pictures.
How will we know when a message is sent?
Everyone will have a little device the size of... Jovan looked around the room and spotted a prayer book.
The size of this book, with a wire attached, which you will stick into the ground to receive the message.
Two first cousins, Nicholas Tebayevich and Sava Kozanovic, both just emerging from boyhood, listened intently. Fully captivated by such news from America, Nicholas announced proudly, "Someday I will be an inventor too." Sava, destined 40 years later to be Yugoslavia's first ambassador to America, smiled back and nodded in agreement. Uncle Peter stepped from the room to open the dispatch in private. Niko had told his uncle that the panic had hit him hard, that he was out of funds. He would have to close down the World Telegraphy Center if assistance was not received immediately. He asked Peter to go to a local bank and borrow funds using shares in Wardenclyffe as collateral. The bank, of course, would not comply, so Peter called a meeting with family elders for a pooling of resources. They then returned to Belgrade, where the transfer of funds could be accomplished.
"You wish Niko well for us,"
Peter said, grasping Jovan with both arms. Tesla received the money by the end of the month, but it was really only enough to keep a door open for the balance of the year. September the 13th, 1903. Dear Mr. Morgan, many years I was at your door with this invention, but I did not go in thinking it would be useless. My last undertaking has returned more than 24 times the original investment, and this in strong hands should do better still. Help me to complete this work, and you will see. Yours most faithfully, N. Tesla. Altering his schedule, the inventor began visiting the lab only on weekends. Having thought the matter through, he abandoned the idea of meeting with small-time investors and placed his efforts in two separate directions. He would step up the manufacture of the oscillators and enlist other tycoons. With the money from his relatives, Tesla was able to hire back a few workers. Operations, however, were just about nil, and the rest of the crew were angry about not being paid. "You know, of course," he told Scherf, "that when this panic came, a great many manufacturers simply dismissed their men. Our employees should understand that I have tried to treat them generously in the hardest times this country has known, and they should be grateful instead of impatient. Although the panic is practically over, there is still a general feeling of apprehension on the street. However, I have a few irons in the fire, and at any moment I may come up with the solution which confronts me. I am more than ever assured that nothing can prevent my ultimate success." Tesla's first stop was the home of John Jacob Astor. Taking with him Allie's new dramatic glasses, the inventor tried his best to reignite the flame. Astor, who was earning approximately $3 million per annum, was nevertheless not a frivolous man. Most of his money these days was being spent on his yacht, the Norma Hull. Whereas Tesla had had an ally in Astor's wife, the marriage was now in decline, with Ava spending most of her time in Europe with her two small children, and her husband Jack continuing his practice of straying at home. "While wishing you all possible luck," Astor wrote the inventor, "do not care to go into the company myself." Deciding that there were other fish in the sea worth hooking, Tesla compiled a list of the biggest ones and worked with a graphic designer to produce a flashy mailer. Known as the Tesla Manifesto, the pamphlet boldly announced the expectations of his world telegraphy enterprise. Folded into a maroon vellum binder, the brochure contained lavish prints of the Colorado station, and also the imposing laboratory and tower at Wardenclyffe, a list of relevant patents, past and future accomplishments, a statement of his availability to be hired as a consultant, and a declaration of the breadth and scope of his plan. All of this surrounded by a scalloped design of pen and ink drawings of his many other inventions. Atop the new magnifying transmitter, drawn as part of the frame in fancy cursive, were the following words: "Electrical oscillator activity, 10 million horsepower." People on his list included numerous moguls, each worth anywhere between $20 and $200 million, just about all personally known by the inventor. "Luca," Tesla wrote to Robert Johnson, "Rockefeller and Harriman are now taking up every moment of my time, but I think I shall get through with them very shortly." Written partly in jest, this letter was not far from the truth, for Tesla was becoming more successful in penetrating a number of other wealthy enclaves. An interview with Wizard Edison. "Do you believe, Mr. Edison, with Tesla, that we should be able to talk around the world one of these days?"
"No, I do not look for developments in that line. The wonderful thing that will be more and more developed is wireless telegraphy. Marconi is all right and is bound sooner or later to perfect his system."
With Edison leading the charges against his credibility, Tesla was placed in a delicate situation. The public at large had yet to know of the Morgan connection, and yet Tesla had to inform potential investors of his interest. Due to animosities that Morgan still held for Harriman, a contract with him was out of the question, but there were still many other financiers to consider. On October the 12th, 1903, Tesla met with Thomas Fortune Ryan, a stalwart, corpulent man 5 years Tesla's senior. Ryan, whose real middle name was Faulkner, had gotten his start as a dry goods clerk in Baltimore. His break came after he moved to Wall Street, where he became a stockbroker and investor in large financial institutions. By 1905, his position had grown so extensively that he gained control of nearly $1.4 billion, which was equivalent to almost half of the entire public debt of the United States. Almost one-third of this figure stemmed from his acquisition of the controlling shares of Equitable Life Assurance Society, and this came about a little over a year after his initial meeting with Tesla. In and of itself, the connection would appear to be incidental. However, it was Tesla who arranged for a meeting between Ryan and Morgan in attempts to iron out an amenable agreement. and it's well known that Morgan was the secret power behind the famous Equitable life insurance scandal which erupted in 1905. Aside from the handful of diamonds he perpetually fondled in his palm, Ryan's other assets included control over Mutual Life and Washington Life Insurance, New York City Railway, American Tobacco, Morton Trust, Metropolitan Securities, and Mercantile Trust. Ryan also sat on the board of a dozen other insurance, banking, rail, and utility concerns. He also owned an immense estate covering hundreds of acres north of the city near Monticello, where he had erected a $500,000 mansion. From this retreat, his wife, Mrs. T.F. Ryan, made a name for herself as a philanthropist, founding a theological institution, erecting a magnificent Catholic church and a public hospital, purchasing fire company equipment, and making scores of minor contributions for the good of the village. Known for his striking proficiency of systematic organization, decisive action, secrecy, and the art of using great power behind the throne, Ryan's most effective gift was his persuasive ability. Mr. Ryan makes his headquarters in the Morton Trust Company's office, where he is vice president. He does not bar the door like John D. Rockefeller. Any caller gets to his secretary, and very often to the inner room. There is none of the gruffness that so characterizes Mr. Morgan. Mr. Ryan is suavely silent. He never does and never says an important thing without consulting lawyers. Yet he always is polite and never shows anger. Tesla had calculated that he required approximately $100,000 to complete his project, so his plan was to enlist 10 subscribers at $10,000 each. "What is the use of going to so many people?" Ryan suggested, staring at the contents of the vellum binder. "I shall take 1/4. Where do I sign?" Obviously, this was a great opportunity, but it was not a simple matter of just signing a paper. Tesla had to go back to Morgan to confer, and $25,000 would still leave him way short of his goal. "Would you consider underwriting the entire $100,000? "That's a possibility." "Let me speak to my partner about your generous offer and get back to you." "Is it anyone that I know?" Ryan inquired. "I am under orders to keep his name confidential." "We are talking about a significant amount of money, Mr. Tesla. I want to know who I'm going into business with." "It is Pierpont Morgan," the inventor said cryptically. "Morgan? Well, then, you couldn't be in better hands." Tesla wrote Morgan on the following day to arrange a meeting. "Mr. Ryan is a great admirer and a loyal friend of yours, and for this reason, as well as on account of his ability, I am very anxious to enlist his cooperation. I have told him that $100,000 would be sufficient to reach the first commercial results, which will pave the way to other great successes. Knowing your generous spirit, I have told Mr. Ryan that any terms you may decide upon will be satisfactory to me." For Thanksgiving, Tesla joined the Johnsons. He had good news to report. Just back from a 2-month stint in Europe, Robert and Kate were eager to describe their meeting with Queen Eleanor of Italy. Having been decorated by King Humbert in 1895 for his work on the international copyright, Robert was received by the widowed Queen as a distinguished personage. He read to her and the Queen Mother a selection from his most recent book of poems. They also stayed a few extra weeks to witness the Jubilee at the Vatican, celebrating 25 years of the reign of Pope Leo XIII. "Mr. Tesla, do I detect a gleam in your eye?" Kate inquired. "You're not about to become one of the detested wealthy elite, are you?" Robert teased. "My dear Luca, I do not want you to despise millionaires, as I am hard at work to become one. My stocks have gone up considerably this week." "Morgan?" Catherine whispered hopefully. "Fortune Ryan," Tesla said, taking out a banknote to display proudly. He would receive a total of $10,000 from the financier. "If it continues for a few weeks like this, the globe will be girdled soon. Now, Kate, where's that turkey?" At this time, Morgan met with Ryan. Obviously, the Tesla deal did not go through. The question is, why? Every indication suggests that the meeting went well. Ryan had been described by Wheeler, one of Morgan's harshest critics, as a most adroit, suave, and noiseless man. And this makes some sense, for a few years later it would become evident that Ryan was, in essence, a Morgan puppet. In 1899, Henry Hyde passed away. He had been controller of the $500 million Equitable Life Assurance Society, comprising the scrapings of the poor. 51% of the company was left to his son James, who was 23 at the time. A rather eccentric and naive millionaire, James charged the company for petty extravagances, such as importing barbers from France and placing his personal chefs at all of his favourite restaurants. The muckrakers were unable to tolerate the extravagant lifestyle of James, especially after it was learned that on January the 31st, 1905, he had spent $200,000 on a Louis XV costume ball at Sherry's. They demanded his resignation. No doubt, ever since Hyde's father had passed on, Morgan had had his eye on the company, but because of the Northern Pacific debacle, he had to proceed cautiously. It is plausible to consider that at the meeting concerning the Tesla project, Morgan might have suggested that Ryan's money could be better spent in a different area. Whatever he said, it appears to have been stated in such a way as to not completely turn off Ryan, as he did invest and maintain an interest in the enterprise from the years 1903 to 1906, although he never paid Tesla more than the initial modest subscription. In a situation that paralleled the Northern Pacific fiasco, Morgan fought for the Equitable on one side against Harriman and his broker Jacob Schiff, another financier who almost went into the Tesla deal. The end result was an obscure maneuver whereby Thomas Fortune Ryan was able to purchase the controlling shares of Equitable for a paltry $2.5 million. Young Hyde moved to France, where he remained for a quarter-century. Rumours of mismanagement of the funds of a few million investors continued, however, and Ryan's picture throughout the summer of 1905 was slapped on the front pages of every newspaper in town. Drawn as a rapacious spider in his web, clutching his prey of the Equitable in one political cartoon, Ryan was described by Southern banker and critic John Skelton Williams in a scathing article that appeared in The World. Mr. Ryan has the tendencies which, if his lines had been cast in a humble and contracted sphere, probably would have made him a kleptomaniac. His strongest impulse is to acquire money, and his one robust passion is to keep it. Ryan is simply an acquiring machine and operates himself for the purpose of getting what others have. Although Morgan, as head of a rival insurance company, supposedly had no interest in Equitable, Herbert Satterley, his son-in-law, uncharacteristically revealed that Ryan was actually controlled by Morgan, stating that Morgan was entirely conversant with Mr. Ryan's plans. They had his thorough approval and possibly his financial backing. During the government investigations that continued relentlessly throughout the first decade of this century, it was discovered that dummy loans totaling $1.8 million were made to a 15-year-old Negro messenger boy in Morgan's New York life insurance company. Ryan also sold his 51% interest in Equitable to Morgan for $3 million in 1910. Testimony from the investigation explains quite clearly Ryan's role as a Morgan puppet. Question. Untermeyer. Did Mr. Ryan offer this stock to you? Answer. Morgan. I asked him to sell it to me. Question. Untermeyer. Did you tell him why you wanted it? Answer. Morgan. No. I told him it was a good thing for me to have. He hesitated about it and finally sold it. Taken from Wheeler's Pierpont Morgan, Anatomy of a Myth, the author ended the passage as follows. During the Panic of 1907, Morgan, in his 71st year, truly manipulated vast sums and groups of men, including President Theodore Roosevelt, in commanding fashion. As the power behind the throne, clearly Morgan dominated the conversation when Ryan came to invest in Wardenclyffe. Morgan redirected his new chess piece into the insurance arena, but this still doesn't answer the question as to why. If Tesla's enterprise were perceived to have become potentially profitable, having Ryan put in another $100,000 to complete it would have been an easy thing to do. We can therefore conclude that Morgan deliberately scuttled the Tesla venture. The Guggenheim Connection. Aside from being annoyed with the difficult inventor, Morgan was concerned about Tesla's suggestion that he could transmit unlimited power by means of wireless. Tesla was boasting here, since he assured Morgan in future letters that Wardenclyffe would only be able to transmit feeble amounts of energy. We come to a juncture here where the decisions of individuals redirected the course of history. As John Stuart Mill has noted, individuals make the history, and here is a clear instance of this proposition. For all intents and purposes, Morgan made the decision in October 1903 to do his best to ensure the inventor's defeat. Morgan, however, was opposed philosophically to Tesla's overall scheme. It has been suggested that Morgan felt pressure from other Wall Street moguls, such as Bernard Baruch, Thomas Fortune Ryan's young and highly successful stockbroker. One day, Baruch had mistakenly suggested that Morgan, like him, was a gambler. Morgan was reported to reply, "I never gamble," and indeed may have backed down from the Tesla deal for fear of taking a chance that the controversial inventor might fail or that he might succeed in a way detrimental to existing corporate structures. The following quotation is from physician and inventor Andrija Henry Puharic, a man of Yugoslavian heritage who was tangentially involved in helping ship Tesla's papers to the Tesla Museum in Belgrade in the early 1950s, and who personally knew John O'Neill, Tesla's first major biographer. "Now I, Puharic, always got this second-hand. You won't find it anywhere in print, but Jack O'Neill gave me this information as the official biographer of Nikola Tesla. He said that Bernard Baruch told J.P. Morgan, 'Look, this guy is going crazy. What he's doing is he wants to give free electrical power to everybody, and we can't put meters on that. We are just going to go broke supporting this guy.' And suddenly, overnight, Tesla's support was cut off. The work was never finished." From a technical and economic point of view, Morgan could not understand how free information and/or power could yield returns. And whether it was Baruch or not who warned Morgan, Tesla himself had voiced the opinion boldly, a decade earlier in the Sunday World, that by providing a reservoir of electrical energy throughout the Earth through his apparatus, all monopolies that depend on conventional means of energy distribution, that is, through wires, will come to a sudden end. As the ultimate capitalist, Morgan's existence was greatly defined by controlling the price and distribution of energy, and maintaining a working class to support the giant corporate monopolies called public utilities. Thus, he simply could not support a system where wireless information and power could be tapped by anyone with a receiving instrument, and machines would replace the workforce. Reorganizing existing power, lighting, and telephone industries to please the vision of a somewhat eccentric inventor was certainly an unlikely undertaking for the cautious Wall Street financier. All those businesses who would no longer need loans would then no longer deposit their profits in his bank. Tesla, as the quintessential iconoclast, had struck a bargain with the wrong king. In 1903, Bernard Baruch, just 33 years old and one of the wealthiest men on Wall Street, retired from the firm he had worked for over a decade to set up his own office. One of his first major clients were the Guggenheim brothers. Their interest lay in metals, so Baruch met with the miners Darius Ogden Mills and John Hayes Hammond Sr. to seek advice and gain investments. Mills suggested that Baruch go west and purchase mines himself, and Hammond was hired by the Guggenheims to act as an advisor and acquire silver mines in Mexico. One of Baruch's first acquisitions was the Utah Copper Company, for he knew there would always be a need for copper in the world. Tesla's wireless enterprise clearly threatened the Baruch-Guggenheim investment that Morgan was trying to involve himself in. By 1905, the Utah Copper Company was producing copper and other metals at a rate in excess of $100 million per year, and this was a pace which maintained itself for another 25 years. In later years, John Hayes Hammond would claim that the development of the electrical and automotive industries were possible only with assured large supply of copper. Unfortunately for Tesla, his ultimate world plan was perceived as a threat on quite a number of key fronts. Tesla waited through the first weeks of December for a positive sign from the meeting between Ryan and Morgan, but none came. With no choice left, he was forced to confront the financial potentate eyeball to eyeball. He decided to take a pragmatic approach. "Will you permit me to call this or any other evening?" Tesla wrote. "I wish to bring a small instrument along to show you one or two experiments with my daylight. The shark who will come after me will get the contract for lighting your home." Timing his visit to coincide with the holiday, Tesla purposefully chose this opportune occasion to try and pierce the financier's stalwart exterior. But at the same time, he used the symbol of the shark in his letter, as this was an animal which ate big fish. Anne Morgan was one of his allies. She met him at the door. Having recently become a founder of the Colony Club, the first American Ladies' Society, patterned after a British gentleman's club and designed by Stanford White, Anne had entered into the midst of an androgynous theatre crowd with ties to the infamous homosexual author Oscar Wilde. With Tesla's sexual orientation perpetually an enigma, and Anne about to dabble in a lesbian fling, their bond transcended the surface amenities. Before meeting with her father, Anne was able to corral the avowed celibate and discuss with him the emerging view of the new women.
Mr. Tesla, I believe that it is absurd that in this day of enlightenment women do not yet have the right to vote.
I concur wholeheartedly, Anne. I also believe that this struggle of the human female towards sex equality will end up in a new sex order, with females superior.
Indeed,
Anne responded, the pupils of her eyes widening into large black pools.
I would have considered the sexes equal, she said,
as her hand reached out to touch the inventor. The modern woman who anticipates in merely superficial phenomenon the advancement of her sex is but a surface symptom of something deeper and more potent fomenting in the bosom of the race. It is not in the shallow physical imitation of men that women will assert first their equality and later their superiority, but in the awakening of the intellect of women. As generations ensue, the average woman will be as well educated as the average man, and then better educated, for the dormant faculties of her brain will be stimulated into an activity that will be all the more intense because of centuries of repose.
"Mr. Morgan will see you now,"
the butler interrupted.
"Mr. Tesla."
Mr. Morgan, thank you for seeing me. My enemies have been so successful in representing me as a poet and visionary that it is absolutely imperative for me to put out something commercial without delay. If you will only help me to do this, you will preserve a property of immense value.
"I am sorry, Mr. Tesla. As I said before—"
Won't you enable me to complete the work and show you that you have not made a mistake in giving me a checkbook to draw on your honoured house? If you will imagine that I have found the stone of the philosophers, you will not be far from the truth. My invention will cause a revolution so great that almost all values and all human relations will be profoundly modified.
Had you simply achieved what I had asked, you would not be in this predicament.
Mr. Morgan, I beg to call again to your attention that my patents control absolutely all essential features, and that my work is in such a shape that whenever you tell me to go ahead, I shall girdle the globe in 3 months as surely as my name is Tesla. I have promised to the St. Louis people to open the door of the exposition with power transmitted from here. It is a great opportunity, Mr. Morgan. I can easily do it, but if you do not aid me soon, it will be too late. Please think for a moment what this means for me. What I have told you long ago has happened. My competitors have collapsed, since their wholesale attempts at practicable wireless transmission has not succeeded. Now is the time to aid me. You know this better than anyone else.
I have done my part. There are many other businessmen out there with the capital to complete your project.
But you, sir, are the controlling partner. Should I obtain a commitment from another, will you consider a renegotiation?
I will think it over.
Having met with Morgan in December, Tesla not only came away empty-handed, he also came away with the distinct feeling that his partner was not going to facilitate finding new investors. Avoiding Catherine at Christmas time was one way to telegraph the bad news. Using a full range of her feminine charms, the coquettish Mrs. Philippoff issued one more of her provocative missives.
December 20th, 1903. Dear Mr. Tesla,
You are most unkind, dear friend. Why do you not come to see me, instead of always dropping into the Century to see Robert? I must have done something to offend you, but what? How can you be indifferent to such devotion? If you are unhappy and disappointed and down on your luck, then all the more reason why you should seek the companionship and support of your loyal friends. Indeed, if the whole world were against you, the more firmly would they cling to you. Faithfully yours, Catherine Johnson. Aware of Morgan's trepidation concerning the potential for his equipment to usurp the need for existing electrical power companies, the inventor wrote explicitly in attempts to allay these fears. January the 13th, 1904. Dear Mr. Morgan, the Canadian Niagara Company will agree in writing to furnish me 10,000 horsepower for 20 years without charge, if I put a plant there to transmit this power without wires to other parts of the world. As I outlined earlier, I would use the energy not for industrial purposes, but for operating clocks, stock tickers, and other apparatus which there are millions now in use, requiring on average not more than 1/10 of the HP for each instrument. Will you help me on any terms you choose, and enable me to ensure and develop a great property which will ultimately yield 100-fold returns? Please do not do me an injustice in believing me incapable simply because a certain sum of money was not sufficient to carry out my undertaking. You may see that my work remains uncompleted because of a lack of funds, but you will never see that machinery which I construct does not fulfill the purposes for which it was designed. Tesla ended the letter with hearty wishes for the new year. How could he know that Morgan did not doubt that Tesla could succeed? He feared it.
January the 13th, 1904. My dear sir, in reply to your note, I regret to say that I should not be willing to advance any further amounts of money, as I have already told you. Of course, I wish you every success in your undertaking. Yours truly, J. Pierpont Morgan.
Close to making deals with other investors, but hampered by his relationship to Morgan, Tesla was particularly upset that his partner replied on the same day his own letter was sent. Surmising that Morgan was not even considering the situation, Tesla became enraged. For the first time he dropped all pretense and told Morgan what he really thought of him. January 14th, 1904. Dear Mr. Morgan, you wish me success? It is in your hands. How can you wish it? We start on a proposition, everything duly calculated. It is financially frail. You engage in impossible operations. You make me pay double, yes, make me wait 10 months for machinery. On top of that, you produce a panic. When, after putting in all I could scrape together, I come to show you that I have done the best that could be done, you fire me out like an office boy and roar so that you are heard 6 blocks away. Not a cent. It is spread all over town. I am discredited, the laughing-stock of my enemies. It is just 14 months that the construction work on my plant was stopped. 3 months more, with a good force of men, would have completed it, and now it would be paying $10,000 a day. More than this, I would have secured contracts from governments for a number of similar plants. Now, when I have practically removed all obstacles skillfully put in my way, and need only a little more to save a great property which would pay you $10 million as surely as 1 cent, you refuse to help in a trouble brought on by your own doings. Tesla suggests in the balance of the letter that a subscription of $25,000 would enable him to start up operations of the production of oscillators and the fluorescent light, and that eventually, in a slow and painful way, he would be able to obtain the necessary funds to complete the tower. I am anxious to succeed on your account as mine. What a dreadful thing it would be to have the papers come with your name in red letters, "A Morgan deal defaults." It will be telegraphed all over the globe. You may not care for it, Mr. Morgan. Men are like flies to you. But I would have to work 5 years to repair the damage, if repairable at all. I have told you all. Please do not write to refuse. I am pained enough as it is. Yours sorrowfully, N. Tesla. Having received no response, Tesla shot off another letter the following week. January 22nd, 1904. Are you going to leave me in a hole? I have made 1,000 powerful enemies on your account, because I have told them that I value one of your shoestrings more than all of them. In 100 years from now, this country would give much for the first honours of transmitting power without wires. It must be done by my methods and apparatus, and I should be aided to do it first myself. April the 1st, 1904. Will you aid me to complete this great work? April the 2nd, 1904. Have you ever read the Book of Job? If you will put my mind in place of his body, you will find my sufferings accurately described. I have put all the money I could scrape together in this plant. With $50,000 more, it is completed, and I have an immortal crown and an immense fortune. Unable to understand why the Ryan deal went sour, Tesla nevertheless deduced that it had been Morgan's doing. Retaliating in any overt way would have been suicide. and although Tesla had self-destructive tendencies, breaching a contract with J. Pierpont Morgan being one example, the inventor wanted desperately to succeed. His goal was not so much to line his own pockets, although surely he sought to get rich from the invention, but rather to help society. Tesla was well aware of his potential role in reshaping the course of human events. Seeing no other choice, he brashly decided in early 1904 not to hide the Morgan connection anymore, but rather to publicize it and to maintain the front that everything was okay. To one of his worried investors, William Rankin of the Niagara Falls Project, he wrote on April the 10th, "Doubt the light of the sun, doubt the brightness of the stars, but do not doubt the existence of the Nikola Tesla Company." Landing Morgan in the first instance had been a feather in his cap. Now the bon vivant decided to exploit the connection, and also brazenly rebel against a man who seemed bent on sinking his ship. In quintessential Teslaic fashion, he published a spectacular article simultaneously in Scientific American and Electrical World and Engineer. In it he outlined his work to date and plans for the future, adorning the piece with breathtaking photographs of his transmission stations in Colorado Springs and Wardenclyffe. "The results attained by me have made my scheme of world telegraphy easily realizable. It constitutes a radical and fruitful departure from what has been done heretofore. It involves the employment of a number of plants, each of which will be preferably located near some important center of civilization, and the news it receives through any channel will be flashed to all points of the globe. A cheap and simple pocket-sized device may then be set up somewhere on sea or land, and it will record the world news or such special messages as may be intended for it. Thus, the entire Earth will be converted into a huge brain, as it were, capable of response in every one of its parts. Since a single plant of but 100 horsepower can operate hundreds of millions of instruments, the system will have a virtually infinite working capacity. The first of these central plants would have been already completed had it not been for unforeseen delays which, fortunately, have nothing to do with its purely technical features. This delay may prove, after all, to be blessing in disguise. For the work done so far, I am indebted to the noble generosity of Mr. J. Pierpont Morgan, which was all the more welcome as it was extended at a time when those who have since promised most were the greatest of doubters. I have also to thank my friend Stanford White for much unselfish assistance. This work is now far advanced, and though the results may be tardy, they are sure to come." 35. Dissolution, 1904 to 1906. I have observed in the House of Morgan a largeness, nobility, and firmness of character, the like of which is very scarce indeed. I can only smile when I read of the attempts to find something discreditable in the transactions of J.P. Morgan and Company. Not 100 of such investigations will ever uncover anything which an unprejudiced judge would not consider honourable, fair, decent, and in every way conforming to the high ideals and ethical standards of business. I would be willing to stake my life on it. Nikola Tesla. Sociologist Karl Mannheim suggests that the psychohistorian should attempt to reconstruct both the subject's Weltanschauung and the spirit of the age in question. Irrational components should be recognized. Thus, and in this sense, history is paradoxical. It is contradictory, dynamic, multi-leveled, and dialectic. Tesla's worldview involved a philosophy based on the work of Wolfgang von Goethe. His inventions were for him not true creations in the sense that they stemmed from nothing. They evolved from the work of others and from uncovering secret mechanisms lying within hidden laws of nature. Was it God who wrote each sign, which, all my inner tumult stilling, and this poor heart with rapture filling, reveals to me by a force divine, great nature's energies around and through me thrilling? Am I a God? It grows so bright to me, each character on which my eye reposes, nature in act before my soul discloses. This idea can clearly be found in Goethe's Faust, Tesla's favourite poem, which he memorized in its entirety, and which he referred to throughout his life. It was Faust which he recited in Budapest during his salad days, when he uncovered the secret to the rotating magnetic field, and it was a Faustian paradigm to which he adhered when he linked the invention of the world telegraphy system to the discovery of the Holy Grail. There manifests itself in the fully developed being, man, a desire mysterious, inscrutable, and irresistible, to imitate nature, to create, to work himself the wonders he perceives. He subdues and puts to his service the fierce, devastating spark of Prometheus, the titanic forces of the waterfall, the wind and the tide. He tames the thundering bolt of Jove and annihilates time and space. He makes the great sun itself his obedient, toiling slave. Can man control this grandest, most awe-inspiring of all processes in nature? Can he harness her inexhaustible energies to perform all their functions at his bidding? If he could do this, he would have powers almost unlimited and supernatural. This would be the supreme manifestation of the power of man's mind, his most complete triumph over the physical world, his crowning achievement, which would place him beside his Creator, make him fulfill his ultimate destiny. Nikola Tesla. Two major themes which run through Goethe's poem are that 1, secrets of nature can be revealed and harnessed to human needs, and that 2, humans are enticed by satanic forces. Clearly Tesla was driven by both tenets. In the second case, consciously or unconsciously, Morgan was sought out for the very reason that he was a demigod, a superhuman whose life transcended that of mere mortals. Just as Faust was tempted by Mephistopheles, Tesla was lured by the House of Morgan. In the financier's strong hands, Tesla willingly, and alas irrationally, handed over the 51% control, insisting on it. Knowing that the contract involved relinquishing his cornucopia of past and future patent applications, the inventor still sealed the Faustian pact, as the terms were immaterial to him. Mephistopheles. Whatever promise on your books find entry, we strictly carry into act. For the present, I entreat most urgently your kind dismission. Faust. Do stay but just one moment longer, then. Tell me good news, and I'll release thee. Dear Mr. Morgan, since many years I have known one side of your character intimately. I believe that in my first approach to you, I have given you evidence of this knowledge. You have already put aside the money necessary to complete the work begun in your thoughts, and that is as good as done. But I did not understand you as a businessman until lately. I have worked for results, carrying with them a dignity and force such as to deserve your attention. What you wanted was a simple result. Will you let me profit by this later knowledge and give me an opportunity to rehabilitate myself in your opinion as a businessman? In October 1903, fully 2 months before Orville and Wilbur Wright made aviation history, Professor Samuel P. Langley launched a heavier-than-air ship from the roof of a houseboat situated on the Potomac. With photographers from the Smithsonian Institution present, the craft was slingshot over the 70-foot rails and in a moment was free upon air. Then it wavered. Down the aerodrome sank, with its daring navigator emerging from the disaster, suffering only a ducking. The press called Langley's airplane a failure, but Tesla rallied to Langley's defense. Langley has perceived a great truth, Tesla wrote in the New York Herald, namely, that a machine heavier than air could be made to fly. Such a man should be provided with the necessary means to complete his work. Great honor attaches to this achievement, and also great practical utility, which this country can ill afford to lose. Tesla started off 1904 on the offensive, with his manifesto and striking publications. Work on the wireless operation was suspended, and essential components were stripped from the tower and returned to disgruntled creditors. A skeleton crew kept up appearances and continued the development of his lamps and oscillators. But as his Wardenclyffe notes reveal, there was no theoretical writings during this period. All of Tesla's energies were concentrated in one avenue, raising the funds to resurrect the project. Tesla's attorneys had located a manufacturer in Connecticut to make all the metal parts of his oscillators, but there was still the problem of distribution, and the revenues would not enable him to reopen the Wardenclyffe plant. Another predicament had to do with Mr. Warden himself. Apparently he had not conducted a title search when he purchased the land, and a legal shadow had fallen on the property. Tesla used the entanglement to further delay payment of the mortgage. "One consideration," he wrote Scherf, "is that the Edison-Pupin-Marconi combination, who have given me so much trouble, are in a worse fix." In February, Tesla attended a musical recital and party in Gramercy Park, hosted by Stanford White and his wife Bessie, for 350 of his friends, with dinner afterwards at Sherry's. Most likely the inventor crossed paths with Morgan, as well as other potential investors. The following month the inventor conferred with the CEO, Chief Executive Officer, of GE, Charles Coffin. "If the GE people refuse, they are simply snoozers," he wrote Scherf. Nothing came of the meeting. But in April a solid lead came via John S. Barnes, a well-connected financier who had read Tesla's article in Electrical World and Engineer. An associate of Colonel Oliver Payne's from the Rockefeller clique, Barnes had invited Tesla to his home for dinner and to discuss the inventor's plans. "I have always had the highest regard for Colonel Payne, and would be happy indeed should he ever deem me worthy of his association. We are curious as to the details of the Commodore's bestowal," Barnes interjected. "Mr. Morgan has not made a generous donation, as you might have inferred from my article," Tesla craftily retorted. "He is a man with a great brain, and has seen that by forming a business partnership instead, he can make an extremely profitable investment." Although hesitant to make a commitment, Barnes nevertheless suggested that Tesla have his lawyers write up their evaluation of his patent applications. Because of his link to Colonel Payne, Tesla took the suggestion very seriously. A multimillionaire from the city of Cleveland, Payne had made his fortune as a partner of John D. Rockefeller. The duo had earned 50 cents per barrel for every barrel of oil that was shipped by rail. This enormous kickback had been set up as a rebate for their own crude, and as a tariff for every competitor. With their vast holdings and Rockefeller's ferret-like spirit, they had simply bullied the railroads into this contractual arrangement. Known as a haughty fellow and kin of God, Payne never did take to John D., but he did maintain the partnership. He had a residence in New York, and was a friend and financial benefactor of Stanford White, whom he commissioned to purchase art for him while in Europe, and design his nephew's mansion, Payne Whitney, in the city. White, who was in an awful fix, nearly $750,000 in debt, mainly from the Northern Pacific fiasco, informed Tesla that Payne had provided him with notable assistance to help ease his burden. White was also disheartened because his girlfriend, young Evelyn Nesbit, had now begun dating a deranged multimillionaire from Pittsburgh, Harry Thor. "I have heard stories from the Florodora girls that he whipped one of them in bed with a cat of nine tails." Ironically, White held no ill feelings for Morgan, even though the financier was directly responsible for the market crash. At the close of 1903, White and his wife Bessie joined the Commodore on the Corsair to watch the yacht races, and White's partner, Charles McKim, was still busily involved in constructing the Morgan Library. One wonders how Morgan might have felt when he boated up to Newport or Bar Harbor and looked to the eastern horizon and saw Tesla's mushroom-shaped behemoth. "Do you think he will ever reconsider?" the inventor inquired. "With Morgan, anything is possible," came the architect's reply. "However, I think at this stage Colonel Payne is a safer bet." A Yankee cornerstone, the good colonel was connected to the highest echelons in government. Through the marriage of his sister, he was linked to William C. Whitney, Secretary of the Navy, and also to John Hay, Secretary of State. Payne's father, Henry Payne, was a well-known senator, often discussed as a potential candidate for the President of the United States. This was not a lead to take lightly. As a favor to this Ohio nobleman, Tesla opened up his storehouse to the Cleveland leader, and conferred with Kerr, Page, and Cooper for a way to create a legal document that would delineate the scope and fundamental might of his arsenal of patents. In a comprehensive article entitled Harnessing the Lightning, journalist Alfred Cowles noted that the inventor's prognostications were so startling that had they come from another source, one would naturally consider them the vagaries of a wandering mind. If he can accomplish what he is undertaking, his fame will, in future centuries, overshadow the greatest names of the past. Echoing sentiments Tesla had expressed during their interview, Cowles concluded, "Real inventions are only possible when the mental creation of the inventor proves to be in harmony with natural law, and such inventions, when they are necessities, are in themselves a part of the evolutionary process, where development is an adjustment to environment. How all one whole harmonious weaves, each in the other works and lives. I see heavenly powers ascending and descending, the golden buckets one long line extending. Tesla presented to Barnes and Payne a comprehensive lawyer's brief delineating essentially every feature of his master plan. Included were patent specifications and plans for distributing electrical energy without wires for telegraphic, telephonic, and industrial purposes, for storing the energy, localizing transmissions, ensuring non-interferability, and for creating separate channels. Also included was Tesla's work in teleautomatics, means for creating high frequencies, his oscillators, and a method for insulating electric mains by refrigeration to very low temperature. By this means, power can be conveyed to great distances cheaply and literally without any loss. The plan also suggested the perfect solution of the problem of underground distribution in cities and populated districts. Thus, the ultimate scheme would involve both wireless and conventional means of distributing the electrical energy. Analyzing the viability of each of the 23 patents, lawyers Kerr, Page and Cooper concluded, "We know of nothing to anticipate the claims, and are of the opinion that they are valid." The report was also circulated to other major players, including Fortune Ryan and Pierpont Morgan. "I swear," Tesla wrote to Scherf, "if I ever get out of this hole, nobody will catch me without cash." Simultaneously, he haggled with the coal company to maintain fuel deliveries and with the telephone company to keep his line at Wardenclyffe open. "I am now sure that the 2 lamps as proposed will be a perfect success, and you know that after that I can draw on the U.S. Treasury." Problems with the lamp persisted, however, and it would never be marketed under Tesla's name. October the 28th, 1958. Westinghouse announcement. Lamp Division. The Westinghouse Corporation is pleased to announce that a flat light bulb, which has no filaments, which produces no heat, which is glare-free, and which will burn night and day for a year for less than a penny, has been introduced. This marks the first time the public has been able to purchase an electroluminescent lamp as a light source for the home. As the Colonel Payne deal fell through, Tesla wrote to Morgan from Wardenclyffe, "I hope the unfortunate misunderstanding, the cause of which I have been vainly trying to discover, will be removed, and that you will recognize that my work is the kind that passes into history and worthy of your support." Throughout the spring and summer, Tesla would visit the plant again and again for strength and confirmation. In June, he instructed Scherf to make sure that the lawn was manicured at Wardenclyffe, as he was arriving with another potential investor. Yet his resolve was beginning to waver. Everywhere he turned, he met rejection. He became convinced that his success rested on changing the mind of a single man. In September, a dispatch was hand-delivered to Morgan, assuring contracts for several such plants in England and Russia. But no response came from the financier. During the height of autumn, Morgan conferred with the Archbishop of Canterbury. Taking this as a mystical sign in the aid of his quest, the engineering cognoscenti authored on October the 13th, his favourite day of the month, a 13-point letter spelling out the entire chain of events to the omnipotent capitalist. The letter began with a discussion of his patent applications, the development of their liaison, and Tesla's decision to change the nature of the agreement because of Marconi's piracy. Simply transmitting mere Morse-coded messages was beneath consideration for the pompous conceptualist. As he had aligned himself with the greatest economic force on the planet, this confirmed the necessity of engaging in the larger endeavour. "Your participation called for a careful revision of my plans. Perhaps you have never fully appreciated the sense of this obligation. Once I lost your support, I could not, because of your personality and character of our agreement, interest anybody else, at least not for several years, until the commercial value of my patents was recognized. By increasing the size of the transmitter until the plant can transmit signals to the uttermost confines of the earth, its earning power becomes, so to speak, unlimited, but it will cost scarcely twice as much, e.g. $300,000. This offered possibilities for a business on a large, dignified scale, commensurate with your position in life and mine as pioneer in this art who has originated all its essential principles. You had told me from the outset that I should not ask for more, but the work was of such transcending importance that I undertook to explain to you the state of things on your first return from abroad. You seem to misunderstand me. This was most unfortunate. The audacious schemers who have dared to fool the crowned heads of Europe, the President of the United States, and even His Holiness the Pope, have discredited the art by incompetent attempts, far more than they ever could by success, and spoiled the public by false promises which it cannot distinguish from legitimate right and skill. Now, I know you must be sceptical about getting hundredfold returns, but if you will help me to the end, you will soon see that my judgment is true. I have expended about $250,000 in all, and a much smaller sum separates me from a giant triumph. $75,000 would certainly complete the plant. This letter, greatly condensed here, was a fair and accurate assessment of what had occurred and why. Clearly it was written by a lucid savant, one who had proved himself in industry on many other occasions, and one who was on the verge of altering the course of civilization in a dramatic and revolutionary way. Tesla was operating at the level of soul consciousness, and so he removed all defences and revealed the very depths of his being with the following salutation and sacred vow. Since a year, Mr. Morgan, there has been hardly a night when my pillow is not bathed in tears, but you must not think me a weak man for that. I am perfectly sure to finish my task, come what may. I am only sorry that after mastering all the difficulties which seemed insuperable, and acquiring a special knowledge and ability which I now alone possess, and which, if applied effectively, would advance the world a century, I must see my work delayed. In hope of hearing from you favourably, I remain N. Tesla. October 15th, 1904. Dear Sir, referring to your letter of the 13th of October, Mr. J.P. Morgan wishes me to inform you that it will be impossible for him to do anything more in the matter. This cavalier dismissal tore the inventor apart, and opened up a tendril that bared not only his wrath against the force that had blocked his crusade, but also a poetic eloquence. October 17th, 1904. Dear Mr. Morgan, you are a man like Bismarck, great but uncontrollable. I wrote purposefully last week, hoping that your recent association with the Archbishop might have rendered you more susceptible to a softer influence. But you are no Christian at all. You are a fanatic Mussulman. Once you say no, come what may, it is no. May the gravitation repel instead of attract? May right become wrong? Every consideration, no matter what it may be, must founder on the rock of your brutal resolve. It is incredible. A year and a half ago I could have delivered a lecture here which would have been listened to by all of the academicians of the world. That would have been the time to thank you. But you let me struggle on, weakened by shrewd enemies, disheartened by doubting friends, financially exhausted, trying to overcome obstacles which you yourself have piled up before me. If this is a good thing, why does not Morgan see you through? Morgan is the very last man to let a good thing go. So it has been going on for 2 years. I advance, but how? Like a man swimming against a stream that carries him down. Will you not listen to anything at all? Are you to let me perhaps succumb, lose an immortal crown? Will you let a property of immense value be depreciated? Let it be said that your own judgment was defective, simply because you once said no? And now I make you a new proposition to overcome the difficulty. I tell you, I shall return your money 100-fold. The letter was followed up with testimonials to his abilities as espoused by various leaders in his field. It also explained in detail how this operation advanced the work performed at Colorado Springs. On December the 16th, Tesla sent an ultimatum. He requested either $100,000 to complete the plant or $50,000 to finish the indispensable parts, make everything perfectly fireproof, and take out insurance. Or, if you do not want this, only one thing remains. You release me of all obligations. Give me back my assignments, and consider the sum you have invested as a generous contribution, leaving it all to my integrity and ability to work out the best results for you and for myself." Tesla suggested that he could go on a lecture tour to raise the funds. Then it would take him not more than a week to get a few million in Wall Street. On the 17th, Morgan wrote back, "I am not willing to advance you any more money, as I have frequently told you. As to your third proposition, I am not prepared to accept this either. I have made and carried out with you in good faith a contract, and having performed my part, it is not unreasonable that I expect you to carry out yours." December 19th, 1904. Dear Mr. Morgan, owing to a habit contracted long ago in defiance of superstition, I prefer to make important communications on Fridays and the 13th of each month. But my house is afire, and I have not an hour to waste. I knew that you would refuse. What chance have I to land the biggest Wall Street monster with the soul's spicier thread? You say that you have fulfilled your contract with me. You have not. I came to enlist your genius and power, not because of money. You should know that I have honored you in so doing as much as I have honored myself. You are a big man, but your work is wrought in passing form. Mine is immortal. I came to you with the greatest invention of all times. I have more creations named after me than any man that has gone before, not excepting Archimedes and Galileo, the giants of invention. $6,000 million are invested in enterprises based on my discoveries in the United States today. This is not a boast, Mr. Morgan. Only my credentials. I could draw on you at sight for $1 million if you were the Pierpont Morgan of old. At this point, Tesla refers to what he perceives as Morgan's breach of contract. When we entered our contract, I furnished 1. Patent rights, 2. My ability as an engineer and electrician, 3. My goodwill. You were to furnish 1. Money, 2. Your business ability, 3. Your goodwill. I assigned patent rights, which in the worst case are worth 10 times your cash investment. You advanced the money, true, but even this first clause of our contract was violated. There was a delay of 2 months in furnishing the last $50,000, a delay which was fatal. I complied conscientiously with the second and third obligations. You ignored yours deliberately. Not only this, but you discredited me. There is only one way to go, Mr. Morgan. Give me the money to finish a great work, or else make me a present and let me work out my salvation. Your interest is sacred to me, and my hearty wishes for your happiness and welfare will always be with you. Faithfully yours, N. Tesla. To demonstrate goodwill, Tesla enclosed a royalty check on one of his patents and an advance copy of his theoretical masterpiece, the transmission of electrical energy without wires as a means of furthering peace. A fortnight later, on January 6, 1905, Morgan sent the 49% balance legally due the inventor. The Wardenclyffe Peace Plan. Published in Electrical World and Engineer, Tesla's treatise ran nearly 6,000 words. It began with a discussion of how philanthropy and the practical utilization of electrical vibrations, that is, a mass communication system, might bring about universal peace. In defining and analyzing this theme, Tesla noted that it may come about suddenly as the result of a slow accumulation of past efforts through history. We must think cosmically. The race enmities and prejudices are decidedly waning. So far, however, universal harmony has been attained only in a single sphere of international relationship, that is, the postal service. A few strong countries might scare all the weaker ones into peace, Tesla suggests, but to conquer by sheer force is becoming harder and harder every day. Just as cruise missiles, CNN, and the world news organizations have altered markedly the way war is conducted today by having machines fight instead of humans, Nintendo war, and by usurping the old conventional chains of command, Tesla prophesied similarly in 1905, "Had only a few of my teleautomatic torpedoes been constructed and adopted by our Navy instead of rejected, the mere moral influence of this would have been powerfully and most beneficially felt in the present eastern, Russian-Japanese complication. Not to speak of the advantages which might have been secured through the direct and instantaneous transmission of messages to distant colonies and scenes of the present barbarous conflicts. His treatise went on to describe a new quasi-intelligent missile guidance system that he was developing, which would have a greater range and unerring precision, but also that misunderstanding is the basis of wars. Speaking to Morgan in veiled terms that helped to explain why so many of Tesla's most important theoretical writings can be found in the pages of the New York Times, the Herald Tribune, the Sun, and the World, the inventor wrote, "Mutual understanding would be immensely facilitated by the use of one universal tongue. Next to speech, we must consider permanent records of all kinds. Here the newspapers play by far the most important part. Disregarding the force of electrical invention, that of journalism is the greatest in urging us to peace. That which is most desirable in the establishment of universal peaceful relations is the complete annihilation of distance. To achieve this wonder, electricity is the one and only means." If Morgan were to fund him, universal peace would ensue. This was quite a responsibility he placed on his benefactor's shoulders. Continuing for 5 more fact-filled pages, Tesla described in vivid detail his entire world telegraphy operation, precisely how it worked and what it attempted to accomplish. Referring to the thunderstorm he had witnessed that summer night in the Colorado Rockies and his discovery of stationary waves, Tesla concludes, "On that unforgettable day, the dark god of thunder mercifully showed me in his vast, awe-sounding laboratory the geomagnetic pulse. I thought then that it would take a year to establish commercially my wireless girdle around the world. Alas, my first world telegraphy plant is not yet completed. Its construction has progressed but slowly during the past 2 years. And this machine I am building is but a plaything, an oscillator of a maximum activity of only 10 million horsepower, just enough to throw this planet into feeble tremors by sign and word, to telegraph and to telephone." Although trying to assure Morgan that Wardenclyffe would not usurp the power companies, Tesla had to go on, "When shall I see completed that first power plant, that big oscillator which I am designing, which will deliver energy at the rate of 1,000 million horsepower, 100 falls of Niagara combined in one, striking the universe with blows that will wake from their slumber the sleeping electricians, if there be any, on Venus or Mars. It is not a dream. It is a simple feat of scientific electrical engineering, only expensive. Blind, faint-hearted world." Had he shown restraint, would this treatise have served its purpose, transforming the capitalist into the philanthropist? Probably not. In any event, Tesla further injured his position by ending the essay with a final stab. "Perhaps it is better in this present world of ours that a revolutionary idea or invention, instead of being helped and patted, be hampered and ill-treated in its adolescence, by selfish interest, pedantry, stupidity and ignorance, that it be attacked and stifled, that it pass through bitter trials and tribulations, through the heartless strife of commercial existence. So do we get our light. So all that was great in the past was ridiculed, condemned, combated, suppressed, only to emerge all the more powerfully, all the more triumphantly from the struggle." February the 17th, 1905. Dear Mr. Morgan, let me tell you once more, I have perfected the greatest invention of all time, the transmission of electrical energy without wires to any distance, a work which has consumed 10 years of my life. It is the long-sought stone of the philosophers. I need but to complete the plant I have constructed, and in one bound humanity will advance centuries. I am the only man on this earth today who has the peculiar knowledge and ability to achieve this wonder, and another one may not come in 100 years. Help me to complete this work, or else remove the obstacles in my path. I was heartily glad to see you in such splendid health yesterday. You are good for another 20 years of active life. Faithfully yours, N. Tesla. Pressures continued to mount. Warden's lawyer pressed for a mortgage payment, and one of Tesla's previous workers, a Mr. Clark, was suing for past wages. When some of the bad news arrived at his walled-off suite, the inventor tore the letter sufficiently to prevent any undesirable person from reading the terrible open secret of Wardenclyffe. Tesla tried to maintain a balance by persevering with the development of his oscillators and other inventions, such as a transformer, a condenser, and a steam turbine. But these operations were long-range projects that would not provide immediate payoffs on the order needed to reopen the wireless operation. "The obstacles in my way," Tesla wrote Scherf, "are a regular hydra. Just as soon as I chop off a head, 2 new ones grow." Tesla began to write exclusively in pencil during this period, his writing becoming less distinct, lacking the boldness and clarity which had characterized it at earlier periods. Beginning to feel run down on a more regular basis, Tesla likened his task to that of a weightlifter. "Every ounce counts now," he told his manager. March 10th, 1905. My dear Luca, I won't go to dinner with you. I am hard at work to get Mrs. Philippoff that fine automobile. At the end of March, Tesla was thunderstruck at the Waldorf when Warden's lawyer stormed the premises demanding immediate payment. The raising of even one of Mr. Bolt's eyebrows was enough to unsettle the struggling entrepreneur. "Hope to get out to Wardenclyffe Sunday," Tesla wrote Scherf. "Need it badly." Tesla set to work with his lawyers in April, finalizing patent applications for England, France, and Italy. But his inability to adequately compensate his workers on Long Island was creating a demoralizing effect at Wardenclyffe. "Perhaps we are nearing a revolution down there," he inquired of Scherf. Disappointments and dangers, troubles and troubles again, continued to plague him. He was beginning to crumble. May 1st, 1905. My dear Tesla, I know it will please you to hear of the great happiness that has come to me. Miss Griselda Houston Hull has consented to become my wife, and the wedding has been planned for May 25th. You know, my dear Tesla, you're the very first person outside of my family that I thought of, and which the ceremonies will be very simple. I wish to feel you present in standing close to me on this occasion, so full of incoming in my life. Indeed, I could not feel the occasion complete without you. Sincerely yours, Richmond Pearson Hobson. The joyful occasion was a needed respite. Tesla, chatting with Hobson's mother-in-law, hiding his worries and characteristically teasing his friend. "Hobson," he declared, "now that you are married, your career is over." This, of course, was far from the truth, as rumours had long been circulating about the possibility of grooming the charismatic lieutenant for the presidency. "I must do something for our dear Mr. Tesla," Catherine told Robert on the ride home. "What could you do that he hasn't?" "Appeal to the king," she answered wistfully. Upon their arrival home, Catherine ran to the house to hide her tears. While Morgan was away in Europe for his summer sojourn, Tesla met with Jacob Schiff, a man in the midst of lending the Japanese large sums of money in their war against the Russians. S. said that perhaps he may take it himself. Tesla wrote hopefully to Schiff, "I believe that he will be a valuable man to me." In August, Morgan returned. Tesla sent Schiff to hand-deliver his newest list of patents granted, which the octopus grabbed in his tentacles and tossed into the wastebasket. November 11th, 1905. Dear Mr. Schiff, 13 seems to be my lucky number. First of all, I met with Mr. F. just for a moment as he was going out of his office. He was most friendly, and said he was sorry he had to go out, but he will talk with me some other day. I have my man, as sure as the law of gravitation. I know it. December 14th, 1905. My dear Mr. Tesla, I have received your letter of the 13th, and in reply would state that I am not willing to invest any more money in the enterprise. I should be very glad if Mr. Frick would join you. You could have no better associate, and I should be very glad to work with Mr. Frick in the matter, putting in what I have against his $100,000 to which you allude. Yours very truly, J. Pierpont Morgan. Christmas was approaching, and Tesla had apparently struck a deal with another of the super-rich. Frick, we remember, had earned upward of $60 million in 1901 when U.S. Steel was created. Ryan and Schiff were also involved in this new potential syndicate. Tesla wrote Morgan to thank him for allowing the liaison to come about. You and Mr. Frick can take whatever you like. I shall be satisfied with a very small interest," Tesla wrote in a first draft. "I understand your attitude perfectly. You adhere strictly to principles. Never in my life have I met a man who even in a small way can approach the state as described by Goethe." Yet again Tesla reviewed their relationship, his decision to change the contract, and his ultimate wish to transmit power for industrial purposes. Why? Morgan sidestepped a meeting with Frick in December. An ill wind was blowing. Tesla began to crumble, his handwriting now barely legible, written as a meagre, wispy stroke in pencil.
December 24th, 1905. Dear Tesla, I've been sorry to hear of your recent illness, well concealed from your friends and the public, and I am also now very glad to hear of your recovery. Please stay well and strong. Yours sincerely, T.C. Martin.
January 24th, 1906. Dear Mr. Morgan, I have just learned that the Germans have commenced the construction of a plant in all respects similar to mine, which they expect to complete in a year. Now, Mr. Morgan, you do not wish such a horrible thing to happen. If Frick will aid me, I can without delay put my plant in operation by July next. Please see him at your earliest opportunity. I have not much time to lose. With the Johnsons just back from Europe and a meeting with His Majesty in Rome, Kate decided to seize the moment. Completely on her own, Mrs. Robert Underwood Johnson called a hansom. 23 Wall Street, she said boldly. Morgan would not see her. February the 2nd, 1906. Dear Mr. Morgan, please see Mr. Frick. He is going to call on you. Time is flying. A fortnight later, Tesla wrote again, pleading with Morgan to allow the formation of a reasonable foundation upon which I am justly entitled. Tesla requested that Morgan agree to take 1/3 of the enterprise, thereby reducing his share by approximately 20%. Please do not spoil the letter by unnecessary reference to your unwillingness of furnishing more money. The whole town knows it. Morgan did his best to scuttle the deal, and with it Tesla fell. His body shook violently, and his eyes began to bulge out of his head. Forgetting to shave or even shower, the ailing engineer grabbed the first train to Shoreham and ran from the station to his precious tower, just a few hundred yards away. Clutching the girders for support as he climbed, the pulverized sorcerer ascended 15 stories to the apex and looked out at the flat land which lay undisturbed for miles in every direction. April the 10th, 1906. Dear Mr. Tesla, I have received your letter, and I am very glad to know that you are vanquishing your illness. I have scarcely ever seen you so out of sorts as last Sunday, and I was frightened. Yours sincerely, George Sheff. In May there was a portentous explosion in Bridgeport, which caused a shock wave that was felt in Shoreham. I hope my tower will not be subjected often to such tests, Tesla wrote Sheff. It was less than a month after the great San Francisco earthquake, but the jolt served to reawaken a new reserve of energy. Working with Sheff and a few men at the plant, Tesla continued development of his condenser and steam turbine, which he was planning on placing inside a torpedo. Concerned about the stability of the buildings America was constructing, Stanford White wrote the city of San Francisco, telling them to pass stringent laws. The hot-riveted steel building stood the shock wonderfully, he concluded. White, like Tesla, was a victim of financial misfortune, and he began drinking heavily. Only 54, his health was in decline, and he was suffering from tuberculosis. In February, the architect had planned to auction off $300,000 worth of his tapestries, sculptures, and paintings in order to reduce his debt by half. But a fire wiped out the uninsured holdings just 2 weeks prior to the sale. Harry Thor, having married Evelyn Nesbit, was having White followed day and night. On June the 25th, 1906, with Evelyn present, Thor snaked his way down the aisle of the Roof Garden restaurant at Madison Square Garden, pearl-handled pistol in hand. While entertainer Harry Short sang "I Could Love 1,000 Girls," Thor spotted and shot the beast between the eyes. Stanford White, designer of Madison Square Garden, the Agriculture Building of the Chicago World's Fair, the Niagara Falls Power Plant, the Capitol in Providence, the Washington Arch in New York, Rosecliff and the Tennis Hall of Fame in Newport, the casino in Narragansett, the Boston train station, the Players Club, numerous churches and other mansions, the new extension on the White House, and Wardenclyffe, was dead. Few attended White's funeral, for he had been accused of raping a 16-year-old girl. But Tesla came. The dream vanquished, the Gilded Age ended. Throughout the year, Tesla's handwriting began to unglue, and by August it completely disintegrated, supporting their hypothesis that he suffered a nervous collapse at that time. Entering his own private hell, the inventor was forced to endure an emotional enervation which caused a corresponding dysfunctional shift in his personality. Self-alienation took hold. Bitterness and displaced anger became manifest as the quirks in his nature became more pronounced. Letters, even to his closest friends, would be signed N. Tesla, not Nikola. The untimely death of William Rankin at the age of 47 in September was another nail in the coffin of his dreams. In a barely legible letter dated October 15, 1906, the last in this incredible series to Morgan, Tesla informed the Wall Street monarch that Messrs. Ryan, Schiff, and Frick were all willing to enter the partnership. "Every opportunity is there. I have high regards for you as a big and honourable man. There is greater power in the leaf of a flower than in the paw of a bear. That is as much as I'll ever say. You are reputed as a builder of properties, but if you prefer in this instance to chop down poles, go ahead." Faust. "Gnash not so thy greedy teeth against me. Great and glorious spirit, thou that deniest to appear to me, who knowest my heart and soul, why yoke me to this shamefellow who feeds on mischief and feasts on ruin?" Mephistopheles. "Who was it that plunged her into ruin? I or thou?"
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Wizard. The Life and Times of Nikola Tesla. Biography of a Genius. By Mark J. Cypher. 36. The Child of His Dreams, 1907 to 1908. I do not hesitate to state here for future reference and as a test of the accuracy of my scientific forecast that flying machines and ships propelled by electricity transmitted without wire will have ceased to be a wonder in 10 years from now. I would say 5, were it not that there is such a thing as inertia of human opinion resisting revolutionary ideas. Nikola Tesla, May 16, 1907. "It's 3 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Tesla," George Sheriff rasped into the phone as his wife grumbled in her sleep. "The sheriff's seized the land." "You owed Warden $199, Sheriff said in amazement. Fighting back a flood of tears, the inventor rasped, "I don't have it." "I'll take care of it, Mr. Tesla." "Thank you," Tesla said, as his hand limply hung up the line. His hair dishevelled, his clothes scattered about, the former man of the hour was going to have to let the maid in soon. What would she say about the drapes he had placed over the mirrors? And then there was the tower. He had to go back there to seal up the property. Would he have the strength to make the journey? His appetite all but gone, Tesla hadn't seen his friends for months. He managed a letter to Catherine as he rang room service to send up breakfast. "I'm ever in so much greater trouble," he scratched out on his letterhead. But he would allow no one to truly know the hell he had entered. No sunlight must enter his room. He sat in the shadows and petted a wounded pigeon he had found floundering by the New York Public Library. If Bolt ever knew, the bird would have to be smuggled back out. The withered man reached over to the envelope addressed to him in a feminine hand. Carefully he removed the letter and theatre ticket. Marguerite Merrington had invited him to her new play, Love Finds a Way. He stared at the title and broke down once again into uncontrollable sobs. Reconciling the torment, Tesla eased himself back into the social net as 1907 commenced. As part of his therapy, the recluse would surreptitiously board a moonlight train to Wardenclyffe. There, in the wizard's chambers, the Balkan genie would hook up high-frequency apparatus to his skull, and thereby impress macabre waves of soothing electrical energy through his brain. "I have passed 150,000 volts through my head," Tesla told the New York Times, "and did not lose consciousness, but I invariably fell into a lethargic sleep some time after." In May, Tesla was inducted as a member of the New York Academy of Sciences. Slowly, he began to see once again that perhaps his grand plan could be resurrected. To raise the capital to keep his ship afloat, the inventor took out a series of mortgages, subdividing the enterprise into a string of hypothetical parcels. In the spring of 1904, he had borrowed $5,000 from Thomas G. Sherman, a law partner of Stanford White's brother-in-law, and in the winter of 1906 he obtained $3,500 from Edmund Starlow, a son-in-law of one of Rockefeller's Standard Oil partners. But those funds had long disappeared. Having dodged the Waldorf management for nearly 3 years, he took out another mortgage for an additional $5,000 against the rent he owed with the proprietor, George Bolt. And thus began a fresh plan for continuing to live in the lap of luxury without laying out another dime. Bolt had done exceptionally well for himself. Having hobnobbed with the mega-rich for many years, the Waldorf manager had been able to take advantage of a number of inside opportunities. By 1907, a millionaire in his own right, he had expanded his base to become a banker, orchestrating the creation of the Lincoln Trust Company, which was located across the street from Madison Square Garden. Everyone, except Tesla, seemed to be flourishing. Morgan, through Jacob Schiff, had finally iced his deal with the Guggenheims to form the Alaska Syndicate, an enormous corporation which had been set up to exploit a copper find in the inviolable northern wilderness. Whereas the Guggenheim Mountain in Utah contained only 2 to 3% ore, this lode, according to John Hayes Hammond's report, was 75% pure copper. A site of incalculable wealth, it would take a fleet of steamships, a 1,000-man crew, and an upfront capital investment of $25 million to construct a railroad just to reach the find. But copper was not all the Morgenheims had their eye on. They also began purchasing coal and iron reserves and hundreds of thousands of acres of forest land. Thus the press, the few environmentalists active at the time, and a significant portion of the American people began to vigorously oppose the Guggen-Morganization of Alaska. With the growing need for copper wire came also a demand for insulation. Seizing the opportunity, Thomas Fortune Ryan and Bernard Baruch went to Europe to sign a contract with the King of Belgium, the former Prince Albert, an acquaintance of Tesla's. Their plan was to take over the rubber industry in African Congo. The financiers negotiated an even split, with the king allocating 25% for his country and retaining 25% for himself. As Baruch returned to Wall Street to handle marketing, Ryan travelled to Africa to oversee the product's manufacture. Naturally, the tire companies were just as interested as the electrical concerns. Once it was realized that Tesla's plans to do away with transmission lines had been abolished, it seemed as if there began a feeding frenzy on copper stocks, as this market was now assured a continually increasing demand. Panic of 1907. The first signs of economic distress was heralded in August, when John D. Rockefeller of Standard Oil was fined the staggering sum of $29 million for price gouging and illegal tariffs. Suddenly, Wall Street became edgy. In October, F. Augustus Heinze, a well-known speculator and enemy of the Guggenheim Syndicate, began dumping large blocks of United Copper onto the market. Heinze miscalculated in his attempts to buy back the stock at a much lower price, and his shifty scheming resulted in a drop in the market and a run on his bank, the Mercantile Trust Company. Due to Heinze's links to other financial institutions, the hysteria spread, and the panic of 1907 began. Depositors emptied out every bank they could get into. J. Pierpont Morgan called an emergency conference of all the bank and trust presidents, gathering them together in his newly constructed library in an all-night vigil. Sitting among his tapestries, original manuscripts, paintings, and jewels, the Wall Street monarch did his best to orchestrate a bailout of those institutions that were salvageable. Some, however, were beyond repair, and the stronger banks would go only so far in dipping into their reserves. Charles Barney, director of the Knickerbocker Trust Company and father of 2 awfully pretty sisters, pleaded for assistance, but he was rebuked. Barney went home and put a pistol to his head. This act produced a wave of suicides, particularly among the Knickerbocker's 18,000 depositors. With Henry Clay Frick acting as liaison, President Theodore Roosevelt would transfer $25 million into Morgan's control. Although this figure matched the pledge of the stronger institutions, the new influx could only stretch so far. Bolt's Bank, the Lincoln Trust, along with the Knickerbocker, the Mercantile, and half a dozen others, had gone under by the end of the week. Now Tesla's chances of resurrecting his own enterprise became even more remote. "These are simply awful times," Tesla told Schiff. "I cannot understand at all how Americans who are so daring and reckless in other respects can get scared to such a degree. My ship propulsion scheme is really great, and I feel sure that it will pull me out of the hole. Just how, I do not see as yet, because it seems almost impossible to amass any money at all." "We are still waiting to hear from the International Mercantile Marine Company," Schiff said. "Be patient, my man. They are certainly interested, but make conditions which I am unable to accept for the present. If I had just a little capital, I would not worry about finishing my place." "What about Astor?" "He told me over the phone that he would see me as soon as possible, but up to present nothing has materialized. I know now that if I am to get capital, I can only get it from some fellow who has not less than 100 million. Then, Mr. Tesla, let's hope for the best." Dulled by his own suffering, Tesla began edging himself out of his depression by producing a number of acerbic essays for the electrical journals and local newspapers. Covering a wide range of topics, the inventor sought to vindicate himself and thereby try and make sense out of an absurdly ironic situation. Simultaneously, he sought to explain the Wardenclyffe vision yet again in the vain hope that some financier with a transcendent vision would come to his rescue. He was searching for a hero, not only for selfish desires, but in his eyes, for the future of the planet. Under the guise of commenting on Commodore Perry's exploration of the North Pole, Tesla explained in detail the modus operandi of his world wireless scheme. For Harvard Illustrated, he discussed Lowell's Martian discoveries, and the way to signal the nearby planet for the world and the English mechanic and world of science. He described how a tidal wave could be created by using high explosives to set the entire Earth in oscillation, and discussed how this wall of water could be harnessed to engulf an advancing enemy. And for the New York Sun and New York Times, he drafted a flurry of letters to the editor on such topics as his dirigible wireless torpedo, the transmission of voice by means of wireless, the narcotic influence of certain periodic currents when transmitted through the body for therapeutic reasons, the inefficiency of Marconi's system, and the piracy of his oscillators by Marconi and another wireless inventor, Valdemar Paulsen. Tesla also declared that the telephone was invented by Philip Rice before Bell, and the incandescent lamp by King and J. W. Starr before Edison. Unlike Bell and Edison, Tesla wrote, "I had to cut the path myself, and my hands are still sore." After reviewing his bitter battle for vindication as the true author of the AC polyphase system against such feeble men as Professor Ferraris, the wizard went on to discuss his seminal work in wireless telegraphy. "It will never be possible to transmit electrical energy economically through this planet and its environment except by essentially the same means and methods which I have discovered," he declared, "and the system is so perfect now that it admits of but little improvement. Would you mind telling a reason why this advance should not stand worthily besides the discoveries of Copernicus?" This was a new Tesla, resentful, indignant, defiant, petulant. He was the discoverer of the AC polyphase system, the induction motor, fluorescent lights, mechanical and electrical oscillators, a novel steam propulsion system, wireless transmission of intelligence, light and power, remote control and interplanetary communication. He was an original discoverer, whereas Bell and Edison had merely modified the works of others. How dare the world deny him his due? Tesla's inventions were even at the heart of the new electric subway system which had just opened its doors beneath the thriving metropolis. Flooding, however, was a continual problem which marred this newest Tesla spin-off. The public had to be warned lest water cause corrosion of vital components, thereby increasing the risk of causing an explosion, and so another article advised the authorities on ways to cure the problem. After one of his bi-weekly trips to his esteemed tonsorial artist for the warm compresses on his face and vigorous head massage to stimulate brain cells, Tesla picked up his walking cane and strolled out in his green suede high-tops to 42nd Street, to the entranceway of the freshly tiled Interborough catacombs. He was looking for new office space. Descending the staircase, the creator was overtaken with a pompous sense of pride as he stood by the tracks to await the next train. It was an almost magical experience for him to drop down in one part of the city only to pop up majestically in another spot a few minutes later. While waiting at a stop one ordinary day in 1907, he was approached by a lad and asked if he were the great Nikola Tesla. Catching a gleam in the inquirer's eye, the inventor answered in the affirmative. "I have many questions to ask you," the youngster said as Tesla moved forward to step aboard the train. "Well then, come on," Tesla responded, unable to understand why the boy hesitated. "I do not have enough money for the fare," was the embarrassed reply. "Oh, is that all?" The electronic savant chuckled as he tossed the youngster the required sum. "What's your name?" "O'Neill, sir. Jack O'Neill. I'm applying for a job as a page for the New York Public Library." "Good. We can meet there, and you can help me research the history of some patents I'm investigating." O'Neill, who also had a keen interest in psychic phenomena, would go on a decade later to become a science reporter for the Long Island paper, the Nassau Daily Review-Star. Eventually, he took a position at the Herald Tribune, where he won the Pulitzer Prize before penning Prodigal Genius. In June came yet another legal suit, again from Warden, only this time from his heirs, as he had passed away. The amount was for $1,080, for money owed on an option Tesla had on 400 acres adjacent to the 200 he controlled. "This is an old case which has been dragging in the courts for years," Tesla told the Sun reporter. "I had intended to use this land for an agricultural experiment in fertilizing soil by means of electricity. I thought that by the use of certain electrical principles in producing nitrogen, the soil could be increased very much, and thus I had agreed to take a certain option. But subsequently I discovered that the person who entered into the agreement had no right to make such a disposition. I told him the option was off. But the heirs of the owner had simply pressed the claim, and it is very likely that it will have to be paid." VTOLs, a history of vertical and take-off landing aircraft. June 8, 1908. My dear Colonel, I am now ready to take an order from you for a self-propelled flying machine, either of the lighter or heavier-than-air type. Yours sincerely, Nikola Tesla. Astor was particularly interested in flying machines, but as would become his habit, Tesla would be working at cross purposes. He wanted the good colonel to fund this work in aeronautics, but in actuality his ultimate goal was to earn enough money so that he could return to Long Island and reopen his world telegraphy plant. Thus, any potential profits were always threatened by the greater plan. This problem would continue to encumber any possible deal, especially with someone like Astor, who knew full well the inventor's primary intentions. One of Tesla's most confounding prognostications came at the onset of 1908. Having finally located a new workspace at 165 Broadway, Tesla felt that he was getting back on track. Shortly after he moved in, he received an invitation to speak at a Waldorf Astoria dinner in honor of himself and Rear Admiral Charles Sigsbee. "This coming year will dispel one error which has greatly retarded aerial navigation," Tesla prophesied. "The aeronaut will soon satisfy himself that an aeroplane is altogether too heavy to soar, and that such a machine, while it will have some use, can never fly as fast as a dirigible balloon. In strong contrast with these unnecessarily hazardous trials are the serious and dignified efforts of Count Zeppelin, who is building a real flying machine, safe and reliable, to carry a dozen men and provisions, and with a speed far in excess of those obtained with aeroplanes." Assuming that the viscosity of the atmosphere exceeded that of water, Tesla had calculated that an airplane could never fly much faster than an aqueous craft. The inventor further reasoned that for highest velocities the propeller is doomed. Not only was its rotational speed restrictive, it was also subject to easy breakage. The prop plane, according to calculations, would have to be replaced by a reactive jet. In the short run, that is, for the next 30 years, the airship was the preferred method of passenger travel. Berlin, May 30th, 1908. Count Zeppelin, whose remarkable performances in his first airship brought such signal honours, today accomplished the most striking feat in his career so far. He guided his Zeppelin II, with 2 engineers and a crew of 7 aboard, a distance of more than 400 miles without landing. All through the night the vessel sped over Württemberg and Bavaria, passing over sleeping countryside and villages and cities hardly less asleep. It was announced and widely published that the Count would come to Berlin and land at the parade ground. In expectation of the event, the Emperor and Empress and hundreds of thousands gathered there. It would be 2 decades before Lindbergh would capture the imagination of the public by flying solo in a propeller-driven airplane across the high seas, but airships were already close to accomplishing that feat. In 1911, Joseph Brooker formed the transatlantic airship expedition, but was beaten in the quest by the British Air Force, which succeeded in crossing the Atlantic 8 years later. During World War I, the Zeppelin ran frequent bombing missions from Berlin to London. Robert Underwood Johnson flew with 50 other passengers in a similar Leviathan over Rome just 2 years later in 1919. However, by the late 1920s, this infamous legacy was all but forgotten, as these great airships were flying regularly across the Atlantic from Europe to both North and South America, and Germany was enjoying a reputation as the new leader in futuristic technology. One curious and unfortunate footnote to history was the senseless choice to fill those blimps with hydrogen, a highly explosive gas, instead of non-flammable helium. Had the engineers insisted on the much safer medium by heeding Tesla's 1915 warning, the great Hindenburg disaster of 1937 would never have taken place, and the use of Zeppelins would probably have continued for many more years to come. The problem stemmed all the way back to the late 1700s, when Jacques Charles, a French scientist, discovered that hydrogen was 14 times lighter than air and filled a balloon with it. Monsieur Charles, like Count Zeppelin of Tesla's time, gained great notoriety by travelling in his balloon 15 or 20 miles at a stretch. Today, airships create stable platforms for TV sports cameras. Advertisers use them because of their unique ability to generate brand name recognition, and the military likes them because they offer singular advantages over the helicopter. They can be used for low-flying rescue missions without creating hazardous turbulence. They can be used to detect the submarine launching of cruise missiles by positioning themselves in a single area for hours or days on end. And they are extremely difficult to locate by ground surveillance. Why don't they show on radar? A recent Popular Mechanics article asks. Because the skyship's gondola is made of Kevlar. The envelope is of polyurethane fibre and is filled with helium. They all have little or no radar register. The next generation airships would sip fuel, and they would stay operational for months at a time. As these are developed for military use, it's not too far-fetched to predict that airships of the 21st century may even be used for transatlantic passenger service. Tesla reveals in his Waldorf Astoria speech his prophecy of the inevitable development of the jet plane, which would be about as close as he would come to explaining his highly novel and still obscure invention of an airplane that operated much like today's VTOL, vectored thrust aircraft. Tesla had played with a number of airship designs since his college days. One of his models, drawn up in 1894, was a traditionally shaped hot air balloon. Inspired by those he had seen at the World Fairs in Paris and Chicago, this dirigible received its continuing supply of heat from a gigantic induction coil that was placed high above the gondola, in the centre of the hot air container. The more recent model, which resembled a gigantic teardrop, took into consideration aerodynamic principles uncovered by such researchers as Leonardo da Vinci, Count von Zeppelin, and Lawrence Hargrave, an Australian who in 1890 fashioned rubber band-powered prop planes which travelled through the air over distances exceeding 100 yards. This design was schematically prepared in the shape of a conventional airfoil by one of Tesla's draftsmen in 1908. My airship will have neither gas bag, wings, nor propellers. You might see it on the ground, and you would never guess that it was a flying machine. Yet it will be able to move at will through the air in any direction with perfect safety, higher speeds than have yet been reached, regardless of weather and obvious holes in the air or downward currents. It will ascend in such currents if desired. It can remain absolutely stationary in the air, even in a wind, for a great length of time. Its lifting power will not depend on any such delicate devices as the bird has to employ, but use positive mechanical action. Stability will be achieved through gyroscopic actions of my engine. It is the child of my dreams, the product of years of intense and painful toil and research. Tesla's vehicle had the reactive jet placed at its leading edge or bulky end, and the 50 steering escape valves placed at the opposite trailing edge or tapered end. If fashioned as a lighter-than-air dirigible, the ship would have been modelled in part after the work of Henri Giffard, a Frenchman who invented the first dirigible in 1852, as well as Count von Zeppelin, the inventor who had been the first to construct a successful prototype with a rigid metal framework within the bag. Zeppelin was also one of the first to take into consideration wind resistance. His ships could travel at speeds of more than 40 miles per hour. A well-designed airfoil can develop a lift force many times its drag. This allows the wing of an airplane to serve as a thrust amplifier. If the thrust is directed horizontally, a vertical lift force large enough to overcome the vehicle's weight can be developed. Thus it appears that Tesla's reactive jet prototype could also have been fabricated in a heavier-than-air design. Oliver Chanute, Monsieur Goupil, and O. Littenthal were other gay 90s aeronauts whose patented works Tesla had studied. Naturally, he was also influenced by Samuel Langley and the Wright brothers, both of whom had actually produced heavier-than-air models that had actually flown. The hovercraft. Another horseshoe, crab-shaped VTOL designed by Tesla was called a hovercraft. This vehicle, which resembled a corvette, placed the powerful turbine horizontally within its centre. Operating much like a great fan, the engine created a heavy downdraft which caused the vehicle to rise up and ride along the ground on a layer of air. This invention, which apparently worked much like the hovercraft depicted in the original Star Wars film, was the early precursor of the Army's car-sized aerial jeep, which derived its thrust from ducted fans mounted rigidly in the airframe. To fly horizontally, the entire craft was tilted slightly by the leaning motion of the driver. In 1960, Scientific American could write that this design is being explored because of its simplicity and adaptability for flying at very low altitudes. It is doubtful that Tesla ever constructed any of the heavier-than-air hovercrafts, although he may have built a hydrofoil model to skim over the Hudson. There's no doubt that he also constructed lighter-than-air vessels which could be operated by means of remote control. Ideas inherent in Tesla's hovercraft and paramecium-shaped reactive jet dirigibles evolved into today's Harrier fighter plane, a supersonic aircraft considered one of the military's most potent fighting machines, and the new, yet-to-be-built, Lockheed Martin X-33, which is a lightweight VTOL replacement of the Space Shuttle, having a new experimental engine, the plane itself being shaped like a flat flying wing. The seeds of this technology can also be traced to the work of A.F. Salm, a prominent aeronautical engineer who patented in 1921 an airplane with a wing that could deflect the propeller slipstream to provide lift for hovering. Although Salm did not actually construct his plane, his concept, which may have been influenced by Tesla's work, evolved into the English Hawker, a British fighter developed in the 1960s. This airplane utilized nozzles to deflect a slipstream downward for vertical takeoff or for hovering, and horizontally for normal flight. Utilizing thrust vectoring, this apparatus became more workable with the development of the Pegasus engine, an extremely powerful turbojet found in the Harrier, which was unveiled in 1969. From the pilot's point of view, there is only one extra control in the cockpit, a single lever to select the nozzle angle. AV-8B Harrier, the U.S. Marines ground support jet, can take off vertically, hover close to a battlefield, and let loose missiles, cluster bombs, or smart bombs. Flying on a beam of energy. Whether or not Tesla was able to perfect his design for aircraft that operated without any fuel, by deriving energy from wireless transmitters, is unknown. This concept, however, has been adopted by the military. In 1987, the New York Times and also Newsweek reported large glider planes powered without fuel. Their energy is derived from microwaves beamed up from ground transmitters to large flat panels of rectinae on each wing's underbelly. These special antennas, laced with tiny rectifiers that turn alternating current into direct current, power an electric motor to run the craft's propeller. This concept is also utilized as solar panels on board spacecraft as well as on solar-powered automobiles. The Flivoplane. Tesla designs weird craft to fly up, down, sideways. Craft combines qualities of helicopter and plane. Detailed descriptions were available yesterday of the helicopter airplane, the latest creation of Nikola Tesla, inventor, electrical wizard, experimenter, and dreamer. It is a tiny combination plane, which its inventor asserts will rise and descend vertically and fly horizontally at great speed, much faster than the speed of the planes of today. But despite the feats which he credits to his invention, Tesla says it will sell for something less than $1,000. Although this article was written in 1928, Tesla first applied for patents on his new method of aerial transportation in 1921. Nevertheless, designs for propeller-driven VTOL aircraft dated back even before the turn of the century. One of Tesla's earliest and most primitive helicopters looked much like a wash basin, with vertical shaft rising from its center. Flailing out like the skeletons of two umbrellas stacked above one another were its dual horizontal propellers. This vehicle evolved into the Flivoplane, which took off vertically like a helicopter and then flew like a normal airplane, when the propeller and the craft were rotated 90 degrees into the horizontal position. The concepts found in Tesla's Flivoplane can be found in another advanced military VTOL aircraft called the V-22 Osprey. In this design, the body of the vehicle resembles a normal military transport plane. It is the propellers at the ends of each wing which rotate 90 degrees from the helicopter position for vertical takeoff into the normal airplane position for forward flight. Used in the recent war with Iraq, February 1990, this vehicle, like the aerial Jeep and VTOL Harrier fighter jet, evolved directly out of Tesla's designs. As Tesla's work in aeronautics has never received much publicity, it's quite possible that the military adopted it in secret. VTOLs can be grouped into 4 general categories. The aircraft could be tilted, the thrust could be deflected, the propeller or turbojet engine could be tilted, or a dual propulsion system could be utilized. Bell Labs began constructing propeller-driven VTOLs in the 1940s. Early models included the wing-tilted XC-142A, developed by Vought, Hiller and Ryan, and the X-19 propeller-tilted craft, developed by Curtiss and Wright. The new weapons. Every service has its favorite new weapon, and the Marine Corps' favorite is the V-22 Osprey, an aircraft that can take off like a helicopter and fly like a plane. Just the craft to ferry Marines quickly and far into the desert, argue its manufacturers, Bell Helicopter Textron Incorporated and Boeing Vertol Company. The vehicle can carry 24 men and costs $40 million. 37. Bladeless Turbines, 1909 to 1910. March 22nd, 1909. My dear Colonel Astor, I was very glad to know from the papers that you have returned to the city, and hasten to tell you that my steam and gas turbine, pump, water turbine, air compressor and propeller have all proved a great success. In the opinion of very competent men, these inventions will create an enormous revolution. My gas turbine will be the finest thing in the world for a flying machine because it makes it possible to attain as much as 4 to 5 horsepower for each pound of weight. I have been hard at work on a design of the flying machine, and it's going to be something very fine. It will have no screw propeller or inclined plane, rudder or wane. In fact, nothing of the old, and it will enable us to lift much greater weights and propel them in the air with ever so much greater speed than has been possible so far. We are making up an automobile in which these new principles are embodied, and I am also designing a locomotive for a railroad and am adapting my new propulsion scheme to one of the biggest Atlantic liners. All this information is confidential. I am merely writing knowing that you will be pleased with my success. With kind regards, I am sincerely yours, Nikola Tesla. With the death of the fragile poet Robert Watson Gilder in November 1909, came the advance in position from associate editor to editor-in-chief by Robert Underwood Johnson. Numerous dignitaries attended the sombre affair, including Mark Twain and the latest rising star in the world of poetry, the 24-year-old wonder child, George Sylvester Viereck. It was an undesirable way for Luca to gain the promotion, but clearly the trustees had never considered anyone else for the post. Gilder's passing was yet another tangible sign of the end of an important era for the century. Tesla came over for Christmas dinner, and the discussion drifted to the problems Robert would now have in boosting a steadily declining circulation. In competition with the new crop of plebeian journals, Luca was forced to lower his standards by allowing the introduction of such four-letter words as hell to grace the Century's pages. Catherine was interested in discussing Sir Oliver Lodge's recent contention that he had located a medium that had spoken to dead members of the Society of Psychical Research, but Tesla thought such form of wireless communication poppycock. He was more interested in tearing apart Professor Pickering's supposition that he could erect a set of mirrors in Texas with $10,000 to signal the Martians. The idea that mirrors might be manufactured which will reflect sunlight in parallel beams for the time being is beyond our range of ability. But there is one method of putting ourselves in touch with other planets, Tesla said, as the eyes of his hosts lit up once again with the idea of Wardenclyffe. Capital, of course, was the problem, so Tesla began to describe his newest money-making scheme. It was his latest invention. Accused of being a visionary and dreamer, the consummate inventor taxed his powers of concentration in the calm retirement of the night to cultivate a way to bail himself out. Often he would leave his walled-off suite to walk the streets after hours and cogitate. His favourite sanctum was the colossal hall at Grand Central Station. There, in the slumbering chapel, at 4 a.m, he could follow the echo of his solitary thoughts down and into the tunnels to where the trains were berthed, or up and around the majestic marble staircases which overlooked the vast commuters' arena, and skyward to the starry dome, where the constellations and corresponding mythical gods were painted on the ceiling. This was his grand station for bouncing ideas off Pegasus, or Hercules, Virgo, Centaurus, Gemini, Hydra, or Orion. Perhaps Argus, the ship, could provide a clue. Wardenclyffe had become his obsession, and unless he was able to resurrect it in toto, he would never feel fulfilled. In-between measures were out of the question. Either he launched the entire edifice, or he would launch none of it. Sheriff would visit the plant periodically with his wife, his father and newborn baby, and handle the money on the taxes and salary for Mr. Hawkins, who was retained as a guard. But Tesla's competition had now caught up, and in some ways was surpassing, if not replacing, his vision. Airplanes and zeppelins were clotting the skies. The powers opposing illuminants without filaments were becoming more entrenched, and wireless transmitters were springing up like mushrooms at the banks of a woodland stream. In January 1908, the French placed a broadcast station atop the Eiffel Tower for the purpose of transmitting messages to Morocco. The director of operations predicted that such impulses should theoretically go around the world and return to the tower. Leader Forrest began to gain momentum in the States, and soon began contracting with the government and the millionaires for the erection of radio telephones, which he placed on the roofs of the tallest structures in Manhattan. In 1907 he had aired the voice of Enrico Caruso, who was singing at the Metropolitan Opera House. Most of the listeners were in nearby boats. Concurrently, De Forest had refined a way to boost the speed of Morse code transmissions. He could now direct telegrams at the astonishing rate of 600 words per minute. "I can confidently predict," De Forest proclaimed, "that within the next 5 years every ship will be equipped with the wireless telephone. I look forward to the day when by this means the opera may be brought into every home. Some day the news and even advertising will be sent out to the public over the wireless telephone." De Forest went on to criticize Marconi's devices, which still had not solved the problem of static interference, and predicted that his new system for tuning would eventually become standard. The following year he signed a contract for the radio wireless with Bell Telephone and installed operations between Philadelphia and New York. Tesla was becoming a footnote to the field. Mr. Bolt, hurling his own insult, by hiring United Wireless to place two 40-foot wireless transmitters on the roof of the Waldorf and paying them $3,000 for the work. Marconi, however, was still the man of the hour, his name a household word, as the New York Times boasted in every Sunday supplement, a crest banner above their masthead boldly depicting Marconi wireless transmitters traversing continents and seas. The Prime Mover. The Tesla turbine is the apotheosis of simplicity. It is so violently opposed to all precedents that it seems unbelievable. With his wireless project evidently far in advance of the times, Tesla devoted himself to other inventions which appealed more to practical men. After years of careful thinking, I found that what the world needed most was an efficient prime mover. Tesla was referring to his new invention of a powerful and lightweight turbine, one that could be used to replace the gasoline engine in the car, fitted on airplanes, torpedoes, or ocean liners, or converted into a pump for transporting air, solids, or fluids. This remarkable machine could be used to create liquid oxygen, or even be placed above incinerators to convert wasted heat into electricity. Born of Dana and Nico's childhood play with water wheels in Smiljan, the multifaceted and revolutionary device first became manifest in 1906 to 1907. It was called the bladeless turbine. Latest marvel from the monarch of mechanics. Frank Parker Stockbridge. You've got what Professor Langley was trying to evolve for his flying machine, an engine that will give a horsepower for a pound of weight, I suggested. I have got more than that, replied Dr. Tesla. I have an engine that will give 10 horsepower to a pound of weight. This is 25 times as powerful as the lightest weight engines in use today. The lightest gas engine used on aeroplanes weighs 2½ pounds and produces 1 horsepower. With that weight, I can produce 25 horsepower. This means the solution of the problem of flying, I suggested. Yes, and many more, was the reply. It is the perfect rotary engine. It is an accomplishment that mechanical engineers have been dreaming about ever since the invention of steam power. The inventor thereupon proceeded to explain its principles. Having studied the properties of water and steam as they pass through a propeller, Tesla explored the relationship of viscosity and adhesion to the blade's corresponding spin. The metal does not absorb any of the water, but some of the water adheres to it. The drop of water may change its shape, yet its particles remain intact. This tendency of all fluids to resist separation is viscosity, the inventor explained. By exploiting these principles, Tesla had patented an entirely new kind of turbine which did away with the blades of an everyday propeller and replaced them with a series of discs thinly spaced apart like a stack of pennies on their side. Each disc had a hole in its center for removing the incoming fluid and for turning the central shaft. Whereas skin friction impedes a ship in its progress through the sea or an aeroplane through the air, Tesla exploited this seeming obstacle so that the spin of the turbine would be enhanced rather than retarded by the adhesion and viscosity of the medium. It was another stroke of genius from the master. Spiral action was initiated at the periphery of each disc as the water formed a tighter and tighter corkscrew pattern as the center hole was approached, thus augmenting spiral action. In this way, a fluid under pressure, such as steam, could enter the sealed chamber which housed the horizontal stack of discs and cause them to rotate. Following the natural tendency to create a whirlpool, like water exiting a drain, the fluid would naturally spin faster and faster as it moved toward the center. Simultaneously, its property of adhesion would carry or drag the corresponding disc around and around at a faster rate, and this spin could be used, for instance, as a turbine to generate electricity. Reversing the entire process would turn the instrument into a pump, and hooking it up to an induction motor could transform the instrument into a jet engine. One such pump, now in operation with 8 discs 18 inches in diameter, pumps 4,000 gallons a minute to a height of 360 feet. Suppose now we reversed the operation, continued the inventor. Suppose we had water or air under pressure or steam under pressure and let it run into the case in which the discs are contained. What would happen? The discs would revolve and any machinery attached to the shaft would be operated. You would convert the pump into an engine, I suggested. That is exactly what would happen. what does happen," replied Dr. Tesla. "Then, too," Dr. Tesla went on, "there are no delicate adjustments to be made. The distance between the discs is not a matter of microscopic accuracy. Coupling these engines in series, one can do away with gearing in machinery. The motor is especially adapted to automobiles, for it will run on gas explosions as well as on steam. With a 1,000-horsepower engine weighing only 100 pounds, imagine the possibilities. In the space now occupied by the engines of the Lusitania, 25 times her 80,000 horsepower could be developed, were it possible to provide boiler capacity sufficient to furnish the necessary steam. Here is an engine that will do things no other engine ever has done." In January 1909, George Scherf, who was now working for a sulphur company, sent off a pleading letter for financial aid to Tesla. "My creditors are hounding me hard. Anything you can do for me will be much appreciated," Scherf wrote. Instead of sending him money, Tesla sent a check for Mrs. Schwartz, yet another disgruntled investor. In need himself, Scherf tried to divert the funds, but Tesla, having been in Scherf's position numerous times, wrote back light-heartedly, "I'm sorry to note that you are losing your equanimity and poise. Mrs. Schwartz is weak, and you are fully able to fight your own battles. You must pull yourself together and banish the evil spirits." Shortly thereafter, Scherf sent off another note informing Tesla that he had prepared the taxes for Wardenclyffe. "A few nights ago," Scherf added, "a burglar entered my house and cleaned all the cash out of my pockets." Tesla took the hint and began recompensing his former secretary, sending a check in November. November the 11th, 1909. Dear Mr. Tesla, thank you for the $200. What gives me more pleasure than the money is the concrete evidence it furnishes of your progress towards the success for which you have battled so long and hard. Sincerely, George Scherf. In March 1909, Tesla had formed the Tesla Propulsion Company with Joseph Hoadley and Walter H. Knight. With stock capitalized at $1 million, it was announced in Electrical World that turbines were being sold to the Alabama Consolidated Coal and Iron Company. Tesla also set up other firms, the Tesla Ozone Company, capitalized at $400,000, which produced ozone, and the Tesla Electrotherapeutic Company, which marketed electrotherapeutic machines with Colonel Ray. Present-day ozone therapy. During a recent symposium marking the 100 years since Tesla's arrival in America, G. Frybot, a medical doctor who used Tesla's ozone-producing equipment, stated that by injecting pure ozone directly into the bloodstream of a man afflicted with colon cancer, 30 tumors were released. According to Frybot, this form of oxygen, which is naturally produced by the sun's action on the upper reaches of the atmosphere, contains oxidizing, antiseptic, and germicidal power, bringing palliative and curative results to many individuals. When questioned about the dangers of creating embolisms, Frybot noted that air embolisms are not caused by bubbles of oxygen in the bloodstream, as is commonly believed, but rather by impurities carried by the oxygen. This work is new and controversial, although verification of these findings has been established by physicians. Tesla, of course, did not inject ozone into people. However, he did construct an electrotherapeutic device for Scherf's wife, who was suffering from an ailment at that time. "I believe that it will do you and Mrs. Scherf a lot of good," Tesla wrote, adding for the Sally, "unless you have no electric supply circuit in your home, in which case it will be necessary to move into other quarters." Throughout 1909 and 1910, the inventor shuffled back and forth between Providence, Bridgeport, and New York City, where he had installed various renditions of his turbines. Most of the development work was at Bridgeport. "I am now at work on new ideas of an automobile locomotive and lathe, in which these inventions of mine are embodied, and which cannot help but prove a colossal success," he wrote Scherf. "The only trouble is to get the cash, but it cannot last very long before my money will come in a torrent, and then you can call on me for anything you like." He added optimistically in another letter, "Things are developing very favorably, and it seems that my wildest dream will be realized before next summer." In March 1910, Owen's wife gave birth to their first son, Robert Underwood Johnson, Jr., but in the spring, a potential disaster of foreboding invaded the Tesla circle when it was announced that John Jacob Astor and his son Vincent were lost at sea. The inventor was one of the many who rejoiced when the news arrived that one of the 10 richest men in the world and his son emerged unscathed. It is uncertain to what extent Astor contributed to Tesla's work with the turbine. However, there is some evidence that the inventor installed a hydrofoil jet engine in a mysterious craft Astor had docked in the Harlem River. The New York Times reported that the vehicle seemed to embody an airship with a practical watercraft. If this was a radical flying machine, which Tesla was working on, both he and Astor made sure that the reporters were kept away. One of the advantages of such a prototype was that the danger of death resulting from experimental flights could be minimized, since the craft was theoretically set up to hover only above water. Feeling well on the way to success, Tesla wrote his friend Charles Scott at the Westinghouse Corporation for an order of 1 million induction motors to drive his turbines. "But as I have learned to go slow," he added to the letter, "I shall take only one at first." In November 1910, with his newfound tidal wave of momentum, he moved his headquarters to the prestigious 48-story Metropolitan Towers located at 1 Madison Avenue, just across the way from the Garden. With an office suite on the 20th floor, right beneath the skyscraper's famous tower clock, the inventor could look out on the burgeoning metropolis from the tallest building in the world, to plan his next move for the recapture of his holy grail, his world telegraphy scheme. 38. The Hammond Connection, 1909 to 1913. November the 8th, 1910. My dear Mr. Hammond, Jr., I was glad to read the enclosed newspaper reports. This is water on my mill. Just go ahead and make a lot of money, and I will sue for infringement, and we will divide. Yours sincerely, N. Tesla. It is unclear as to exactly when and in what capacity John Hayes Hammond Sr. became involved financially with Nikola Tesla. John O'Neill, who knew the inventor for nearly 40 years, wrote in his biography that Hammond Sr. gave Tesla a gift of $10,000 for the development of the teleautomaton, which was unveiled in 1898. John Hayes Hammond Jr., or Jack Hammond, contradicted this assertion, writing 12 years after the book's publication, "My father was financing one of his later inventions, and in this way I had the opportunity of meeting him even when I was at Yale, 1907 to 1910. Thus, based on Jack's letter, Hammond Sr. most likely helped finance Tesla's bladeless turbine, although he may have invested in Wardenclyffe or some other enterprise. In either case, it is unlikely that Hammond presented Tesla with an outright gift, so it is clear that at least part of O'Neill's statement is incorrect. One of Hammond Sr.'s oldest friends, stemming from childhood, was Darius Ogden Mills. Both men grew up as California gold miners. Mills, a long-standing friend of Stanford White's, became a principal in the Edison Illuminating Company back in 1883, along with J. Pierpont Morgan. As a business associate of John Jacob Astor in the late 1890s, Mills was involved in the financing of the Niagara Falls enterprise, and probably invested in Tesla's company as well. Tesla also knew Hammond's brother Richard, who had been to Niagara Falls to hear the inventor's invocation. Having correctly anticipated a depression resulting from Grover Cleveland's 1892 election, Hammond had travelled with his wife and family to South Africa to run the Bonato brothers' gold and diamond mines. Thus, he was on the other side of the globe at the time of Tesla's work in teleautomatics. Nevertheless, it is entirely possible that through Mills, Hammond participated in the venture. Jack Hammond, who would have been 10 years old in 1898, would have therefore learned about this technology at an impressionable age. As the focus of Jack's extraordinary career revolved around his work in radio-guided weaponry systems, this early Tesla connection would help explain his ardent interest. Although Jack made no secret of crediting Tesla as being the primary inventor of teleautomatics, he may still have wished to suppress Tesla's ultimate role in influencing so greatly the direction his life would take. According to Jack Hammond's research, Professor Ernest Wilson in 1897 controlled a torpedo on the Thames by Hertzian waves. He is the pioneer inventor in this art. John Hayes Hammond, Sr. John Hayes Hammond Sr., whose life became fictionalized as the heroic Clay in Soldiers of Fortune, was the ultimate daredevil. Born in 1855, Hammond's maternal grandfather, Colonel John Coffee Hayes, was a Texas Ranger and the first sheriff of the wickedest city in the world, the seaport and bonanza town of San Francisco. Raised in California during the gold rush, Hammond's father, Richard Pindle Hammond, was a West Point graduate and a friend of Robert E. Lee's, and also Franklin Pierce. Hammond was also a gold miner and federal tax collector for the port of San Francisco. Schooled at Yale University with a major in mining, Hammond continued his studies in the mid-1870s in Europe. After his return, the energetic adventurer set out for the Sierra Madre in his search for silver and gold. Travelling with his family and brother Richard, Hammond encountered Apache Indians on the warpath and Mexican desperados in his quest for buried treasure. By way of encouragement, Hammond stated, "My wife frequently declared that in case Dick and I should be killed, she would faithfully promise to shoot first the women, then her child, and then herself, rather than have them fall into the hands of the Indians." Other excursions included travel through alligator-infested swamps in Central America and the cannibal country of Colombia. Successful in finding gold in Guatemala, Hammond also opened up lead and silver mines throughout Mexico and the Midwest. In 1891, with a 6-gun strapped to each hip, he helped quell a violent mining strike in Montana. But in 1893, unhappy with the new Democratic administration, he decided to leave America, taking his family with him to fulfill his childhood dream of searching for diamonds in the depths of the Dark Continent. Placed in charge of the British Consolidated Goldfields, Hammond made his fortune when he realized that searching for diamonds 2,500 feet under the ground would be much more lucrative when this type of land was selling for $10 per acre, whereas shallow mining stakes were going for $40,000 per acre. Among his children, the most precocious was a 5-year-old named John Hayes Hammond Jr., or Jack. There was also Harris, 6 years Jack's elder, Richard, a younger brother, and Natalie, a little sister. Swept into the Boer War in 1896, Hammond was arrested by the Transvaal government. Captured with Cecil Rhodes and the infamous Dr. Jameson, who had led a revolt against the Dutch, the elite members of the mining syndicate were sentenced to death by firing squad. With a plea from the U.S. Secretary of State, and perhaps a nudge from Mark Twain, who was in South Africa at the time, they were finally able to buy their way out. According to Hammond, Twain had informed the Dutch that they had captured some of the wealthiest bugs in the world. President Kruger placed the ransom at $600,000, or $125,000 apiece. With Rhodes fronting the booty, the deal was struck and they were released. Hammond, with his wife and family, were free to return to the States. He would pay back his share with future profits from new mining ventures. Considered one of the wealthiest industrialists in the world, with a list of friends that included 3 presidents and former Yale classmate William Howard Taft, John Hayes Hammond Sr. became a natural choice for vice president. Resigning from the Guggenheim Copper Coalition, Hammond sought the position as Taft's running mate with full vigor in 1908, during the initial years of Tesla's partnership with his son, Jack. John Hayes Hammond, Jr. After a short stay in England in 1900, the Hammond family returned to the States and took up residence in Washington, D.C. Hammond Sr. also had an office on Wall Street and a summer home in New Jersey. Having a keen interest in inventors, the mining engineer invited many of them to his home. Included on the list were Alexander Graham Bell, Guglielmo Marconi, Tom Edison, Nikola Tesla, and the Wright brothers. In 1901, when Jack was just 12 years old, he was invited with his father to Menlo Park. There, Edison, who was working on a new process to extract gold from South African ore, showed Jack models of his first phonograph and gave the youth some original sketches. "It may have been this contact," Hammond speculated, "that stimulated my son's interest in the study of electricity." Shortly after Jack entered Yale in 1906, he began to study Tesla's inventions. He also worked for Alexander Graham Bell. Thus it was during his college years that his interest in remote control became reawakened. "Tesla and Bell were, so to speak, my scientific godfathers," Jack wrote in his diary. "I found them deeply inspiring." Jack's experiments started in early 1908, when he developed an electric steering and also an engine control for a boat, finding that he could control this mechanism over short distances with a radio impulse. It was at this time that the Hammonds set up permanent residence on the harbour at the fishing village of Gloucester, Massachusetts, and it was there that the enthusiastic engineering student performed most of his investigations. Destined to have more patents than any American inventor except Tom Edison, Jack began his interest in inventing during his New Jersey prep school years. His first significant creation, at age 16, was a reverse switch, which automatically turned off his nightlight when the headmaster opened his dorm door to check to see if he was reading after curfew. After this, the floodgates were opened, and by the end of his career, John Hayes Hammond, Jr. had amassed an astounding array of over 800 patents, including inventions in the fields of military warfare, music and sound, no relation to W. H. Hammond of electric organ fame, and home appliances. Some of Jack's most unique contributions included a cigarette case which popped out a lit cigarette when opened, a microwave oven, a push-button radio, a super-heterodyne which greatly amplified radio waves and was coincident with Edwin Armstrong, aircraft guidance systems, a time-controlled gas bomb, a magnetic bottle cap, a combination piano radio phonograph, a windshield washer, a mobile housing unit, and a telestereographer, or mechanism for projecting three-dimensional images via wireless. In September 1909, during his senior year, the budding wunderkind wrote to his father to arrange for a meeting with the Serbian high priest of telotomatics. "Father, I have some important information that I desire to get from Mr. Tesla." Hammond Sr., who had just lost his bid for the vice-presidential slot, made the arrangements. Jack met the 53-year-old inventor at his Metropolitan Towers office in New York the week of September the 26th, and it is most likely that Tesla reciprocated by visiting Gloucester shortly thereafter. Hammond requested that Tesla send his patent information on wireless control of machinery, and Tesla did so before the end of the month. Moonlighting at the patent office in Washington, D.C., Jack had already rigged by this time a 40-foot vessel to be maneuvered by means of wireless. His broadcasting system, in part based on the Marconi design, also utilized Tesla's oscillators and contained two 360-foot radio control towers near the laboratory overlooking Freshwater Cove. With these devices, a man standing at a shore lookout station could steer an empty boat in the water. Jack also asked Tesla to speak at his Yale graduation. This period in Tesla's life was marked by extreme bitterness, because Marconi was rewarded for his piracy with the Nobel Prize in December. Tesla informed Jack that the Italian tinkerer had abandoned the old devices of Hertz and Lodge and substituted mine instead. In this manner, the transmission across the Atlantic was affected. Jack, however, held no ill will toward Marconi, and included him prominently in the 4-volume compendium he was writing on the history of wireless communication. He also invited Marconi to the Gloucester compound and formed a friendship that would last well into the 1930s. Having returned from a European excursion where he had visited electrical engineers and psychic researchers in London, Paris, and St. Petersburg, Jack was able to complete his master's dissertation. Mr. Tesla in 1892 showed that the true Hertzian effect was not a means by which it was possible for a sending station to communicate with a receiving station at any great distance. He demonstrated furthermore that waves propagated at a transmitting station travelled along the ground as a conductor. Today, in 1912, it is acknowledged that these views are correct. It was, however, left to the splendid enterprise of Marconi to crystallize the results of previous investigators into a complete and practical system of space telegraphy. In 1897, Mr. Marconi transmitted messages to a distance of 8.7 miles. Today, Mr. Marconi says that the maximum effective distance of transmission is 6,000 miles. Perturbed with Hammond's decision to highlight Marconi's dubious achievements and proceed in his field of remote control, Tesla sought compensation. Working with Fritz Lowenstein and Alexander Graham Bell, Jack invented a mechanical dog, which followed its master when a lantern was beamed at it. Created in the shape of a milk carton on wheels, the critter made use of selenium cells for eyes to receive the glimmering command signal. Hammond assured Tesla that he was not infringing upon his work in telautomatics, but Tesla remained unconvinced, especially after an article in the newspapers reported that Hammond was in the midst of displaying remote-controlled torpedoes to the military. "My dear Mr. Hammond, judging from the enclosed, I think that you are playing a wireless possum. Notwithstanding your assurances, I will watch your progress and bring a friendly suit for infringement as soon as I ascertain that you are in funds." Jack wrote back to reconfirm that he would give proper credit, but Tesla wanted a contract and a percentage of any profits. "My dear Mr. Tesla," the 22-year-old wrote back, "I am very agreeable to share the profits with you, but I shall only on the condition that you share our liabilities also." "As I naturally surmise that your papa would pay all our liabilities," Tesla replied, "I am willing to share in these." Aside from the banter, Tesla was hoping that Hammond would succeed in his interface with the military, and now he would have a market for selling his new bladeless engines. Soon a partnership was formed, Hammond Sr. footing the bill. "Go in on this with your brother Harris," Jack's father cautioned. "He's older than you and more experienced, and be careful with Mr. Tesla. He tends to spend gold as if it were copper." Having studied Tesla's method of selective tuning, Jack came to call it the 1903 prophetic genius patent. Tesla had created this invention due to a recurrent problem which he'd noticed in 1894 to 95, namely, that he'd been having difficulty illuminating particular bulbs in his laboratory without illuminating others. After studying the work of Herbert Spencer on the combined action of two or more nerves in the human body, the inventor came upon a plan whereby bulbs would illuminate only when a combination of more than one frequency was transmitted. Jack noted that Mr. Tesla resembles his system to a combination lock. Explaining the particulars to the initiate, Tesla showed that devices could be made to respond not only to one frequency, but to 2, 3, or even more. This combined arrangement, analogous to today's TV and telephone scramblers, would not only ensure privacy, it would also allow for a system with a virtually unlimited number of separate channels. The corresponding patent, along with Tesla's method of utilizing resonant earth frequencies for transmission, that is, Tesla currents, became the backbone for a plethora of inventions ranging from military guidance systems to radio and telecommunications. The further development and refinement of this foundation would also eventually make Jack and a few other inventors millionaires, for example, Edwin H. Armstrong. In 1911, writing from the patent office where Jack was still employed, the willing prodigy informed Tesla that he had contacted the War Department with the hope of selling ship-to-shore communication systems capable of transmitting 20 words per minute. Jack had also begun the construction of a military-linked think tank at Gloucester, where he hired such competent engineers as Fritz Lowenstein and Benjamin Franklin Meissner. Born in 1890, Meissner, who would come to author a textbook on radiodynamics with some help from Tesla, became chief assistant at the lab. Having worked for the U.S. Navy in 1908, Meissner had aided in the development of the electric dog and the superheterodyne. He is also credited with inventing the cat whisker, which was a detector on the crystal radio set. Jack was also conferring with Reginald Fessenden, Lee De Forest, John S. Stone, and Guglielmo Marconi. Washington, D.C., February the 16th, 1911. Dear Mr. Tesla, let us create an unpretentious company and call it the Tesla-Hammond Wireless Development Company. In thinking of this name, I have followed Emersonian advice, and as you see, have attached my chariot to a star. The purpose of this company would be to perfect an automatic selective system, to perfect the submersible torpedo, and eventually to carry out your magnificent projects that will wirelessly electrify the world. I am most sincerely yours, John Hayes Hammond, Jr. 202 Metropolitan Towers, New York City. February the 18th, 1911. Dear Mr. Hammond, the Tesla-Hammond combination looks good to me, but we should have to go at it with some circumspection. I have already interested a gentleman who signs himself J.P.M. in a part of my wireless inventions, and my friend Astor is now waiting for the completion of my plant to go into the wireless power transmission business, which should be a colossal success. In the art of telautomatics, however, I am perfectly free, and will be glad to go into any fair proposition to exploit the field. I think that in a few years this departure will command the attention of the world. I have just completed my turbines and am starting Monday to install them at the Edison plant, where I expect to show them to you in operation on your next visit to the city. With kind regards, N. Tesla. Writing on his classy Wardenclyffe letterhead, with the magnifying transmitter posing at the top of the page, the inventor pens, in the estimation of this author, a most exasperating dispatch. The tiff that Tesla had had with Morgan had been held in secret. Only a handful of people even knew the details of their contract. Even Tesla's closest friends and latter-day biographers were kept in the dark. However, on another level, it had become obvious by 1911 to all but Tesla that Wardenclyffe was a ship with a lead hull. Still intoxicated with the world telegraphy idea, filled with hope that his new bladeless turbines would cause a revolution, the perennial iconoclast embarked foolhardily, albeit courageously, on the best-case scenario, that he would raise enough capital with new inventions to finally return to Long Island to complete the tower. Perhaps it is still possible at this juncture of his life, if his motor, for instance, replaced the gasoline engine in the automobile or the prop engine in the airplane. However, what was not possible was the intimation in the letter that Morgan was still interested. This was a blatant display of disinformation which the pompous Waldorf dandy conceitedly proclaimed in order to hide the very fact, maybe even to himself, that his optimism was possibly delusion. Here was a chance to develop a concrete wireless system with the backing of the wealthy and powerful Hammond lineage, but Tesla turned the opportunity away because of arrogant, tunnel-minded and narcissistic proclivities, and possibly because of contractual limitations imposed by the Morgan contract. Had he developed the wireless scheme with Jack, he may have had to legally compensate Morgan with 51% of any developments he achieved. Hammond hadn't figured that the star he had hitched himself to was a half-baked comet. The Apostle of Figments. In May 1911, T.C. Martin invited Tesla to address 1,300 members of the National Electric Light Association, which was holding its annual symposium at the Engineering Society building on 39th Street. There is no enjoyment that I could picture in my mind so exquisite as the triumph which follows an original invention or discovery, the inculcation began. But the world is not always ready to accept the dictum of the inventor, and doubters are plentiful, so that discoverers have often to swallow bitter pills along with their pleasure. But what magniloquent pills would this mad scientist force his congregation to ingest? Tesla proceeded to dazzle the audience with slides of his AC polyphase system, teleautomaton and world wireless experiments, flashing pictures from Colorado with streamers extending 65 feet. In discussing his method of individuation, he stated that the broadcasting of combination and multiple frequencies was benefited in a system that did not use wires. All the statements that you read in the newspapers that wireless messages are interfered with, the inventor explained, are because the workers in that field are laboring under delusions. They are transmitting messages by Hertz waves, and in this way no secrecy is possible. Having skyrocketed his vision to a world which was not of this earth, the wizard now stepped into the shoes of Prometheus. Now the discovery of standing waves that I have made upset all that has gone before, for there was a means of projecting energy into space, absolutely without loss from any point of the globe to another, to the antipodes if desired. In fact, a force impressed at one point could be made to increase with distance. You can imagine how profoundly I was affected by this revelation. Technically, it meant that the Earth as a whole had a certain period of vibration. Set against a sky of thunderclouds, the Wardenclyffe citadel was flashed on the screen, its mushroom-shaped vertex looming. "I have annihilated distance in my scheme," Deus roared, "and when perfected, it will not be one mite different than my present plans call for. The air will be my medium, and I will be able to transmit energy of any amount to any place. I will be able to issue messages to all parts of the world, and send forth words which will come out of the ground in the Sahara Desert with such force that they can be heard for 15 miles around. It would be possible by my powerful wireless transmitter to light the entire United States. The current would pass into the air and, spreading in all directions, produce the effect of a strong aurora borealis. It would be a soft light, but sufficient to distinguish objects. Naturally, the tower would also be powerful enough to send signals to nearby planets, especially if there were any Martians out there to receive them. And this was just the introduction to the topic he came to divulge that night, the Tesla bladeless turbine. Tesla began to work on his new engines in earnest, shuffling between Providence and Bridgeport, with most of his operations now shifted to the New York Edison waterside station. He also looked for prospective clients. One of his plans was to sell, probably through Jacob Schiff, 500 engines to the Japanese. "By applying my turbine to their torpedo," Tesla wrote Jack's brother Harris, "I can double the power. We should negotiate royalties on the basis of horsepower." Tesla also conferred with GE and the exuberant Cyberling Company, leaders in the development of high-speed powerboats. Promising great success, the Vulcan worked overtime, forging his revolutionary equipment, as Jack continued perfecting a prototype remote-operated boat and a wireless broadcasting station. With a range of 2,000 miles, the Hammond transmitter became the most important private sending station in the world. Jack also studied telephotography, and he worked on perfecting his electric dog. "And if you reverse the motor by pushing over the tail switch," Jack announced to the press, "you can make the dog back away most surprisingly in either direction when you advance upon him with the light." Expanding his market, Tesla designed prototypes that could transmutate the gasoline engine in the automobile. He began to make overtures to Ford Motor Company and also Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany, who was planning on putting them in tanks. As with any new creation, there were problems. For instance, because the ball bearings were wearing down too quickly, the discs were not maintaining their spins at optimum accelerations. As a sun dodger, Tesla also had a penchant for working throughout the night, and therefore his labor costs were often double. Naturally, there were other expenditures. Jack suggested more publicity and sent over the well-known journalist Valdemar Kempfert to interview, in Kempfert's words, the temperamental genius for Scientific American. But in Tesla's estimation, he had enough publicity. He needed more capital. Throughout the latter part of 1912 and through the first months of the new year, Tesla sent urgent pleas to his partner. He had expended $18,000, had worked without salary for all this time, and required $10,000 back immediately. "Dear Mr. Hammond, in desperate need of money, I am unable to hold out any longer." But Hammond, who was helping Lowenstein install his wireless equipment aboard Navy ships and competing against DeForest for a $50,000 amplifier deal with AT&T, ignored the request, his brother Harris taking a full quarter of a year to respond. June 10th, 1913. Dear Mr. Tesla, as you know, we have advanced a great many thousands of dollars in the development of this turbine, and have expected each week the past year to be in a position to have tested it. Now we find that the turbine is only partially set up at the Edison plant. We are missing a splendid opportunity of having it thoroughly and honestly tested by people who would be the greatest benefit to us should these tests be successful. Sincerely yours, Harris Hammond. The high priest of teleautomatics was incapable of believing that the son of one of the richest men in the world was scorning his entreaty. Since my notice, I have done the best I could to save what was possible. The sacrifices which I have been compelled to make and the losses which I have suffered are such that if I were dealing with a man less attractive to me than yourself, I would disdain to answer. Tesla also enclosed glowing testaments to the turbine from professors and chief engineers, but the partnership was over. Hammond would not come through. The castle that Jack built. Jack Hammond travelled to Europe only months before World War I to confer with various scientists in order to perfect a better receiving instrument than the Marconi coherer. It appears that Tesla and Hammond were working at cross purposes. As would become obvious, the $10,000 Tesla requested would not have been sufficient to complete his work on the turbines. He probably needed 40 or 50 times that figure, and Jack's main interest lay in the perfection of wireless transmitting and receiving apparatus. The torpedo propellants were really secondary. In retrospect, it seems that Tesla might have been better off abandoning the turbine for the time being and working with Jack to perfect the guidance system. but he was too close to a potential major success to sink more time into an invention he had already perfected 15 years earlier. Jack would go on in 1913 and 1914 to demonstrate his remote-controlled boat before the U.S. military elite. General Weaver, chief of the U.S. Coast Artillery, and a small entourage travelled up to Gloucester to witness the Natalia, the prodigal son's newest success, the general even taking the controls himself. Again and again the flashing craft shot forth and manoeuvred about the harbour under invisible control, while natives of Gloucester gasped in amazement. They saw her headed for a definite mark a mile away, 2 miles, 3 miles away, and strike it with precision every time. A few weeks later, Hammond Jr. demonstrated the long-range capabilities of the vessel. It could operate while 20 miles away from the Gloucester radio transmitter, and in one way or another was directed the full distance of 60 miles to the naval base at Newport by means of wireless. Jack had also perfected the problem of static interference and selective tuning. In December he wrote, "My dear Father, we are now drawing up as systematically as possible the whole proposition to present to the Board of Ordnance. This work means a good deal in the future financial success of the proposition. I am your affectionate son, John Hayes Hammond, Jr." It would be many years, however, before the U.S. government recompensed Jack for his remote-controlled guidance system. He would expend over the next decade in the neighbourhood of $750,000 on the operation, expanding the system of radiodynamic control to include aircraft as well as submersibles. Problems in the creation of secret channels were made apparent in 1915 and 1916 when the USS Dolphin successfully interfered with a torpedo launched by Hammond over distances of 200 to 300 feet. But the Hammond system was successful when the torpedo was launched farther away. The War Department also wanted to sustain visual contact of the weapon, so Jack began working on a device to be directed from flying machines. Every problem he encountered, he was able to overcome. The technology was still too new to be used during World War I, and the military kept avoiding expenditure of any funds. Ostensibly waiting for Tesla's fundamental teletomatic patents to expire, Jack finally presented his case before members of Congress. He stated that he had overtures from foreign governments, but he would refuse to negotiate with them because of the importance of the work and loyalty to his country. And so, in 1919, while his father, John Hayes Hammond Sr., continued to gain publicity for his idea of a world court to prevent war, the U.S. Congress and President Wilson approved an appropriation of $417,000 for the war patents for Hammond's son. However, still no monies changed hands. In the 1920s, Jack began working with David Sarnoff, who, along with Guglielmo Marconi and Edwin Armstrong, was forming the seeds of the Radio Corporation of America, RCA. And in 1923, the fruits of his labour paid off when Jack sold a series of wireless patents to RCA for $500,000. But he was still to be compensated by the U.S. government. In 1924, Hammond sent yet another dispatch to the War Department to gain the release of the appropriated funds, which were now up to $750,000. I have brought the development to a state where we have demonstrated the feasibility of control of standard naval torpedoes while running at depths of 6 feet or over, submerged at speeds of 27 to 30 knots per hour, Hammond wrote. Finally, in December 1924, with the help of Curtis Wilbur, Secretary of the Navy and admirer of Hammond's father, the government made good, recompensing Hammond and assigning his work to a secret file in the Patent Office. Assurances were also given that their exclusive patents did not compete with those sold to RCA. All this took place a full decade after his breakup with his Serbian mentor, who now had the pleasure of simply looking on when others are using my inventions. "I wish him luck," Tesla said, "but still I ought to have had something for it." Tesla also pointed out that Hammond sought his patents just a few months after Tesla's had run out. Now a millionaire on his own merits, Jack set out to fulfill a dream that began in his youth when the family moved to England, namely, to live in a castle. He also fell in love with an artist, Irene Fenton, a lovely daughter of a shipbuilder who unfortunately was married to a shoe merchant. Irene, 45, got divorced and married Jack, 37, clandestinely in 1925, as he began construction of the medieval dwelling which was situated on the cloistered and treacherous coastal cliffs where Longfellow wrecked the fictitious schooner Hesperus in Gloucester. The site was less than a mile from his parents' home. Jack's passion was music. Although not a musician, he had many acoustical patents, and also an organ that was so enormous, comprising 8,000 pipes, that a palace would be the only edifice capable of housing it. Hammond designed the all-stone building around the instrument, complete with parapets, a moat, and a chain-link drawbridge. Inside could be found dark, winding corridors, hidden doorways, and breakaway walls at the entrance of the great room for moving organ pipes into it and out. In the centre of the castle, which today is a museum, Hammond placed an indoor swimming pool and an atrium filled with plants and tropical birds. Ancient artifacts from Europe were purchased, and a nude statue of the celebrated innovator was sculpted, Irene designing a metal fig leaf to subdue the piece. Jack continued to work on a long series of top-secret inventions for the War Department and for himself, as he lived the life of the bon vivant. Visitors to his estate and to his pipe organ concerts in the 1930s included the Hearsts, George Gershwin, Helen Hayes, David Sarnoff, Anne and Theodore Edison, the Marconis, J. Pierpont Morgan's daughter Louisa and her husband Herbert Satterley, Helen Astor, Maria Carnegie, David Rockefeller, the Barrymores, Noel Coward, and Leopold Stokowski. It is doubtful that Tesla ever visited the castle, although he might have, but on March the 30th, 1951, nearly a decade after the Serb's death, another Slav and Teslarian, Andrea Puharic, stopped by. Still interested in extrasensory perception, Jack had invited Puharic, a medical doctor and inventor of hearing aids, along with psychic Eileen Garrett, to his citadel for the purpose of testing her telepathic abilities. Placed in a Faraday cage so that electromagnetic waves could be screened out, Garrett performed at a level that astounded the experimenters. A world traveller and prodigious innovator throughout his life, Jack spent much of his time in the latter years travelling with his wife across the country in a mobile home he had designed. One day, on a trip to see his friend Igor Sikorsky in Bridgeport, the inventor of the helicopter asked if Jack wanted one as a present. "Only if it can take my mobile home," Jack responded. After a long pause, with time out to stare at the mobile monstrosity, Igor responded, "It can be done." John Hayes Hammond Jr. died in 1965 at the age of 77. A genius in his own right, it is unfortunate that his relationship with Tesla was thwarted. Together, they invented a rather sizable chunk of the appliances of the modern era. 39. J.P. Morgan, Jr., 1912 to 1914. April 18, 1912. My dear Mr. Tesla, I attended the Marconi meeting last night in company with illustrious society. The everlasting toastmaster, T.C. Martin, read in most theatrical fashion a telegram, and after a pause of fully 3 minutes, announced its author as Thomas A. Edison. Mr. Marconi gave the history, as he sees it, of wireless up to this date. He does not speak any more of Hertzian wave telegraphy, but accentuates that messages he sends out are conducted along the earth. Pupin had the floor next, showing that wireless was due entirely to one single person. The only speaker of the evening who understood Mr. Marconi's merit, who did not hesitate to vent his opinion, was Steinmetz. In a brief historical sketch, he maintained that while all elements necessary for the transmission of wireless energy were available, it was due to Marconi that intelligence was actually transmitted. That evening was, without any question, the highest tribute that I have ever heard paid to you in the language of absolute silence as to your name. Sincerely yours, Fritz Lowenstein. Tesla was in the midst of working for W.M. Maxwell, superintendent of New York's public schools, on a controversial project to electrify classrooms with high-frequency currents. Following in the footsteps of a highly publicized experiment in Stockholm, whereby a group of children in such an environment apparently showed increased scores on aptitude tests and accelerated growth, Maxwell was hoping to boost the health and intelligence of students in America. With the prestigious inventor wiring the walls with his Tesla coil, guaranteeing complete safety and concurring with the general conclusions of the hypothesis, Tesla helped Maxwell set up a pilot study with 50 mentally defective schoolchildren. If the study proved successful, the superintendent boldly stated, the new system would overturn all methods hitherto applied in its schools and introduce a new era in education. Marconi's talk before 1,100 members of the New York Electrical Society was held on the very day the Titanic sank. Frank Sprague, who gave the eulogy, visibly affected Mr. Marconi when he credited him with saving the lives of from 700 to 800 persons. Unfortunately, Marconi was unable to save 1,500 other individuals, including Colonel Astor, who went down with the ship after helping his new bride board one of the remaining lifeboats. If ever an event epitomized the loss of innocence, the myopic condition of humanity, it was the sinking of the Titanic. Reminiscent of Tesla's own voyage, this watershed recapitulated the story of Icarus, the prideful aeronaut who crumbled because of lack of respect for his limitations. With Tesla's outlandish wish to transmit unlimited energy to the far reaches of the world and bring rain to the deserts, to become a master of the universe, it was inevitable that he too would succumb. The tragedy prompted Congress to pass into law an act requiring the use of wireless equipment on all ships carrying 50 or more passengers. It also focused national attention on 21-year-old David Sarnoff, latter-day head of RCA, who was credited as the first wireless operator to pick up the Titanic distress signal. Tesla was not the only casualty in the wireless game. Reginald Fessenden's concern all but ceased functioning in 1912 due to his erratic nature, infighting and prolonged litigation. And Lee De Forest, who by now had nearly 40 patents in wireless, also went under when he was convicted with officers of his company in a stock fraud. Concerning Lowenstein, Tesla was backing his protégé's attempts to install equipment on U.S. Navy ships using equipment based on some of his fundamental designs. "He is much abler than the rest of the wireless men," he wrote Scherf, "so this has given me great pleasure." The one edge Lowenstein had over Marconi was the Italian's insistence on an all-or-nothing deal with the military. Either all ships were hooked into his system, or none were. The U.S. government, however, was loath to relinquish their upper hand to a private concern, so Marconi had great difficulty integrating his system into the American marketplace. Nevertheless, Marconi was still the only major competitor, so Tesla set out to re-establish his legal right. Conferring with his lawyers, the pioneer began a strategy to sue the pirate in every country he could. In England, Tesla had allowed an important patent to lapse, so progress there was halted. Oliver Lodge, on the other hand, was able to prevail and received £1,000 per year for 7 years from the Marconi concern there. In the United States, where Tesla was applying for a renewal of his most fundamental patent, he had yet to formalize the suit, but in the highest court in France, the inventor achieved a resounding success. Sending his written testimony to Judge Monsieur Bonjean in Paris, Tesla explained his work in 1895 when he erected a large wireless terminal above the building and employed damped and undamped oscillations. He also enclosed 2 patents from 1897 and specifications for his teleautomaton, which confirmed that he had displayed it before G.D. Seeley, the Examiner-in-Chief of the U.S. Patent Office in Washington, D.C. in 1898. Concerning Marconi's June 2, 1896 patent, Tesla testified that the patent was but a mass of imperfection and error. If anything, it has been the means of misleading many experts and retarding progress in the right direction. It gives no hint as to the length of the transmitting and receiving conductors, and the arrangements illustrated preclude the possibility of accurate tuning. Marconi replaced the old-fashioned Ruhmkorff coil with the Tesla coil. Speaking in support of Tesla's cause for Popov, Ducretet and Rochefort, the French company that had initiated the action, was electrical engineer Émile Girardot, who described in detail the technical accomplishments of Tesla's invention. "Indeed," Girardot began, "one finds in the American patent extraordinary clearness and precision, surprising even to physicists of today. What a cruel injustice it would be now to try to stifle the pure glory of Tesla in opposing him scornfully." Judge Bonjean struck down Marconi's patents and re-established Tesla's as superseding. Most likely compensation was also paid to him from the French company that won the case. With this victory, however, came other defeats. The year 1912 saw legal entanglements against Tesla by Edmund K. Stallo, who was seeking damages of $61,000 for advances tendered in 1906, and also the Westinghouse Corporation, which sued for $23,000 for equipment loaned out in 1907. In the first instance, the Stallo Syndicate, which had ties to Standard Oil, had invested only $3,500 and was frivolously suing for the promise of an enormous profit. The inventor's liability was thus minimal. In the second instance, Tesla argued that he was not personally liable, as the machinery was loaned to the company he was organizing. He did offer, however, to return the equipment, which was still being guarded at the Long Island laboratory. Although his financial losses were small, the negative publicity undermined his reputation and caused the inventor to become a more invisible presence at the prestigious Waldorf, where he was still residing and piling up debt. And then there was Mrs. Tierstein, who Tesla said wanted to shoot me for throwing electricity at her. Tesla pitied the poor woman, but had her sent by way of Judge Foster to the asylum. The suit by Westinghouse caused quite a stir among the inner circle, and even prompted Tom Edison to pen a rare missive of commiseration. February the 24th, 1912. My dear Mr. Edison, acknowledging your kind letter, I wish to reiterate the sentiments and express my great regret that I was unable to transmit them in person. With assurance of high regard, I remain as ever, N. Tesla. The Westinghouse Corporation, however, was not a monolithic enterprise, and its legal department, in some ways, was an autonomous entity. Tesla continued to borrow equipment on a regular basis throughout the period 1909 to 1917, and he frequently conferred with various engineers, particularly Charles Scott, whom he began educating in the field of wireless. Tesla also continued to meet with the recently deposed chieftain George Westinghouse, who was working in semi-retirement at his offices in New York City. I suppose you cannot help feeling disappointed at the ingratitude of some who are now heading the great enterprise which your genius has created, the inventor remarked. I sincerely hope that you will very shortly be again in the position you have heretofore occupied. I know that the large majority of the public shares my sentiments. Thank you for your concern, the descendant of Russian noblemen replied. The German Connection. Marconi's greatest rival in the legal arena may have been Nikola Tesla, but in the battleground of the marketplace it was Telefunken, the German wireless concern. Although Marconi had patents in Germany, the Telefunken syndicate had too many important connections on its home front and easily maintained a monopoly there. Formed through a forced merger under orders of the Kaiser of the Braun-Siemens-Halske and Arco-Schlaby systems, Telefunken had fought the Marconi conglomerate vigorously on every front. It was without doubt the number 2 competitor in the world. Although Marconi had achieved a recent coup in Spain, Telefunken gained an edge in America when it constructed 2 enormous transatlantic systems in Tuckerton, New Jersey, and Sayville, New York. For nationalistic reasons, Tesla had been prohibited from obtaining his rightful royalties in Germany, but Professor Adolf Schlaby never hid the fact that he considered Tesla the patriarch in the field. Thus, when Telefunken came to America, Schlaby sought out his mentor not only on moral grounds, but also for gaining a legal foothold against Marconi and to obtain the inventor's technical expertise. A meeting was held between Tesla and the principals of Telefunken's American holding company, the innocuous-sounding Atlantic Communication Company, at 111 Broadway, the location of their offices. Present was its director, Dr. Karl George Frank, one of the best-known German-American electrical experts, and his 2 managers, Richard Fundt, a frequent visitor to Tesla's lab, who was head of the Sayville plant, and the monocle, Lieutenant Emil Myers, head of operations at Tuckerton. Tesla asked for an advance of $25,000 and royalties of $2,500 per month, but settled for $1,500 per month with a 1-month advance. The inventor met with Fundt to discuss the turbine deal with the Kaiser, and also to fix a transmitter that the Germans were working on at the Manhattan office. Shortly thereafter, he travelled out to the 2 wireless stations with his plan to institute his latest refinements in order to boost their capabilities. With Professor Jonathan Zenneck out at Sayville, Tesla calculated that they were wasting nearly 25% of their energy in electromagnetic radiations. "Those waves will dissipate only a few miles offshore," he told Zenneck, "whereas the energy that will reach Germany will be from your ground connection." After a grueling search along the imponderable ice field, John Jacob Astor's emaciated body was fished from the sea for a New York funeral. Documents from his estate revealed 500 shares of Tesla Electric Company. A year later, J. Pierpont Morgan, the Sultan of Wall Street, the octopus, was dead. Considering the resentment and disillusionment the inventor felt, he also bore great admiration for the man he called a towering historical figure. Although Morgan's son-in-law, Herbert Satterley, could only provide a back-row seat at the chapel, nevertheless, even to be present at the solemn occasion was a great honour. The hall was speckled with numerous faces of colleagues and adversaries, many of whom could track a large percentage of their wealth and even their station to Tesla's creations. No doubt the inventor endured some snickering, particularly from the Hydra's underlings, but Tesla, ever the nobleman, transcended the petty titters as he walked up to Anne and J.P. Jr. "Please accept my heartfelt condolences on the death of the great man who was head of your famous firm," he told them. "When I can feel such a void in my heart and brain at the passing of Morgan, I can appreciate in a measure the depth of feeling of those who were his lifelong comrades. All the world knew him as a genius of rare powers, but to me he appears as one of those colossal figures of the past which mark epochs in the evolution of human thought." 2 months later, within days of the termination of his relationship with Hammond, Tesla approached the new head of the House of Morgan with a proposal to help fund his bladeless turbines. "Its application to the manufacture of iron and steel alone will yield $100 million a year through the utilization of the waste heat and other economies, and it will have a similar effect on ship propulsion, railroad, automobile, and many other large industries." The monarch looked over the proposal and advanced the inventor $5,000. It was time for reflection on the death and transmutation of his nemesis. Conflicting emotions of enmity and adoration poured through his being in torrents as he relived the exhilaration of his wireless odyssey and the anguish of its incompleteness. On July the 7th, 1913, 3 days before his 57th birthday, Tesla took the train back out to Wardenclyffe. He had much to think about, for his friend Johnson had decided to retire from the Century. Overseers of the company were pressing to lower the standards. Johnson offered to create a separate magazine which would be more flashy, but he wanted to maintain the integrity of the original. But he was outvoted. "It was really pathetic to see the way authors would plead with me for another damn," he told his friend. Catherine became more persistent in demanding that Tesla stop by for another visit. Now, in financial trouble, his friends could even lose their house. Tesla tried to scurry past the magnifying transmitter without looking up to get to the safe in the laboratory, but he was drawn like a magnet to the stalwart frame. As he grabbed a rung from the bottom tier, a sorrow swept through him that stole his breath. He staggered to the door of Stanley's building and let himself in. "I did not exactly cry when I saw my place after so long an interval," he wrote Scherf, "but came very near doing it." Tesla began to court the new Morgan, trying not to fall into the trap he had laid for himself the first time around. He sent Jack an articulate proposal outlining his wireless enterprise, an explanation of his outstanding debt, an arrangement with his father, and also his plans in the field of fluid propulsion, that is, bladeless turbines. "In either of these fields, in which I have the good fortune to be a pioneer, the possibilities are immense, and I can vouch for the fullest success. But my appeal for your support is on a higher plane. The proposition which I would respectfully submit is to organize 2 companies and to turn over to you my entire interests in both, of which you may accord me such a part as you deem best." "I'm greatly impressed with your offer," Jack responded, "but of course I could not consent to doing as you suggest. I wish to make a counter-offer, which is that you should proceed to organize your companies and, if and as they work out, repay to Mr. Morgan's estate, either in securities or in cash, the money Mr. Morgan advanced. It seems to me that you are entitled to the profits of these companies, but that Morgan would, in strict justice, be entitled to a return of his money if it could be arranged." Tesla left the meeting with the old itch reactivated and another check for $5,000. He thanked Jack for his encouragement and forwarded an open letter which he had written to His Grace, the Most Reverend Archbishop of Ireland. "The day is not distant when the very planet which gave him birth will tremble at the sound of his voice. He will harness the inexhaustible, intense energy of microcosmic movement, cause atoms to combine in predetermined forms. He will draw the mighty ocean from its bed, transport it through the air, and create lakes and rivers at will. He will command the wild elements. He will push on from great to greater deeds, until with his intelligence and force he will reach out to spheres beyond the terrestrial." "It is now clear to me," Tesla told the new J.P., "that you are moved by the same great spirit of generosity which has animated your father, and I am more than ever desirous of enlisting your interest and support. Destiny has placed you in a position of great power and influence, and here is a wonderful opportunity. As for myself," the modest inventor continued, "I contemplated more than financial success. A great monument will no doubt be built to Mr. Morgan, but none in marble or bronze could be as lasting as the achievement which I have proposed to link with his memory." To reassert his dominance as the preeminent inventor in wireless, the inventor forwarded a transcript of the entire French litigation proceedings wherein Marconi's work was overturned in favor of his. If Jack could help fight the legal battle in the United States, the wireless enterprise, which they contractually shared, could be revived. Jack, however, was not smitten by the same vision of destiny, and graciously declined to become involved in Wardenclyffe in any way. He had not ruled out the turbines, however, and told the inventor to keep him informed of any progress. Tesla returned to the Edison waterside station with a new transfusion of 23 Wall Street blood. To reflect the reactivation of the resurrected alliance, the inventor set out to search for more fashionable chambers. Within a few months, he took up residence in the brand-new Woolworth building. Decorated with a gold-leafed emerald-coloured mosaic ceiling in the lobby, and located by City Hall near Wall Street on Park Row, the Gothic-styled Woolworth soared above the city to the dizzying height of 800 feet, eclipsing the Metropolitan Towers as the loftiest skyscraper in the world. Tesla took the Johnsons along to the gala opening. The banquet began with the illumination of the building's 80,000 light bulbs by President Woodrow Wilson, who pressed a button in Washington, D.C. Tesla met with the mayor, Mr. Dime Store Woolworth, and other dignitaries, and then Catherine lured her two escorts into one of the 24 high-speed elevators to the roof, where they could gaze out over the sprawling megalopolis. "Do not worry about finances, Luca," Tesla said confidently. "Remember, while you sleep, I work and am solving your problems." Johnson brought up the old AC polyphase debacle, and Tesla replied that there were billions invested in it now. "I won every suit without exception, and had it not been for a scrap of paper, I would have received in royalties Rockefeller's fortune. But, just the same, I feel I am safe to invite you to dinner." Tesla's wit and latest maneuver once again brought a needed smile to the oft-brooding Mrs. Philipov. As usual, when the wizard returned to her orb, she seemed to step back from the veil. Johnson, however, reiterated his concern that without a job, 327 Lexington Avenue would go on the market. "Please take my words seriously," Tesla insisted. "Do not worry, and write your splendid poetry in perfect serenity. I will do away with all difficulties which confront you. Your talent cannot be turned into money, but mine is one which can be transformed into carloads of gold. This is what I am doing now." During this period, Tesla continued to pay back monies owed the Johnsons, as he laboured with his new engines. Throughout the latter half of 1913, the inventor prepared a careful marketing plan to exploit his new device. Not only would he show Hammond that he had made a costly mistake, he would also set up an industry that would ensure the finances necessary to return to his beloved Long Island Tower. His best leads came from the Ford Motor Company in the United States and the Bergmann Works in Germany. Tesla had known Sigmund Bergmann since his first days in America. Bergman had emigrated from Germany even before Tesla and became a valued employee, private partner, and manufacturer for Thomas Edison. Maintaining a separate company from the other Edison works, Bergman became highly successful. He returned to Germany in the early 1900s, becoming one of the leading manufacturers for the Kaiser, a man who had also attempted to woo the Serb, especially before the turn of the century when he was demonstrating his fantastic inventions in Europe and America. In September, Tesla forwarded photographs of his turbines and invited Morgan to the waterside station to see them in person. However, Morgan was sailing for Europe. "Perhaps when I return sometime in December," Morgan replied, "it will be possible for me to go into the question." While the new Wall Street Tsar sailed for the Old World, Tesla set up meetings with emissaries from the most consequential markets. In a letter sent to Morgan upon his return, Tesla outlined his numerous strategies for achieving financial success. His list included 1. A sale of exclusive license for Belgium through the advisor of the king for $10,000 cash and fair royalty. 2. Concessions for Italy through an associate at Crispy for $20,000 and royalty not yet consummated. 3. Exclusive license for the U.S. to the Wing Manufacturing Company for turbo draft blowers. 4. Exclusive license for train lighting, Dressel Railway Lampworks. 5. Manufacture of automobile lighting with engine exhaust gas. 6. Use of my wireless system with Lowenstein on several battleships. 7. Agreement with L.C. Tiffany Company on new invention. 8. Prospective agreement with Mr. N.E. Brady of the Edison Company in regard to the manufacture of turbines. Very good chance for big business. Manufacturing had begun at some of these places, and royalty contracts were negotiated with most. As you can see, Mr. Morgan, here are decidedly valuable results, very gratifying to me, but on the other hand, I am almost despairing at the present state of things. I need money badly, and I cannot get it in these dreadful times. You are about the only man to whom I can look for help. I have stated my case." Morgan agreed to defer interest payments on the amount which was now up to $20,000, but decided not to increase the loan. Tesla, however, simply required the funds, and followed up the letter with a testimonial from Excellence von Tirpitz, Minister of Marine, who has been requested to the German Emperor relative to the Tesla turbine, who is greatly interested in this invention. Von Tirpitz had promised His Excellency that the machine will certainly be here on exhibition about the middle of January, so you know what that means. Tesla also informed Morgan that if the deal was consummated, Bergman would come through with royalties on the turbine of $100,000 per year. Considering Jack's keen antipathy for the Germans, their connection to the Jewish banking houses — he was notoriously anti-Semitic — and the long-standing policy of the House of Morgan to shun financial arrangements with Germany after they had double-crossed Pierpont many years before, it would seem unlikely that Jack would reverse his decision. However, unlike his father, the son was able to compromise and allow his heart to rule at times. He graciously changed his mind and forwarded the additional funds. As Tesla awaited news from the Bergman works, he laboured to perfect a new speedometer he had invented. The device, much simpler than the one then being used, would cost half as much to produce and had a market in the hundreds of thousands. Considering that his selling price would be around $25 each, the potential for large profits was great, and Tesla offered the deal to Morgan. Jack declined, and asked again for the interest payment due on the loan. "In the turbine proposition," Tesla replied, "I have received a painful setback. I installed the machine at the Edison plant and made some very gratifying tests, but soon discovered that the castings of the bearings were full of small holes which allowed the water to enter and made it hazardous to run. Tesla had to renew the part, but spent considerably more money than expected. He also had lawyers' fees to contend with because of the upcoming suit with Marconi, so he requested that Morgan either be patient or help with the bills to complete the turbine project or protect their other common interest." Besides the deaths of Astor and Pierpont Morgan, this period also marked the departure of two other lions from Tesla's den, George Westinghouse and naturalist John Muir. Both men died in 1914, Westinghouse's death was cushioned by some weeks of declining health, but Muir's passage took Tesla by surprise. "He seemed so vigorous in mind and body when I saw him not long ago," the technological conservationist told the Johnsons. Only a few years before, the sky had been blanketed with hundreds of thousands of passenger pigeons, and the beauty of nature had been rekindled with Muir's inspirational writings. As Tesla strolled to his favourite spot by the 42nd Street Library to spread seed among the bird's domestic cousins and consider a new tack for instituting his wireless scheme, the last passenger pigeon disappeared from the earth. Jack Morgan spent time with one of the few Jews he liked, Daniel Guggenheim, organizing Kennecott Copper, America's biggest copper producer. Tesla sent his tribute to Westinghouse to Electrical World. It was published with the comments of other colleagues such as William Stanley, Louis Stilwell, and Frank Sprague. "I like to think of George Westinghouse as he appeared to me in 1888 when I saw him for the first time. The tremendous potential energy of the man had only in part taken kinetic form, but even to a superficial observer the latent force was manifest. An athlete in ordinary life, he was transformed into a giant when confronted with difficulties which seemed unsurmountable. He enjoyed the struggle and never lost confidence. When others would give up in despair, he triumphed. Had he been transferred to another planet with everything against him, he would have worked out his salvation. His was a wonderful career, filled with remarkable achievements. He was a great pioneer and builder, whose work was of far-reaching effect on his time, and whose name will live long in the memory of men." 40. Fifth column, 1914 to 1916. Navy Department, Washington, D.C. September 14th, 1916. Sir, in the files of the Bureau of Steam Engineering is found a copy of a letter by Nikola Tesla to the Lighthouse Board under date of September 27th, 1899, from the experimental station Colorado Springs. This letter is evidently an answer to a communication from the Lighthouse Board requesting information as to Tesla's ability to supply wireless telegraph apparatus. This letter may be made use of in forthcoming litigation in which the government is involved, as the discovery of suitable proof of priority of certain wireless usages by other than Marconi might prove of great aid to the government. Sincerely yours, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Acting Secretary of the Navy. Within 2 weeks of the beginning of World War I, Germany's transatlantic cable was severed by the British. The only reasonable alternative for communicating with the outside world was through Telefunken's wireless system. Suddenly, the Tuckerton and Sayville plants became of paramount concern. The Germans obviously wanted to maintain the stations to keep the Kaiser abreast of President Woodrow Wilson's intentions, but the British wanted them shut down. In March 1914, Marconi was made a senatore in Italy, a distinguished man of science, and he spoke before the royal couple. In July, in Great Britain, the land of his mother, he was decorated by the king at Buckingham Palace. Now the fight against Telefunken would be fought on military as well as commercial grounds, as it became clear that the Germans were using their plants to help coordinate submarine and battleship movements. The wireless lines also marked the burgeoning alliance forming between Italy and the British Empire. As a pacifist, Wilson maintained a strict policy of neutrality, a position bolstered by war hero and former President Teddy Roosevelt, himself a contender for the upcoming 1916 election. Although officially neutral, the sentiments of the majority of the American population was with England, particularly after Germany stormed through the peaceful Kingdom of Belgium. Nevertheless, fully 1/10 of the population was of German stock, and their sentiments were with the other side. George Sylvester Viereck, the country's leading poet, colleague of Johnson and Tesla's friend, began to sense the growing shift away from neutrality, especially after the U.S. Navy appropriated the Tuckerton plant to send its own radio-coded messages abroad. Having just returned from Berlin and the midst of war, Viereck courted Teddy Roosevelt and emissaries of President Wilson. Simultaneously, he began a new publication with other leading German Americans. Initially welcomed by the press, the Fatherland soon achieved a subscription base of 100,000. Ignoring Vierek's plea for neutrality, Wilson prepared a presidential decree declaring that all radio stations within the jurisdiction of the United States of America were to be prohibited from transmitting or receiving messages of an unnatural nature. "By virtue of authority vested in me by the Radio Act," the President continued, "one or more of the high-powered radio stations within the jurisdiction of the United States shall be taken over by the government." Throughout the beginning of the war, Tesla stepped up his legal campaign against Marconi and continued to advise and receive compensation from Telefunken. Since the country was officially neutral, America would not enter the war for another 3 years, the arrangement was entirely above board. Nevertheless, few people knew about the German Tesla link, although the inventor made no secret of it to Jack Morgan. February the 19th, 1915. Dear Mr. Morgan, I am expecting to embody in their plant at Sayville some features of my own which will make it practicable to communicate with Berlin by wireless telephone, and then royalties will be very considerable. We have already drawn papers. Camouflaged by the smoke screen of the American-sounding Atlantic Communication Company, Telefunken swiftly moved to increase the power of its remaining station at Sayville. Located near the town of Patchogue, out on the flats of Long Island, just a few miles from Wardenclyffe, the Sayville complex encompassed 100 acres and employed many German workers. With its main offices in Manhattan and its German director, Dr. Karl George Frank, an American citizen, Telefunken was legally covered, for no foreigner could own a license to operate a wireless station in the country. Thus Marconi also had an American affiliate. It was an easy matter for Tesla to confer with Atlantic in the city and also go out to the site of the plant. Within 2 months of Tesla's letter to Morgan, the plant at Sayville tripled its output by erecting 2 more pyramid-shaped transmission towers 500 feet tall. Utilizing Tesla's theories on the importance of ground transmission, resonating accoutrements spread out over the land for thousands of more feet. Thus, by shifting emphasis away from aerial transmission, Telefunken's output was boosted from 35 kilowatts to over 100, catapulting Germany into the #1 spot in the wireless race. The New York Times reported on their front page, "Few persons outside radio officials knew that Sayville was becoming one of the most powerful transatlantic communicating stations in this part of the world." Tesla sues Marconi on wireless plant. Alleges that important apparatus infringes prior rights. Calling wireless the greatest of all inventions, Tesla made an additional appeal for legal assistance to Morgan. "Can you put yourself for a moment in my place?" he wrote the financier. "Surely you are too big a man to permit such an outrage and historical crime to be perpetuated as is now being done by cunning promoters." Expecting to receive satisfaction from the government, since they had installed $10 million of his apparatus, the inventor also revealed that "the Marconi people approach me to join forces, but only in stock, and this is not acceptable." Again Morgan declined assistance in protecting their patents held in common. The Wall Street mogul, however, had not at all abandoned the field, for he was funding a college radio station near Boston at Tufts University. The years preceding America's entrance into World War I contained an overwhelming quagmire of litigation, involving most countries and virtually every major inventor in the wireless field. At about the time of Tesla's breakup with Hammond, Fritz Lowenstein, who was paying royalties to both men and to Morgan through Tesla, began installing wireless apparatus aboard Navy ships. Although the equipment was also being used by Hammond to test the guided missiles, this work was classified, and Hammond's patents became immune from litigation. Aside from Tesla's priority battle, Telefunken was also suing Marconi, who in turn was suing the U.S. Navy, as well as Fritz Lowenstein, for patent infringement. During the following spring, Marconi was subpoenaed by Telefunken. Due to the importance of the case, he sailed off for America on the Lusitania, arriving in April 1915 to testify. "We sighted a German submarine periscope," he told astonished reporters and his friends at dockside. As 3 merchant ships had already been torpedoed without warning by the German U-boats the month before, Marconi's inflammatory assertion was not taken lightly. The Brooklyn Eagle reported that this suit brought some of the world's greatest inventors on hand to testify. Declared a victor in the Lowenstein proceedings by a Brooklyn District Court judge, Marconi clearly had the press behind him. Nevertheless, he was beaten by the Navy in his first go-around with them, so this case against Telefunken, with all the heavyweights in town, promised to be portentous. Once and for all, it appeared, the true legal rights would be established in America. Aside from Marconi, there was, for the defense, Columbia professor Mikhail Pupin, whose testimony was even quoted in papers in California. With braggadocio, Pupin declared, "I invented wireless before Marconi or Tesla, and it was I who gave it unreservedly to those who followed. Nevertheless," Pupin continued, "it was Marconi's genius who gave the idea to the world, and he taught the world how to build the telegraphic practice upon the basis of this idea. As I did not take out patents on my experiments, in my opinion, the first claim for wireless telegraphy belongs to Mr. Marconi absolutely, and to nobody else." Watching his fellow Serb upon the stand, Tesla's jaw dropped so hard it almost cracked upon the floor. When Tesla took the stand for Atlantic, he came with his attorney, Drury W. Cooper, of Kerr, Page & Cooper. Unlike Pupin, who could only state abstractly that he was the original inventor, Tesla proceeded to explain in clear fashion all of his work from the years 1891 to 1899. He documented his assertions with transcripts from published articles, from the Martin text, and from public lectures, such as his well-known wireless demonstration which he had presented to the public in St. Louis in 1893. The inventor also brought along copies of his various requisite patents which he had created while working at his Houston Street lab during the years 1896 to 99. Court. What were the greatest distances between the transmitting and receiving stations? Tesla. From the Houston laboratory to West Point, that is, I think, a distance of about 30 miles. Court. Was that prior to 1901? Tesla. Yes, it was prior to 1897. Court. Was there anything hidden about the uses of your equipment, or were they open so that anyone could use them? Tesla. There were thousands of people, distinguished men of all kinds, from kings and greatest artists and scientists in the world down to old chums of mine, mechanics, to whom my laboratory was always open. I showed it to everybody. I talked freely about it. As virtually no one knew about the West Point experiment, this statement was somewhat deceptive, although it was true that thousands of people had witnessed Tesla's other wireless experiments, such as in St. Louis in 1893. Referring explicitly to Marconi's system, having brought the Italian's patent along with his own, the inventor concluded, Tesla, if you examine these 2 diagrams, you will find that absolutely not a vestige of that apparatus of Marconi remains, and that in all the present systems there is nothing but my 4-tuned circuits. Another jolt to Marconi came from John Stone Stone. His mother's maiden name, by coincidence, was also Stone. Having travelled with his father, a general in the Union Army, throughout Egypt and the Mediterranean as a boy, Stone was educated as a physicist at Columbia University and Johns Hopkins University, where he graduated in 1890. A research scientist for Bell Labs in Boston for many years, Stone had set up his own wireless concern in 1899. The following year he filed for a fundamental patent on tuning, which was allowed by the U.S. Patent Office over a year before Marconi's. Stone, who never considered himself the original inventor of the radio, as president of the Institute of Radio Engineers and owner of a wireless enterprise, put together a dossier of inventor priorities in continuous wave radio frequency apparatus. He wanted to determine for himself the etiology of the invention. Adorned in a formal suit, silk ascot, high-starched collar, and pince-nez attached by a ribbon to his neck, the worldly aristocrat took the stand. Marconi, receiving his inspiration from Hertz and Righi, was impressed with the electric radiation aspect of the subject, and it was a long time before he seemed to appreciate the real role of the Earth, though he early recognized that the connection of his oscillator to the Earth was of very material value. Tesla's electric earth waves explanation was the more serviceable in that it explained how the waves were enabled to travel over and around hills, and were not obstructed by the sphericity of the Earth's surface, while Marconi's view led many to place an altogether too limited scope to the possible range of transmission. With the removal of the spark gap from the antenna, the development of earthed antenna, and the gradual enlargement of the size of stations, greater range could be obtained with larger power used at lower frequencies, and the art returned to the state to which Tesla developed it. Attributing the opposition, and alas even himself, to having been afflicted with intellectual myopia, Stone concluded that although he had been designing wireless equipment and running wireless companies since the turn of the century, it wasn't until he commenced with this study that he really understood Tesla's trailblazing contribution to the development of the field. "I think we all misunderstood Tesla," Stone concluded. "He was so far ahead of his time that the best of us mistook him for a dreamer." Another case, which did not receive much publicity, but which became vital to the Supreme Court's 1943 ruling in Tesla's favor, was Marconi versus U.S. Navy, brought July 29, 1916, 2 years after their first go-around. The Italian was seeking $43,000 in damages, suing for infringement of fundamental wireless patent number 763,772, which had been allowed in June 1904. E.F. Sweet, acting Secretary of the Navy and also Assistant Secretary Franklin D. Roosevelt, began a correspondence in September to review Tesla's 1899 file to the Lighthouse Board. The history of Marconi's patent applications to the U.S. Patent Office provided additional ammunition. In 1900, John Seymour, the Commissioner of Patents, who had protected Tesla against the demands of Mikhail Pupin for an AC claim at the same time, disqualified Marconi's first attempts at achieving a patent because of prior claims of Lodge and Brown, and particularly Tesla. Marconi's pretended ignorance of the nature of a Tesla oscillator is little short of absurd, wrote the Commissioner. Ever since Tesla's famous 1891-93 lectures, widely published in all languages, the term Tesla oscillator has become a household word on both continents. The Patent Office also cited quotations from Marconi himself admitting use of a Tesla oscillator. 2 years later, in 1902, Stone was granted his patent on tuning, which the government cited as anticipating Marconi, and 2 years after that, after Seymour retired, Marconi was granted his infamous 1904 patent. Edwin Armstrong. "I've had a lot of fun at Columbia," Armstrong said. The lecturer in physics that semester loftily disparaged the experiments of Nikola Tesla. He even went so far as to say that there was very little originality about Tesla. Ever the audacious student, Armstrong used the professor's ignorance of Tesla's teachings to cause the man to receive a hearty shock from some electrical equipment. He couldn't let go, and pulled most of the apparatus off the table before the current was turned off. Just after graduation, Armstrong invented a feedback amplifier, which was, in essence, a refinement and further development of de Forest's Audion tube. Influenced by the Edison effect, or flow of electrons studied by Tesla in the early 1890s in his brush vacuum tube, Armstrong had discovered a way to take the de Forest Audion and amplify its sensitivity and boost its power to another magnitude by connecting a second circuit, or wing circuit, to the grid inside the tube and feeding it back into the grid. The end result was that with this new invention, the young whippersnapper could pick up wireless messages from Nova Scotia, Ireland, Germany, San Francisco, and even Honolulu. As Armstrong was one of Professor Pupin's star pupils, Pupin was able to set up meetings with Lee de Forest, David Sarnoff, representing Marconi Wireless, and Dr. Carl Frank, head of the Atlantic Communication Company. Since de Forest's Audion lay at the center of the new device, de Forest claimed the Ultra Audion as his own invention, so Marconi Wireless stepped aside to wait for the dust to settle. Frank, on the other hand, had Armstrong put the equipment into the wireless plant at Sayville and paid him a royalty of $100 per month. Destined to invent AM and FM radio and a nonconformist by nature, this new wizard on the block had come upon his 1912 discovery because he had rejected the inferior Marconi spark gap apparatus that most of his wireless buddies were still playing with, and, like Stone, plunged himself into the continuous wave technology developed by Tesla. With Professor Pupin training many of the new breed of electrical engineers, it is no wonder that few of them would have the gumption of an Armstrong to see that Marconi's success was based on the work of another, and furthermore, that Marconi succeeded in spite of the fact that he only partially understood what Tesla had attempted. Blinded by the Hertzian spark gap research, Marconi spread his myopic vision through Pupin to the vast hordes of researchers in the field of wireless. And this policy has continued to this day. With Marconi's highly visible early success, large-scale wireless enterprise, and Nobel Prize on his side of the balance, it became much easier to credit him with the discovery. The ongoing Great War served to further cloud the issue, as the important legal battle between Atlantic Cable Company, Telefunken, and Marconi Wireless was abandoned before it was resolved. Due to the dangers that existed on the high seas and the rumours that the Germans were out for Marconi's head, the Senatore did not sail back on the Lusitania. He returned on the St. Paul with a disguised identity and under an assumed name. Marconi set sail as the new head of the AIEE, John S. Stone, was honoured at a dinner attended by a potpourri of leaders in the industry. Guests included Lee DeForest, who was about to receive $250,000 for sale of his patents to AT&T, J. A. White, editor of Wireless magazine, David Sarnoff, on the verge of launching his radio empire, Rudolf Goldschmidt, the force behind the Tuckerton plant, A. E. Kennelly, Fritz Lowenstein, who was about to earn $150,000 from AT&T for one of his inventions, and Nikola Tesla, who stood between DeForest and Lowenstein for an official photograph. A fortnight later, in May 1915, a German submarine torpedoed the Lusitania, killing 1,134 persons. The sinking, in lieu of the alternative procedure of boarding unarmed passenger ships to check cargo, was unheard of. Quite possibly, Marconi could have been a target. However, the Germans used as their reason the cargo of armaments on board headed for Great Britain. With only 750 survivors, this turkey shoot took almost as many lives as the sinking of the Titanic. According to Lloyd Scott of the Navy Consulting Board, press reports stated that the Germans seemed to revel in this crime, and that various celebrations were held in Germany on account of it. Medals were being struck to commemorate the sinking, and holidays were given to school children. No longer neutral, Teddy Roosevelt hailed the event as murder on the open seas. The huge loss of life, however, did not stop George Sylvester Viereck from supporting the German position. Having travelled by Zeppelin above Berlin during the war, Viereck stated in the New York Times that had the weapons made it to England, more Germans would have been killed than died in the boat attack. Viereck's callous argument inflamed the populace against him. The former renowned poet was now hailed as a venom-bloated toad of treason. The enemy seemed within. German spies were everywhere. Reports started filtering in that the Germans were creating a secret submarine base around islands off the coast of Maine. It was also alleged that the broadcasting station out at Sayville was not merely sending neutral dispatches to Berlin, but also coded messages to battleships and submarines. As Tesla just a few months earlier had boasted to Morgan that he was working for the Germans, and with the Times reporting on their front page that Grand Admiral von Tirpitz was contemplating a more vigorous campaign against freight ships and planning a secret base on this side of the Atlantic, it was quite possible that the inventor became tainted with a smattering of venom-bloated toad's blood. On July 2nd, 1915, the Senate chambers in Washington were rocked by a terrorist bomb. The following day, the fanatic who planted it, Frank Holt, a teacher of German from Cornell University, walked into Jack Morgan's Long Island home, toting a 6-gun in each hand. With his wife and daughter leaping at the assailant, Morgan charged forward. Shot twice in the groin, Morgan was able, with the help of his fearsome wife, to wrestle the guns from the man and get him arrested. Recuperating at the hospital, the hero received a get-well letter from Nikola Tesla. When questioned, Holt claimed he had not planned to kill the Wall Street monarch. He only wanted the financier to stop the flow of arms to Europe. A few days later, as Morgan recovered quickly and fired all German and Austrian workers from his office, the self-righteous pacifist committed suicide in his jail cell. His secret had been unveiled. Holt's real name was Dr. Erich Münter. He was a former German teacher from Harvard who had disappeared after murdering his wife with poison in 1906. A week later, on Tesla's 59th birthday, the Times reported that not only were the Germans dropping bombs over London from Zeppelins, they were also controlling air torpedoes by means of radiodynamics. Fired from Zeppelins, the supposed German aerial torpedoes can theoretically remain in the air 3 hours and can be controlled from a distance of 2 miles. Undoubtedly, this is the secret invention of which we have heard so many whispers that the Germans have held in reserve for the British fleet. Although it seemed as if Tesla's devil automata had come into being, as the wizard had predicted a decade before, Tesla himself announced to the press that the news of these magic bombs cannot be accepted as true, though they reveal just so many startling possibilities. Aghast at the pernicious existing regime of the Germans, Tesla accused Germany of being an unfeeling automaton, a diabolic contrivance for scientific, pitiless, wholesale destruction, the like of which was not dreamed of before. Such is the formidable engine Germany has perfected for the protection of her culture and the conquest of the globe. Predicting the ultimate defeat of the fatherland, the Serb, whose former countrymen were fighting for their own survival against the Kaiser, no doubt stopped doing business with von Tirpitz, although he probably continued his relationship with Professor Schlaby, who may have been morally opposed to the war. Tesla's solution to war was twofold: a better defense through an electronic Star Wars type of shield he was working on, and the eradication from our hearts of nationalism. If blind patriotism could be replaced with love of nature and scientific ideal, permanent peace could be established. The period from 1915 to the date of the United States entry into the war in 1917 was marked by numerous reports of espionage. Spies had infiltrated the Brooklyn Navy Yard to use the station to send secret coded messages to Berlin. Through Richard Funt, head of the Sayville plant, they had also installed equipment on the roof of 111 Broadway, the building that housed Telefunken's offices. Shortly after America's entrance into the war, Tesla informed Scherf that Lieutenant Emil Myers, who ran the Tuckerton operation, had been placed in a detention camp in Georgia, suspected of spying. Thus the monthly stipend from Telefunken had come to an abrupt end. The Secretary of the Navy, whose job it became to take over all wireless stations, was Josephus Daniels. His assistant was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. In the summer of 1915, Daniels, who was actively monitoring Jack Hammond's work, had read a recent interview with Thomas Alva Edison. Impressed with the contents, the Secretary called Edison and set up a meeting with the idea of creating an advisory board of inventors. The hope was that should the country go to war, a civilian think tank, much like the one created in Great Britain, could be created. Great Britain's consulting board included J.J. Thomson, W.H. Bragg, Sir William Crookes, Sir Oliver Lodge, and Ernest Rutherford. Edison, who himself had received death threats from the fifth column, became president of this naval consultant board. Working with Franklin Roosevelt, Edison appointed numerous inventors to various positions, including Gano Dunn, Reginald Fessenden, Benjamin Lamb, Irving Langmuir, R.A. Millikan, Mikhail Pupin, Charles S. Scott, Elmer Sperry, Frank Sprague, and Elihu Thompson. The journalist Waldemar Kempfert was also included because of his writing prowess. It is possible that Tesla's link to Telefunken was the reason his name was not on the list, although many other inventors were also excluded, for example Hammond, Stone, and De Forest. Tesla also was not one to work again for Thomas Edison. Tesla's work, however, was obviously vital to the government. With President Wilson allowing his advisor, Colonel William House, to set up a secret fund for Hammond to advance the Tesla inventions, Tesla himself slipped into a more surreptitious realm. 41. The Invisible Audience, 1915 to 1921. Dear Tesla, when that Nobel Prize comes, remember that I'm holding on to my house by the skin of my teeth and desperately in need of cash. No apology for mentioning the matter. Yours faithfully, R.U.J. On November the 6th, 1915, The New York Times published on its front page that Tesla and Edison were to share the Nobel Prize in Physics that year. The source for the report was the Copenhagen correspondent of the London Daily Telegraph. Although Tesla himself forwarded to J.P. Morgan Jr. original copies of the announcement, which were also carried in a number of other journals, neither Tesla nor Edison ever received the Nobel Prize. In trying to ascertain what happened, Tesla biographers Inez Hunt and Juanetta Draper wrote in the early 1960s to Dr. Rudberg of the Royal Academy of Science of Sweden. Rudberg, referring to an event which took place a half-century before, replied, "Any rumour that a person has not been given a Nobel Prize because he has made known his intention to refuse the reward is ridiculous." Thus they concluded that the affair was a sardonic joke. Curiously, this same Times article listed 4 other people for Nobel Prizes in literature and chemistry who also did not receive the award that year, although 3 of them eventually obtained it. The 4th, Troll Lund, like Tesla and Edison, never received the honour. Although the announcement came in November 1915, the nomination process actually was concluded 9 months earlier. There were 19 scientists on the Physics Committee, each allowed 2 bids. Out of the 38 possible bids, 2 were made for inventors in wireless, E. Branly and A. Ricci. 2 were for the quantum physicist Max Planck. Tom Edison received 1 bid, and the Braggs took 4. According to the Royal Academy's records, Nikola Tesla was not nominated that year. However, 2 bids, numbers 33 and 34, were missing from their files. A week after the Times announcement, on November the 14th, Stockholm announced that Professor William H. Bragg and his son would share the award in physics. The man who nominated Edison, Henry Fairfield Osborn, president of Columbia University, who 20 years before had awarded Tesla an honorary doctorate, apologized to the committee for offering up Edison's name. Although somewhat out of the line of previous nominations, Osborn wrote, qualifying his decision, "I would like to suggest the name of Mr. Thomas A. Edison, who is, through his inventions, one of the greatest benefactors of mankind." Tesla would not be nominated until 1937 by F. Ehrenhaft of Wien, who had previously nominated Albert Einstein. Certainly both Tesla and Edison deserved such an award, and it is nothing short of astounding that 1. Neither of them ever received it, and 2. No one at the time discovered the reason behind this curious quirk of history. O'Neill, having interviewed Tesla on the subject, stated that Tesla made a definite distinction between the inventor, who refined pre-existing technology, and the discoverer, who created new principles. Tesla declared himself a discoverer and Edison an inventor, and he held the view that placing the 2 in the same category would completely destroy all sense of the relative value of the 2 accomplishments. Support for this interpretation can be found in a letter Tesla wrote to the Lighthouse Board in Washington from his Colorado Springs experimental station in 1899. The Navy had written to Tesla that they would prefer to give their impending wireless contract to an American rather than to Marconi. "Gentlemen," Tesla responded curtly, "much as I value your advances, I am compelled to say, in justice to myself, that I would never accept a preference on any ground, as I would be competing against some of those who are following in my path. Any pecuniary advantage which I might derive by availing myself of the privilege is a matter of the most absolute indifference to me." If no one else would recognize his genius, Tesla certainly did. He would not think twice about giving up mere cash when faced with the prospect of being compared, in this case, to Marconi. The following letter to Johnson, which the inventor took the time to rewrite in a careful hand, was penned just 4 days after the announcement, and 4 days before Sweden's decision to give the award to the Braggs. "My dear Luca, thank you for your congratulations. To a man of your consuming ambition, such a distinction means much. In 1,000 years there will be many thousand recipients of the Nobel Prize. But I have not less than 4 dozen of my creations identified with my name in technical literature. These are honours real and permanent, which are bestowed not by a few who are apt to err, but by the whole world, which seldom makes a mistake, and for any of these I would give all the Nobel Prizes which will be distributed during the next 1,000 years. This passage was contained in its entirety in the Hunt and Draper text. However, they incorrectly concluded that this sober message was overshadowed by jubilation because of the announcement. Johnson also incorrectly understood the full implication of the letter because in March 1916 he refers to the award fully expecting Tesla to receive it. In the New York Times interview on the day following their announcement, Tesla stated that Edison was worthy of a dozen Nobel Prizes. The various Tesla biographers assumed that this was a public statement congratulating Edison, when in fact it was a piquant snub to the Nobel Committee. Tesla was stating between the lines that the Nobel Committee recognized only small accomplishments rather than truly original conceptualizations. A man puts in here, in my Tesla coil, a kind of gap, he gets a Nobel Prize for doing it. I cannot stop it. Thus Edison's many better mousetraps could all be honored, but none of them, in Tesla's opinion, concerned the creation of new principles. They were simply refinements of existing apparatus. Edison would probably have agreed with Tesla on this point, for most of his inventions were actually further developments of other people's work. However, Edison did have a number of original discoveries and creations. In his own opinion, his most important contribution was the phonograph, which certainly was the work of genius, even by Tesla's criteria, and deserving of a Nobel Prize. Furthermore, Edison's unparalleled success in bringing promising creations to fruition was exactly Tesla's failure, and that too was a gift placing Edison in a category all by himself. Quite possibly, a letter, much like the one sent to Johnson or the Lighthouse Board, could also have been wired to the Nobel Committee. If this hypothesis is correct, a prejudice would have persisted against Tesla and Edison, and this would explain the indefensible position of the Swedish Royal Academy in never honouring either of these two great scientists. Wizard swamped by debts. Inventor testifies he owes the Waldorf, hasn't a cent in bank. As 1915 was drawing to a close, Tesla began to find himself in deeper and deeper financial straits. Although an efficient water fountain, which he designed that year, was received favourably, his overhead was still too high. Expenses included outlays for the turbine work at the Edison station, his office space at the Woolworth building, salaries to his assistants and Mrs. Skerritt, his new secretary, past debts to such people as the Johnsons and George Scherf, maintenance costs for Wardenclyffe, legal expenses on wireless litigation, and his accommodations at the Waldorf Astoria. Some of the costs were deferred, particularly by the hotel, but Mr. Bolt's patience had reached its limit. Tesla's uncanny elusiveness and noble air had worn thin. Rumours began circulating of peculiar odours and cackling sounds emanating from the inventor's suite. The maids were complaining that there was an inordinate amount of pigeon excrement on the windowsills. Bolt sent Tesla a bill for the total rent due, nearly $19,000. Simultaneously, Tesla was hit with a suit for $935 for taxes still owed on Wardenclyffe. Tesla signed over the Wardenclyffe property to Bolt just as he was called into the state Supreme Court. Before Justice Finch, the inventor revealed that he possessed no real estate or stocks, and that his belongings, all told, were negligible. Under oath, Tesla revealed that he lived at the prestigious Waldorf mostly on credit, that his company had no assets, but is receiving enough royalties on patents to pay expenses, and that most of his patents were sold or assigned to other companies. When asked if he owned an automobile or horses, the inventor responded no. "Well, haven't you got any jewelry?" "No jewelry. I abhor it." This embarrassing article was published for all to see in the world. Yet, as was his custom with any article about himself, the inventor had his secretary paste the mea culpa in the latest volume of press clippings. Looking much like a multi-volume encyclopedia, this text, along with his other records and correspondence, will provide for posterity an accurate account of the inventor's rich and complicated life. The inventor had chosen his words carefully when speaking under oath to the judge. As much as he loathed being in a debtor's position, he wanted the Morgans, Marconis, Franklin Roosevelts, and Woodrow Wilsons to know of his plight, for in the final analysis this shame would be theirs as much as his. Even T.C. Martin had turned against him, writing petty letters to Elihu Thomson at this time, complaining of how Tesla chiseled money out of him for the opus he had created of the inventor's collected works a generation ago. Attempting to raise funds in a variety of ways, Tesla continued to try to market his speedometer, push to get monies from American firms for the bladeless turbines, and collect royalty payments from Lowenstein and Telefunken for the Tuckerton and Sayville plants. The elder statesman of invention also continued to write newspaper articles for the World and the Sun for ready cash, and he also moved to exploit other creations, such as his electrotherapeutic machines with Dr. Morell. Tesla wrote Scherf that he expected the medical market to be $3 to $4 million. The publication of his wretched state in the public forum and the transfer of Wardenclyffe to another party produced in Tesla a deep sense of anger and corresponding shame, for now the world had officially branded him a dud. If success is measured in a material way, it was clear that Tesla was the ultimate failure. On the exterior, the inventor kept up appearances, but this event would mark the turning point in his life. Now he began the slow but steady turning away from society. Simultaneously, he travelled to live in other states, in part to conduct business in a fresh atmosphere, and in part to remove himself from a hostile environment. He wrote a letter to Henry Ford in Detroit, hoping finally that the auto magnate would recognize the great advantages of his steam engine. "I can tell any day that Ford is going to contact me and take me out of all my worries," Tesla confidently predicted to Julius Cheeto, Coleman's son, who was now working for him. Sure enough, one fine morning a body of engineers from the Ford Motor Company presented themselves with the request of discussing with me an important project, Tesla revealed a few years later. "Didn't I tell you?" the prophet remarked triumphantly. "You are amazing, Mr. Tesla," Julius responded. "Everything is coming out just as you predicted." "As soon as these hard-headed men were seated," Tesla continued, "I, of course, immediately began to extol the wonderful features of my turbine, when the spokesman interrupted me and said, 'We know all about this, but we're on a special errand. We have formed a psychological society for the investigation of psychic phenomena, and we want you to join us in this undertaking.'" Flabbergasted, Tesla contained his indignation long enough to escort the wayward explorers to the street. A meeting with a princess. Suffering from an attack of the grippe throughout the first month of 1916, Tesla made the newspapers by posing for a portrait for the provocative painter Princess Wilna Lwow-Parley. Daughter of Baroness von Zollendorf and married and divorced from Prince Lwow of Russia, Wilna had painted the portraits of such greats as Field Marshal von Moltke, Bismarck, the Baroness Rothschild, Andrew Carnegie, Thomas Edison, and Teddy Roosevelt. Reluctant at first to sit because of superstitious feelings of foreboding, Tesla soon acquiesced and found a comfortable chair among Her Highness's various pets, which included at one time or another 2 dogs, an Angora cat, a bear, lion cub, alligator, ibis, and 2 falcons. Recently kicked out of the plaza for unpaid bills totaling $12,000, perhaps the princess shared a good laugh with the Serbian nobleman, who himself was in a similar predicament. The painting was reproduced in Electrical Experimenter in 1919, and once again on the cover of Time for Tesla's 75th birthday in 1931. This time period also saw the arrival of Tesla's sister's son, Nicholas Tebeyevich, himself an inventor who wanted to work as Tesla's assistant. Apparently Tesla was unable to spend much time with his nephew. Feeling rebuked, Tebeyevich turned to the local Serbian community, where he found a willing Professor Mikhail Pupin, who took the lad under his wing and on a tour of the city. Tebeyevich endeared himself to the great professor, and they became friends. Tebeyevich would come to develop in the 1920s and 1930s the hypoid gear and several sophisticated improvements in steering for the automotive industry. Working with mathematical principles, this inventor designed an elegant way to lower the drive shaft, running from the motor to the rear axle, nearly a foot. This advance enabled running boards to be eliminated, thereby allowing the car to become more streamlined. Simultaneously, it earned Tebeyevich a tidy sum. Moving to Detroit in the late 1920s, Tebeyevich continued to correspond with Uncle Nicky, who also came to visit around the time of the Great Depression. In February, Tesla received a letter from ardent admirer John Jack O'Neill, who was now working as a news correspondent for a Long Island daily and about to transfer jobs to the Herald Tribune. The young man reminded him of their 1907 encounter in the subway and enclosed the following poem. To Nikola Tesla, as an infinitesimal tribute to the inventor's greatness. Most glorious man of all ages, thou wert born to forecast greater days, where the wonders thy magic presages shall alter our archaic ways. Your coils with their juice oscillating sent electrical surges through the earth, sent great energies reverberating from the centre to the outermost girth. Is thy mind a power omnipresent that fathoms the depth of all space, that speaks to an adolescent the future triumphs of the race? Tesla sent the youngster a letter in return, thanking him heartily, although your opinion of me is immensely exaggerated. Enigmatically, he also suggested that O'Neill write a poem for J. Pierpont Morgan, one man today on whom the world is depending more than any other. Should O'Neill do this, it might be instrumental in putting him in possession of a cheque. Considering that Pierpont was dead, this was a rather peculiar recommendation. The Edison Medal. Were we to seize and to eliminate from our industrial world the results of Mr. Tesla's work, the wheels of industry would cease to turn, our towns would be dark, our mills would be dead and idle. Yes, so far-reaching is this work that it has become the warp and woof of industry. B. A. Berendt, 1917. To those with eyes for the truth, Tesla's state of crisis cut deep. One engineer in particular, Bernard A. Berendt, the Swiss émigré who had refused to testify against him during the malevolent AC patent litigation days, felt the urgency to act. Clearly, it was Berendt's goal to help restore the reputation of his spiritual benefactor. Having devoted a large measure of his life to refining Tesla's invention of the induction motor, Berendt informed his mentor that he, Tesla, had been nominated to receive the Edison Medal. In fact, it had been Berendt who had proposed the idea to the committee. Winners from the past had included Alexander Graham Bell, Elihu Thomson, and George Westinghouse. That Tesla would be nominated by an organization dwelling under the banner of Edison's name was shocking enough to the brooding Serb. Edison himself must have allowed the presentation to be made. It does not appear that Edison, having just turned 70, was plagued by the reciprocal feeling of animosity that Tesla exhibited. It is more likely that the thought of giving Tesla the medal brought a broad smirk to the Menlo Park wizard's visage. Tesla's first reaction was abhorrence, and he flatly rejected the offer. But Berendt persisted. Here was an opportunity to recognize a worthy recipient alone for his singular contributions. "Who do you want remembered as the author of your power system?" Berendt inquired. "Ferraris? Schallenberger? Stilwell or Steinmetz?" Tesla reluctantly capitulated. The presentation of the Edison Medal was made on May the 18th, 1917, just 2 months before Tesla found out by telephone that vandals had broken into his Wardenclyffe laboratory and wrecked equipment valued at $68,000, and that the tower was to be destroyed by dynamite. Many familiar faces dotted the crowd. The Johnsons and Miss Merrington attended, as did Charles Scott and Edward Dean Adams, the man most responsible for recommending Tesla for the Niagara Falls enterprise. The opening speech was delivered by A. E. Kennelly, former Edison crony who was now teaching at Harvard. Long a Tesla adversary, having been active in executing animals with AC current during the heated Battle of the Currents in the early 1890s, Kennelly spoke for 15 minutes. During this time, the good professor managed to not mention Tesla's name even once. "Many people," Professor Kennelly began, "suppose that the Edison Medal is presented by Mr. Edison, but that is a mistake. In fact, Tom Edison has been so busy during his life receiving medals that he has not time to dispense any." The speaker droned on, making Tesla more nervous with each obsequious sentence. "Every time a worthy recipient is honored with this medal, Thomas Edison is also honored. In fact," the Edison man continued, "we may look forward to a time, say 1,000 years hence, when, like this evening, the 1,007th recipient will receive the Edison Medal, and once again Edison's achievements will be honored." As legend has it, Tesla disappeared from the room. Panic-stricken, Berendt ran out of the building to look for him, while Charles Terry, a prominent executive from the Westinghouse Corporation, reviewed Tesla's great accomplishments. According to the story, Berendt found the lonely inventor across the street by the library, feeding his precious pigeons. During Berendt's introduction, he stated, perhaps to counter Kennedy's opening speech, "The name of Tesla runs no more risk of oblivion than does that of Faraday or Edison. What can a man desire more than this?" It occurs to me to paraphrase Pope describing Newton. "Nature and nature's laws lay hid in night. God said, 'Let Tesla be,' and all was light." "Ladies and gentlemen," Tesla began, "I wish to thank you heartily for your kind appreciation. I am not deceiving myself in the fact of which you must be aware, that the speakers have greatly magnified my modest achievements. Inspired with the hope and conviction that this is just a beginning, a forerunner of still greater accomplishments, I am determined to continue developing my plans and undertake new endeavours. I am deeply religious at heart, and give myself to the constant enjoyment of believing that the greatest mysteries of our being are still to be fathomed. Evidence to the contrary notwithstanding, death itself may not be the termination of the wonderful metamorphosis we witness. In this way, I manage to maintain an undisturbed peace of mind, to make myself proof against adversity, and to achieve contentment and happiness to a point of extracting some satisfaction even from the darker side of life, the trials and tribulations of existence." The electrical savant would go on to review much of his life, an anecdote from his childhood about a gander who almost pulled his umbilical cord out, his early meetings with Edison and work with Westinghouse, lectures in Europe, success at Niagara, and future plans in wireless. "I have fame and untold wealth, more than this," the inventor concluded, "and yet how many articles have been written in which I was declared to be an impractical, unsuccessful man, and how many poor, struggling writers have called me a visionary. Such is the folly and short-sightedness of the world." Tesla was aghast that Bolt had not protected Wardenclyffe adequately, for it was valued at a minimum of at least $150,000. Even though he had signed it over to the hotel, he had done so, according to his understanding, to honour his debt until his plans matured. As the property, when completed, would yield $20,000 to $30,000 a day, Tesla was simply flabbergasted that Bolt would move to destroy the place. Bolt, or the hotel management, saw Wardenclyffe now as theirs, free and clear, even though Tesla offered as proof a chattel mortgage on the machinery that the inventor had placed at his own expense. The hotel's insurance was only $5,000, whereas Tesla's coverage for the machinery was valued at $68,000. Why would Tesla independently seek to protect the property if he didn't still have an interest in it? Tesla saw the contract as a security pledge, but the paper he signed did not specify any such contingency. According to the hotel's lawyer, Frank Hutchins, of Baldwin and Hutchins, it was a bill of sale with the deed duly recorded 2 years ago. We fail to see what interest you have, Hutchins callously concluded. Storming into their offices on Pine Street, Tesla demanded to find out firsthand what was to happen. You will have to ask Smiley Steel Company. They are the ones in charge of salvage operations. J.B. Smiley informed Tesla that indeed the tower was to be taken down, its parts sold to cover outstanding debts. A great wrong has been done, the inventor wrote in reply, but I am confident that justice will prevail. Pay no attention to Tesla whatsoever, but proceed immediately with wrecking as contracted, Smiley told his wrecking crew after conferring with Hutchins. Waldorf Astoria Hotel Company, July the 12th, 1917. Gentlemen, I have received reports which have completely dumbfounded me, all the more so as I am now doing important work for the government with a view of putting the plant to a special use of great moment. I trust that you will appreciate the seriousness of the situation, and will see that the property is taken good care of, and that all apparatus is carefully preserved. Very truly yours, N. Tesla. The wizard decided that the only way to save Wardenclyffe was to extol its virtues as a potential defensive weapon for the protection of the country. Capitalizing on the excellent Nobel Prize publicity, the inventor once again strained the reader's credulity with another startling vision. Tesla's new device like bolts of Thor. He seeks to patent wireless engine for destroying navies by pulling a lever. To shatter armies also. Nikola Tesla, the inventor, winner of the 1915 Nobel Physics Prize, has filed patent applications on the essential parts of a machine, the possibilities of which test a layman's imagination and promise a parallel to Thor's shooting thunderbolts from the sky to punish those who have angered the gods. Dr. Tesla insists there is nothing sensational about it. It is perfectly practicable to transmit electrical energy without wires and produce destructive effects at a distance. I have already constructed a wireless transmitter which makes this possible. 10 miles or 1,000 miles, it will be all the same to the machine, the inventor says. Straight to the point on land or on sea, it will be able to go with precision, delivering a blow that will paralyze or kill as it is desired. A man in a tower on Long Island could shield New York against ships or army by working a lever, if the inventor's anticipations become realizations. Tesla would not draw up an official paper on the particle beam weapon or death ray for another 20 years, yet it is clear that he had conceived the machine by this time, probably creating prototypes as far back as 1896, when he was bombarding targets with Röntgen rays. In a serious plight, with nowhere else to turn, the inventor contacted Morgan once again to ask for assistance. This was his last chance to protect his wireless patents and save the tower. "Words cannot express how much I have deplored the cruel necessity which compelled me to appeal to you again," the inventor explained, but it was to no avail. He still owed Jack $25,000 plus interest. The financier ignored the entreaty and quietly placed Tesla's account in a bad debt file. In February 1917, the United States broke off all relations with Germany and seized the wireless plant at Sayville. 30 German employees of the German-owned station were suddenly forced to leave, and enlisted men of the American Navy have filled their places. Guards were placed around the plant as the High Command decided what to do with the remaining broadcasting stations lying along the coast. Articles began springing up like early crocus to announce the potential existence of yet another concealed wireless station able to supply information to German submarines regarding the movement of ships. 19 more taken as German spies. Dr. Carl George Frank, former head of Sayville Wireless, among those detained. On April 6, 1917, President Wilson issued a proclamation, seizing all radio stations. Enforcement of the order was delegated to Secretary Daniels. It is understood that all plants for which no place can be found in the Navy's wireless system, including amateur apparatus for which close search will be made, are to be put out of commission immediately. Clearly an overt decision had to be made about the fate of Wardenclyffe. Tesla's expertise was well known to Secretary Daniels and Assistant Secretary Franklin Roosevelt, as they were actively using the inventor's scientific legacy as ammunition against Marconi in the patent suit. Coupled with the inventor's astonishing proclamation that his tower could provide an electronic aegis against potential invasions, Wardenclyffe must have been placed in a special category. However, there were two glaring strikes against it. The first was that Tesla had already turned over the property to Mr. Bolt to cover his debt at the Waldorf. And the second was the transmitter's record of accomplishment, non-existent. What better indication of the folly of Tesla's dream could there be than the tower's own perpetual state of repose? To many, Wardenclyffe was merely a torpid monument to the bombastic prognostications of a not very original mind gone astray. From the point of view of the Navy, Tesla may have been the original inventor of the radio, but he was clearly not the one who made the apparatus work. A history of Navy involvement. In 1899, the U.S. Navy, via Rear Admiral Francis J. Higginson, requested Tesla to place a system of wireless telegraphy upon light vessel number 66 on Nantucket Shoals, Massachusetts, which lies 60 miles south of Nantucket Island. Tesla was on his way to Colorado and was unable to comply. Moreover, the Navy did not want to pay for the equipment, but rather wanted Tesla to lay out the funds himself. Considering the great wealth of the country, Tesla feigned astonishment at the penurious position of John D. Long, Secretary of the Navy, via Commander Perry, who brazenly forwarded the financial disclaimer on U.S. Treasury Department stationery. Upon Tesla's return to New York in 1900, he wrote again of his interest in placing the equipment aboard their ships. Rear Admiral Higginson, chairman of the Lighthouse Board, wrote back that his committee would meet in October to discuss with Congress the estimates of cost. Higginson, who had visited Tesla in his lab in the late 1890s, wanted to help, but he'd been placed in the embarrassing position of withdrawing his offer of financial remuneration because of various levels of bureaucratic inanity. Tesla spent the time to go down to Washington to confer face-to-face with the High Command. Hobson also negotiated on his friend's behalf, but Tesla was essentially ignored and returned to New York empty-handed and disgusted with the way he was treated. From the point of view of the Navy, wireless telegraphy was an entirely new field, and they were unsure what to do. Furthermore, they may have been turned off by Tesla's haughty manner, particularly when it came to being compared to Marconi, which had always enraged Tesla. Keep in mind, however, that the Navy took over 10 years to recompense Hammond for his work on radio-guided missiles, and even then they almost didn't come through. Tesla was by no means the only one to get the runaround from the military, and Hammond had the best connections possible through his influential father. In 1902, the Office of Naval Intelligence called Commodore F.M. Barber, who had been in retirement in France, back to the States and put him in charge of the acquisition of wireless apparatus for testing. Although still taking a frugal position, the Navy came up with approximately $12,000 for the purchase of wireless sets from different European companies. Orders were placed with Schlaby-Arco and Brown Siemens Halske of Germany and Popov, Ducretet and Rochefort of France. Bids were also requested from De Forest, Fessenden and Tesla in America and Lodge Muirhead in England. Marconi was excluded because he arrogantly coveted an all-or-nothing deal. Fessenden was angry with the Navy for obtaining equipment outside the United States, and so did not submit a bid. Tesla was probably too upset with his treatment from the past and too involved with Wardenclyffe, which was under active construction at that time, to get involved, and so the Navy purchased additional sets from De Forest and Lodge Muirhead. In 1903, a mock battle with the North Atlantic Fleet was held 500 miles off the coast of Cape Cod. With the White Squadron commanded by Rear Admiral J.H. Sands and the Blue Squadron by Rear Admiral Higginson, Tesla's ally, the use of wireless played a key role in determining the victor. Commander Higginson, who won the maneuver, commented, "To me, the great lesson of the search we ended today is the absolute need of wireless in the ships of the Navy. You know we are 3 years behind the times in the adoption of wireless." Based on comparison testing, it was determined that the Schlaby-Arco system outperformed all others, and the Navy ordered 20 more sets. Simultaneously, they purchased an 11-year lease on the Marconi patents. With the onset of World War I, the use of wireless became a necessity for organizing troop movements, surveillance, and intercontinental communication. While the country was still neutral, the Navy was able to continue their use of the German equipment until sentiments began to shift irreversibly to the British side. Via the British Navy, Marconi had his transmitters positioned in Canada, Bermuda, Jamaica, Colombia, the Falkland Islands, North and South Africa, Ceylon, Australia, Singapore, and Hong Kong. His was a mighty operation. In the United States, the American Marconi Division, under the directorship of the politically powerful John Griggs, former governor of New Jersey and Attorney General under President McKinley, had transmitters located in New York, Massachusetts, and Illinois. One key problem, however, was that the Marconi equipment was still using the outmoded spark gap method. In April 1917, the U.S. Navy completed the seizure of all wireless stations, including those of their allies, the British. At the same time, Marconi was in the process of purchasing the Alexanderson alternator, which was in essence a refinement of the Tesla oscillator. Simultaneously, the Armstrong feedback circuit was becoming an obvious necessity for any wireless instrumentation. However, the Armstrong invention created a judicial nightmare, not only because it used as its core the De Forest Audion, but also because De Forest's invention was overturned in the courts in favor of an electronic tube developed by Fessenden. Never mind that Tesla, as far back as 1902, had beaten Fessenden in the courts for this development. With the Fessenden patent now under the control of Marconi, the courts would come to rule that no one could use the Armstrong feedback circuit without the permission of the other players. The most important ruling concerning the true identity of the inventor of the radio became neatly sidestepped by the War Powers Act of President Wilson, calling for the suspension of all patent litigation during the time of the war. France had already recognized Tesla's priority by their High Court, and Germany recognized him by Schlaby's affirmations and Telefunken's decision to pay royalties. But in America, the land of Tesla's home, the government backed off and literally prevented the courts from sustaining a decision. The Marconi Syndicate, in touch with kings from 2 countries, with equipment instituted on 6 continents, was simply too powerful. With the suspension of all patent litigation and the country in the midst of a world war, Franklin Roosevelt, Assistant Secretary of the Navy, penned the famous Farragut letter. This document allowed such major companies as AT&T, Westinghouse, and American Marconi the right to pool together to produce each other's equipment without concern for compensating rightful inventors. Furthermore, it assured contractors that the government would assume liability in infringement suits. On July 1, 1918, Congress passed a law making the United States financially responsible for any use of an invention described in and covered by a patent of the United States. By 1921, the U.S. government had spent $40 million on wireless equipment, a far cry from Secretary Long's policy of refusing to pay a few $1,000s for Tesla's equipment 18 years before. Thus, the Interdepartmental Radio Board met to decide various claims against it. Nearly $3 million in claims were paid out. The big winners were Marconi Wireless, which received $1.2 million for equipment and installations taken over, but not for their patents. International Radio Telegraph received $700,000, AT&T $600,000, and Edwin Armstrong $89,000. Tesla received a minuscule compensation through Lowenstein, who was awarded $23,000. In 1921, the Navy published a list of all the inventors in wireless who received compensation from them. The list contained only patents granted after 1902. Inventors included Blockman, Brown, Blondell, De Forest, Fuller, Harneman, Logwood, Meissner, Randall, Paulson, Schiessler, von Arco, and Watkins. Note that both Tesla's and Marconi's names are missing. Marconi's could be missing either because his patents had lapsed, or, more likely, because they were viewed as invalid from the point of view of the government. In the case of Tesla, all of his 12 key radio patents had expired and were now common property. However, Tesla had renewed one fundamental patent in 1914, and this should have been on the list, as should have Armstrong's feedback patent. Radio Corporation of America. The U.S. government, through Franklin Roosevelt, knew that Marconi had infringed upon Tesla's fundamental patents. They knew the details of Tesla's rightful claims through their own files and through the record at the Patent Office. In point of fact, it was Tesla's proven declaration which was the basis and central argument that the government had against Marconi when Marconi sued in the first place, and it was this same claim and the same Navy Lighthouse Board files that would eventually be used by the U.S. Supreme Court to vindicate Tesla 3 months after he died, nearly 25 years later in 1943. Rather than deal with the truth, and with a difficult genius whose present work appeared to be in a realm above and beyond the operation of simple radio telephones and wireless transmitters, Roosevelt, Daniels, President Wilson, and the U.S. Navy, in the midst of war, took no interest in protecting Tesla's tower. In July 1917, Tesla packed his bags and said goodbye to the Waldorf Astoria. Having lived there for nearly 20 years, he talked George Bolt, Jr. into allowing him to keep a large part of his personal effects in the basement of the hotel until he found a suitable place for transferring them. "I was sorry to hear about your father," Tesla told the new manager, George Bolt Sr. having died just a few months before. Preparing to move to Chicago to work on his bladeless turbines, Tesla was invited to the Johnsons for a farewell dinner. Robert was now directing the affairs of the American Academy of Arts and Letters, an organization which counted among its ranks Daniel Chester French, Charles Dana Gibson, Winslow Homer, Henry James and his brother William, Charles McKim, Henry Cabot Lodge, Teddy Roosevelt, and Woodrow Wilson. Catherine had been in bed for over a week with the grippe, but this evening was too important, and she dragged herself out of bed and put on her best gown. Dressed in a straw hat, cane, white gloves, and his favourite green suede high-tops, Tesla arrived with a large bouquet of flowers and a cheque for Johnson. "Kate's been ill," Robert managed to say before the lady of the house appeared. Taking centre stage, as she always tried to do when he was around, Kate radiated an intense glow of amorous pride as she held back the flood of tears while she chatted on and on about how crazy she was about all of her grandchildren. Taking a weekend train to Chicago, Tesla moved into the Blackstone Hotel alongside the University of Chicago. On Monday morning, the inventor hired a limousine to drop him at the headquarters of Pyle National Corporation. Having already shipped prototypes to give them a head start, he would now work at an intense pace in an entirely new setting, his goal being the perfection of his revolutionary bladeless turbines. At night, he liked to walk down the street from his hotel to the Museum of Arts and Sciences, the only building remaining from the World's Fair of 1893. There he could stand by the great columns and think back to a time when daily hundreds of thousands would stream into a magical city powered by his vision. One Saturday, in the heat of summer, he took the mile walk along Lake Michigan, past the Midway, to a series of small lakes and a park which was once the Court of Honor. There, at the entranceway to a place that once was, he found to his delight the statue of the Republic, still standing, its gold plating all worn away. With him was a letter from George Scherf. August 20th, 1917. Dear Mr. Tesla, I was deeply grieved and shocked when I read the enclosed, but I have the supreme confidence that more glorious work will arise from the ruins. I trust that your work in Chicago is progressing to your satisfaction. Yours respectfully, George Scherf. At the height of the world conflagration, the Smiley Steel Company's explosive expert had circled the gargantuan transmitter to place a charge around each major strut and nail the coffin shut on Tesla's dream. With the Associated Press recording the event and military personnel apparently present, the magnifying transmitter was levelled, the explosion alarming many of the Shoreham residents. And with the death of the World Telegraphy Center came the birth of the Radio Broadcasting Corporation, a unique conglomerate of private concerns under the auspices of the U.S. government. Meetings were held behind closed doors in Washington between President Wilson, who wanted America to gain radio supremacy, Navy Secretary Daniels, his assistant Franklin Roosevelt, and representatives from GE, American Marconi, AT&T, and the Westinghouse Corporation. The J.P. Morgan and Company on the board of directors, and the Marconi patents as the backbone of the organization, RCA was formed. It would combine resources from these mega-corporations, all of which had cross-licensing agreements with each other and co-owned the company. Cross-licensing agreements also existed with the government, which also owned some wireless patents. Here was another entente cordiale reminiscent of the AC polyphase days, which was not so for the originator of the invention. It was a second major time Tesla would be carved from his creation, a secret deal probably concocted which absolved the government from paying any licensing fee to Marconi in lieu of their burying their Tesla archives. David Sarnoff, as managing director, would soon take over the reins of the entire operation. The New York Sun inaccurately reported, U.S. blows up Tesla radio tower. Suspecting that German spies were using the big wireless tower erected at Shoreham, Long Island, about 20 years ago by Nikola Tesla, the federal government ordered the tower destroyed, and it was recently demolished with dynamite. During the past month, several strangers had been seen lurking about the place. The destruction of Nikola Tesla's famous tower shows forcibly the great precautions being taken at this time to prevent any news of military importance of getting to the enemy. At the end of the war, President Wilson returned all remaining confiscated radio stations to their rightful owners. American Marconi, now RCA, of course, was the big beneficiary. In 1920, the Westinghouse Corporation was granted the right to manufacture, use, and sell apparatus covered by the Marconi patents. Westinghouse also formed an independent radio station, which became as prominent as RCA. At the end of the year, Tesla wrote a letter to E.M. Hare, president of the company, offering his wireless expertise and equipment. November 16th, 1920. Dear Mr. Tesla, I regret that under the present circumstances we cannot proceed further with any developments of your activities. A few months later, Westinghouse requested that Tesla speak to our invisible audience some Thursday night in the near future over our radio-telephone broadcasting station. November 30th, 1921. Gentlemen, 21 years ago, I promised a friend, the late J. Pierpont Morgan, that my world system, then under construction, would enable the voice of a telephone subscriber to be transmitted to any point of the globe. I prefer to wait until my project is completed before addressing an invisible audience, and beg you to excuse me. Very truly yours, N. Tesla. 42. Transmutation. 1918 to 1921. I come from a very wiry and long-lived race. Some of my ancestors have been centenarians, and one of them lived 129 years. I am determined to keep up the record and please myself with prospects of great promise. Then again, nature has given me a vivid imagination. Nikola Tesla. Tesla's life work was his World Telegraphy Center. Partially materialized on the physical plane as Wardenclyffe, this was the inventor's holy grail, the key to anointment. In 1917, the project was demolished, and in that sense, so was the inventor. Capable of recognizing the absurdities of life and drawing from transcendent energies, the mystic sought regeneration by consummating his grand plan in fantasy form, and by seeking a new philosopher's stone. 1 year earlier, when Tesla's project was at its bleakest, he had formed an alliance with one of his most ardent admirers, Hugo Gernsback, editor of Electrical Experimenter. Gernsback had first heard about Tesla when he was a child growing up in Luxembourg in the late 1890s. It was at this time that the 10-year-old came across the fantastic picture of the emblazoned electrician sending hundreds of thousands of volts through his body, and the declaration in the accompanying article that he was the grandest wizard of the age. Considered by most futurologists to be the founder and father of science fiction, Gernsback studied electronics at Bingen Technicum in Europe before immigrating to America at the age of 19 in 1903. With his mind totally captivated by the fantastic union of science and fantasy, the exuberant youth wrote a spectacular tale which took place in the year 2660, called Ralph 124 C41+, which he serialized in his new magazine Modern Electronics. Simultaneously, he also opened up Hugo Gernsback's Electro-Importing Company, an all-purpose electronics shop located under the L at Fulton Street. There, the new breed of amateur ham operators could buy whatever they wanted and browse through the biggest bunch of junk you ever saw. Gernsback's first meeting with Tesla was in 1908, when he stopped at the inventor's lab to view the new turbine. Gernsback wrote, "The door opens, and out steps a tall figure, over 6 feet high, gaunt but erect. It approaches slowly, stately. You become conscious at once that you are face to face with a personality of high order. Nikola Tesla advances and shakes your hand with a powerful grip, surprising for a man over 60. A winning smile from piercing light blue-grey eyes set in extraordinary deep sockets fascinates you and makes you feel at once at home. You are guided into an office, immaculate in its orderliness. Not a speck of dust is to be seen. No papers litter the desk. Everything just so. It reflects the man himself, immaculate in attire, orderly and precise in his every movement. Dressed in a dark frock coat, he is entirely devoid of all jewellery. No ring, stick-pin, or even watch-chain can be seen." In 1916, the inventor edited a consequential article for Gernsback on the magnifying transmitter. The inventor also promised to think more seriously about putting his life story down on paper. In fact, he wrote a short first draft for Scientific American, which he embellished for the Edison Medal acceptance speech. By this time, Gernsback had also secured the talents of the gifted illustrator Frank R. Paul. Destined to be the most influential science fiction artist of the 20th century, Paul was able to render the possible development of any invention from a raw idea into a picture fantasy. With a penchant for drawing futuristic scenarios such as Goliath-sized insects, spaceships orbiting planets, and a variety of humanoidian mad scientists conquering galactic empires, Paul advanced to become the premier cover artist for Electrical Experimenter and later Amazing Stories and Science Wonder Stories. He was assigned the role of completing Tesla's tower in picture form. The drawing, replete with fully functioning Wardenclyffe transmitters and Tesla wingless airfoils beaming down death rays to incoming ships, not only became a fantastic cover for Electrical Experimenter, it also became the centerpiece of the Wizard's new letterhead. As alchemist, Tesla transformed the ruins of his station into a fantastic Gernsbackian world telegraphy center, as he also transformed himself, leaving New York City to begin anew with his next major creation. Before he left in June 1917, the inventor wrote Jack Morgan, hoping, optimistically, because of new developments, to pay off his debt to the financier. In about 4 months. My big ship is still to come in, but I have now a marvelous opportunity, having perfected an invention which will astound the whole world. Cryptically, Tesla said that the invention would afford an effective means for meeting the menaces of the submarine. Whether he was talking about a long-range radar system, a remote-controlled torpedo, or some other invention is uncertain. The following month, Tesla moved to Chicago, and he stayed there through November 1918, working with Pi National on the perfection of his turbines. Here, during the day, with the slate clean, the gangly mechanic could continue to battle the demons by plunging himself into a brand-new endeavor. At night, as creative author, the cognoscenti sketched out the first draft of his expanded autobiography. Most of the time he drew from his own capital, for fear of causing difficulties with the new partners. He knew he would eventually receive compensation, because the Chicago company had signed an agreement promising cash payments and guarantees with the expiration of their option, but carrying costs were becoming a problem. To handle expenses in the interim, the inventor requested that Scherf step up the pressure on receiving royalties from the various wireless companies. His greatest source of income was probably the Waltham Watch Company, which was now in the active stage of marketing his speedometer. Even though the war was still going on, the inventor expected to receive compensation from Telefunken after the hostilities cease, even though he would have to apply to the War Trade Board under the Trading with the Enemy Act for a license to receive payment. Progress on the turbines was hampered by numerous obstacles. Nevertheless, the inventor was delighted with the extraordinarily efficient personnel and overall organization of the Chicago firm. As the discs could rotate at speeds ranging from 10,000 to 35,000 RPM, the centrifugal force tended to elongate them. Thus they were subject to fatigue and ran the risk of cracking after performing for long periods of time. Perceived by skeptical engineers as fatal flaws, Tesla endeavored to hammer home the point that stress was a factor in all engines. Thus, much of the time in Chicago was spent experimenting with different alloys and inventing means for instantaneously regulating orthorotational speed and centrifugal pressure to minimize the stress factor. For instance, suppose that the steam pressure of the locomotive would vary from, say, 50 to 200 pounds. No matter how rapidly, this would not have the slightest effect on the performance of the turbine. In January 1918, the U.S. Machine Manufacturing Company inquired about placing one of Tesla's turbines inside an airplane, and a few months later the Chicago Pneumatic Tool Company also expressed interest. Tesla was writing Scherf expecting the invention to yield $25 million per year. However, there was still the difficulty of perfecting it, and Tesla was still not free of the numerous other problems of his life, such as the past debts and the continuing quagmire of litigation. During the summer, the inventor twisted his back and was laid up for several weeks. During Tesla's time in Chicago, he calculated his operating expenses at $17,600, with revenues of $12,500. Pi National tried to get out of their debt by sending a check for $1,500, but Tesla returned the token payment and threatened suit. Meanwhile, back at home, the sheriff took possession of the Woolworth office, so Tesla had to wrestle some capital from Pi National to release his company. In New York, George Scherf continued to handle all of the details. Concerning his relationship with the government, as stated in Chapter 41, most of Tesla's wireless patents had expired, and his 1914 patent was complicated by its clash with the Marconi claim. However, he was negotiating with the government on an engine for a plane, writing to the Bureau of Steam Engineering at this time. In litigation, Tesla won a few $1,000s from Lowenstein, lost a $67,000 case against a Mr. de la Verne, in part because he refused to travel back to New York to testify, and had to pay out $1,600 to A.M. Foster for non-payment of services rendered. Before returning to Manhattan for the last months of 1918, the inventor travelled to Milwaukee to visit the Alice Chalmers people. There he was met by the astute but pedantic head engineer, Hans Dahlstrandt. After providing various articles and records from his work at the Edison Station and Pyle National, a contract was drawn up for Tesla to return to Milwaukee and develop the engine with Dahlstrandt. Skeptical from the start, the learned head engineer reluctantly agreed to defer to Tesla's wishes and begin a preparatory investigation of the turbine before he arrived. Throughout this period, 1917 to 1926, the inventor spent most of his time outside New York City. In the years 1917 to 1918, he was in Chicago with Pyle National. In 1919 to 1922, he was in Milwaukee with Alice Chalmers. For the last month of 1922, he was in Boston with the Waltham Watch Company, and in the years 1925 to 1926, he was in Philadelphia working on the gasoline turbine at Budd Manufacturing Company. Tesla also sold a motor which was used in motion picture equipment to Wisconsin Electric in 1918, and a valvular conduit or unidirectional fluid flow tube to an unspecified oil company. This last invention, which can also be called a fluid diode, could not only be used to pump oil from the ground, but also be attached to the bladeless turbine to turn it into a combustion engine. According to Tesla expert Leland Anderson, this invention is the only valving patent without moving parts. It has been used in attempts to develop micro-miniature radiation-hardened logic circuits and simple fluid computers. Waltham speedometers and automobile clocks. Every progressive automobile manufacturer is adding improvements to his car. This is why the only air friction speedometer in the world, invented by Nikola Tesla, perfected and developed by Waltham, has won the unqualified approval of the world's great automotive engineers. You will find this instrument upon such cars as the Cunningham, Lafayette, Leach, Biltwell, Lincoln, Packard, Pierce Arrow, Renault, Rolls-Royce, Stevens-Duryea, Wills St. Clair, and others. The speedometer of instantaneous accuracy. The inventor arrived at the Copley Plaza in Boston to negotiate with Mr. May, the manager of the factory, the advance and royalty schedule. Concerning revenues, Tesla received $5,000 from Waltham, assigning them 3 of his patents in 1922 for a speedometer and tachometer. This agreement included royalties, which he received until at least 1929. Pyle National eventually paid him $15,000 and maybe $30,000 in 1925. From Budd National, he received $30,000 for the turbines, and probably a similar amount from Alice Chalmers, from whom he was expecting profits on the order of $250,000 per year. George Scherf received 5% from most of these contracts. Tesla arrived back home at the tail end of 1918 in time for Christmas dinner with the Johnsons. He stayed for a brief time at the Waldorf and then moved to the Hotel St. Regis, where he lived off and on for the next few years. The great influenza epidemic was just in its beginning stages, and Catherine was one of the first to display signs of its ravages. In the next year, over 1 billion people were infected, and 20 million died worldwide. She was lucky to survive. Her health deteriorated throughout the year, and by the following Christmas she experienced episodes during which she lost consciousness 3 times within a single day. Perhaps heightened by the severity of the situation, and with new income from Waltham, Tesla paid Robert checks totaling at least $1,500 during this period. Throughout 1919, Tesla's autobiography appeared in serialized form in Gernsback's Electrical Experimenter. Paired with photographs and a series of spectacular Frank Paul drawings, the story began as an unusual tale of a wizard child growing up in another era in a faraway land. The account of the early years of Tesla's life oozed charm and wit, with its numerous Mark Twainian depictions of amusing anecdotes, harrowing experiences, life with his inventive mother, preacher father, prodigal brother, and 3 doting sisters. Digging deep into his past, Tesla explored the tragedy of his brother's death, how it impacted his career decision, the dramatic move away from the idyllic farm to the clutter of Gospage, his college years, engineering training in Europe before coming to America, and his early meetings with Edison, Westinghouse, and members of the Royal Society of London. Also included was an uncommon description of his peculiar powers of eidetic imagery, out-of-body experiences, childhood illnesses, phobias, and idiosyncrasies. In month after month of fascinating reading, the pundit detailed the development of his ideas, his physical breakdown, and opening up of the third eye experience, an accompanying revelation which led to the development of the rotating magnetic field, his creation of the tele-automaton, work in Colorado Springs, and the grand Wardenclyffe World Wireless design. This liaison with Gernsback supplied the inventor with a steady income, and helped Electrical Experimenter boost its circulation to around 100,000. Simultaneously, MN Inventions also provided the world with a notable autobiographical testimony of one of the most singular and controversial personalities of the age. The year also saw numerous articles about Marconi's recent experiences intercepting impulses possibly emanating from extraterrestrials, with Professor Pickering writing Elihu Thomson that he might have detected vegetation on the moon, and a resurgence of interest in the Canals of Mars scenario. The press jumped at the Italian's far-out declaration and grilled him for additional details. Stealing Tesla's thunder even on this front, Marconi proclaimed that he had often received strong signals out of the ether which seemed to come from some place outside the Earth, and which might conceivably have proceeded from the stars. As to the language problem of communicating with the Martians, Marconi said, "It is an obstacle, but I don't think it's insurmountable. You see, one might get through some such message as 2 + 2 = 4, and go on repeating it until an answer came back signifying yes. Mathematics must be the same throughout the physical universe." Seeking redress in a variety of ways, Tesla sought publicity in Electrical World, where he attributed the Italian signals to an undertone metronome effect emanating from other wireless operators. Anticipating the possibility that a critic might ascribe the same mechanism to his own extraterrestrial encounter of 1899, Tesla added, "At the time I carried on those investigations, there existed no wireless plant capable of producing a disturbance perceptible in a radius of more than a few miles." This, of course, was a false premise, as Marconi at that time was already sending messages hundreds of miles. Johnson wrote Tesla that when Marconi repeats your idea, it is no longer laughed at. But in some circles, this did not seem to be the case. Celestial Movies. Mr. Tesla has small confidence in the Marconian idea of getting into communication by way of mathematics. He would prefer to send pictures by wireless, the human face, for example. But suppose Mars does not like your face? That will be a regrettable rebuff to scientific investigation. If civilization on Mars is as old as we're asked to believe, the Martians have no doubt acquired their own taste in faces. Although the Christmas dinner of 1919 was marred by Catherine's ill health, it was overshadowed by good news. President Wilson had appointed Robert ambassador to Italy. With mixed emotions, and Catherine apparently recovering her health, Tesla's friends left for Europe, where they stayed throughout the following year. Now, really alone, the wizard continued his slide from public scrutiny. Copied, mocked at, and ultimately abandoned by the world he helped create, Tesla tried to keep his life in perspective and contain his anger by doing his best to transform it. But over time, the irony of it all took its toll and caused an already eccentric individual to exaggerate already strange ways. Tesla would become more fanatical about cleanliness and spend more time walking the streets after hours, circling his block 3 times before entering the St. Regis and avoiding stepping on cracks on the sidewalks. Some said he peeked in windows and liked to watch others in voyeuristic ways. Practicing gastronomical frugality, the celibate slowly turned away from the meat and potatoes of life and eventually from eating solids altogether. Now he would rarely write in pen, preferring the less definite pencil. He would spend more time by himself, feeding the pigeons at midnight by the 42nd Street Library, or stealing away via the Staten Island ferry to a quiet farm where he could block out the city and search once again for his fountainhead. With the Johnsons' departure, he left for Milwaukee to consummate his relationship with Alice Chalmers. Much of his time in Wisconsin was invested in trying to perfect the turbine. However, he had reached an impasse, what Sartre calls a counterfinality, or unforeseen event which opposes the goal intended, with Hans Dahlstrand, head engineer. Thwarted, Tesla had no recourse but to return to New York. So upset was he that he refused to talk about it when his biographer, Jack O'Neill, questioned him on the Milwaukee experience. Alice Chalmers had issued Dahlstrand's detailed report describing a long list of serious problems, as he saw it, in the manufacture of the turbine. Aside from the fatigue and cracking of the discs, Dahlstrand also cited additional impediments, including only a 38% efficiency performance, a decrease of mechanical efficiency as steam pressure increased, a problem in designing attachment gears needed to join the turbine to other units, and a high cost of production. Another factor was that the present-day motors, such as the Parsons turbine, which was being developed by Westinghouse, or the Curtiss motor, being developed by GE, were operating satisfactorily. This question of the failure of the Tesla turbine was posed to a number of Tesla experts. Leyland Anderson found that manufacturers interested in the Tesla turbine all say it is a fine concept and an excellent machine, but there are too many support systems to be replaced for a machine not that much better in performance. And that is the point. The Tesla turbine is good, but not that much better. C.R. Possell, President and Chief Engineer of the American Development and Manufacturing Company, one of the only existing organizations working on manufacturing Tesla bladeless turbines and pumps, offered a somewhat different explanation. Mr. Possell, who initially worked on the Tesla boundary layer drag turbine during the Korean War for the military, and who has been actively trying to perfect the turbine for 35 years, stated that the main problem had simply to do with the high cost of research and development. According to Possell, Tesla was about 25 to 30 years ahead of his time. Metallurgy was not what it is today. Magnetic bearings are a whole new science. He didn't have the right materials. Instrumentation for measuring performance was in its infancy, and it was hard to demonstrate the turbine adequately. Somewhere between the first prototype and the first use of it, you're going to have hundreds and hundreds of man-hours, and the turbine didn't get that. Possell gave as one example, and there are numerous others, the millions of man-hours required to get a plane to fly at Mach 1. At present, the Tesla pump, based on the same technology, has been used by Jerry Labine as a replacement for the motor in the jet ski recreational vehicle, and also it has been further developed by Max Girth, inventor of the disc flow pump. Utilizing Tesla's basic idea and principles associated with the structure of a vortex, responsible for such events as whirlpools and tornadoes, and laminar flow, i.e. the natural gentle movement through fluids, Girth has been able to increase the space between the discs. Thus, he has improved its ability to move such difficult products as solid waste and petrochemicals. Whereas a normal pump would have their blades pitted and corroded by coming into contact with the assorted troublesome products, the boundary layer drag pump has no blades, and therefore avoids that entire problem. Possell not only sees a day when the pump will be used inside the human body, as for instance a heart valve, but also a day when the turbine is perfected. One of the great advantages of a bladeless Tesla engine is its ability to withstand extremely high temperatures. Bladed turbines are about at their maximum, Possell said, meaning that they can run at about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, although GE is experimenting with turbines that can run at 2,200 degrees. If you could boost the temperature an additional 350 degrees, you would double its horsepower output. Possell is convinced that the bladeless turbine, built with new ceramic components, could run at about 2,700 degrees, which would effectively triple the horsepower performance. Thus Possell is also working to design an engine to compete with the Pegasus engine found in the VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing, Harrier jet. This VTOL of the future has been named the Phalanx. The vehicle will not come about, however, without large funding and commitment from the highest levels of industry and government. The waiter was surprised to see an elegant gentleman sitting at the breakfast counter before the restaurant was officially opened. "Aren't you Dr. Tesla?" the fellow inquired, amazed to see such an important man back in town after so many years. Having received permission from the owner to eat as early as possible, Tesla replied in the affirmative. He had journeyed to Colorado Springs from Milwaukee, retracing his past and looking toward a possible future where he might erect another wireless station. With a key from Dean Evans of the local engineering school, the inventor was able to utilize the lab to work on some technical calculations. Enjoying the much-needed respite and perhaps a quick jaunt in a hot spring, the inventor had returned to his beloved retreat. There, the spry mountaineer could perch himself like a phoenix on a cliff, to sit and contemplate Thor's design and watch the lightning storms that crackled along the jagged horizon. 43. The Roaring Twenties, 1918 to 1927. I have been feeding pigeons, thousands of them, for years, but there was one, a beautiful bird, pure white with light grey tips on its wings. That one was different. It was a female. I had only to wish and call her, and she would come flying to me. I loved that pigeon as a man loves a woman, and she loved me. As long as I had her, there was purpose to my life. Nikola Tesla. In November 1918, Germany signed the armistice, ending the Great War. Shortly thereafter, Kaiser Wilhelm II abdicated his throne and fled to Holland. His country had incurred a debt of $33 billion to the Allies. The new heroes of the age were aeronauts like Eddie Rickenbacker, hailed as the top ace with 26 downed Messerschmitts. Humans were leaping continents the following year, with the British propelling the sturdy dirigible R-34 from Edinburgh to Roosevelt Field and back to London in 7 days. This first-ever round-trip transatlantic airship journey was commanded by Major G.H. Scott of the Royal Air Force, complete with his 30-man crew, and Willie Ballantyne, a 23-year-old stowaway. The same year, with Tesla, Thomson, Marconi, and Pickering bickering about Martian signals and lunar plant life, Robert Goddard, military rocket expert and physics professor from Clark University, proposed a seemingly outrageous trajectory for sending a man to the moon. Even Tesla thought the scheme far-fetched, for the known fuels of the day did not have sufficient explosive power, and even if they did, he doubted that a rocket would operate at 459 degrees below zero, the temperature of interplanetary space. In 1920, William Jennings Bryan led the campaign to institute prohibition. Anne Morgan and her suffragettes gained the right to vote for women. And 4 motion picture celebrities, Charlie Chaplin, D.W. Griffith, Mary Pickford, and her new husband Douglas Fairbanks, formed United Artists. As the war faded, sports figures became the new heroes, the young Red Sox pitcher Babe Ruth making the papers after being sold to the Yankees for a whopping $125,000. Hugo Gernsback tried to put Tesla on the masthead of yet another futuristic electrical experimenter spin-off, but his financial offer was in Tesla's eyes puny, and he rejected it. Feeling that he'd been underpaid for his autobiography, Tesla replied, "I appreciated your unusual intelligence and enterprise, but the trouble with you seems to be that you're thinking only of H. Gernsback, first of all, once more, and then again." Gernsback, however, never wavered in his praise of Tesla, and continued to feature Teslaic articles and drawings in his various periodicals. On the topic of thought transference, as a materialist, Tesla completely rejected any concept related to ESP. However, he did think that it was possible to read out the thoughts of another person's brain by attaching TV equipment to the rods and cones of the retina, which was, in his view, the arena of cognitive processing. This invention, called the thought recorder, provided the basis for a number of Frank Paul spectaculars, such as his October 1929 Amazing Stories cover depicting 2 humans wearing thought-reading helmets. Revisiting Wardenclyffe. The 1920s marked a period of turmoil and revolution. Homeostasis had yet to settle in. With the Johnsons still in Europe, Tesla was forced to face the painful Wardenclyffe fiasco once again without the solace of his close friends. With his Manhattan attorney, William Raskin, Jr., Tesla took the train out to the Supreme Court of Suffolk County to battle agents for the George C. Bolt estate and the Waldorf Astoria, who were trying once again to recoup approximately $20,000 in unpaid rent. The referee was the Honourable Roland Miles. The case dragged on for months and covered over 300 pages of testimony. Tesla testified that in March 1915 he had put up Wardenclyffe as collateral against past moneys owed to Francis S. Hutchins, personal counsel for George C. Bolt and the Waldorf Astoria. Hutchins and the hotel interpreted the transaction as an outright transference of the deed. Since the hotel now thought that they owned the property, they felt that it was their right to resell the land and take down the tower to sell the lumber and other parts for salvage. When Tesla took the stand, he was asked if he remembered the day he delivered the deed. "I distinctly remember telling Mr. Hutchins that the plant had cost an enormous amount of money, in comparison with which this indebtedness was a trifle, and that I expected great realizations from the plant, $30,000 a day if the plant had been completed." Tesla assumed that if he paid the $20,000 owed, he would have gotten back the plant. He further assumed that the Waldorf Astoria would take good care of the property because of its enormous value. They did not take good care, however. Vandals broke in and stole equipment, such as expensive lathes. "Can you describe the structures and any other equipment that was in the laboratory?" Tesla's counsel asked. The plaintiff attorneys tried to block the testimony, but the judge allowed Tesla to begin. The inventor sat back, removed his white gloves, placed them on the podium, and proceeded. "The building formed a square about 100 feet by 100. It was divided into 4 compartments, with an office and a machine shop and 2 very large areas. The engines were located on one side, and the boilers on the other side, and in the center the chimney rose." When asked how big the boilers were, Tesla said that there were 2 300-horsepower boilers surrounded by 2 16,000-gallon water tanks that utilized the ambient heat for hot water. To the right of the boiler plant were the engines. One was a 400-horsepower Westinghouse engine and a 35-kilowatt outfit which, with the engine, drove the dynamo for lighting and furnished other conveniences. There were high and low pressure compressors, various kinds of water pumps, and a main switchboard for operating everything. Towards the road on the railroad side was the machine shop. That compartment was 100 by 35 feet, with a door in the middle, and it contained, I think, 8 lathes. Then there was a milling machine, a planer and shaper, a spliner, 3 drills, 4 motors, a grinder, and a blacksmith's forge. Now in the compartment opposite, which was the same size as the machine shop, there was contained the real expensive apparatus. There were 2 special glass cases where I kept historical apparatus, which was exhibited and described in my lectures and scientific articles. There were at least 1,000 bulbs and tubes, each of which represented a certain phase of scientific development. Then there was also 5 large tanks, 4 of which contained special transformers created so as to transform the energy for the plant. They were about, I should say, 7 feet high and about 5 by 5 feet each, and were filled with special oil, which we call transformer oil, to stand an electrical tension of 60,000 volts. Then there was a 5th similar tank for special purposes. And then there were my electric generating apparatus. That apparatus was precious because it could flash a message across the Atlantic, and yet it was built in 1894 or 1895. The court sat humbled. The opposing attorney tried to block Tesla's further testimony, but the judge allowed the inventor to continue. "Beyond the door of this compartment," Tesla continued, "there were to be the condensers, what we call electric condensers, which would store the energy and then discharge and make it go around the world. Some of these condensers were in an advanced state of construction, and others were not. Then there was a very expensive piece of apparatus that the Westinghouse Company furnished me. Only 2 of this kind have ever been constructed. It was developed by myself with their engineers. That was a steel tank which contained a very elaborate assemblage of coils, an elaborate regulating apparatus, and it was intended to give every imaginable regulation that I wanted in my measurements and control of energy." Tesla also described a special 100-horsepower motor equipped with elaborate devices for rectifying the alternating currents and sending them into the condensers. On this apparatus alone I spent thousands of dollars. Then, along the center of the room, I had a very precious piece of apparatus. It was Tesla's remote-controlled boat. "Was that all there was, generally speaking?" "Oh, no, nowhere near," Tesla replied. The inventor then proceeded to describe a series of closets that housed numerous other appliances, each representing a different phase of his work. There was the testing room, which included precious instruments given to him by Lord Kelvin, a breech and other instruments such as voltmeters, wattmeters, ampere meters. In that small space there was a fortune. The opposing attorney asked that the statement, "there was a fortune," be taken out. "Yes, strike it out," said the judge. Tesla then went on to discuss the tower. After describing the structure above the ground, he described the shaft. "You see," Tesla said, "the underground work was one of the most expensive parts of the tower." He was referring particularly to special apparatus he invented for gripping the earth. "The shaft, Your Honour, was first covered with timber and the inside with steel. In the centre of this there was a winding stair going down, and in the centre of the stairs there was a big shaft again through which the current was to pass, and this shaft was so figured in order to tell exactly where the nodal point is, so that I could calculate exactly the size of the earth or the diameter of the earth, and measure it exactly within 4 feet with that machine. And then the real expensive work was to connect that central part with the earth, and there I had special machines rigged up which would push the iron pipes one length after another, and I pushed, I think, 16 of them 300 feet. The current through these pipes was to take hold of the earth. Now that was a very expensive part of the work, but it does not show on the tower, but it belongs to the tower. The primary purpose of the tower, Your Honour, was to telephone, to send the human voice and likeness around the globe. That was my discovery, that I announced in 1893, and now all the wireless plants are doing that. There is no other system being used. Then the idea was to reproduce this apparatus and connect it just with a central station and telephone office, so that you may pick up your telephone, and if you wanted to talk to a telephone subscriber in Australia, you would simply call up that plant, and that plant would connect you immediately. And I had contemplated to have press messages, stock quotations, pictures for the press, and the reproduction of signatures, checks, and everything transmitted from there. And then I was going to interest people in a larger project, and the Niagara people had given me 10,000 horsepower. Did you have any conversation with Mr. Hutchins or anybody representing the plaintiffs concerning the taking down of the tower, or anything like that?" asked the judge. "No, sir. It came like a bolt from the blue sky." As the deed had been transferred in a legal manner with Tesla's full compliance, Judge Miles ruled in favour of the hotel. The inventor's lawyer countered, arguing that the Waldorf Astoria sold equipment which they did not account for, and destroyed a property worth $350,000 to try and recoup the $20,000 owed. The property despoiled exceeded the value of the mortgage, and therefore the plaintiffs, the hotel management, should have been held to account to defendant Tesla. Precedent cases were cited. The Waldorf Astoria, however, had the last word. "As a solace to the wild hopes of this dreamy inventor," their lawyer wrote, "if prior to that time he should grasp in his fingers any one of the castles in Spain which always were floating about in his dreams, and had he paid the board bills which he owed, this wild scrubby woodland, including the Tower of Babel thereon, would cheerfully have been reconveyed to him. By no fair inference or construction can Tesla's counterclaim make void this judgment. It was merely a sop to the vanity of a brilliant but unpractical mind. The judgment should be affirmed with costs." In the summer of 1922, Robert Johnson and his ailing ambassadress returned to the States from Italy. They arrived in time to attend Paderewski's comeback piano concerto with their elusive friend at Carnegie Hall in November. Robert's autobiography, Remembered Yesterdays, which was just completed, highlighted not only a memorable meeting between Tesla and Paderewski in the late 1890s, but also the virtuoso's 1919 stint as President of Poland. As the pianist had held office for only 10 months, Tesla was moved to jest that it was just long enough to gain publicity for his next tour. "That's a terrible thing to say, Mr. Tesla." Kate sparkled as they stepped into the limousine that was to take the trio to the opening. Dressed in black capes, canes, and silk high hats, the tall, angular gentleman struck a smart pair as they accompanied the suddenly recovering and radiant Mrs. Philipov. "Seeing Paderewski again is like falling in love all over," she said between her men. Tesla looked down and noticed the sorrow that lay hidden beneath her brow. His was apparent to her as well. Robert's upper lip held them steady. The Bolsheviks were taking over in Russia. Communist and anarchist uprisings reverberated throughout the world. In the United States, there were race riots in Chicago, Negro lynchings in Minnesota, a suspicious explosion outside the J.P. Morgan building in New York, killing 30 people and wounding 300 others, and 40,000 Klansmen marching on Washington. It was time to do something to stop the tide, so Attorney General A.M. Palmer rounded up 300 communists and 67 anarchists in 33 cities. The last group arrested faced deportation for bombing out the windows and homes of Palmer and also Assistant Secretary of the Navy Franklin Roosevelt. Eugene V. Debs, still in prison for violating the Espionage Act, was nominated once again to run for president by the Socialist Party. Woodrow Wilson received the Nobel Peace Prize. The election of 1920 was the first to be broadcast by radio to a national audience. Leader Forrest announced the wrong winner 4 years earlier to a much smaller crowd. With his running mate, Calvin Coolidge, Warren Harding trounced Democratic contender James Cox and vice presidential hopeful Franklin Roosevelt. By this time, RCA was a mega-corporation, writing million-dollar checks to John Hayes Hammond Jr. and Edwin Armstrong. Having uncovered a great new market, RCA had increased its radio audience in 1924 to 5 million listeners. Profits were made not only in selling airspace to advertisers, but also in selling the radios themselves. By 1928, national broadcasts would link all 48 states, and soon after, regular shows featuring Buck and Will Rogers, Amos and Andy, Burns and Allen, The Shadow, Stoopnagel and Bud, and Jack Benny would become daily fare. Such advertisers as Lucky Strike, Maxwell House, Canada Dry, Chesterfield, and Pontiac would soon insinuate themselves into the mass psyche. Tesla would say that he cared not to listen to the radio because he found it too distracting. Other milestones during this period included the anointment of the Manasseh mauler Jack Dempsey as world heavyweight champion, a soaring stock market, and a number of key trials, most notably Sacco and Vanzetti's alleged anarchists accused of murder, the Scopes monkey trial, and the $500 fine and 10-day incarceration of Mae West for lewd improvisations during her hit Broadway play, Sex. Newest crazes included speakeasies, Al Capone, flapper dresses, and such dances as the Charleston, Waltzing Till You Dropped, and the Shimmy. Although the radio was czar at home, for a night on the town, silent movies were king. Deaths during the Roaring Twenties included T.C. Martin, Jacob Schiff, Henry Clay Frick, Andrew Carnegie, Enrico Caruso, William Röntgen, Alexander Graham Bell, Woodrow Wilson, Warren Harding, and the 31-year-old heartthrob Rudolph Valentino, who, along with Harry Houdini, died of a ruptured appendix. Vladimir Lenin, Sarah Bernhardt, Princess Lawaf Palali, and Katherine Johnson, who passed on during autumn 1925. October 15th, 1925. Dear Tesla, it was Mrs. Johnson's injunction that last night of her life that I should keep in touch with Tesla. This is a pretty hard thing to do, but it will not be my fault if it is not done. Yours faithfully, Luca. The Mysterious Mr. Bettini. Throughout the world, wireless inventors were becoming a precious commodity. In Italy, Mussolini adroitly redirected the Italian Senate's fascist salute to Guglielmo Marconi for having established a national broadcasting system. A few years later, Il Duce approached Jack Hammond to institute a foolproof secret radio system, which, to Jack's later revulsion, became a tool for killing anti-fascists. In the Soviet Union, Lenin contacted Tesla to ask him to come over to his country to institute his AC polyphase and regional power distribution stations. Sending emissaries to lure the Serbian nobleman, Tesla became enmeshed in a shady organization known as the Friends of Soviet Russia. With over 5 million people dying there of famine in 1922, the celebrated inventor had been approached by Ivan Mashuvkiev of the Russian Workers' Club of Manhattan and by Elsie Blanc, a communist leader from Massachusetts, to speak at a monster mass meeting at the Grange Hall in Springfield in June 1922. The purpose of the conclave, which was co-organized by a group of Italian radicals, was ostensibly to raise money for clothing and food for the starving and dying people of Russia. Since a Russian bomb factory was discovered in a warehouse in Manhattan at that time, no doubt some of the funds were also siphoned off for more nefarious activities. Travelling to Springfield with Mashufkiev, who described with considerable imagination the manufacturing industries of Russia, Tesla heard the first speaker announce that the only solution to the economic problem in Europe was in the hands of the working class, which will have a charge of all means of production. They will do this for humanity's sake and not for profit. The speaker prophesied that an economic collapse of the entire industrial structure of Europe will come, and when it does, the working class will then secure full control of affairs. The speaker emphatically stated that the famine in Russia today is caused by counter-revolutionary forces backed by world capitalists, and not because of the alleged poor rule of the Bolshevists. According to Adrian Potter, the FBI agent who monitored the event, Nikola Tesla was addressed by several Italians as Bettini. Tesla, or Bettini, prophesied that Italy was soon to adopt a communist form of government. Clearly Tesla was, in some sense, a revolutionary, and on the side of the worker, but more for the purpose of transforming and uplifting their station. Tesla's inventions were purposely constructed so as to reduce consumer cost, preserve natural resources, and relieve humanity of unnecessary manual labour. The Serb believed in the profit motive, and strove all his life to become what Lenin loathed, so the reader should read this FBI report with caution, as Tesla's supposed statement and motive for attending the meeting are not totally clear. Most likely he was concerned with the plight of the starving people in Russia. The U.S. government would send a reported $60 million in aid to feed the Soviets over the next decade, and he was also looking to sell his inventions to this new regime, with an accompanying vast potential market. Where the Soviet leadership sought Tesla out, the aging gnome wizard and odd combination capitalist-socialist Charles Steinmetz initiated his own contact, writing the Soviet Premier a letter in February 1922. Wishing Lenin success, Steinmetz expressed confidence that he would complete the astonishing work of social and industrial construction which Russia has undertaken under difficult circumstances. Joining a variety of Soviet organizations, Steinmetz also publicized his correspondence with Lenin and published 2 papers in the Electrical World that described Russia's electrification plans. Scratching his gnarled arthritic fingernails on GE's capitalist blackboard, the self-righteous $100,000 per year supposed academic implacably called for American capital to support the project. Although Lenin's correspondence with Tesla has not been located, his response to Steinmetz is well known. Lenin replied that, to my shame, he had heard the name of Steinmetz only several months ago, thanked Steinmetz for his help, but suggested that the absence of diplomatic relations between the United States and Soviet Russia would impede its implementation. Lenin, however, would publish the note from the prominent engineer and send Steinmetz an autographed photograph of himself, which he received a few months later. Just 1 year later, Charles Proteus Steinmetz, the 4-foot giant of electrical engineering, bon vivant and family man, was dead. He was 58. Tesla was living on Fifth Avenue, 2 blocks from Central Park, in the Hotel St. Regis, room 1607, for the years 1920 to 1923. Commuting to Milwaukee and paying an exorbitant $15 a day in rent, the inventor neglected to compensate the hotel for a 7-month period, and was promptly sued for the balance, over $3,000. Forced to find other premises, he moved into the Hotel Marguerite on Park Avenue and 48th Street, just a few blocks from his favorite stomping grounds, Bryant Park behind the New York Public Library and the great commuters' hall at Grand Central Station. After hours in the dead of night, the inventor would grab his coat, cane, white gloves and derby and prance out for a tour of the park by the library where he cogitated and fed his precious pigeons. Rumours began spreading about the gaunt eccentric who fed the pigeons, as Tesla purposely kept his identity concealed. Midnight is the hour he chooses for his visits. Tall, well-dressed, of dignified bearing, the man whistles several times, a signal for the pigeons on the ledges of the building to flutter down about his feet. With a generous hand, the man scatters peanuts on the lawn from a bag. a proud man, yet humble in his charities. Nikola Tesla. According to several researchers, Tesla was a homosexual, and it was supposedly there, in the Hotel Margery, that he liked to meet his special friends. More likely a celibate, the inventor did have one homosexual admirer, the young journalist Kenneth Sweezy. Born in 1905 and raised in a Brooklyn apartment where he stayed his whole life, Sweezy had constructed his first radio at the age of 13 during the height of World War I. Shortly thereafter, forsaking secondary school, he began to write scientific articles for a number of the local newspapers and magazines, and eventually a textbook on chemistry. Able to reduce complex ideas to a level understandable by the masses, Sweezy was later congratulated by Albert Einstein for explaining Archimedes' principle. Having sifted through the data on the wireless, Sweezy came to realize that Tesla was the unsung author of the invention and sought the hermit out for an interview. With a round, boyish face, glasses, and a quick and perceptive mind, Sweezy quickly endeared himself to Tesla, who expressed surprise at the writer's youth. Only 19 at the time, Sweezy and Tesla began a special friendship that would last until the end of the inventor's life. Often they would meet in Tesla's apartment to go over some articles Sweezy was writing, or to discuss aspects of Tesla's work. Afterward, the youngster might join the inventor for dinner, or Tesla would walk the boy back to the gate of the subway. As the friendship grew, the aging sage also came to rely on Sweezy when he needed assistance, and by the time he was in his late 70s, their friendship became so familiar that, according to Sweezy, Tesla sometimes greeted him at the door stark naked. As the years progressed, Tesla's new publicist became virtually one of the family, befriending Agnes Holden, Robert Johnson's daughter, and also Sava Kozanovich, Tesla's nephew, who often travelled to New York from the newly formed Yugoslavia as its first ambassador. Sweezy, who himself described Tesla as an absolute celibate, began to compile a large holding of articles, letters, and original manuscripts as he raced, unwittingly, Jack O'Neill, Tesla's other journalist compadre, to write the quintessential biography. Concerning Tesla's habits, Sweezy confirmed that the inventor rarely slept. Tesla claimed he slept less than 2 hours per night. The inventor, however, did admit to dozing from time to time to recharge his batteries. For exercise, the inventor would walk 8 to 10 miles per day, and also loosen up in the bathtub, although he also touted a waterless bath which involved charging his body with electricity in such a way as to repel all foreign particles. Later, Tesla would add to his repertoire the squishing and unsquishing of his toes, 100 times for each foot every night. He claimed the practice stimulated his brain cells. And how this man worked! I will tell you about a little episode. I was sleeping in my room like one dead. It was 3 after midnight. Suddenly, the telephone ring awakened me. Through my sleep, I heard his voice. "Sweezy, how are you? What are you doing?" This was one of many conversations in which I did not succeed in participating. He spoke animatedly, with pauses, as he worked out a problem, comparing one theory to another, commenting, and when he felt he had arrived at the solution, he suddenly closed the telephone. In 1926, shortly after moving to the Hotel Pennsylvania, the inventor agreed to an interview for Collier's magazine. The 68-year-old philosopher chose as his topic of the evening the female of the species. Viewing the women's movement as one of the most profound portents of the future, the tall, thin, ascetic man told the interviewer, "This struggle of the human female towards sex equality will end in a new sex order with the female as superior." Happy with the article, Tesla forwarded a copy to Anne Morgan, with whom he still kept in touch, and Anne wrote back to review her own 20-year odyssey as an advocate in the women's movement. During this same time period, Tesla divulged in the world his unbridled attachment to the city's pigeons. "Sometimes I feel that by not marrying I made too great a sacrifice to my work," he told the reporter. "So I have decided to lavish all the affection of a man no longer young on the feathery tribe. I am satisfied if anything I do will live for posterity, but to care for those homeless, hungry, or sick birds is the delight of my life. It is my only means of playing." In the same article, Tesla poignantly reveals a fondness for one particular pigeon that had a broken wing and leg. "Using all my mechanical knowledge, I invented a device by which I supported its body in comfort, in order to let the bones heal. Carrying the bird up to his suite, Tesla calculated that it cost me more than $2,000 to cure her. It took over a year and 1/2 of daily care, and afterward Tesla hand-carried the bird to one of his favourite farms, where it is now one of the finest and prettiest birds I have ever seen. Concerning his potential affinity for males, Tesla certainly displayed an affection for muscle men, often in the later years inviting boxers such as Henry Doherty, Jimmy Adamick, and the Yugoslav welterweight champion Fritzi Zivic out to dinner or to his apartment. Having made a study of the 1892 championship match between gentleman Jim Corbett and John L. Sullivan, which had been held in New Orleans, Tesla made the sports headlines in 1927 by predicting the outcome of the rematch between Gene Tunney and Jack Dempsey, the Manasseh Mauler, having been deposed the year before in a 10-round decision. Dr. Tesla picks Tunney on basis of mechanics. Sitting in the suite of the Hotel Pennsylvania, the 71-year-old inventor did not hedge or pussyfoot, but declared that Tunney was at least a 10-to-1 favorite. Tunney will hit Dempsey continuously and at will. In addition, he's single, and other things being equal, the single man can always excel the married man. Dr. Tesla smiled significantly. He is a lifelong bachelor. With Catherine's death came a new level of intimacy between Tesla and Luca. Often they would meet for dinner or at the cinema, and when Spanish-American war hero Richmond P. Hobson returned with his wife to live in the city, he would join them. According to Mrs. Hobson, these two dear friends, Tesla and Hobson, about once a month or sometimes oftener, would meet and go to a movie, and then sit in the park and talk till after midnight. Richmond always came home with enthusiasm over some new invention of Tesla's, and well I recall the night he told Richmond, "I can shake the world of its orbit, but I won't do it, Hobson." Certainly Tesla's relationship with Catherine had been at least at one time provocative, and no doubt he reviewed details with Hobson, but apparently, according to his own words, he had never touched a woman. One could make a case for a germ phobia, although his relationship with the pigeons would seem to dispel that myth. Magnified greatly by the O'Neill biography, or Tesla's aversion to sexual intimacy with women could be evaluated from a psychoanalytic perspective. In 1924, Tesla wrote in a condolence note to Jack Morgan, "The mother's loss grips one's head more powerfully than any other sad experience in life." 44. Faster than the speed of light, 1927 to 1940. June 1931, Potsdam, Germany. Dear Mr. Tesla, I am happy to hear that you are celebrating your 75th birthday, and that as a successful pioneer in the field of high-frequency currents, you have been able to witness the wonderful development of this field of technology. I congratulate you on the magnificent success of your life's work. Albert Einstein. For the balance of the wizard's life, he would continue to speak cryptically about a number of entirely new and revolutionary inventions. These included A. a machine for harnessing cosmic rays, B. a means for transmitting mechanical energy, C. a particle beam weapon, and D. a mechanism for communicating with other planets. In addition, Tesla also continued to refer to E. his Wardenclyffe idea. The identification of each separate invention became a somewhat confusing task for journalists and researchers, because each of these ideas involves the transmission of energy to distant places. And the third invention, the so-called death ray, apparently in its final form, comprised features from some, if not all, of the other inventions. Throughout Tesla's 70s, that is, from the mid-1920s until about 1934, Tesla continued his practice of travelling to industrial centres throughout the Northeast and Midwest in his quest to market his wares. While commuting to Philadelphia during the years 1924 to 1925 to work on his gasoline turbine, he had worked on the steam turbine in Chicago and Milwaukee, Tesla met with John B. Flowers, inspector of airplanes and engines at the local naval aircraft factory. He had known the inspector since 1917. As it became more apparent that the bladeless turbine was stuck in the endless cycle of research and development, Tesla returned to his first love, wireless transmission of power, and began a publicity campaign to espouse its merits. By implementing a series of central stations to pump energy into the ground and surrounding medium, the ultimate conservationist pragmatist theorized that airplanes and automobiles equipped with specially designed receiving devices could operate without fuel on board. They would simply derive their power from his towers. On October the 10th, 1925, Flowers travelled to New York City to confer with the wizard in his suite at the Hotel Pennsylvania. There they drafted out the entire scheme so that it could be presented to physicist J.H. Dillinger, head of the Radio Laboratory, Bureau of Standards in Washington, D.C. In a carefully worded 10-page document, complete with schematic drawings of the Earth imbued with Tesla-created standing waves, Flowers unveiled a plan for operating cars and planes powered by electromagnetism. Dr. Tesla said that the wireless power system would supply power to airplanes at any point around the Earth, Flowers told Dillinger. In addition, Flowers continued, Dr. Tesla has already developed the oscillator to provide the power and is willing to furnish the U.S. government his plans if they agree to build the plant. Flowers also set up a meeting in Washington to go over the proposal. In the interim, Dillinger referred the proposal to H.L. Curtis, a fellow expert. After canny consideration, Curtis rejected the plan, his main objection being that as he understood it, Tesla's scheme was to create standing electrical waves around the Earth as a sphere. There would be then considerable concentration of energy at the nodes, and it was at the nodal points Tesla expected to develop his energy. The system proposed by Mr. Flowers does not have this feature. He proposes to collect energy at any point. Thus, some means would have to be devised for concentrating this energy and making it available. No such method is proposed, and I do not think of any that appears feasible. Furthermore, I do not know of any wireless apparatus of sufficient magnitude to warrant the expectation that power can be economically transmitted by radio methods. The basic criticism that the energy would not be available at any point of the globe, but only at the nodal points, was countered on numerous occasions by Tesla, although apparently the towers, which were not near power sources, would have to be placed at nodal points. One of Tesla's favourite analogies was to view electricity as a kind of fluid, and his magnifying transmitters as a series of pumps. Just as with a hydraulic system, the fluid would be present at all points in equal pressures. So too would Tesla's electrical oscillations. And just as electrical energy is present at every connected electrical outlet in the world, but is not used until an appliance is plugged in, so too was Tesla's electricity available, but not used until the receiver was turned on. In a comprehensive article published in Telegraph and Telephone Age in October 1927, which was probably written as a rebuttal to Curtis and Dillinger, Tesla also explains that the oscillations would spread from the magnifying transmitter with a theoretically infinite speed, slowing down first very quickly and afterward at a lesser rate until the distance is about 6,000 miles, when it proceeds with the speed of light. From there on it again increases in speed, slowly at first, and then more rapidly, reaching the antipode with approximately infinite velocity. The law of motion can be expressed by stating that the waves on the terrestrial surface sweep in equal intervals of time over equal areas, but it must be understood that the current penetrates deep into the earth, and the effects produced on the receivers are the same as if the whole flow was confined to the Earth's axis, joining the transmitter with the antipode. The mean surface speed is thus about 471,200 kilometers per second, 57% greater than that of the so-called Hertz waves. Tesla likened the effect to the moon's shadow spreading over the Earth during an eclipse. Here was the first of a number of instances in which Tesla disagreed with the findings of Einstein's theory of relativity, as the so-called Tesla wave supposedly travelled faster than light. In 1928, Tesla travelled to Philadelphia to attempt construction of his helicopter airplane, probably with John Flowers, and to Detroit to try to market it as a flying automobile to GM. On a more practical level, he also peddled his speedometer to the Ford Motor Company. One of the problems in the speedometer was cost, the Tesla invention having become a premium item only found in the more expensive vehicles. He also visited with his nephew, Nicholas Tebayevich, who was helping fund the helicopter, and who was on the verge of becoming very wealthy from his various automobile inventions associated with economizing the transmission and steering. Tebayevich, like his uncle, was somewhat of a workaholic, and Tesla cautioned his wife to give her husband unceasing care and love, as in the long run your husband is sure to acquire great wealth, and when his battle is won, you will have everything to your heart's desire. Shortly after Tesla returned to Detroit and met Turbayevich for a late snack at the Book Cadillac Hotel, the city's finest, according to William Terbo, the maitre d' suggested they wait 5 minutes, when the $5 cover charge would be lifted. Tesla would hear none of it, and marched in. As this was during the Great Depression, when a quarter would buy 3 hot dogs and 2 Cokes, this wasted expense was enormous, and it became a great point for laughter among the Turbayevich family, which tended to view Tesla as simply their old eccentric uncle, rather than one of the most important inventors in the world. When the nephew tried tactfully to bring up the matter of the cover charge, Tesla evaded by responding, "I'll never die rich unless the money comes in the door faster than I can shovel it out the window." During this period, 1925 to 1938, Tesla also negotiated with Myron Taylor, CEO of U.S. Steel. Interested in the steel company for a variety of reasons, the ever-prodigious inventor had developed special equipment for purifying ores, degasification of steel, and also conservation of sulfur during iron processing. In the late 1920s, he asked Taylor if he could install equipment to see if the procedure worked. Taylor agreed, and so Tesla travelled up to their Worcester plant in September 1931 to install it. Although he hoped for a successful demonstration, this apparently did not occur, since the archives of U.S. Steel have only one short paragraph referring to Tesla's dealings with the company. Tesla's ultimate plan, which apparently was not tested, was to install his bladeless turbine in the heat exhaust system with the idea of converting the enormous amount of wasted heat into useful electricity. Ever the conservationist, this was one of Tesla's most elegant ideas. From Worcester, Tesla moved on to Buffalo for a top-secret experiment, according to Peter Savo, a cousin living in New York. There the inventor reportedly refitted an automobile that, according to the story, ran on electrical power from an outside source. The car was a standard Pierce Arrow, with the engine removed and certain other components installed instead. The standard clutch, gearbox, and drivetrain remained. Under the hood there was a brushless electric motor, connected to or in place of the engine. Tesla would not divulge who made the motor. Set into the dash was a power receiver, consisting of a box containing 12 radio tubes. A vertical antenna consisting of a 6-foot rod was installed and connected to the power receiver, which was in turn connected to the motor by 2 heavy conspicuous cables. Tesla pushed these in before starting and said, "We now have power." If this tale is to be believed, it would mean that Tesla had also installed one of his powerful oscillators somewhere near Niagara Falls to provide the wireless energy needed to power the vehicle. An alternative possibility was that Tesla was testing one of his gasoline or steam turbines in the automobile, and Savo mistook it for the wireless device. The aging inventor, a tall, thin, almost spiritual figure in the sort of brown cutaway suit that older men wore before the World War, received interviewers in one of the public rooms in the Hotel New Yorker where he lives. Before he would speak of his present work, he reviewed his past achievements, which entitled him more than Edison, Steinmetz, or any other to be called the father of the power age. There was a new king of the hill. Ever since the 1919 confirmation of his theory of relativity that space was curved and that light travelled at a constant speed irrespective of the movement of its source, Einstein began to occupy the spot formerly held by such technical wizards as Bell, Edison, the Wright brothers, or Tesla. First postulated in 1905, Einstein's theories not only shifted the prevailing space-time paradigm, that self-assuring Newtonian world that the old guard grew up in, his theories also threatened Tesla's position as premier mastermind. Although the measurement of the starlight bending around the sun during the 1919 eclipse was experimental proof of Einstein's new postulate, for the most part the theoretical physicist was exactly that, a theorist, whereas Tesla, as hands-on creator of new technologies, was able to prove out his assumptions in the everyday world. This was the inventor's advantage, and he used it to attack the new Nobel Prize-winning upstart. As Einstein's theory abandoned the old 19th century ether, it explained the bending of light rays around large bodies as being caused by the non-Euclidean curving of space-time. This, in essence, became the new and more abstract ether. Mathematical equations accurately predicted the precise amount of bending that occurred. In general relativity, the gravitational field and the structure or geometry of space are identical. The gravitational field is the curved space. Tesla completely disagreed with the concept of space being curved, saying that it was self-contradictory. Since every action is accompanied by an equivalent reaction, it appeared to Tesla's simple mind that the curved spaces must react on the bodies and, producing the opposite effect, straighten out the curves. To Tesla, the light bent because the large body, e.g. the sun, had a force field which influenced it. Ironically, Einstein's contemporaries at the Carnegie Institution of Washington were using the Tesla coil in their new 1929 experiments in attempting to split the atom, while Tesla was discussing a more esoteric source of energy, cosmic rays. A principle by which power for driving the machinery of the world may be derived from the cosmic energy which operates the universe has been discovered by Nikola Tesla, noted physicist and inventor. This principle, which taps a source of power described as everywhere present in unlimited quantities, and which may be transmitted by wire or wireless from central plants to any part of the globe, will eliminate the need of coal, oil, gas, or any other of the common fuels. The central source of cosmic energy for the Earth is the sun, Dr. Tesla said, but night will not interrupt the flow of the new power supply. On July the 10th, 1931, Tesla turned 75. Time honored the senior inventor by placing his portrait on the cover. Tesla's life was briefly reviewed, and his most recent mysterious research on harnessing an entirely new and unsuspected source of energy was discussed. Unwilling to reveal more about the adjuvant, the venerated iconoclast startled the interviewer by referring obliquely to his most esoteric invention, the Teslascope, a device for signaling the nearby stars. I think that nothing can be more important than interplanetary communication. It will certainly come someday, and the certitude that there are other human beings in the universe, working, suffering, struggling like ourselves, will produce a magic effect on mankind, and will form the foundation of a universal brotherhood that will last as long as humanity itself. Hugo Gernsback couldn't have said it better. Simultaneously, Kenneth Sweezy wrote a flurry of letters to every notable he could think of, requesting a birthday greeting. Accolades poured in, many quoted throughout this text, from E.F. Alexanderson, B.A. Berendt, W.H. Bragg, Leda Forrest, Gano Dunn, Jack Hammond, A.E. Kennelly, Arthur Korn, Oliver Lodge, Robert Millikan, D. McFarlane Moore, Valdemar Poulsen, Charles F. Scott, George Graf von Arco, H. H. Westinghouse, and Albert Einstein. VIPs who wrote back to decline included Guglielmo Marconi and Mikhail Pupin. By October, Thomas Alva Edison was dead. The lights in the city were dimmed in honor of the great man's passing. Perhaps it was the death of his nemesis, or the new round of adulation, or Tesla's advanced age, that prompted him to alter his style of avoiding publicity. Whatever the reason, from 1931 on, the inventor made it an annual practice on his birthday to invite the press to his flat and announce his latest discoveries. With the talent of a mystery writer, the electrician stretched out the secrets of his various creations, revealing just a little more each year. By 1935, on his 79th birthday, Tesla, although exceedingly gaunt, was still exuberant and expected to live past 110. His mind ever evolving, the sorcerer utilized this occasion to lay out in considerable detail the various particulars of a number of his more exotic creations. With movie cameras rolling and the inventor treating the press, about 30 in number, to a gourmet's luncheon, Mr. Tesla sat at the head of the table. Eating little more than bread and warm milk, which he heated up in a chafing dish at the table, the wizard talked while the reporters feasted. Inventor 81 talks of key to interstellar transmission and tube to produce radium copiously and cheaply. Reports of discoveries by which it will be possible to communicate with the planets and to produce radium in unlimited quantities for $1 a pound were announced by Dr. Nikola Tesla yesterday on his 81st birthday, at which he was honored with high orders from the Yugoslav and Czechoslovak governments. I am expecting to put before the Institute of France an accurate description of the devices with data and calculations, and claimed the Pierre Gutzmann Prize of 100,000 francs for means of communication with other worlds, feeling perfectly sure that it will be awarded to me. The money, of course, is a trifling consideration, but for the great historical honour of being the first to achieve this miracle, I would be almost willing to give my life. I am just as sure that the prize will be awarded to me as if I already had it in my pocket. They have got to do it. It means it will be possible to convey several thousand units of horsepower to other planets, regardless of the distance. This discovery of mine will be remembered when everything else I have done is covered with dust. In discussing this invention, one runs into murky waters, for it appears that Tesla tied the concept of the radium-producing tube to the interplanetary communicator. These, however, may be two unrelated creations. Another problem was that the inventor was also discussing at this time the idea of capturing cosmic rays that travel at velocities 50 times greater than that of light. If this invention utilized cosmic rays, it would imply that Tesla planned to transcend the speed of light and communicate with other stars. In reading the text carefully, it appears that Tesla does not mention other stars, but rather the planets, which are relatively close to the Earth. Furthermore, he doesn't really discuss communicating with extraterrestrials so much as transmitting energy. It is known that as early as 1918, while working with Coleman Cheeto's son Julian, the inventor was bouncing laser-like pulses off the moon and testing some type of scope. Therefore, it is possible that he was working on more than one device to send energy into outer space. Verification for Tesla that there existed particles that travelled faster than the speed of light were purportedly discovered in the late 1890s, when he invented a device to capture radiant energy. The machine, patented on November 5, 1901, comprised in essence an insulated plate resembling a fly swatter made out of the best quality of mica as dielectric. This was attached to a condenser. Stemming from his work with radiant energy, X-rays and Leonard tubes, the device could also capture what he called cosmic rays. I made some progress in solving the mystery until in 1899 I obtained mathematical and experimental proofs that the sun and other heavenly bodies similarly conditioned emit rays of great energy which consist of inconceivably small particles animated by velocities vastly exceeding that of light. So great is the penetrative power of these rays that they can traverse thousands of miles of solid matter with but slight diminution of velocity. In passing through space, which is filled with cosmic dust, they generate a secondary radiation of constant intensity day or night, and pouring upon the Earth equally from all directions. Since Victor Hess's discovery in 1911 and Robert Millikan's confirmation, there have been many scientists who have measured cosmic rays. We now know that emitted uncharged elementary particles, known as neutrinos, possess the penetrative powers suggested by Tesla, but no researcher, to my knowledge, has discovered rays that transcend the speed of light. This supposed finding of Tesla also violated relativity. Tesla was insistent that such particles did exist. He saw them as a source which could be converted into electrical power. During the summer of 1932, he told Jack O'Neill that he had harnessed the cosmic rays and caused them to operate a motive device. The attractive features of the cosmic rays is their constancy. They shower down on us through the whole 24 hours, and if a plant is developed to use their power, it will not require devices for storing energy, as would be necessary with devices using wind, tide, or sunlight. When pressed for more details, Tesla revealed that he would tell O'Neill, in a general way, their modus operandi. The cosmic rays ionize the air, setting free many charges, ions and electrons. These charges are captured in a condenser which is made to discharge through the circuit of the motor. Tesla also told O'Neill that he had hopes of building such a motor on a large scale. Free energy? As the years rolled on, it became a challenge for reporters to wrestle more details about each invention from the wizened prestidigitator, since Tesla continued to maintain his perpetual reticence about revealing particulars. Concerning the cosmic ray accumulator, the reporters were able collectively to pry from the inventor the following. My power generator will be of the simplest kind, just a big mass of steel, copper, and aluminum, comprising a stationary and rotating part, peculiarly assembled. Such a source of power obtainable everywhere will solve many problems with which the human race is confronted. The machinery for harnessing it would last more than 5,000 years. Cosmic rays, he asserted, are produced by the force of electrostatic repulsion. They consist of powerfully charged positive particles which come to us from the Sun and other suns in the universe. He determined, after experimentation, that the Sun is charged with an electrical potential of approximately 215 billion volts. Owing to its immense charge, the Sun imparts to minute positively electrified particles prodigious velocities, which are governed only by the ratio between the quantity of free electricity carried by the particles and their mass, some attaining a speed exceeding 50 times that of light. At great altitudes, the intensity of the rays is more than 10,000% greater than at sea level. The energy of the cosmic radiations impinging upon the Earth from all sides is stupendous, such that if all of it were converted into heat, the globe would quickly be melted and volatilized. Rising air currents partially neutralize their intensity. Those who are still doubting that our Sun emits powerful cosmic rays evidently overlook that the solar disk, in whatever position it may be in the heavens, cuts off the radiations from beyond, replacing them by its own. Coupled with his view that all bodies in the universe obtain their energy from external sources, and possibly influenced by Walter Russell, an artist, philosopher, and longtime friend of Tesla's, who hypothesized that the periodic table of elements was constructed in a hierarchical spiral of octaves, Tesla was led to the inescapable conclusion that such bodies as the Sun are taking on mass much more rapidly than they are dissipating it by the dissipation of energy in heat and light. Similarly, radioactive decay was not caused by the disintegration of the nucleus of the atom. Rather, it was a secondary effect of external rays and twofold, one part coming from the energy stored, the other from that continuously supplied. In other words, radioactive material was, to Tesla, apparently a kind of conduit for the ever-present primary substance, Akasha, which was being absorbed in such a way as to cause the emission of the radioactive material. These Tesla offerings would appear as evidence of a great mind gone astray, for the various discoveries and suggestions inherent in Tesla's theory violate not only such accepted theories as relativity and quantum physics, but also, on the surface, common sense. The idea that the inventor could construct a simple device made up basically of a receiving plate and a condenser to provide electricity to run motors from cosmic rays harks the listener back to the inane days of the Keeley motor and the obtuse concepts of perpetual motion and free energy. Yet underneath the veneer of the theory is an exciting notion that the Sun is somehow absorbing energy from the universe, and that there does exist some form of it which transcends the limiting factor of the speed of light. Called by other researchers tachyons, i.e. particles that travel faster than the speed of light, and linked to other such concepts as black holes, wormholes, string theory, non-locality, the implicate order, hyperspace, gravitons, and Mach's principle, Tesla's theories, when viewed within the matrix of the bizarre new physics, may not be so far out. Another of Tesla's discoveries involved the transmission of mechanical energy to distant places. By strategically placing one of his mechanical oscillators on, for example, solid bedrock, a mechanical impulse could be sent into the ground to accomplish at least 4 practical possibilities. It would give the world a new means of unfailing communication. It would provide a new safe means for guiding ships at sea into port, furnish a kind of divining rod for locating ore deposits, and finally, it would provide scientists with a means for laying bare the physical conditions of the Earth. The essential principle behind this invention is, of course, used today in sonar for ships and by geophysicists in studying the interior of the Earth, mapping fault lines, studying the core, and so on. Tesla at 78, Bayer's new death beam.
Dr. Tesla has perfected a method and apparatus which will send concentrated beams of particles through the free air of such tremendous energy that they will bring down a fleet of 10,000 enemy airplanes at a distance of 250 miles from a defending nation's border, and will cause armies of millions to drop dead in their tracks. Tesla's discovery of a death ray stems all the way back to his work in the early 1890s with his creation of a button lamp that would bounce electrons off a central filament made of almost any substance, e.g. carbon, diamonds, zirconia, rubies, onto the interior of a self-reflective bulb and then bounce back to the source. This device would not only produce an extraordinary brilliant light, it would also vaporize the button. As stated previously, it was only a short step from this machine to the invention of the ruby laser. For instance, if there was a scratch or imperfection in the coating of the glass, the energy would stream out through this opening in laser-like fashion. In the late 1890s, Tesla was bombarding targets with X-rays at distances in excess of 40 feet, and by 1915 he had announced in the New York Times a type of electronic defensive shield which today corresponds to what has been called SDI, or Strategic Defense Initiative. Harry Grindle Matthews. During World War I, another Teslarian, Harry Grindle Matthews, was provided with £25,000 by the British government for the creation of a searchlight beam which he said could control aircraft. A wireless electrician and veteran of the British Army, wounded at the turn of the century during the Boer War, Grindle Matthews eventually refined this invention and changed it into a diabolical ray. This new electronic beam, he said, would not only destroy zeppelins and airplanes, but also immobilize marching armies and nautical fleets. Although he would not divulge the specifics of his creation, he made no secret of his admiration for Tesla, whose technologies had inspired its groundwork. In July 1924, Grindle Matthews travelled to America to see an eye specialist. He probably met with Hugo Gernsback at that time and might also have visited Tesla. Staying at the Hotel Vanderbilt, the British inventor was interviewed by a number of the local dailies. "Let me recall to you the air attacks on London during the World War. Searchlights picked up the German raiders and illuminated them while guns fired, hitting some but more often missing them. But suppose instead of a searchlight you directed my ray. So soon as it touches the plane, this bursts into flame and crashes to the earth." Grindle Matthews was also convinced that the Germans had such a ray. They were using a high-frequency current of 200 kilowatts, which as of yet they were unable to control. Working with the French government in Lyon and performing successful tests before members of the British War Office, Grindle Matthews instituted destructive effects at distances of 60 feet, but was hoping to extend the force to a radius of 6 or 7 miles. Asked for specifics, he said that his device utilized two beams, one as a carrier ray and the other as the destructive current. The first beam would constitute a low frequency and would be projected through a lens. The second, of a higher frequency, would increase conductivity so that destructive power would be more easily transmitted. The motor of an airplane, for instance, could be the contact point at which the paralyzing ray would do its handiwork. He admitted, however, that if the object were grounded, it would be protected against such a force. Hugo Gernsback, along with Dr. W. Severinghaus, a physicist from Columbia University, tried unsuccessfully to duplicate the effects, using heat beams, X-rays, and ultraviolet rays. Doubting Grindle Matthews' claims, Gernsback nevertheless featured the diabolical ray with characteristic Frank Paulian panache on the cover of his magazine and with a series of exposés. Leaders from other countries were less critical than Gernsback, and many proclaimed that their scientists also had such diabolical rays. Herr Wöller, a member of the German Reichstag, announced that 3 German scientists have perfected apparatus that can bring down airplanes, halt tanks, and spread a curtain of death like gas clouds of the recent war. Not to be outdone, Leon Trotsky stated that the Soviets had also invented such a device. Warning all nations, Trotsky proclaimed, "I know the potency of Gramachikov's ray, so let Russia alone." This theme of all-powerful, efficient weaponry reappeared during the 1930s as the seeds of World War II were sown. At this time, Tesla began to reveal more and more about his own diabolical ray
as he criticized the Grindle-Matthews scheme. "It is impossible to develop such a ray," Dr. Tesla says. "I worked on that idea for many years before my ignorance was dispelled, and I became convinced that it could not be realized. This new beam of mine consists of minute bullets moving at a terrific speed, and any amount of power desired can be transmitted by them. The whole plant is just a gun, but one which is incomparably superior to the present." The inventor further claimed that the new weapon, which was to be used for defense only, comprised 4 new inventions. 1. An apparatus for producing the rays. 2. A process for producing immense electrical power. 3. A method for amplifying the power. And 4. A tremendous electrical repelling force. Working in 2 undisclosed locations, including a secret laboratory under the 59th Street Bridge near 2nd Avenue, Tesla perfected his particle beam weapon as he conspired with unabashed anarchist and architect Titus de Bobula to design the all-purpose power plant that could generate high voltages or capture cosmic rays and convert them into his defensive electronic shield. Believing that entire countries could be protected by such plants, the inventor clandestinely approached the war departments of each of the Allies with his scheme.
45. Living on Credit, 1925 to 1940. If you mean the man who really invented, in other words, originated and discovered, not merely improved what had already been invented by others, then without a shade of doubt, Nikola Tesla is the world's greatest inventor, not only at present, but in all history. Hugo Gernsback. Tesla was leading a double life in his later years, one as the elegant author of the electrical power system and father of the wireless, and another, more labyrinth existence as the quintessential mad scientist, whose ultimate creations would rule not only the Earth, but other worlds as well. In 1935, with the help of newsreel photographers, Tesla designed and produced an electrified extravaganza which he offered to Paramount Pictures. Paramount said the film came out unusually good, both in respect to pictorial and sound effects, he told George Scherf, but they feel that the subject was too technical. Nevertheless, Teslaic themes continue to make their way into the mass consciousness. The most important movie person to implement the inventor's wizardry was revolutionary movie producer Carl Laemmle and his special effects expert Kenneth Strickfaden. Together, they unleashed one of Tesla's unforgettable coils in the Boris Karloff classic Frankenstein. Strickfaden also resurrected the same paraphernalia 40 years later, when Mel Brooks recreated the set for the spoof Young Frankenstein. Tesla was partial to Laemmle, whom he referred to as a genius, because Laemmle too successfully fought the powerful Edison clique a generation earlier, when Edison held a monopoly on key movie-making patents and would not allow competitors to use them. Routing his product through Europe, Laemmle was able to withstand more than 200 legal actions against him to create Universal Pictures and thereby defeat Edison. Hugo Gernsback, of course, also continued to espouse Teslaic motifs in science wonder stories, with such fresh galactic escapades as The Mightiest Machine, Interplanetary Bridges, and A City on Neptune. Other apostles, such as John Hayes Hammond Jr. and Edwin Armstrong, were riding out the Great Depression living like kings. Hammond's castle throughout the 1930s became a haven for Hollywood stars, corporate giants, and virtuosos. The retreat also doubled as a top-secret military think tank. As Tesla continued to work at his hideaway by the 59th Street Bridge, Edwin Armstrong continued to engage in a never-ending court battle with Lee De Forest over the invention of the heterodyne. Holding 80,000 shares of RCA stock, Armstrong was powerful enough to ride out the litigation as he continued to design a variety of new patents. Starting up his own radio station, Armstrong unveiled his newest invention, FM radio, a novel system which reduced such problems as static caused by ground interference so often encountered with AM. Little did Armstrong know that the litigation caused by this latest creation would make the De Forest trial seem like a kindergarten spat. Getting on in years, Tesla decided to hire a few Western Union boys to feed the pigeons for him. Dressed in their official caps and snappy uniforms, the lads could be seen like clockwork at 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. at 3 different locations around the city, in front of the New York Public Library, in Bryant Park at the library's rear, and at St. Patrick's Cathedral.
The inventor had constructed special wooden cages, complete with a bird bath, for taking care of wounded as well as healthy feathered friends, and he befriended other dove fanciers to whom he could deliver the birds. In 1925, Tesla's office was moved from 8 West 40th Street, near the New York Public Library, to fashionable quarters at 350 Madison Avenue. His secretaries, Dorothy Skerritt and Muriel Arbus, during the later years, shared duties with Slavic professor Paul Radosevelyevich from New York University, who edited Tesla's articles and screened incoming visitors. By 1928, however, the upkeep on the office had become too burdensome, and Tesla closed it for good. All of his holdings, consisting of 30 trunks, including his priceless correspondence, theoretical papers, and prototype inventions, were carted to the basement of the Hotel Pennsylvania, and that's where they remained until November the 21st, 1934, when he transferred them to the Manhattan storage warehouse located at 52nd Street and 7th Avenue. A contented member of the cognoscenti who had lived a life full of triumph was merely the persona, for underneath the appearance, Tesla was often bitter, seeking an essentially solitary existence, displacing his anger in editorials that lashed out at Edison and Marconi, and on unfortunate hotel managers who had to contend with the thought of throwing the Grand Master out on his coattails for not paying his rent. In 1930, Tesla was escorted out of the Hotel Pennsylvania after residents complained about the interminable droppings from his flying rats, and because he was $2,000 behind in his rent. As B.A. Berendt quietly reimbursed the hotel to the best of his abilities, the inventor hired a crew to cart his beloved avian companions to George Chef's home north of the city. Escaping their confinement, the pigeons returned to Manhattan just in time to move in with Tesla at his new abode, the Hotel Governor Clinton. Working on a variety of new fronts, Tesla entered a furtive realm which would put him in touch with a series of nefarious agents and heads of many governments. Naturally, he required funds, for he began to lag behind yet again in his rent. When he stopped by Hugo Gernsback's office for another $20, the science fiction editor showed Tesla an article on Westinghouse's new radio machinery. Realizing that this company was essentially pirating his wireless patents, Tesla strode into their offices and demanded royalty payments. He met with Victor Beam, assistant to the vice president. "It would be painful to me to resort to legal proceedings against a great corporation whose business is largely founded on my inventions," the inventor stated matter-of-factly, "and I trust that you will recognize the advantage of an amicable understanding." "Which statement do you claim to be an infringement?" Beam replied, feigning naivety. "Statement?" Tesla shot back. "Surely you must admit that my claim is too palpably evident to be denied." Beam inquired as to the price of purchasing Tesla's wireless patent, number 1,119,732, but it was really a stall tactic, as no genuine offer was made. In exasperation, Tesla went home to draft a technical letter spelling out each and every infringement of his fundamental work, and concluded, "We, Charles Scott and Tesla, have offered this revolutionary invention repeatedly, virtually on your own terms, and you did not want it. You have preferred to take it by force. You have robbed me of the credit that is due and injured me seriously in business. Instead of showing a willingness to adjust the matter in an equitable way, you say you want to fight. You may think you can secure an advantage by such matters, but we doubt it, and certainly they will not meet with public approval when all the facts are published." One of the problems Tesla had to deal with was the continuing legacy of resentment toward him by some members of the corporation. Unfortunately, one of the key antagonists was Andrew W. Robertson, a Westinghouse official who would soon become chairman of the company. Just a few years later, while Tesla was still alive, Robertson came to write a small treatise on the AC polyphase system for the 1939 World's Fair. In it, he neatly sidestepped any clear mention of Tesla's role in the development of the system, suggesting rather that William Stanley was the inventor. Robertson even had the audacity to write the following. "In George Westinghouse's time, an inventor was recognized as owner of his ideas and was given a patent to protect him in that ownership. Now we are told that patents are evil monopolies used to prevent people from getting the full benefits of an individual's work. If we are thinking clearly, we must draw the conclusion that these signs all point to a common hostility against the great inventor. If this hostility continues, it cannot but result in an environment certain to interfere with the growth and development of individual research and inventiveness. Here is a classic case of the Freudian defense mechanism known as projection, whereby one's real feelings are attributed to others. Robertson suggests that the common people resent the great inventor, when in fact it is really he who harbours this resentment. Tesla had first offered his wireless patents to the company in the early 1920s. A long time elapsed before the issue was resolved. As Tesla continued to make headlines for his invention of a diabolical ray, he also was becoming more and more adept at slipping past the manager of the Governor Clinton. If he had to wait for Westinghouse to come through, so would the hotel. Tesla was now working with the notorious architect and arms merchant Titus de Bobula, whose offices were located at 10 East 43rd Street. De Bobula was hired to design the tower, power plant, and housing for the inventor's impenetrable shield between nations. "We can project destructive energy in thread-like beams as far as a telescope can discern an object," said the 78-year-old inventor. "Dr. Tesla's death ray can annihilate an army 200 miles away. It can penetrate all but the thickest armor plate, and a country's whole frontier can be protected with plants producing these beams every 200 miles. Dr. Tesla concluded, "The plane is thus absolutely eliminated as a weapon. It is confined to commerce." Born in 1878 in Hungary, with ties to Tesla probably through the Pushkash brothers, de Bobulus had emigrated to the United States during the gay 90s. At that time, Tesla took the youth under his protection and aided him in obtaining passage for a boat trip back to his homeland. Short and stocky in stature, with a brush moustache and ruddy complexion, de Bobula returned to the States a few years later to study architecture. Having borrowed the money from Tesla ostensibly because he needed medical help in Budapest, de Bobula had actually returned home to help his father out in his moving business, and because he wanted to complete other studies at the local polytechnic. Never reimbursing the inventor for his aid and having lied about his real intentions, de Bobula apologized and appealed for funds once more in 1901. Writing from Marietta, Ohio, where he was attempting to design a church and school for a parish, he requested $70 or $80. Perhaps in lieu of repayment, the new architect offered to draw up plans for the laboratory at Wardenclyffe, but this assignment had already been undertaken by Stanford White. At about 1908, de Bobula moved to Pittsburgh, where he met and married Urana Mock, niece of Bethlehem steel czar Charles Schwab. Shortly thereafter, he designed and built Schwab's new mansion. He also secured loans from the steel magnate to finance a series of real estate ventures. By 1910, de Bobula was back in New York, earning his way by designing churches and constructing large apartment buildings in Manhattan and the Bronx. Playing fast and loose with Schwab's capital, de Bobula returned to Ohio, where he crossed the border into West Virginia and Kentucky to purchase 11,000 acres. Now well connected, the Hungarian offered to set up a syndicate of wealthy English steelmen to help refinance Wardenclyffe, promising to raise £1 million, without going to very much trouble, providing, of course, that we could demonstrate things to them satisfactorily. But Tesla declined the offer and resolved to fight my own battles. Known as a racketeer, having never paid taxes on the land deal, de Bobula also reneged on a series of other loans. Naturally, Schwab became angry, particularly because he had lent de Bobula additional monies to keep him out of debtor's prison. Paradoxically, de Bobula became interested in workers' rights at this time and in the growing anarchist movement. Seen as a gold digger and bully by Schwab, the wealthy financier was reported to have said that "Bob is dishonest, and I would give $1 million if he would jump out of this window right now." This event unleashed a powder keg of animosity between the two, de Bobula suing Schwab for $100,000 for defamation of character, Schwab severing connections between his niece and de Bobula and the family. Attracted to violent activities, de Bobula continued to associate with a variety of radical and paramilitary groups. He also caught the eye of the Secret Service. In 1923, during a bizarre interlude, de Bobula returned to his home in Budapest and aligned himself with a pro-Hitler group. There he authored a paper which attacked Jewish physics and espoused the developing New World Order. Charged with conspiring to overthrow the Hungarian government, he escaped back to America. Throughout this entire period, de Bombula would regularly correspond with Tesla to discuss various ideas he had, such as how to perfect a projector bomb, which he had a patent pending on, and he also discussed his latest encounter with a cabal of international warlords. The following letter suggests the possibility that Tesla's attacking Einstein may have been prompted by anti-Semitic sentiments as much as by philosophical differences. Munitions Incorporated, 295 Madison Avenue, New York, New York. My dear Mr. Tesla, I hugely enjoyed your comments on relativity, which we, way back in 1921, attacked in my Budapest paper as a theory of the fundamentals of which, if logically developed, would inevitably lead to an anthropomorphic Jehovah, with all the evil trimmings in philosophy and social order. Yours sincerely, Titus de Bombula. In full support of Tesla's desire to resurrect a new Wardenclyffe, de Bombula carefully drafted for Tesla blueprints for a 120-foot-tall Teleforce powerhouse and transmission tower. At the same time, he set up a factory for his munitions company in New Jersey with Captain Hans Teuscher. The tower, set up somewhat like a high-tech Van de Graaff generator, with Van de Graaff's primitive cardboard belt replaced by a vacuum stream of ionized air, had at its bulbous apex a turret-rotating particle beam cannon, able to move about to attack planes and airships with information provided by an Earth current radar system the wizard had also designed during his days at Wardenclyffe. Teuscher, a German-American, was closely linked with the fatherland through his daughter, who still lived there. Through this and other channels, Tesla could be introduced to potential weapons buyers. Simultaneously, he could also be supplied with small amounts of dynamite, which he used to test telegeodynamic equipment that he was trying to sell to such companies as Texaco Oil Company for geophysical exploration. Titus de Bombula was now making his living selling rifle grenades, fragmentation and gas bombs and other armaments to both domestic police departments and foreign governments in Europe and South America. Unfortunately for the Hungarian, unwished-for newspaper publicity concerning a lawsuit with Teuscher drew the attention of the Internal Revenue Service, IRS. Having hid his relationship with the munitions factory, de Bombula not only attracted the tax collectors, but also the seemingly omniscient J. Edgar Hoover, who monitored his activities for the next 10 years. He was accused of being a German agent and illegal alien involved in subversive activities, and Hoover recommended that de Bombula be considered for custodial detention in the event of a national emergency. Although they maintained their relationship during this stormy period, Tesla's antennae were raised, especially when de Bombula requested loans from him in amounts you would not miss, just at the time he declared bankruptcy. De Bombula was $750,000 in debt. Hoping to make Tesla a partner in the company, de Bombula raised Tesla's ire when he used his name as a reference when working an arms deal with the Minister of Paraguay. Tesla called de Bombula and stated emphatically that he was not to use the inventor's name. Unable to maintain his Manhattan apartment, de Bombula moved to the Bronx, where he was eventually arrested. A search of his apartment revealed an arsenal of hand grenades, dynamite, and tear gas bombs. The architect claimed they were simply part of the inventory from his company, and he was interrogated and released. Presumably an anti-Semite who apparently had ties to Henry Ford, de Bombula disavowed any relationship to either the Communist Party or the German-American Bund. Although he was monitored throughout the World War II years, the Federal Bureau of Investigation was unable to prove that he had violated any federal statute, and de Bombula was allowed to move to Washington, D.C., where he set up another munitions arsenal right in the heart of the city. In 1949, he wrote directly to J. Edgar Hoover to get them off his back, and apparently Hoover complied, as articles and references to him faded away at that time. As the Great Depression wore on, Tesla's expenses continued to mount. He was now $400 in debt to the hotel, which, during those dreary days, was a considerable sum. Cornered by the management, the sly conceptualist fell back on a stratagem that had worked so well when he was at the Waldorf Astoria. He would live on credit. He thereupon offered as collateral a working model of his death ray, which he told the establishment was worth $10,000. They asked for a receipt in writing, and he agreed. The treacherous device and his note were carefully placed in locker number 103 in the hotel's backroom vault. Although he had solved the problem of meeting the rent, Tesla's finances were still in a precarious state. He was even having trouble coming up with the $15 per month storage costs at the Manhattan storage warehouse. In 1934, with a bitter taste in his mouth, he drafted a long letter to J.P. Morgan, Jr. In it, the inventor revealed that he had made overtures to sell his Chinese Wall of Defense to war departments in America and England. The Russians are very anxious to render their border safe against Japanese invasion, and I have made them a proposal which is also being seriously considered. The inventor went on to acknowledge his outstanding debt to Morgan from the turbine affair, and his willingness to pay back the sum, about $40,000, and then made an appeal. If I had now $25,000 to secure my property and make convincing demonstrations, I could acquire in a short time colossal wealth. Tesla ended the letter by lambasting FDR's New Deal, which poured out billions in public money just so it can remain in power indefinitely. This perpetual motion scheme, in Tesla's view, was anti-democratic, destructive to established industries, and decidedly socialistic. Needless to say, Morgan did not lend Tesla any money. However, what is interesting in this passage is Tesla's reference to property he needed to secure in order to make convincing demonstrations. This suggestion that he had in fact erected a working death ray would become important later, when the question was raised whether a functioning model had actually been constructed. According to Hugo Gernsback, through to his prompting, the Westinghouse Corporation agreed to help their former champion out. Gernsback stated that he had called up the Westinghouse officials in the late 30s to discuss what could be done. I apprised them of the fact that Tesla was a very proud man who under no circumstances would consider charity. I suggested that perhaps he could be put on the staff in an honorary capacity as a consultant. This was agreed upon, and from that time until his death, Tesla received a modest pension. Gernsback may certainly have called the company. However, his interpretation of what occurred conflicts with the timing of the contract and the reasons for the deal. Tesla had settled with Westinghouse about 4 years before the science fiction publisher's gracious call. On legal footing, the inventor continued to press his case. Finally, on January 2, 1934, the president, F.A. Merrick, acquiesced and agreed to pay Tesla to act as a consulting engineer for $125 a month for such a period as may be mutually agreeable. To solve the aging patriarch's psychological problem of refusing to pay his rent, Merrick also agreed to cover Tesla's rent. The debt owed to the hotel governor was never settled. Rather, Tesla moved, after signing of the agreement, to the Hotel New Yorker, and there he would live, so far as he was concerned, rent-free to the end of his days. 46. Loose Ends, 1931 to 1943. Then there appeared the vision of a man from a strange new world. A tall, thin man, whose eyes blazed with an unearthly light, entered the room so quietly that one was hardly aware of his presence. He bowed himself to his seat. He beamed upon Viereck and his wife paternally. He greeted the guests with a kindly nod. Before he could be introduced, Tewson blurted out, "Nikola Tesla." Elmer Geertz. The first-time ambassador, Stanko Stojikovich, saw the celebrated Serb. He was standing in front of the library with 2 white pigeons on his arm, pecking seeds from his palm. That was in 1918, and they met only briefly. A decade later, Stojikovich returned to America as an emissary of the Yugoslavian consulate, and they became close friends for the next 10 years. At the age of 90, Stojikovich would recall their visits. As with many other Serbs, Stojikovich was unhappy about the split between Tesla and Pupin, and like others before him, he tried to bring the two men together. Perceiving Pupin as ungrateful and deeply hurt by his association with that donkey, Marconi, Tesla wanted nothing to do with his fellow Serb. The feeling, of course, was mutual. May 29th, 1931. My dear Mr. Sweezy, I have not seen Mr. Tesla for nearly 20 years. In the beginning of the World War, a difference of opinion created a split between Mr. Tesla and myself. Neither he nor I have ever had since that time an opportunity to cure that split.
In 1915 I offered through a mutual friend to forgive and forget, but somehow the offer was not accepted. I regret, therefore, that I could not transmit to Mr. Tesla a letter of greeting or congratulation on his 75th birthday. Yours very sincerely, M.J. Pupin. In Dunlap's classic text, Radio's 100 Men of Science, the author writes, Pupin was a man of complete intellectual honesty. If he made an error in an equation on the blackboard, he would quickly admit the mistake, rub out the blunder, and begin again. We have discussed in the past Pupin's insistence that many of Tesla's inventions were his own, and how Pupin removed Tesla's name from the discussion of the history of the AC polyphase system and of the wireless in his 400-page Pulitzer Prize-winning autobiography, which he had dedicated to the rise of idealism as a qualified witness whose testimony had competence and weight. This tack also carried over to his legendary courses at Columbia University, in which he camouflaged Tesla's role in the etiology of a variety of inventions. When Marconi came to New York in 1927 to lecture, Dr. Pupin presided at the Institute of Radio Engineers. "Marconi, we love you," said Dr. Pupin. "We have come not so much to hear what you have to say, but to see your boyish smile." When Pupin became ill in 1935, he asked his secretary to go and see Stoyakovich and plead with him to get Tesla to visit Pupin in the hospital. He wanted to make peace before he passed on. Greeting Stoyakovich at the door in his favorite lounging outfit, a red robe with blue slippers, Tesla was taken aback by the request. He said he needed to sleep on the matter. The following day he called his friend and said he would go if Stoyakovich would accompany him. In Pupin's room there were a few doctors alongside his bed. The meeting was most touching. Tesla approached the sick man and held his hand out and said, "How are you, my old friend?" Pupin was speechless from emotion. He cried, and tears were coming down his face. We all went out of the room and left the two men alone. Tesla was able to talk with Pupin eye to eye. In parting, Tesla had mentioned that they would meet again in the science club rooms and converse as before. Immediately after Tesla's visit, Pupin passed away. Tesla attended the funeral. 4 years Tesla's senior, Robert Underwood Johnson left for a tour of England as a widower in 1927 and went again to France and Italy in 1928. Tesla lent his friend $500 for the trip and $800 for the mortgage on his home. Upon his return in 1929, Johnson joined Tesla and Richmond P. Hobson for a movie and an evening out on the town. Hobson, who was living with his wife Griselda at the Hotel Whalen on 54th Street, also had a residence in the nation's capital. Tesla was seeing his friends on a daily basis at this time. Johnson was particularly lonely, even though he had children and grandchildren who frequently came to visit. The following year, now an octogenarian, the old poet set off again for Europe. On this trip, he was hoping to interview Madame Marie Curie. Although Tesla was able to spend much of the 1930s with Johnson, Hobson left the city after only a short stay to purchase a cattle ranch with his son in Vancouver. In April 1937, Tesla forwarded a new biography of his life that had been translated from Serbo-Croatian into English to Johnson, who passed it on to the editor-in-chief of the New York Times. At 85 years of age, Johnson was too weak to write a thank-you letter in his own hand, but he was able to sign it, "Are you Johnson? Luka Filipov." Both Johnson and Hobson died shortly thereafter. The famous lieutenant, barely 60 years old, was buried in Arlington Cemetery. With the help of Agnes Holden, Robert's daughter, Tesla sent a gorgeous flowering azalea to Griselda, who appreciated greatly the kind thoughts of this dear friend. Another character who stayed friendly with Tesla in their later years was George Sylvester Viereck, wunderkind poet. Viereck was a sensualist, cynic, and German propagandist during World War I and Nazi spokesman during the 1930s and World War II. Tesla's link to Viereck extended back 30 years to when Gilder and Johnson introduced such provocative Viereck poems as The Haunted House in the Century in 1906, which was a poem about an enchanting partner whose body was, alas, a haunted place. "When I did yield to passion's swift demand," Viereck penned,
one of your lovers touch me with his hand, and in the pang of amorous delight I hear strange voices calling through the night. Viereck, who was probably an illegitimate grandson of Wilhelm II, abdicated Kaiser of Germany, was a multifaceted character and self-proclaimed genius. Having interviewed many of the greatest minds of the epoch, the German-American intellectual had rattled the souls of such individuals as Theodore Roosevelt, George Bernard Shaw, occultist Aleister Crowley, H.G. Wells, Sigmund Freud, Albert Einstein, Kaiser Wilhelm, and Adolf Hitler. A man in intimate contact with his irrational side, Viereck had passed many a day with Sigmund Freud, explicating the great theoretician's libido theory, influencing Freud's writings, and applying the master's psychology to modern life. Freud, Viereck wrote, was motivated not only by a desire to complete his own world-view, but by a belief that each individual represented a special expression of the world spirit. Not an anti-Semite, having, for instance, co-written a series of books with a Jewish professor, Viereck, a lifelong German apologist, was nevertheless somehow able to rationalize the Nazi spiel, and he became an American spokesman for Adolf Hitler. Although Freud saw in this journalistic lion hunter a great mind, he said that Viereck suffered from narcissism, had delusions of persecution, and a fixation on the fatherland. Once Viereck began to rationalize Hitler's rhetoric, Freud saw the journalist as debasing himself, and would not correspond with him any more. During one of the series of interviews Viereck conducted with Tesla, he revealed that Tesla was not a believer in God in the orthodox sense. To me, the universe is simply a great machine which never came into being and never will end. The human being is no exception to the natural order. What we call the soul or spirit is nothing more than the sum of the functionings of the body. When this function ceases, the soul or spirit ceases likewise. According to John O'Neill, this meat-machine theory was really a ruse used to hide the numerous mystical experiences that Tesla had. On his vision of the 21st century, Tesla foresaw a world in which eugenics would be universally established. Perhaps spurred by Viereck's discussion of the Aryan vision or the iniquitous American practice of sterilizing criminals and some mentally retarded individuals, Tesla supported the idea of sterilizing the unfit and deliberately guiding the mating instinct. A century from now, the celibate concluded, it will no more occur to a normal person to mate with a person eugenically unfit than to marry a habitual criminal. On diet, the slim Epicurean revealed that he had given up meat altogether. Tesla believed that in the future inexpensive and healthy food would be derived from milk, honey, and wheat. As the 1930s progressed, the inventor would continue to live on an ever-receding subsistence diet, moving from meat to fish to vegetables, and finally to warm milk, bread, and something he called factor actus. Eliminating solid food altogether, the thinning wizard had concocted a health potion made up of a dozen vegetables, including white leeks, cabbage hearts, flower of cauliflower, white turnips, and lettuce hearts. Although he still maintained that he might live to 140, a psychoanalytic view of this regimen of meagre victuals could only construe it as an anorexic, unconscious plan for self-extinguishment. Long before the next century dawns, the oracle predicted, systematic reforestation and the scientific management of natural resources will have made an end of all devastating droughts, forest fires, and floods. Long-distance transmission of electrical power by harnessing waterfalls will dispense with the necessity of burning fuel. Robots and thinking machines will replace humans, and the trend of spending more on war and less on education will be reversed. A major reason for this would be Tesla's latest discovery of his defensive shield between nations. If no country can be attacked successfully, there can be no purpose in war. My discovery ends the menace of war. I do not say that there may not be several destructive wars before the world accepts my gift. I may not live to see its acceptance. In the habit of meeting with Viereck and his family at their home on Riverside Drive on a somewhat regular basis, Tesla accepted an invitation to attend a dinner party. Present was Viereck's son Peter. Today, as a Pulitzer Prize-winning poet and English professor, Peter remembers Tesla as almost an uncle. Also present was the youthful Elmer Goertz, who at that time was preparing a biography of Viereck. A friend of Carl Sandburg, and also biographer of voluptuary Frank Harris, Goertz would later come to defend such illustrious individuals as Nathan Leopold and Loeb, pornographic writer Henry Miller, and assassin Jack Ruby, in an appeal of the death sentence. At a spry 85 years of age, Goertz remembered the meeting which took place 57 years before, when he was 29. In a communicative mood at the dinner party, Tesla told his life story unostentatiously, simply, with quiet eloquence. He told of his platonic affairs of the heart, explained the inventions that have made the world his debtor, and told of his plans, of his credo, of his foibles. It was a tale of wonders, told with guileless simplicity. Struck by the fact that they were in the same house that had seen Einstein, Sinclair Lewis, and countless others, Goertz noted that Viereck was comparatively silent much of the night, but he was subtly responsible for the intellectual thrills of the evening. Pressed for other details, Goertz revealed that Tesla knew all of Viereck's poems by heart. Tesla also discussed his platonic affair with Sarah Bernhardt, whom he had met while in Paris at the 1889 exposition. Differing with O'Neill's oft-quoted suggestion that Tesla avoided her eyes when he picked up her handkerchief, Goertz said that Tesla had met with her on several occasions, perhaps also in New York. So taken with her was he, that Tesla had saved and preserved her scarf without ever washing it, and still had it to that day. Viereck provides a fascinating link between Tesla and Sigmund Freud, self-denial and eros. Stalyakovich told a story of how he was invited to Tesla's New Yorker apartment, and a valet brought in a bottle of wine in a dish of ice, but Tesla never allowed it to be opened. When this event was replayed another evening, Tesla revealed that he kept the bottle there to prove that he could prevent himself from drinking it. A man of rigid habits, Tesla denied himself certain pleasures as a way to supposedly establish total control over himself. And yet Tesla was a complete slave to his idiosyncrasies and to a cauldron of phobias. Going out of his way to avoid handshakes, displacing his amorous affections onto birds, keeping hotel servants at a distance of at least 3 feet, throwing out collars and gloves after one use, Tesla had other rigid requirements as well. The hotel was requested to keep one table permanently reserved for himself. No one else was allowed to eat there. If a fly landed on the table, it had to be reset and a new plate of food brought forth. When it came to money matters, Tesla also showed little ability to restrain himself, and as we've seen, he habitually refused to honor rent payments. From the Freudian point of view, Tesla was an anal compulsive personality, fixated in the latent stage of sexual repression, with a displacement of his energies into scientific endeavors. By denying his libido, his censor had converted his primal sexual energy into an odd mixture of pre-logical behavior patterns that tended to diffuse, redirect, and sublimate the highly cathectic complexes the inventor wished to deny. It appears quite possible that Viereck strove to psychoanalyze Tesla, to have the inventor dig deep into his childhood in an effort to release submerged events that may have blocked or redirected his life in neurotic fashion. Viereck, who was known to partake of opium tincture, probably entered an altered state when conversing with the ethereal prophet. Nearly 80 years old at the time, exceedingly frail and thin, Tesla wrote Viereck a long letter reviewing the traumas of his childhood. It was a dismal night, with rain falling in torrents. My brother, a youth of 18 and intellectual giant, had died. My mother came to my room, took me in her arms, and whispered almost inaudibly, "Come and kiss Dane." I pressed my mouth against the ice-cold lips of my brother, knowing only that something dreadful had happened. My mother put me again to bed, and lingering a little, said with tears streaming, "God gave me one at midnight, and at midnight took away the other one." Viereck not only wanted Tesla to reactivate the hidden complexes associated with the death of Dane, but also to reflect on the very process of how his fertile mind gave birth to ideas. One can only guess as to whether or not Viereck trod into the realms of Oedipus and Narcissus, dead brother kissing rituals, and Tesla's monastic life of quirks, self-denial, and affection displaced onto feathered friends. In 1937, on his 81st birthday, at a luncheon in his honor, Tesla was bestowed both the Order of the White Lion from the Minister of Czechoslovakia and the Grand Cordon of the White Eagle, the highest order of Yugoslavia, from Regent Prince Paul by order of King Peter. Belgrade also set up an endowment of $600 per month, which they paid to him for the rest of his days. Looking much like an eagle himself, with his long hawk-shaped proboscis accentuated by his extreme leanness, the skeletal inventor followed his annual custom after the award ceremony by playing host to a group of newspaper men at his Hotel New Yorker suite. There, dressed in his finest tuxedo, the wizard read a prepared treatise outlining his latest inventions and plans for contacting nearby planets. Just a few months later, in late autumn, while negotiating with emissaries from the war departments of Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, England, the Soviet Union, and the United States, Tesla was run down by a taxicab. Refusing to see a doctor, the inventor managed to limp home. He stayed in bed on and off for 6 months. He had cracked 3 ribs. Thus, in May 1938, still in the process of recuperation, he declined an invitation to attend another award ceremony at the National Institute of Immigrant Welfare in honor of him, Felix Frankfurter of Harvard Law School, and Giovanni Martinelli of the Metropolitan Opera. Accepting the award in Tesla's honor was Dr. Paul Rado Savlyevich, professor of pedagogy at New York University. Rado read a statement from Tesla which apparently verified the famous 1885 Edison story that Edison had laughed off the promised debt to Tesla of $50,000 for redesigning machinery. In 1939, just as World War II was about to start, George Sylvester Virek set off on a surreptitious journey to the fatherland. There, amid the pageantry of swastikas and the Gestapo, he met yet again with Adolf Hitler and received a communiqué signed by the Führer in his own hand. The date was February the 26th, 1939. Upon his return, Virek continued his practice of preaching the Nazi line in a variety of publications, writing some articles under an assumed name, interpreting FDR as having a messianic complex, and Hitler as a dynamic genius and a poet of passion, first in war, first in peace, first in the hearts of his countrymen. Virek was arrested and indicted on 2 counts of seditious conspiracy. It was quickly established that he was on the German payroll, supposedly as a journalist, but obviously as a paid propagandist. Conceited and self-deluded, the bewildered and obtuse philosopher was sent to jail, where he wrote poetry for the next few years. Just as references to Tesla were deleted from engineering texts, Virek's name was dropped from many anthologies and Who's Who. Thus, both individuals disappeared from history books, but for totally different reasons. As World War II began, Tesla was becoming more feeble, lapsing in and out of states of coherence. During one of his more lucid moments, he wrote, with the help of his nephew, Sava Kosanovich, the foreword to Vice President Henry Wallace's address on the future of the common man for the Serbo-Croatian edition. The essay not only portrays a prophet who envisions a better world in the future, it also portrays the conflict and humiliation he himself suffered in his dealings with the greedy industrialists who capitalized on his inventions with little regard for his well-being, let alone the welfare of mankind as a whole. Out of this war, the greatest since the beginning of history, a new world must be born that would justify the sacrifices offered by humanity, where there will be no humiliation of the poor by the violence of the rich, where the products of intellect, science, and art will serve society for the betterment and beautification of life, and not the individuals for achieving wealth. This new world shall be a world of free men and free nations, equal in dignity and respect. The old man gazed out the window as his nimble fingers unconsciously preened the ruffled feathers of his beloved white pigeon with the brown-tipped wings. Although it was January, a lightning storm rumbled in the distance. "I've done better than that," the wizard mumbled, as the sun peeked through the clouds to reveal the iridescent purples, violets, greens, and reds of the neck feathers of another of the more hardy birds that came to visit. Tesla thought back affectionately to his days as a boy on the farm, rolling down the hill carefree with Mashek, his pet cat. And then his mind swirled with thoughts of violent arguments with Morgan, his unfinished 15-story transmission tower, and his friend Mark Twain, who was now in financial trouble. Requesting funds from Kasanovich, Tesla handed the money to a messenger to deliver to Twain, giving as the address his old laboratory on South Fifth Avenue, a street that no longer existed. Unable to locate the deceased writer, the boy returned to Tesla, but his explanation was ignored. The old man told the boy to keep the money if he could not deliver it. Having neglected to pay the rent on his belongings held at Manhattan Storage, the wizard had managed somehow to mail out a check for $500 to a Serbian church fundraising event held in Gary, Indiana. G.J. Weilich, manager of Manhattan Storage, threatened to put the lot up for auction. The outstanding bill was $297. Perhaps too disillusioned to care, Tesla ignored the last warning, and Weilich made good on his promise, placing an announcement in the local papers. Noticing the advertisement, Jack O'Neill rushed to contact Tesla's nephew, Sava Kasanovich, who was now the Yugoslavian ambassador stationed in New York. Kasanovich covered the debt and continued to make the carrying charge, $15 per month, saving this invaluable legacy from tragic dismantlement. "One night," Tesla wrote, "as I was lying in bed in the dark, solving problems as usual, my beloved pigeon flew through the open window and stood on my desk. As I looked at her, I knew she wanted to tell me she was dying. And then, as I got her message, there came a light from her eyes, powerful beams of light. When that pigeon died, something went out of my life. I knew that my life's work was finished." Lingering at the abyss throughout the beginning years of World War II, Tesla continued to lead his dual life, meeting with friends and dignitaries whenever possible, and lending out his secret papers to mysterious men. A few months later, he was dead. The date was January the 7th, 1943. He was 86 years old. 2,000 are present at Tesla's funeral. Great in science attend. The President and I are deeply sorry to hear of the death of Mr. Nikola Tesla. We are grateful for his contribution to science and industry and to this country. Eleanor Roosevelt. The funeral service was held in Serbian in the Cathedral of St. John the Divine. With the coffin open, the sermon for the dead was conducted by the Venerable Reverend Dusan Shuklatovic, rector of the Serb Orthodox Church of St. Sava. Over the radio, New York Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia read a moving eulogy, written by Croatian author Louis Adamic, as a long line of mourners filed past. The list of honorary pallbearers included Dr. Ernest Alexanderson of GE, who gained his wealth and fame from inventing a powerful high-frequency transmitter. Dr. Harvey Rentschler, director of the research laboratories of Westinghouse. Edwin Armstrong, father of FM radio. Consul General D.M. Stanojevic of Yugoslavia. William Barton, curator of the Hayden Planetarium, where Tesla often went to meditate, and Gano Dunn, president of J.G. White Engineering, and Tesla's assistant a half-century before, during his paradigm-shifting experiments delivered just a few blocks away at Columbia University. We cannot know, but it may be that a long time from now, when patterns are changed, the critics will take a view of history, Hugo Gernsback wrote propitiously in his magazine. They will bracket Tesla with Da Vinci, or with our own Mr. Franklin. One thing is sure, Gernsback concluded. The world as we run it today did not appreciate his peculiar greatness. Colonel David Sarnoff, president of RCA, also took the soapbox on Tesla's behalf. Nikola Tesla's achievements in electrical science are monuments that symbolize America as a land of freedom and opportunity. His novel ideas of getting the ether in vibration put him on the frontier of wireless. Tesla's mind was a human dynamo that whirled to benefit mankind. Edwin Armstrong, who was about to sue Sarnoff and RCA for infringing his FM patents, helped place Tesla in the proper historical perspective when he said, "Who today can read a copy of the inventions, researches, and writings of Nikola Tesla, published before the turn of the century, without being fascinated by the beauty of the experiments described, and struck with admiration for Tesla's extraordinary insight into the nature of the phenomena with which he was dealing? Who now can realize the difficulties he must have had to overcome in those early days? But one can imagine the inspirational effect of the book 40 years ago on a boy about to decide to study the electrical art. Its effect was both profound and decisive. On September the 25th, 1943, just 9 months after Tesla's death, the Bethlehem Fairfield shipyards near Baltimore launched the USS Nikola Tesla, a 10,000-ton Liberty ship. Sponsors at the ceremony included a number of Croats, such as Louis Adamic and violinist Slatko Balakovic, and also Serbs such as Tesla's nephews, Sava Kozanovic and Nicholas Terbajevic. The New York Sun editorialized, "Mr. Tesla was 86 years old when he died. He died alone. He was an eccentric, whatever that means, a nonconformist possibly. At any rate, he would leave his experiments and go for a time to feed the silly and inconsequential pigeons in Herald Square. He delighted in talking nonsense. Or was it? Granting that he was a difficult man to deal with, and that sometimes his predictions would affront the ordinary human's intelligence, here still was an extraordinary man of genius. He must have been. He was seeing a glimpse into that confused and mysterious frontier which divides the known and the unknown. But today we do know that Tesla, the ostensibly foolish old gentleman, at times was trying with superb intelligence to find the answers. His guesses were right so often that he would be frightening. Probably we shall appreciate him better a few million years from now." 47. The FBI and the Tesla Papers, 1943 to 1956. War Department, Military Intelligence Service. 22nd of January, 1946. Alien Property Custodian. Dear Sir, this office is in receipt of a communication from Headquarters, Air Technical Service Command, Wright Field, requesting that we ascertain the whereabouts of the files of the late scientist Dr. Nikola Tesla, which may contain data of great value to the above headquarters. In view of the extreme importance of those files, we would like to request also that we be advised of any attempt by any other agency to obtain them. Sincerely yours, Colonel Ralph E. Doty, Chief Washington Branch. After Tesla's death, the FBI, the Office of Alien Property, OAP, and factions of the War Department conspired to impound and protect the Tesla secret weaponry papers. The United States was in the midst of a world war, and Tesla's ties to arms merchants, communists through his Yugoslavian nephew, and a notorious German propagandist all helped prompt the covert agencies to safeguard this material until it was properly analyzed. A half-century later, they have yet to release it. Raised to the level of a national hero within the Slavic countries, Tesla was considered practically of royal stock. Thus his nephew, Sava Kozanovic, rose to become a representative of the newly forming Yugoslavia Republic at the Eastern European Planning Board, which met in Czechoslovakia. Kozanovic, like Tesla, wanted a unified country, but their orientations were different. In 1941, the Nazis continued their policy of intimidation and deception by trying to force a treaty with King Peter of Yugoslavia. Backed by the people, Peter refused to agree to an alliance, and therefore suffered a fatal blow when Germany masterminded a brutal invasion involving troops from Bulgaria, Italy, and Hungary, and also 300 Luftwaffe bombers. Professor Michael Markovic of Long Island University, a Serb living in Croatia during World War II, has said that 90,000 Serbs were killed by the Croats. And when I inquired why, he said, because the Croats were fascists. That is, because they had aligned themselves with the Nazis. As a youth in midst of the war, Markovic had watched the bodies float down the river. When asked why he survived, his reply was sheer luck. Concerning the Tesla mythology, Markovic said that ever since he was a child, he was aware that Tesla was considered a great national hero. Years later, as Hitler's invasion became imminent, Markovich and his countrymen had expected Tesla himself to return to Belgrade and shield it from the Nazis by harnessing his impenetrable death shield. Unfortunately, Tesla never came. Kosanović was not as romantic a figure, and although a Serb, he abandoned the exiled king in order to back the rising Croat leader Joseph Tito, Josip Broz, and his communist doctrine. Tito was a solid choice. Although he was an ally of the Soviets, he was able to maintain autonomy. He also sought to unify the warring factions. His marriage to a Serbian woman was a powerful symbol in advancing this goal. Since the Soviet Union was an ally, Kosanović, as a Yugoslavian ambassador, was able to travel freely to America to discuss various diplomatic tactics with the new leadership. Thus, during the course of World War II, he was able to attend to his ailing uncle in New York and also try to finalize plans to set up a museum in Belgrade in order to honor the great inventor. In 1942, Tesla became more seriously ill and suffered from palpitations and fainting spells. Although Tesla's true commitment was to the young exiled King Peter, Tesla's nephew was able to coax the inventor into sending a message to Tito which preached unification between Serbs and Croats. Kosanović also admitted shielding Tesla from factions of the Serbian royalty at the same time. However, when Peter arrived in New York City, he actively helped arrange a meeting between Tesla and the king. Having unsuccessfully talked with Churchill in England and Roosevelt in Washington, both of whom were reluctantly backing Tito, King Peter was at least consoled by Eleanor Roosevelt, who attended a large party in his honor at the Colony Club in New York. Organized by the American Friends of Yugoslavia, the king's mother, Queen Marie, and also Anne Morgan, Pierpont's daughter, attended, but Tesla was too ill to come. Therefore, King Peter, with Kosanović, took a cab to the Hotel New Yorker to confer with the virtual patriarch of his country. Shocked by Tesla's cadaverous condition and upset by the terrible chain of events in his country, Peter told the inventor that he had hoped that he could have returned to Yugoslavia to free it from the Nazis. In his diaries, Peter also revealed that he and Tesla wept together for all the sorrows that had torn apart their homeland. A few months later, Tesla was dead. A maid discovered his body on January the 8th, 1943. While Hugo Gernsback rushed to make a death mask, Kenneth Sweezy, Sava Kosanović, and George Clark, director of a museum and laboratory at RCA, entered the apartment. With the locksmith and the hotel management present, they removed various documents from the inventor's safe. Although the FBI alleged that valuable papers, electrical formulas, designs, etc. were taken, the hotel management confirmed that Kosanović removed only 3 pictures, and Sweezy took the 1931 testimonial autograph book created for the commemoration of Tesla's 75th birthday. These events were monitored by the ubiquitous surveillance mastermind J. Edgar Hoover, hardline anti-communist and protector of American interests. Hoover wrote in a memorandum under the heading Espionage that he feared that Kosanović, as heir to the Tesla estate, might make certain material available to the enemy. Kosanović had been identified as a member of the Eastern European Planning Board, but because of the complicated condition of the Balkan states, there was essentially no way for Hoover to ascertain exactly where Kosanović's alliances rested. He could have been affiliated with King Peter, the communist Tito, fascist factions associated with Mussolini, Hitler, the Soviet Union, or none of the above. Consistent with his suspicious nature, Hoover also questioned Tesla's sympathies, even though the inventor was friends with Vice President Henry Wallace and Franklin Roosevelt through letters to his wife Eleanor. One of the main reasons for Hoover's concerns was Tesla's address before the Friends of Soviet Russia, which he gave at the Grange Hall in Springfield, Massachusetts, in 1922. On January 8th, Abraham N. Sparnell, the 42-year-old president of the International Latex Corporation of Dover, Delaware, now Playtex, who was residing in New York City, had called FBI agent Frederick Cornells to discuss Tesla's death ray experiments. As the inventor had just died, Sparnell feared that Kosanović would obtain the pertinent papers and pass them to the Soviets. Sparnell had already begun to make a name for himself in media and military circles by having invented floating pontoon stretchers for soldiers wounded in amphibious landings, and by turning back the $1 million profits to the government for the war effort. Born in Odessa in 1901, Sparnell would later become a vociferous anti-communist who spent upward of $8 million throughout the 1940s and 1950s buying space in the United States press to reprint articles that would contribute to an understanding of world problems. Having fled to France in 1905 to escape the anti-Semitic pogroms of Russia with his family, as a child Sparnell, at the age of 7, came to the United States in 1908. A graduate of the University of Rochester, Sparnell had invented electrical appliances and pneumatic products in the early 1920s before starting the International Latex Corporation in 1929. Realizing the potential importance of the Tesla invention in the democratic fight for world supremacy, Sparnell had contacted Dr. D. Lozado, advisor to Vice President Wallace, and a Mr. Bopkin of the Department of Justice. Bopkin agreed to contact J. Edgar Hoover regarding the affair, and Lozado conferred with Wallace and perhaps even FDR, calling Sparnell back shortly after their conversation to convey that the government was vitally interested in Tesla's papers. Sparnell had also contacted one Blois Fitzgerald, whom the FBI had pegged as an electrical engineer who was a protégé of Tesla's, who had also called Cornell's. Having met Fitzgerald at an engineering meeting a few years earlier, Sparnell became highly interested in the Tesla weapon, possibly hoping to become involved in a profitable business developing the death beam device for the U.S. military. Fitzgerald, still in his 20s, had been in postal communication with Tesla since the late 1930s. He had called the inventor on his birthday in 1938 to congratulate him, and continued this practice for the next 4 years. In 1939, Fitzgerald tried to meet Tesla, but it appears that he didn't do so at that time. Just 2 weeks prior to Tesla's death, Fitzgerald proposed another meeting. It may have taken place. He was working at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology with Professors Keenan, Woodruff, and Kay in the solution of certain problems regarding the dissipation of energy from rapid-fire weapons, and desired to discuss his radiation problem with the elderly inventor. It is plausible that at this delicate time Fitzgerald was able to borrow the various papers in which he was interested. Coincidentally, Tesla had declared that efforts had been made to steal the invention. My room had been entered and my papers examined, but the spies left empty-handed. Fitzgerald, who also worked for the Ordnance Department of the U.S. Army, later told Cornell's that he knows that the complete plans, specifications, and explanations of the basic theories of these things are someplace in the personal effects of Tesla, and that there is a working model of the death ray, which costs more than $10,000 to build, in a safety deposit box of Tesla's at the Governor Clinton Hotel. To corroborate this story, another acquaintance of Tesla's, Charles Hausler, a hired hand who took care of the inventor's pigeons, later said that Tesla had a large box or container in his room near the pigeon cages. He told me to be very careful not to disturb the box, as it contained something that could destroy an airplane in the sky, and he had hopes for presenting it to the world. Hausler also added that the device was later stored in the basement of a hotel. Fitzgerald reported that Tesla had claimed that he had 80 trunks in different locations in the city containing inventions, manuscripts, and plans of his various work. The young engineer reiterated the need for the government to obtain the Tesla papers for use in war. He was also worried about the loyalty and patriotism to the Allied nations of Sava Kozanovich and another nephew, Nicholas Terbayevich. During these same days, Cornell's overseer, D.E. Foxworth, an assistant director of the FBI, assured those concerned that this matter would be properly handled, that Tesla's nephew, who is his heir, would not be able to send the papers to the Axis powers. On the 11th, yet another FBI agent, T.J. Donegan, brought up the possibility that the New York District Attorney could have Kozanovich and Sweezy picked up discreetly on a burglary charge. However, this was not done. 3 days later, Donegan notified Hoover that the situation was being handled as an enemy custodian matter, and therefore we should take no further action. Office of Alien Property. What happened appears to be this. The FBI attempted to remove themselves from the responsibility in the Tesla case, thereby allowing the OAP to take charge. Nevertheless, because of the FBI's initial involvement, numerous people contacted them through the years in attempts to gain access to the Tesla estate. The OAP questioned the legality of their own jurisdiction, since Tesla was a naturalized citizen. However, as Kosanovich was probably legally entitled to his uncle's estate, the OAP had justification in considering the material alien property. According to Irvin Juro, who was the attorney assigned to the Tesla case at the time of his death, the activities of the OAP were not only not illegal, it was the only government agency with statutory power to seize enemy assets without court order. Because of this unique jurisdiction, it was the OAP, and only the OAP, that maintained legal control of the papers until they were released 10 years later. Naturally, both real and imagined concerns involving the war situation were the key factors influencing what, to the uninformed, appeared to be an illegal action. The Germans still controlled a large part of Europe, and the outcome of the war was by no means determined in January 1943. Rumours that the enemy was also developing an ultimate weapon were also well-founded. Walter Gorsuch, alien property custodian, thereupon ordered all of Tesla's belongings, including the safe from his apartment and other holdings in the basement of the New Yorker, shipped to where Tesla's other possessions were, Manhattan storage. Gorsuch, however, was out of the office the day Tesla's body was discovered, and it was the young attorney Irving Juro who handled the case. At about noon on Saturday, January 9th, Juro recalled 50 years later, I was ordered by telephone from the Washington office not to close up shop, but to wait for further instructions. I was informed that a Nikola Tesla had just died, that he was reputed to have invented and in the possession of a death ray, a significant military device capable of destroying incoming warplanes, presumably Japanese, on the west coast, by projecting a beam into the skies and creating a field of energy which would cause the planes to disintegrate. Moreover, it was suspected that German enemy agents were in hot pursuit to locate the device or the plans for its production. With orders to impound all of Tesla's belongings, Juro was also instructed to visit other hotels where Tesla had resided and to take similar action. Juro was accompanied by 4 individuals from the Office of Naval Intelligence, Army Intelligence, and the FBI. Arriving at the Hotel New Yorker, we learned that Tesla had been found dead by the service maid. We were told that he was laid out in his bed with only a pair of stockings on. The officials were also told that Kosanovich had been in the room and had removed 3 photographs. The military officers were concerned about the death ray model, but I was the only one who had authority. Taking a taxi, Juro and the others visited each of the hotels, which included the St. Regis, the Waldorf Astoria, and the Governor Clinton, and they also visited Manhattan storage. Tesla's possessions were impounded there, and the safe deposit box at the Governor Clinton was also impounded. With Walter Gorsuch, Juro went to visit Ambassador Kosanovich at his hotel on Central Park South, where they apparently also met Nikola Terbayevich, Tesla's other nephew, and an elderly lady who did not speak English. Gorsuch and Juro saw the photos on a table and left. I was told later, Juro recalled, probably through the staff of the OAP, that Tesla's trunks contained mostly newspapers and birdseed, and that the safe deposit box contained a model of some type of device. Whether the death ray or not is not clear. It was also rumored that the Soviet Union had offered Tesla $50 million to come to the USSR and work on his death ray, but he refused. As Juro had never heard of Tesla before January the 8th, 1943, he saw the inventor as a deadbeat because he didn't pay his hotel bills. He may have been disturbed because he spent so much time feeding pigeons, Juro said. But the story was too strange and too incomplete for him, so he called the Westinghouse people to try to verify who Tesla was. They were ecstatic, Juro recalled. They said that without Tesla there would have been no Westinghouse. The Manhattan storage inventory did not mention the birdseed, which had played so prominently in Juro's memory. Possessions listed included 12 locked metal boxes, 1 steel cabinet, 35 metal cans, 5 barrels, and 8 trunks. Gorsuch also ordered the large hotel box at the Hotel Governor Clinton, held for over 10 years as security for unpaid bills sealed. Jack O'Neill's papers were also confiscated, although they were probably returned to him, for he was able to publish his extensive biography a year later. Although Kosanovich assured O'Neill that there was no reason to worry and that the OAP conveyed full rights to the Tesla papers to him, in fact, Kosanovich was highly concerned. He hired Philip Wittenberg from Wittenberg, Carrington and Farnsworth to protect his interest. Although the lawyer pleaded the case, the government countered with advice from the War Policies Unit of the Department of Justice. They ruled that Kosanovich could not touch the estate. This edict was maintained throughout the 1940s. Tesla's secret weaponry papers were scrutinized by various divisions of the military, although the nephew was given the combination to the safe and took care of the $15 per month rent for the storage of the property during the entire period. Within a week of Tesla's death, Walter Gorsuch met with his Washington representative, Joseph King, and together with H.B. Ritchen of the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice, they called in Colonel Parrott of Military Intelligence and Blois Fitzgerald of the U.S. Army, whom they considered a former employee of Tesla's. One key problem discussed was that Tesla was supposed to have been working for and in the pay of the Yugoslav government in exile. Fitzgerald also discussed the supposed Tesla model held in a vault at the Governor Clinton Hotel. It was determined that before Tesla's estate could be released to Kosanovich, a thorough probe of its contents should be undertaken. Professor John O. Trump, director and founder of MIT's High Voltage Research Laboratory and secretary of the Microwave Committee at the National Defense Research Committee, NDRC, of the Office of Scientific Research and Development, was commissioned to go to the warehouse and conduct the investigation of the contents of the 88-odd trunks. They were held in rooms 5J and 5L. Trump set aside 2 days for the task. He was aided in the search by an inventory of the Tesla holdings compiled by Mr. O'Sullivan, one of the guards at Manhattan Storage. Trump was accompanied by 5 individuals, 2 members of the OAP, John Newington from the New York office and Charles Hedetnamy, chief investigator from Washington, and 3 from Naval Intelligence, Willis George, a civilian agent, John Corbett, who served as stenographer, and Edward Palmer, who took photographs and probably microfilm copies. Both Corbett and Palmer were also listed as chief yeomen of the U.S. Marine Reserves. As the only qualified scientist able to comprehend the work, Trump spent little more than half his time actually perusing the wizard's cache. The second day was somewhat cursory in character, Hedetnamy reported reluctantly, since Dr. Trump was confident that nothing valuable would be found. He was entirely convinced that it would be useless to look in the 29-odd trunks which had been stored since 1933. The Trump papers, which included a synopsis of about 12 articles by or about Tesla, began with an opening letter. The professor acknowledged that he and his colleagues investigated the Tesla trunks at Manhattan Storage on January the 26th and 27th, summarizing first that 1. No investigation of the Tesla trunks held for 10 years in the basement of the Hotel New Yorker was conducted. 2. No scientific notes, descriptions of hitherto unrevealed methods or devices or actual apparatus of scientific value to this country or which would constitute a hazard in unfriendly hands was found. I can therefore see no technical or military reason why further custody of the property should be retained. Nevertheless, Trump removed a file of various written materials which covers typically and fairly completely the ideas which he, Tesla, was concerned with during the later years, and forwarded, or copies of it, to Mr. Gorsuch of the OAP. Trump concluded in his report that the last 15 years of Tesla's life were primarily of a speculative, philosophical, and somewhat promotional character. On his return to Washington, Trump met with Homer Jones, chief of the Division of Investigation and Research. "Sir," the MIT professor smugly concluded, "upon the basis of my examination, it is my opinion that the Tesla papers contain nothing of value for the war effort, and nothing which would be helpful to the enemy if it fell into enemy hands." "Are you quite certain in this conclusion, Dr. Trump?" "I am willing to stake my professional reputation on it." Satisfied, Jones sent the report and Trump's recommendations to Lawrence M.C. Smith, Chief Special War Policies Unit of the War Division of the Department of Justice, and that, for one faction of the government, ended the matter. Trump drew up a report which described a number of articles by the inventor, interviews and scientific treatises. Exhibits D, F, and Q refer to a highly technical and heretofore underground Tesla treatise written in 1937 entitled The New Art of Projecting Concentrated Non-Dispersive Energy Through the Natural Media. This article, in contradiction to Trump's statement, contained explicit information which had never been published describing the actual workings of a particle beam weapon for destroying tanks and planes and for igniting explosives. Novel features included 1. An open-ended vacuum tube sealed with a gas jet, while at the same time permitting and facilitating the exit of the particles. 2. A way to generate many millions of volts for charging minute particles. 3. A method of creating and directing a non-dispersive stream of such particles with a trajectory of many miles. Written virtually as a patent application, the Tesla article presents in clear and straightforward terms the mathematical equations and schematics of his death ray. Aside from the unpublished drawing and mathematical analysis of its capability, it employed 3 most unusual features. The first was its mechanism for creating a non-dispersive beam of particles. I perfected means for increasing enormously the intensity of the effects, but was baffled in all my efforts to materially reduce dispersion, and became fully convinced that this handicap could only be overcome by conveying the power through the medium of small particles projected at prodigious velocity from the transmitter. Electrostatic repulsion was the only means to this end, since the cross-section of the carriers might be reduced to almost microscopic dimensions. An immense concentration of energy, irrespective of distance, could be attained. The second feature involved the creation of an open-ended vacuum tube by replacing the walled enclosure or glass window with a gaseous jet of high velocity. And the third outstanding feature was the means for generating large voltages. Having studied the precursors in the Van de Graaff electrostatic generator, a device which Tesla said was all but useless for generating usable amounts of energy, Tesla replaced the circulating cardboard belt that transferred the charge with an ionized stream of air hermetically sealed in a 220-foot-long circular vacuum chamber. Analogous to the way a shock can be created and transferred by rubbing one's shoes along a carpet on a dry day, the new fluid airstream belt achieved the same end, but to a degree many times greater than a belt generator. This charge, which apparently could be as much as 60 million volts, was in turn transferred to the myriad small bulbs at the top of the tower, their round shape and internal structure constructed to augment the accumulation of energy. Atop this domed citadel, which was planned to be over 100 feet in height, was the particle beam weapon. Nestled in a turret as a supergun, the weapon was set up so that tungsten wire could be fed into its high-vacuum firing chamber. There, minute droplets of this metal would be sheared off and repelled out the long barrel at velocities exceeding 400,000 feet per second. The entire apparatus apparently was also constructed for non-military purposes, such as for transmitting streams of electric energy to distant places, much like microwave wireless telephone trunk lines do today. Although Trump downplayed the importance of this paper, it is, to the present day, classified top secret by the U.S. military, with copies at the time going to Naval Intelligence, the FBI, the OAP, the NDRC, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, MIT, and, most likely, the White House. Amtorg Trading Corporation. Exhibits D, F, and Q state explicitly that Tesla sold the plans for the construction of his particle beam weapon to A. Bartanian, a Soviet agent of the Amtorg Trading Corporation. These exhibits also specify that Tesla offered the device to the U.S. military, Great Britain, and Yugoslavia. Surprisingly, the FBI did not exploit this blatant Soviet connection, even though this was just the kind of thing that J. Edgar Hoover thrived on. One possible reason was that the Soviet Union was an ally at that time. Furthermore, a number of major corporations, such as Bethlehem Steel, RCA, and Westinghouse, were selling equipment to the Soviets via Amtorg, a company that did over $1 billion of business in America by the time of World War II. FDR, for instance, in 1933, approved $4 million in credit to Amtorg to purchase cotton from American suppliers. Amtorg, in return, supplied the country with furs, caviar, oil, and precious metals. Still operating in America today, Amtorg was unable to find any mention of Mr. Tesla in their records. If Tesla really did receive $25,000 from Amtorg in 1935, which the communique with the Soviets implied, why wouldn't he have paid off his debts to the Hotels Pennsylvania and Governor Clinton and retrieved his secret device held as collateral? An amount as large as $25,000 at the height of the Great Depression was worth roughly 20 times that figure today. Yet there is no indication that Tesla obtained great wealth during that period, although he may have received this amount and used it to pay off other debts and purchase other equipment. A few days after viewing the estate, Trump went to the Governor Clinton to view the actual death ray held in their vault. Charles Haydetnamy of the OAP reported that officers of the hotel showed us the handwritten letter in which Tesla stated that he was leaving the equipment as security and that it was worth $10,000. Trump later recalled the incident. Tesla had warned the management that this device was a secret weapon and it would detonate if opened by an unauthorized person. Upon opening the vault, the hotel manager and employees promptly left the scene. The Trump letter went on to describe his reluctance to remove the brown paper covering, and that before summoning his courage, he looked outside and noticed that the day was pleasant. Inside was a handsome wooden chest bound with brass, containing a multi-decade resistance box of the type used for Wheatstone Bridge resistance measurements, a common standard item found in every electric laboratory before the turn of the century. At this point, Haydetnamy concluded, Dr. Trump indicated that he had no further interest in the case. An FBI report, written just 2 weeks prior to Trump's visit to the hotel, described the manager's assessment of the inventor somewhat differently, and it doesn't appear that they took him as seriously as Trump alleges. Hotel managers report he, Tesla, was very eccentric, if not mentally deranged, during the past 10 years, and it is doubtful if he has created anything of value during that time, although prior to that he probably was a very brilliant inventor. Did Tesla actually build a prototype of the death ray? The inventor appears to have told both Hausler, his pigeon caretaker, and Fitzgerald, the army engineer, that he did build a working model. And in an interview I had with Mrs. Cheeto, whose husband's father and grandfather were both trusted Tesla employees, she recalls that her father-in-law used to recount stories of Tesla bouncing electronic beams off the moon. This is not a death ray, but it certainly supports the hypothesis that the inventor created working models along these lines. The well-known columnist Joseph Alsop, who interviewed Tesla at the Hotel New Yorker and who was one of the first to fully report Tesla's work with particle beam weapons, described an experience Tesla had when experimenting with cathode ray tubes. Sometimes a particle larger than an electron, but still very tiny, would break off from the cathode, pass out of the tube, and hit him. He said he could feel a sharp, stinging pain where it entered his body, and again at the place where it passed out. The particles in the beam of force, i.e., the ammunition, will travel far faster. Other evidence has been reported by Coram and Coram, who assert that this invention was an outcropping of Tesla's work on X-ray machines patented in the mid-1890s. Thus we can trace the Tesla death ray to at least 3 earlier inventions: his Tesla coil and work in high-frequency currents from the early 1890s, his work in bombarding targets with Röntgen rays in 1896, and also his 1901 ideas associated with transmitting energy by means of wireless by beaming up an ionizing ray from his magnifying transmitter and using it as a conduit to reach the ionosphere. With this mechanism, Tesla planned not only to circle the globe with information, but also to illuminate shipping lanes over the oceans and control the weather. The debobula schematic, the Corams write, having studied the plans in Belgrade, was also taken to Alcoa Aluminum, which said that it was ready to supply the materials as soon as Tesla raised the necessary capital. Alcoa, however, was unable to locate any reference to Tesla in their corporate records. At the age of 81, Tesla stated at a luncheon attended by ministers of Yugoslavia and Czechoslovakia that he had constructed a number of beam transmission devices, including the death ray, for protecting a country from incoming invasions, and a laser-like machine that could send impulses to the moon and other planets. He also said that he was going to take the death ray to a Geneva conference for world peace. When pressed by the columnists to give a full description, Dr. Tesla said, "But it is not an experiment." I have built, demonstrated, and used it. Only a little time will pass before I can give it to the world." Considering that Tesla had 2 secret laboratories throughout the 1930s in which no reporter ever set foot, we're left with a mystery. Did Tesla really scam the hotel by frightening the management into accepting a bogus invention in lieu of $400 rent? Feeling that the world owed him a place in which to live, perhaps he purposely chose not to pay for his housing. This certainly was a compulsive and self-destructive pattern during the latter quarter of his life. Lesser mortals often bore the brunt of his repressed rage. He was known to be abrasive to maids and office secretaries. Having made it a habit to live on credit, Tesla may have derived great pleasure during those lugubrious nights when he was forced to face his failures, in thinking back to the chaps at the Hotel Governor Clinton trembling at the terrible weapon they kept protected in their midst. The conspiracy scenario. Secret agents break into Tesla's New Yorker hotel safe without Kosanovich knowing, remove keys to his Hotel Governor Clinton vault, and steal the death ray prototype, substituting the equipment Trump found a week or 2 later. This potential incident would have had to have taken place between January the 9th and January the 29th, 1943, the dates of Tesla's death, and the end of Trump's investigations. The agents who performed this task, if it occurred, could have been Blois Fitzgerald and Ralphie Doty. The evidence is as follows. Sava Kazanovich's secretary at this time was Charlotte Muzar. She reports that she saw Tesla during his last days for the purpose of delivering funds that he required, and that she was also present at the opening of the safe after Tesla died. Present were Kenneth Sweezy, Sava Kozanovich, and George Clark. According to her story and official reports, a locksmith was called in to change the combination of the safe and give the new combination to Kozanovich, who was the only one who had it. In the safe, before he locked it again, was a set of keys and the 1917 Edison medal. About 10 years later, when the estate was finally shipped to Belgrade and the safe opened, the Edison medal and the keys were found to be missing. The medal was never recovered, but the keys were found outside the safe in one of the numerous cases of documents. A January 12, 1943 OAP memorandum states that Charles McNamara, assistant manager of the Hotel Governor Clinton, permitted the OAP to seal safety deposit box number 103, which contained the $10,000 machine. Box number 103 is not a specially constructed box, as Fitzgerald said. It is, however, one of the largest boxes of the lower tiers. The day before this, at the Hotel New Yorker, Tesla's bedside safe was opened. Present, according to another OAP memorandum, aside from Sweezy, Clark, and Kozanovich, were 2 hotel personnel from the New Yorker, Mr. L.O. Doty, credit manager, and Mr. L.A. Fitzgerald, assistant credit manager. It strikes this researcher as a rather odd coincidence that these 2 individuals carried the same last names as a colonel from military intelligence and the ever-present Blois Fitzgerald. If in fact these 2 supposed credit managers were really government agents, it would have been a fairly easy task for them to retrieve the key or make a copy to box number 103 and swap the device. A further investigation of the FBI files reveals that on October the 17th, 1945, E. Conroy from the New York office sent 2 copies of the Trump report to J. Edgar Hoover and reviewed with him once again the roles played by Fitzgerald, Sparnell, a censored person X, and Kosanovich. Conroy said that X, probably another FBI agent, suspected that Sparnell was definitely pro-Russian in attitude, and that Sparnell was spreading pro-communist propaganda in full-page ads in various newspapers, and yet also suing these newspapers for libel. Conroy also reiterated that Sparnell had ties to Vice President Henry Wallace, so caution was advised. It appears that Sparnell had met Fitzgerald, a friend of X, at an engineering meeting in November 1942. Fitzgerald at the time was an Army private at Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. He was described in the FBI report as a brilliant 20-year-old scientist who spent endless hours with Tesla before his death. Fitzgerald had developed some sort of anti-tank gun. Sparnell tried to form a partnership with Fitzgerald in order to sell this weapon to the Remington Arms Company, but for some reason Sparnell blocked the final sale, and then try to arrange a more lucrative deal with Iogen's shipbuilding company of New Orleans. In November 1943, Iogens fired Fitzgerald, and a year later the young engineer returned to the army. Today, 1945, Fitzgerald is engaged in a highly secret experimental project at Wright Field. In spite of his rank of private, Fitzgerald is actually director of this research and is working with many top young scientists on perfection of Tesla's death ray, which in Fitzgerald's opinion is the only defense against offensive use by another nation of the atom bomb. Conroy suggested cooperating with Fitzgerald in order to secure legal possession of Tesla's effects. The goal, of course, was to obtain and protect the details of the weapons system, yet also to set up a memorial foundation for the preservation of the inventor's memory. Fitzgerald purportedly also interested Henry Ford in the project. On October the 19th, 1945, Brigadier General L.C. Craigie, Chief Engineering Division Control Equipment Branch, Wright Field, writing at the request of Blois Fitzgerald, David Pratt, Herbert Shute, and P.E. Hoole, all engineers working at Wright Field, contacted Harvey Ross of the FBI in New York in order to officially request, in the interests of national defense, access to the effects of Dr. Nikola Tesla held in Manhattan Storage Warehouse. Colonel Ralph Doty from Military Intelligence in Washington followed up the inquiry by working as a liaison officer between the War Department, the OAP, and the FBI. Since the FBI had no jurisdiction over the Tesla estate, Fitzgerald, Conroy, and Craigie were referred to the OAP. On September 5, 1945, Lloyd Shawless of the OAP mailed off 2 copies of the Trump report to Colonel Holliday of the Equipment Laboratory Propulsions and Accessories Subdivision, who no doubt forwarded them to Fitzgerald. These were the full photostatic copies, not merely the abstracts. 2 years later, Colonel Duffy of Air Material Command, Wright Field, wrote to the OAP that the papers were still being evaluated. By 1950, Kozanovich was still barred from the warehouse. He was now officially the Yugoslavian ambassador to both the United States and the United Nations, and his patience had reached its limit. Kozanovich wanted his uncle's effects in Belgrade, where they would be rightly honoured. In March he went to the warehouse to inform them of the inventor's wishes to send the estate to the Tesla Museum. It was at this time that the ambassador was informed that the FBI had microfilmed the entire contents. He called J. Edgar Hoover to request a copy of the microfilm, but Hoover said that they did not have such a copy. Kozanovich had probably been misinformed. One of the warehouse people may have mistaken the Trump people for the FBI, or another group microfilmed the papers, now held in the Library of Congress, at a different time. Finally, in 1952, arrangements were made, and the entire 80 trunks were shipped to Belgrade. Included were many valuable original papers completely unknown to O'Neill, such as Tesla's 1899 Colorado diary, various photographs, tens of thousands of letters, and most of his inventions, including the remote-controlled boat, wireless fluorescent lamp, motors, turbines, plans for his vertical takeoff river plane, and a model of the magnifying transmitter. Tesla's ashes were sent at a later date. Sparnell would be questioned by Joseph McCarthy, and the copies of the death ray papers moved further underground. The probable trail of the secret paper. In 1984, Andrija Pulharic presented Tesla's secret death ray paper to the International Tesla Centennial Symposium held in Colorado Springs. It was published in the Proceedings. Pulharic told this author that the original source of the report was Ralph Bergstresser, author of a notable Tesla article published in 1957. Pulharic thought that Bergstresser, along with an associate, who may have been Blois Fitzgerald, was linked to the FBI, and thus obtained the paper in that capacity. In the 1940s, Bergstresser worked for RCA and Marconi's boys. I always believed that Marconi was the inventor of the wireless. Then I found out it was all a lie. Bergstresser, who was about 80 years old when I spoke to him, recalled that Marconi had lived on a ship on the high seas to avoid subpoenas Tesla tried to give him. At the outbreak of World War II, Bergstresser began to work on behalf of the war effort, when he, Tesla, turned over to me his various papers.
I would take and read them and return them to him.
According to one source, Bergstresser was under the command of the new secret organization, the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, later the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, and in that capacity he was analyzing the papers for their military significance. Bergstresser recounted that he had only known Tesla during the last 6 months of his life.
He was skinny, tall, stooped, emaciated, didn't eat right.
In further questioning, he also said that he had known Jack O'Neill and his colleague William Lawrence, author of the 1914 New York Times Death Ray article which sparked such interest by the FBI and factions of the armed forces, and that he and Bergstresser had attended Tesla's funeral together in 1943. During the conversation, I asked Bergstresser if he had any proof to support his contention that Tesla's papers had been systematically removed from libraries. He said that the conspiracy was massive and extremely complex, going back to J. Pierpont Morgan and his wish to suppress Tesla's wireless power distribution inventions because they threatened to provide cheap or free power for the masses. He was upset that Tesla's entire estate
was holed away behind the Iron Curtain,
and partially blamed Lawrence, who he said was later found to be a communist. He agreed that Blois Fitzgerald had probably taken the papers to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, but he declined to comment on any relationship to Fitzgerald or to the trail of the secret papers. Puharich had said that the particle beam article had been passed from Bergstresser to Bob Beck of the U.S. Psychotronic Society around 1981, and from there they were passed to him. Influence of the McCarthy period. It was true that by the time the FBI and federal government became actively involved in suppressing Tesla's scientific papers, the inventor had already slipped from the mass consciousness. Nevertheless, an air of secrecy, supported by the taint of ties to a German fifth column or the communists via his Yugoslav heritage, served to submerge even further the inventor's work. This was augmented by the transfer of Tesla's papers to the remote city of Belgrade. Star Wars. Tesla's numerous inventions could be applied in a variety of ways for military purposes. For example, particle beam weapons, worldwide radar, earthquake contrivances, brainwave manipulation. One or more magnifying transmitters could supposedly send destructive impulses through the Earth to any location. Thus, a well-placed jolt of many millions of volts could theoretically destroy the communications network of any major city. Recent discourses on potential future warfare technologies, stemming mainly from war games analyst Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden and parapsychologist Andrea Puharich, M.D., suggest that the Soviets had harnessed various Tesla weapons, including apparatus for seismic, weather, and mind control. According to Bearden, the Tesla magnifying transmitter produced a fundamental one-point gravity vector, or electrostatic scalar wave, that disturbs the very fabric of the space-time grid itself, and therefore is not bound by the speed of light. Thus, a theoretical instantaneous Tesla wave, emitted from the magnifying transmitter, could potentially affect the planet's geomagnetic pulse, and thereby be directed to any number of targets on any continent. This research is highly controversial and speculative, and should be read with caution. Nevertheless, in 1977, in its May 2nd issue, Aviation Week published a 7,000-word article on Soviet particle beam weapons. The exposé, which shook Washington, was also abstracted in Science. It contained a schematic drawing of a particle beam weapon which bears a remarkable resemblance to Tesla's then unpublished drawings made 4 decades earlier. Coupled with the realization that the Soviets were well advanced in this area, this is strong evidence in support of the claim that Tesla did in fact sell the schematics of such a device to them in the mid-1930s. Aviation Week also described the use of young geniuses under the age of 29 located at the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio, who were trying to conceive of a breakthrough in the technology. And also, surprisingly, that the President, Jimmy Carter, was screened from vital technical developments by the bureaucracy of the CIA and Defense Intelligence Agency. The source was General George Keegan, former head of Air Force Intelligence. 3 intriguing points emerge. 1. The concept of intense secrecy of particle beam weapons. 2. The mention of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And 3, the policy of utilizing bright young geniuses. All of these variables are evident in the FBI files on Tesla reviewed earlier. Great support is lent to the conspiracy hypothesis that Tesla's work and papers were systematically hidden from public view in order to protect the trail of this top-secret research, which today is known as Star Wars. Particle beam weaponry is still more of a dream than a reality at this time in 1996. Therefore, if indeed the inner sanctum of one or both superpowers has access to Tesla's plans, why is it that no death ray has ever been constructed? Perhaps there are prototypes, but it seems to me that they should have been tried out in the field during such wars as Vietnam, Afghanistan, or Kuwait, Iraq. This part of the story must remain a mystery. 48. The Wizard's Legacy. When a man looks back over the events associated with his work, he begins to realize how minor is that part which he himself has played in shaping the events of his career, how overpowering the part played by circumstances utterly beyond his control. Edwin Armstrong accepting the Edison Medal. As an echo from the Tesla-Morgan affair, Edwin Armstrong had to battle the giant RCA to get FM accepted over AM radio, even though it was a superior means for transmitting music. Colonel David Sarnoff, Napoleonic head of RCA and NBC, had simply pirated his friend's FM invention because he required it for use in television. With the help of CBS, Sarnoff also manipulated the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, to create a stipulation that severely restricted the power of FM transmitters to 1/10 their intended level and shifted the FM band to a less desirable frequency range. That is why AM became the dominant band for long-distance radio transmission. Required to rebuild his own radio station because of the FCC ruling and forced to battle the media Goliath in the courts for patent infringement, Armstrong cashed in his remaining block of RCA stock to finance the enormous expenditure that would be required. Lawyers for NBC were able to persuade the High Court in New York that it was their engineers that invented FM and not Armstrong. Although the Institute of Radio Engineers as a group filed a formal protest, an unprecedented move in such situations, which eventually caused the ruling to be reversed by the Supreme Court, it was too late for Armstrong. With his marriage in shambles, his key patents expired, and his fortune drained by litigation, he jumped out of a 13-story window in the dead of winter of 1954, spiritually trammelled by the very people who profited from his creative endeavours. That Tesla survived such a fate is a testament to his fortitude and transcendent nature. In 1956, there was a celebration of the centenary of Tesla's birth. To highlight the event, with Nobel laureate Niels Bohr as a speaker, a centennial congress was held in Tesla's honor. Simultaneously, the Yugoslav Postal Service issued a commemorative Tesla stamp, and the Yugoslav government placed Tesla on the 100-dinar note, equivalent to a US dollar. Statues of the inventor were placed at museums in Zagreb and Vienna. A school was named after him in Illinois. A Tesla Day was proclaimed in Chicago. And in Munich, the Institute Electrotechnical Committee agreed to adopt the name Tesla as the unit of magnetic flux density. Now Tesla could take his rightful place beside such other luminaries as Ampere, Faraday, Volta, and Watt. 20 years later, as a gift from the Yugoslavian people, in 1976, a statue of Tesla by sculptor Franko Kishirnić was placed at Niagara Falls, and an identical companion statue erected on the village square in Gospić, Croatia, where Tesla was raised as a boy. Unfortunately, this Gospić statue was purposely blown apart during the war in 1993. President Tito gave a speech in Tesla's honor in Smiljan, before thousands of Croats, Serbs, and Bosnians, who were separated by armed guards and demarcation fences. And the celebration also continued in America. Plaques were posted at the site of his residence at the Hotel Gerlach in New York City and at the Wardenclyffe Laboratory, which still stands at Shoreham, Long Island. In 1983, the U.S. Post Office honored Tesla along with Charles Steinmetz, Philo Farnsworth, and, alas, Edwin Armstrong, in a block of 4 commemorative stamp, In Boston, a giant Tesla coil can be found at the Museum of Science, and Tesla's picture can be found hanging in the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. There are also two major organizations in his honor, the Tesla Memorial Society in Lackawanna, New York, and the International Tesla Society, which has held conferences every 2 years since 1984 at the Society's headquarters in Colorado Springs. William White wrote in The Organization Man that as beneficial as the large corporations can be, they are also static, delusory, and self-destructive. During the inevitable conflict between the individual and society, the organization man is caught in a bind because the company provides a livelihood, but at the expense of the worker's individuality. This is what White calls a mutual deception. It is obvious to fight tyranny. It is not easy to fight benevolence, and few things are more calculated to rob the individual of his defenses than the idea that his interests and those of society can be wholly compatible. One who lets the organization be the judge ultimately sacrifices himself. The corporate view becomes the very embodiment of rationality itself, structuring, restructuring, and thereby controlling consciousness. As was the case with the Tesla situation, the more the corporate world rejected the Wardenclyffe idea, the more unworkable it appeared to the engineers working in the industry, because they, as products and extensions of the corporations, had their consciousness shaped by its policies. Ultimately, Tesla's world-view became a threat, and it was easier to dismiss him as an eccentric than consider that his plans may have been viable. A modern example of a famous innovator who became somewhat of a non-person is Stephen Jobs, co-founder of Apple Computer. Realizing in the mid-1980s that the Motorola microprocessor was superior for graphics capabilities to the one in the Apple II computer and the one being used by Bill Gates' Microsoft for IBM, Jobs produced the Macintosh. First-generation Macintoshes, which were admittedly unattractive for business use and constructed so that they were not expandable, were not immediate successes in the marketplace. The inferior IBM disk operating system, DOS, was of course the standard. Undeterred, Jobs wanted to scrap the obsolete but highly profitable Apple II to go solely into production of Macs. Even though he was the wunderkind co-creator of the billion-dollar enterprise, Jobs became a threat to its financial stability. In a stunning move, Jobs was not only deposed, he was literally barred from working at Apple, even though he was still the largest shareholder. A decade later, the Bill Gates IBM-compatible Intel Pentium chip, although endowed with graphics, Windows capabilities, is still based on an inferior design as compared to the Power Mac. Nevertheless, the Gates Intel chip is by far the leading system in the country, even though the Power Mac, by necessity, is the standard in such fields as graphic design. Coyly, Gates said it this way: "People were coming out with completely new operating systems, but we had already captured the volume, so we could price it low and keep selling. And believe me, it would have been a lot easier to write Windows so it didn't run DOS applications. But we knew we couldn't make the transition without that compatibility." Psychoanalysis. Being aware of the criticisms of the Freudian paradigm and the problem of oversimplification, I argued in my doctoral dissertation that in order to explain Tesla's unusual personality, self-proclaimed celibacy, and alleged homosexuality, it is possible that he may have suffered repressed guilt feelings associated with the untimely death of his older brother, Dane, when Tesla was 5 years old. In the throes of the Oedipal complex, and admittedly over-attached to his mother, young Nico experienced great trauma, not only because Dane was the Yuka's favorite son, but also because Nico was at that age of gaining his sexual identity and learning to transfer love bestowed upon himself to others. Possibly the mother rejected Tesla after Dane's death, and thus Tesla bestowed the love back upon himself and became narcissistic. Wishing to gain back the perceived loss of love from his mother and lost brother, later in life Tesla would unconsciously seek out figures that would combine the dynamics of older brother-mother surrogates. For example, strong, nurturing authority figures such as Westinghouse and Pierpont Morgan. This combination of brother and mother might also explain the confusion associated with Tesla's sexual identity. To recapture their lost love and, in the symbolic sense, to bring the brother back from the dead, for that would be the only way to repair the damage, Tesla would have to form a sacrifice as penance. In Westinghouse's case, he ripped up the royalty clause, and it cost him millions of dollars. He could have set up a deferred payment schedule. And in Morgan's case, the inventor insisted that the financier take the larger share of the partnership, that is, 51%, even when Morgan suggested 50-50. Due, however, to a multitude of personality factors, including egomania, overambition, and his impatient wish to crush the competition, Tesla breached his contract with Morgan by deciding to build a larger tower than was agreed upon. This was a self-destructive move, although it might have succeeded and was also, on another level, simply a calculated risk. From the psychoanalytic standpoint, unconsciously he was hoping that the financier would forgive his sins, show his surrogate son that he still loved him by providing him with the additional funds to complete the tower. When Morgan said no, the unconscious could not face such a harsh rejection, so Tesla tried obdurately to turn the man around. And even when it was clear that Morgan would never come through, the self-perceived surrogate son continued to try. Turning to Tesla's persistent wish to contact extraterrestrials, from a psychoanalytic perspective, these outer space entities may have symbolized beings existing in the afterworld. Certainly the need to believe in extraterrestrials is a powerful and popular one. It explains why so many people accepted Percival Lowell's Canals of Mars hypothesis, and in today's world, the extreme popularity of such movies as Star Wars, Star Trek, and E.T. In Tesla's case, the extraterrestrials may have pre-logically stood for his dead brother and mother. The insistence that he had probably been contacted by Martians became an unconscious safety valve which allowed him to hypercathect, release much of the anxiety associated with the death of his older brother, as the brother would still be in a sense alive. Thus, if Dane still existed, the trauma of his death would be diminished, and Nico's mother would love him again. This form of regressive behavior could also explain Tesla's obsession with caring for pigeons. After Dane died, the family was wrested from their idyllic farm in Smiljan to the bustling city of Gospic. The pigeons were not only substitute mistresses for Tesla, they also symbolized a return to the utopia of his early and untroubled childhood in Smiljan. As a counter-hypothesis to the psychoanalytic paradigm, and as no solid evidence of homosexuality has been discovered by this researcher, one must place Tesla within his time period. Like William James and other intellects of that day, the idea of dedicating oneself to science at the expense of marriage was not a unique occurrence. Tesla was keenly aware that the responsibilities of marriage would have interfered too greatly with his inventive elan. Purposely, and admittedly through self-denial, he transformed his instincts in the alchemical sense to raise them to a higher level. This view, however, does not completely explain the natural proclivity to partake of the passions, especially when one considers that at his height in the gay 90s, the rising star could probably have had his pick of any number of willing females, for example, Marguerite Merrington. Nor does it explain his over-attachment to the city pigeons. Nevertheless, the Freudian paradigm falls short in its attempts to explain the nature of Tesla's wizardry in that it tends to see this ability as a sublimation rather than an end in itself. Tesla's emphasis on ritual and such obsessions as cleanliness and self-denial were just as much linked to his childhood bouts with cholera caused by impure drinking water as to his wish to change his state of consciousness through a set routine so that he could prepare his mind to do its work. Unlike most inventors, Tesla's creativity did not just lie in one plane. He adapted his mental faculties to a number of separate fields, designing fundamental inventions in lighting, electrical power distribution, mechanical contrivances, particle beam weaponry, aerodynamics, and artificial intelligence. This great versatility of achievement places the inventor in a category all of his own. Ultimately, Tesla was a journeyman searching for the Holy Grail. His goal was nothing short of altering the very direction of the human species through extensions of his effort. Cult figure. It was the coil that I noticed first, because I had seen drawings like it years ago. Hank, do you understand? Those men long ago tried to invent a motor that would draw static electricity from the atmosphere, convert it and create its own power as it went along. They couldn't do it. They gave it up. She pointed at the broken shape. But there is it. Atlas Shrugged, by Ayn Rand. At 8 p.m. on June the 20th, 1957, in the ballroom of the Hotel Diplomat in New York City, the Interplanetary Sessions newsletter announced a meeting to coordinate an expected visit by the space people to the planet Earth. The event was planned by 3 individuals: George Van Tassel, author of I Rode a Flying Saucer; George King, purported telepathic contactee with extraterrestrials; and Margaret Storm, author of the occult Tesla biography Return of the Dove, a book whose transcripts were received on the Tesla set, a radio-type machine invented by Tesla in 1938 for interplanetary communication. By July the 1st, it was assured that the Martians would have full-scale operations in Washington, D.C., New York, and general North American areas. It was also revealed that Tesla was a Venusian, brought to this planet as a baby in 1856, and left in a remote mountain province in what is now Yugoslavia. In attendance at this meeting was a man who preferred to remain unnoticed. He was an FBI agent assigned to continue the expanding file on the enigmatic Serbian inventor Nikola Tesla. It's quite likely that a copy of this newsletter, which is in the FBI file, was also read by J. Edgar Hoover, a man concerned about the growing interest in the flying saucer phenomena and the secrecy surrounding various adherents. Margaret Storm's supposition that Tesla was born on another planet to give us our entire electric power and mass communication systems stem from a colourful history of the inventor's ties to the group fantasy belief that life on Mars was a virtual certainty. Fueled by McCarthyism and the fear of communist, alien infiltration, and also theosophical literature, Storm proclaimed that Tesla had descended from the 6th root race, a new species of human that was evolving on the planet. To complicate matters, she was also friends with Arthur Matthews, author of Wall of Light, Nikola Tesla and the Venusian Spaceship. A bizarre electrician who had once written to Tesla in the 1930s, Matthews contended that he and his supposed employer, Tesla, had travelled many times to nearby planets aboard Venusian spacecraft, and that Tesla, as late as 1970, was still alive, living as an extraterrestrial. Relegated to occult status for many decades, Tesla has also been fictionalized as one of any number of mad scientists in science fiction literature, as part of the composite New Age hero John Galt in Ayn Rand's novel Atlas Shrugged, as a source for future technology in James Redfield's 1996 bestseller The 10th Insight, and as the extraterrestrial played by rock star David Bowie in the Nicholas Roeg movie The Man Who Fell to Earth. As a cult figure in the United States, Tesla has also seen a panegyric resurgence with the younger generation because of a rock band which goes by the same name. In Japan, however, Tesla's cult status is much more complicated. On the one hand, Dr. Yoshiro Nakamatsu, the world's leading inventor, whose creations include the floppy disk, is a great proponent of Tesla and has created a celebration in Tesla's honor. On the other hand, Tesla's secret weaponry work has also attracted the attention of one of the most dangerous cults of modern times. Just 1 month after the January 1995 earthquake in Kobe destroyed the city and killed 5,000 people, followers of the charismatic psychopath Shoko Asahara, the man responsible for poisoning the subways with sarin gas in Tokyo, flew into Belgrade to infiltrate the Tesla Museum, with hopes of obtaining the inventor's schematics for his supposed telegeodynamic earthquake machine. Asahara's cult, known as Om Supreme Truth, had an internet of supposedly tens of thousands of members in half a dozen countries, with access to state-of-the-art high-tech devices, a large database of military secrets, firearms and laser apparatus, and other more esoteric New Age weaponry systems. Seeking world domination, their plans were interrupted by the earthquake. Rather than seeing the event as a natural occurrence, Asahara suggested that the Kobe disaster was caused by electromagnetic experiments conducted by one of the Japanese megacorporations, or by American or possibly Russian military tests of a top-secret Tesla telegeodynamic instrument. Raised in a country that had seen its cities destroyed by the atom bomb, Asahara had been influenced by apocalyptic science fiction stories, by the book Tesla Superman, written by Japanese author Masaki Shindo, and by such Tesla files as Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden, whose model for the Tesla magnifying transmitter hypothesized that it could be used as an intercontinental electrostatic scalar wave delivery system. Realizing that Armageddon was at hand, the Kobe earthquake being proof of the prophecy, Asahara now planned to seize the high ground by constructing his own Tesla howitzer while at the same time perfecting the death ray. Christopher Evans, in his text Cults of Unreason, suggests that cults appear as stopgaps for people in society, ways for them to deal with life's mysteries, and also for the unsettling feeling associated with the rapid pace of our times. According to Evans, cults exist in order to discover the Holy Grail, the supposed secret behind the universe. Tesla himself called his magnifying transmitter the Philosopher's Stone. To him, it was the mechanism by which to transform society and interlink the entire globe. Following a Goethean path, Tesla's Weltanschauung suggests a hierarchy of intelligence to the universe. Not only were his creations derived from natural law, through them humans could attain godlike status and communicate with other interstellar neighbors. According to the idea of esotericism as applied to history, says Russian philosopher P.D. Uspensky, no civilization ever begins of itself. Esoteric schools involve other higher dimensions, says astrologer Dane Rudhyar. Certain individuals, often referred to as avatars, Rudhyar suggests, are actually seed men, who one way or another have within their being knowledge that can lead a culture into transcendence. Tesla had possession of certain knowledge, which for various reasons was rejected by mainstream science and society or suppressed by powers that perceived his contributions as threatening. Yet the essence of Tesla's work is available for the seeker. Described by popular New Age writer Robert Anton Wilson as an Illuminati, Tesla remains a cult hero because of his esoteric status, because his life's work has served as a template for numerous science fiction characters and cinematic themes, and because he provides answers for those who study his work for its inner meaning. Unlike so many other esoteric figures, however, Tesla is in a unique position because so many of his inventions were incorporated into our modern high-tech world. Had his ultimate world broadcasting plan actually coalesced during his heyday, there is no telling how history might have proceeded and how the quality of our lives might have changed. Appendix A. The Magnifying Transmitter, a Technical Discussion. At the 1990 International Tesla Conference, held in Colorado Springs, Dr. Alexander Marincic, curator of the Tesla Museum in Belgrade, Robert Golka, the only modern electrical engineer to construct large-scale magnifying transmitters, and I were engaged in a conversation on the viability of Tesla's plan. Both Marincic and Golka concurred that Tesla's ultimate plan, that of sending energy around the Earth for industrial purposes, was not practicable. Leyland Anderson, an electrical engineer and Tesla expert for nearly 40 years, agreed. Tesla's experiments at Colorado Springs, according to Anderson, were probably a local effect caused by the fortuitous placement of his tower next to the Pikes Peaks range along a Great Plain. When Tesla detected lightning discharges and standing waves, he made the incorrect assumption that these waves would encircle the globe. In fact, Anderson wrote, the standing waves Tesla detected were probably unrecognized reinforcement effects rebounding off Pikes Peak, and his generated waves probably did the same thing. His conclusion was based on measurements that electronic scientist Ralph Joler made of thunderstorms occurring along the peak. Two experts who have concluded that the Tesla apparatus was viable are Professor James Coram and Eric Dollard, both designers of transmitting equipment based on Tesla's findings. Dollard writes that the invention, circa 1920, of the multiple-loaded flat-top antenna by Steinmetz's protege Ernst F.W. Alexanderson was really fashioned after those developed by Tesla. One such plant, located at Bolinas, California, sets up a resonant transformer between two separate earth plates and an elevated plate. This arrangement produces three separate types of wireless frequencies: atmospheric induction, antenna transmission, and earth induction. Acting as a virtual ground, the aerial transmitting energy down into the earth sets up standing waves that continuously bounce back and forth between the earth and the reflecting capacitance at a rate tuned to a natural rate of the earth. A simple tuning fork experiment can be used to explain the importance of the ground connection. It resonates much more powerfully when the fork is attached to a ground, such as a table. Due to the conductive property of the earth, individualization of impulse transmission is also facilitated. The electrical energy does not pass through the earth in the ordinary acceptance of the term. It only penetrates to a certain depth according to the frequency. Coram, who holds a doctorate in physics and is a former professor of electrical engineering at West Virginia University, writes, "It has been common in the past to discard Tesla's far-sighted vision as baseless. I believe that such depreciation has stemmed from critics that were uninformed as to Tesla's actual technical measurements and physical observation. Having performed various experiments himself, Coram surmises that Tesla's mathematical results, written in his May 16, 1900 patent application, could have only been obtained as a result of authentic terrestrial resonance measurements. In other words, he concludes that Tesla's claims that he A. measured a terrestrial pulse that rebounded off the antipode of the Earth, and B. calculated the resonant frequency of the Earth, are essentially correct. Looking at the wireless project from the technical point of view, most likely Wardenclyffe was to be set up mainly for the purpose of distributing information and meagre amounts of electrical power, just enough to run clocks and stock tickers, but not enough to charge factories. Each tower could act as a sender or a receiver. In a letter to Katherine Johnson, Tesla explains the need for well over 30 such towers. Further, the magnifying transmitter was conceived to transmit electricity in a variety of ways. Tesla could utilize the carrier waves traveling within the Earth, e.g. the Schumann cavity, and or the Earth's geomagnetic pulse. He could transmit frequencies through the air, or he could beam a carrier wave up to the ionosphere and use it for transport. I will confess that I was disappointed when I first made tests along this line on a large scale. They did not yield practical results. At the time, I used about 8 million to 12 million volts of electricity. As a source of ionizing rays, I employed a powerful arc reflected up into the sky, trying only to connect a high-tension current and the upper strata of the air, because my pet scheme for years had been to light the ocean at night. Central towers, acting much like today's wireless trunkline microwave transmitters for the phone company, could then be hooked up via conventional wires to numerous households within a given radius. World Broadcasting System. From what I can ascertain, I believe that Tesla's magnifying transmitter in a completed state would have operated as follows. A transmission tower would have been constructed so that its height and ability to radiate electrical oscillations was in a resonant relationship to the size, electronic, and geophysical properties of the Earth. Rather than utilize transverse electromagnetic waves exclusively, Tesla would be utilizing longitudinal waves, such as those found in the impulses transmitted by earthquakes and by sound. The gigantic Tesla coil was also calculated to take into account the wavelength of light. In other words, the length of the wires wound in the transformer were in a harmonic relationship to the distance light would travel in a given time. With the production of standing waves resonant with the planet, nodal points on the Earth's surface were also plotted out. A tremendous charge, in excess of 30 million volts, and in harmonic frequency to the electrical and or geophysical state of the Earth, will be driven down the tower into the ground and out to 16 300-foot-long iron spokes positioned in a spiral down the entire length of the 120-foot well. Thereby gripping the Earth, this pulse would generate an electronic disturbance in a harmonic relationship with the naturally occurring geomagnetic pulse that would reach the other side of the globe and in turn would bounce back up the tower. By controlling the period of frequency, this pulse could be modulated and actually increased in intensity in the same way one can make a well-made bell resound in increasing loudness by tapping it at precisely timed faster and faster rates. Also, the energy will be stored at the top of the tower and in specially built condensers by the laboratory. Stationary waves in resonance with known earth currents would thereby be established. Like a vibrating spring with a weight on it, this device enabled Tesla to determine and manipulate the electrostatic capacity, in analogy like the pliability of the spring, and the inductance, analogous to the weight on the spring, of the carrier vibrations. Tesla also maintained that the use of liquefied air, -197 degrees Fahrenheit, would greatly augment the production and/or reception of very high frequencies, while also reducing impedance caused by friction or heat. By transforming energy to higher frequencies on the rebound flow, Tesla increased the efficiency of his towers. Each could act as both a sender and receiver. One tower situated near a waterfall could jump energy to another tower situated at another point on the globe. Just as electricity is available throughout the electrical circuits that run through the transmission lines that circumscribe our planet, electricity would also be available throughout the entire electromagnetic grid of the Earth itself. In the same way, electricity is not utilized by conventional means until a plug is placed in a socket and a switch turned on, electricity would also not be utilized in the Tesla system until it too was connected up to a wireless instrument and that instrument was turned on. Electricity by the Tesla system would not be wasted by being diffused, no more so than electricity is wasted by present means, such as with wireless car telephones or by being made available through transformers and high-tension wires that run from transmission pole to transmission pole. It appears that the tower could at this point serve in a variety of ways. For instance, intelligible signals, wireless telephone, could be transmitted to any region of the globe. Power also could be provided by the same mechanism, probably within a confined region of each tower, to thousands of specific machines after they sent a coded request impulse, or simply to another tower not located by a power source. And this second tower, situated in a remote area, could be connected to home appliances and telephones by way of conventional wires or by wireless. If two transmitters were utilized and separated by many miles, vector waves could more easily place impulses in desired locations. A power source, such as coal or water, would generate energy into a transformer, comprising both a secondary, tuned to the wavelength of light, and primary coil. The secondary coil in the transmitting tower would be the inside thinner one, which is longer and has more turns. The generated frequency would be lowered when induced into the thicker primary, which has fewer turns and is shorter. The transmitter would then pump the energy into the natural medium, broadcasting it via earth or air, i.e., two different ways. According to Tesla, at the receiving station, a transformer of similar construction is employed, but in this case, the longer coil, of many turns, constitutes the primary, and the shorter coil, of fewer turns, the secondary. It is to be noted that the phenomenon here involved in the transmission of electrical energy is one of true conduction, and not to be confounded with the phenomena of electrical radiation. An additional criticism. E. Kornhauser, a professor of electrical engineering at Brown University, in reviewing this section, is doubtful that this form of power transmission could be effectively achieved because the Earth is not an efficient conductor, e.g. as compared to a copper wire. Concerning the possibility of creating wireless communication that could circumscribe the planet, Kornhauser conceded it was possible. He stated that the Navy had unsuccessfully tried to institute a world radar system utilizing extremely low frequencies. Project Seafarer, as it was named, purportedly could have set up communication even with submarines deep underwater at any point of the globe. However, the plan was scrapped. It appears mainly because of the potential to markedly disturb existing radio and television frequencies and fear of damage to the environment. The efficiency of Tesla's radio receiving tubes was also questioned by Kornhauser, who thought it was doubtful that they would have been efficient enough, as it would take another 15 years before radio tubes of any merit came into being. Kornhauser did say, however, that the modern AM radio broadcasting stations use the Earth as their primary means of transmitting their impulses. FM and television also use the Earth, but the atmosphere in these instances is the more important medium for impulse transmission. Appendix B. The Tunguska Incident. A question often asked is whether Tesla had anything to do with the massive explosion which occurred in Tunguska, Siberia, in June of 1908. As no meteor or crater was found, a rumor stemming from Andrija Puharic, picked up by Tad Wise in his Tesla novel, suggested that Tesla used Wardenclyffe to deliver the charge. Since the tower became disoperational in 1903, I saw no reason to include the incident in the first edition of Wizard. However, because the story was repeated on TV, rumors have persisted. Roy Gallant estimates in his book The Day the Sky Split Apart that the Tunguska explosion devastated a 40-square-mile area and released energy 2,000 times greater than the atom bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Tesla expert James Coram allowed that if Tesla had the capability of releasing just 1% of the Earth's magnetic charge, in theory he could have produced comparable results. However, both Coram and the author are in agreement that Tesla not only didn't do this, but further, Wardenclyffe simply had nowhere near that kind of capability. As Gallant suggests, the Tunguska explosion was probably caused by a comet or asteroid which barely missed the Earth by skipping along its atmosphere 2 or 3 miles above the site. This concludes Wizard. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers, or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalogue.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.